Chapter 1961. He paused for a moment. It was so late at night. With great perseverance, Xiao Hanyang resisted the impulse and said, "Go to sleep. By the way, do you need me to run the bath water for you?" Wei Weibai didn't notice the faint excitement in his tone. She shook her head and immediately got up from the sofa and walked to the room. "No, see you tomorrow." She would say see you tomorrow for the first time. Xiao Hanyang was stunned. Although his body temperature was still so high, he finally suppressed the thought of being worse than a beast. He said in a hoarse voice, "See you tomorrow." The door was closed. Xiao Hanyang slowly exhaled. Damn, he felt that he was going to become an eminent monk. He used to be able to go out for work, but now they were together day and night. He really wished he could castrate himself. He didn't want to scare her. Xiao Hanyang's eyes were like a wolf's. He stared at the door of her room for a long time. Then he finally walked to the guest room where he lived. He took a cold shower. Halfway through the cold shower, there was a sudden thunderstorm outside. The weather forecast said there would be a thunderstorm, but he didn't expect it to be at night. Xiao Hanyang's lower body was wrapped in a bath towel. He grabbed a towel and wiped his hair vigorously. His skin was cold. It took a long time for the cold water to cool down. Xiao Hanyang walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of liquor. He seldom drank now, but occasionally he couldn't suppress the heat and would drink a few glasses. A few glasses couldn't make him drunk, but it could make him sleep, so that he wouldn't be too energetic in the middle of the night and make trouble. After all, he sat in front of Wei Weibai's door at 2 or 3 in the morning and stared at her until dawn. He also felt that he was a pervert. Just as he poured half a glass of liquor, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Hanyang stopped pouring the liquor and was a little confused. Then he heard a weak knock on the door. This time it was not wrong. It was not an illusion. His hand trembled and the liquor almost spilled. Xiao Hanyang immediately put down the bottle, rushed to the door in a few steps, and opened it at once. Seeing that Wei Weibai had turned around and was about to leave, he grabbed her hand. Xiao Hanyang hurriedly grabbed her arm and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Why are you knocking on my door?" Wei Weibai was pulled by him and staggered. She turned around and her face was pale. Even the little bit of blood on her lips seemed to have been covered in frost, making her look exceptionally spiritless. Wei Weibai hesitated for a moment before whispering, "I'm fine." She finished speaking and was about to leave. Xiao Hanyang had forcefully dragged her into the sect. There was a loud bang outside the window. Wei Weibai was shocked. Her pupils constricted and her face turned even paler. Her expression was tense, and for a moment, she was so frightened that she didn't know how to walk. Xiao Hanyang didn't notice it at first, but when he saw the excessive fear on her face, his heart sank. What was going on? She was not afraid of thunder. Xiao Hanyang keenly saw that her eyes were red. She was so timid but cute. He hurriedly stopped his shameless thoughts. He pressed his hand on her shoulder and whispered softly, afraid that he would scare her. "What's wrong? Afraid of thunder?" Wei Weibai shook her head with difficulty. "It's okay. I'm not afraid." After saying that, the thunder roared again. Wei Weibai held Xiao Hanyang's arm tightly and almost hid in his arms. Xiao Hanyang immediately took a step forward and let her hide in his arms. He looked at the thunderstorm outside the window and became more and more confused. He stroked her hair. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Wei Weibai had stopped trembling. She quietly held his arm and lowered her head to let him touch her. She was so obedient. /T. Chapter 1962. Xiao Hanyang felt that she was here to tempt him into committing a crime. He pursed his lips, afraid that he would show his fangs and bite her. He quickly changed the topic. "If you're afraid, you won't be afraid after drinking some wine." Wei Weibai looked up, and the fear in her eyes did not fade away. She nodded in agreement. A man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. Xiao Hanyang admitted that he was up to no good. He casually stuffed half a glass of wine into Wei Weibai's hand. "Don't be afraid. I'll drink with you." After saying that, he pulled her to sit on the bed. Then he poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. When he was drinking, he stole a glance at her, which was unbelievably deep. Wei Weibai did not notice, but hesitated for a moment. Seeing that he drank so quickly, she thought that the alcohol content was not high. So she lowered her head and drank one sip after another. This kind of strong liquor was particularly mild, but it was famous for its after effects. Many people fell for it easily. However, in less than half a bottle, a man was knocked out. For Xia Hanyang, a former alcoholic, it was impossible for him to drink. But it was easy for him to knock out Wei Wei Bai. So he did not remind her, but drank one glass after another with her. He drank a lot. She slowly drank more than 2 glasses. For a person who did not drink often, she drank too much. Sure enough, her face began to turn red. It was a rosy red, a red color that was rarely seen on her face. Her eyes were misty, which was different from her nearsighted haze. But it was seductive moist, and the corners of her eyes were red, like peach blossoms. Xia Hanyang felt that he was going to turn into a werewolf on a rainy night. He should pity her for being afraid of thunder, but forgive him for thinking about her for so many years. Thinking about it, his head was full of anger, and so was his heart. He wanted to pounce on her whenever she showed a flaw, even if it was a kiss. He wanted to kiss her so much that it hurt everywhere. Xia Hanyang's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "Wei Wei, are you still afraid of thunder?" She drank so much wine. If she didn't get drunk, he would take her surname. Wei Wei Bai shook her head and murmured, "I'm going to faint, Xia Hanyang." Xia Hanyang said, "That's good. I'm not afraid of thunder if I faint." Bai Wei Wei stared blankly at him, her face sluggish, her eyes wide open. Suddenly, there was a clatter. Tears gushed out her eyes. She didn't cry out loud either. She just quietly let the tears flow down her cheeks. He looked so pitiful and desperate. As soon as she cried, Xia Hanyang's werewolf impulse disappeared. He immediately turned into a stuttering little dog. Wei Wei, Wei Wei. Some people would behave strangely when they were drunk. However, he had never seen anyone cry as miserably as Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai did not answer. Instead, her entire body trembled. She bit her lips tightly and cried silently. Another clap of thunder sounded. Wei Wei Bai suddenly threw herself into Xia Hanyang's arms and hugged him tightly. She trembled and said, "I'm scared, Xia Hanyang." Xia Hanyang hurriedly hugged her and reached out to stroke her back. His face suddenly darkened, and his eyes were full of anxiety. "Don't be afraid." She was not afraid of thunder. Why was she suddenly so afraid of thunder? Wei Wei Bai suddenly whispered. They were struck by lightning. It's so scary. Xia Hanyang was stunned. Struck by lightning? Wei Wei Bai cried silently. Her voice trembled so much that she couldn't form a sentence. They wanted to escape. They were struck by lightning. Xia Hanyang was at a loss for a long time. He didn't understand this sentence at all. Escape? Struck by lightning? It sounded like the plot of a story. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com.t. Chapter 1963. Did she drink too much? Xia Hanyang tried to comfort her. It's okay. Isn't it someone else who was struck by lightning? Our Wei Wei is so kind and beautiful. Even if I was struck by lightning, it wouldn't strike you. Perhaps she felt that she had abandoned him. She felt guilty. That was why she was so afraid of lightning. One couldn't do anything against their conscience. Once they did something, they were afraid of lightning. Xia Hanyang worked hard for a long time. Finally, the rain outside stopped a little. Wei Wei Bai burped, hung dizzily on a strong arm, and closed her eyes to sleep. Her face was red, and her appearance was indescribably seductive. Xia Hanyang stared at her bitterly for a long time. Then he was sure that she was really asleep. So she came here just to cry and then go to sleep? What about him? He would rather be struck by lightning than suffer this torture. Xia Hanyang put her soft body on the bed and supported her with one hand. In this position, she was completely enveloped by his body. She was unconscious, and her hair was so long that it covered the bed. He had once imagined the way her hair would be long and spread out beneath his body. It would definitely look good. Now he was sure again. She was really beautiful. Xia Hanyang couldn't help but touch her hair for a long time, and then he touched her face. Her eyelashes were closed, and her lips. In the end, Xia Hanyang was still gasping for breath and lay down heavily beside Wei Wei Bai. Then he hugged her. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and there was a hint of laziness like a big cat. Then he had time to think about Wei Wei Bai's words. She was afraid of lightning, but it was definitely not because of her school days. Some things happened during the 6 years of her disappearance, which caused her to be traumatized by thunderstorms. Xia Hanyang muttered to himself, "Lightning killed someone and then escape?" His pupils constricted, and he realized what it meant to escape. The place where people escaped was imprisonment. Why would she use this word? Could it be that she was imprisoned by someone? Xia Hanyang's heart sank, and he suppressed this crazy idea. But investigating her life during the past 6 years became the most urgent thing in his heart. Wei Wei Bai woke up with a splitting headache. She missed the run as she wished. The wine was frighteningly strong. She only remembered that in the middle of the night, Xia Hanyang gave her some tea to sober her up. He also forced her to eat some porridge. After all, not eating and drinking too much wine was not good for the body. Bai Weiwei asked the system in a daze. There were no accidents last night, right? The system held the knitting needle and nodded. You said it yourself. It's just that the story of being struck to death by lightning doesn't make sense. Bai Weiwei covered her head. Did she say that people were struck by lightning? Being struck to death by lightning was only one of them. Was. Automatically correct data automatically. Data automatically. Did I also break out? System. No. You were only released for a short time because of your good behavior. So the data update changed to you being held hostage. When you came to the outer iron fence, you saw the escapee being struck by lightning. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how she saw the escapee. After all, the prisoners at night were all locked up. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her temples. She said, "You've worked hard. I have to think of a way to let Xia Hanyang investigate the process himself." // Chapter 1964. If she said it herself, she would not be so touched. The truth that Xia Hanyang found out by himself was enough for him to let her go. It was noon when Wei Wei Bai woke up. The nanny rushed over with hangover soup and a hot towel. The nanny said, "The young master went to work early and asked me to come and take care of you." Wei Wei Bai knew that Xia Hanyang had gone to investigate. After all, during this time, he had pushed away the social engagements outside and spent time at home with her with work. She felt that she was about to be free. Wei Wei Bai was in a good mood when she thought of this and untied the knot in her heart. Nothing had happened in this plane, so she ate an extra bowl of rice. The nanny was grinning from ear to ear. After all, as long as Wei Wei Bai ate and slept well, she was in a good mood. Everything was fine with Xia Hanyang. The Xia family doted on Xia Hanyang and Wei Wei Bai, who could control Xia Hanyang's mood. They also served him with trepidation. Xia Hanyang did not appear for the whole day. Wei Wei Bai was not in a hurry. After all, she just gave Xia Hanyang a general direction. Xia Hanyang might not realize it on the first day. She had been in prison before. Maybe he would investigate for a few more days. It was almost dinner time. The system suddenly threw the sweater in its hand and said seriously, "Host, go to the top floor quickly. The machine has 1 minute of fuel to go back. It will start in 10 minutes. You only have 1 minute." In the spare box of the machine, there was 1 minute of fuel to go back. As long as Wei Wei Bai's soul quickly entered the passage in this 1 minute, he could take her back. You don't have to wait for a lifetime. The system merged. Wei Wei Bai also got up in an instant and said hurriedly, "What? Are you sure?" The system said, "In 10 minutes, the top floor will open. You could just jump down directly." Wei Wei Bai said, "Fuck, why are you in such a hurry for such a good thing?" It was good news that she did not have to stay for a lifetime. Wei Wei Bai saw the nanny enter the kitchen. During this time, the nanny was not on guard against her. After all, she had been so obedient for 2 months. Except for Xia Hanyang, everyone would relax their vigilance. Wei Wei Bai looked at the clothes rack at the door. The nanny's shoulder bag was hanging on it. She got up carefully. She didn't even wear shoes. She crouched down and searched for the key in the shoulder bag. Then, he opened the door and closed it silently. She locked the nanny in the door. Without Xia Hanyang's fingerprints, the door couldn't be opened. Wei Wei Bai rushed to the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The system also reminded her the male lead is coming back. Wei Wei Bai asked, "Where is he?" The system replied, "He's still on the road." It'll take him more than 10 minutes to get back here. Wei Weibai nodded. There's still time. When they reached the top floor, the wind was extremely strong. Wei Weibai stood barefooted on the edge of the balcony. The system roared. There's still 3 minutes before it opens. Don't jump now, okay? Otherwise, I'll really become a spirit behind you. Wei Weibai grabbed onto the surrounding barbed wire and shouted, Got it. Remind me when the time is up. The system said, Okay, I'll go check the time. I'll remind you when it's time. Wei Weibai stood on the edge of the balcony, trembling. It was too high and her legs were weak. 3 minutes felt extremely long. Before the time was up, a car suddenly appeared downstairs and drove from afar. The speed was as if it was on a date with the Grim Reaper. Wei Weibai took a look. It seemed to be Xia Hanyang's car. The nanny had a cell phone. He knew that she had run away. Wei Weibai calculated the distance and time. Damn it. If she jumped, she would either die in front of him or hit his car. Chapter 1965. She didn't know why, but her mind suddenly flashed. The scene of him exploding in the hospital. Bai Weiwei rarely showed emotional fluctuations like an old woman. Because of the blocker, it was almost impossible for her to have any emotional fluctuations towards the people in this world. But she didn't know why. When the car rushed over from afar with all its might and disregard everything else. Suddenly, Xia Hanyang's young face, full of youthful and wanton smiles, flashed in her mind. If she didn't exist, his life wouldn't be so tragic. The current Xia Hanyang had too many tragic scars left behind in his eyes. When he smiled, he was no longer so carefree and wanton. 6 years had left him with indelible pain. Wei Weibai frowned a little strangely. Why did she think of this? She had never felt emotional fluctuations before. It was faint, with an almost insignificant strength. It fell lightly into her heart, just when she and the system didn't notice. The red line on her wrist flashed a golden light and became fuller. The system said, Okay, it's opened. You have to step into the passage in 1 minute. Jump off the building now. Wei Weibai didn't think much and just stepped out with 1 foot. The car just stopped. A battered figure almost fell out of the car. He staggered to his feet and ran as fast as he could into the building. His flying black hair was messed up in the wind. She couldn't see his face clearly, but just by looking at his body, she knew how desperate and painful he was. Wei Weibai suddenly couldn't help but think. She would just jump down like this. Her body would definitely fall in front of Xia Hanyang. A strange thought appeared in Wei Weibai's mind. The man who saw her jump off the building. He would die. Xia Hanyang would definitely die. Xia Hanyang didn't sleep all night. His mind was full of what she said. He looked at her all night. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't know what she had been through. He left early, ran to the company, and brought out the entire information department. Investigate. He had to find out where she had been for the past 6 years. If she didn't say, could he pretend not to know? He was busy with this for most of the day. However, he was very clear about her information. After she disappeared 6 years ago, she didn't study or go abroad. Also, she had taken away 10 million yuan, but there was no woman with a lot of money who suddenly appeared. 10 million was neither too much nor too little. For an ordinary person, buying a house would leave traces behind. Only Wei Weibai did not leave any trace behind. Xia Hanyang suddenly thought of the news of Wei Weibai being struck by lightning. He frowned and ordered someone to check the news. Being struck to death by lightning was definitely news. After all, it was considered a rare and novel way to die. With great difficulty, he finally found a very inconspicuous piece of news in an old newspaper from 3 years ago. It was a prison. 5 prisoners escaped from the prison, taking advantage of the thunderstorm to escape. To successfully escape, they even held hostage a prisoner who was usually bullied by them. He threatened the prison guards, just as they were about to kill and escape. Thunderstorm's lightning just happened to fall on the outer barbed wire fence. One of the 3 prisoners who had already climbed up the barbed wire was killed on the spot. 2 of them were seriously injured. The other 2 hostage-takers were restrained by the prison guards. The hostage-taker was very calm and even held the other prisoners back. In addition, he usually behaved well in prison. He had a chance to get a reduced sentence. When Xia Hanyang first saw this news, he didn't feel anything. Fast, 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 the fast. Chapter 1966. He didn't even mention Wei Wei Bai at all. After all, how could his Wei Wei go to jail? What was prison? He knew. Not to mention a girl. Even those criminals who were full of evil would go to jail. They were all afraid. Xia Hanyang found that his fingers holding the newspaper were trembling. He took a deep breath. He hadn't found out yet. It wasn't necessarily Wei Wei Bai. No, it wasn't her. Xia Hanyang searched for this piece of news and found nothing but this. He hesitated for a long time and was about to order someone to investigate this news when his phone rang. It was Third Master Xia. After he found Wei Wei Bai, he had been guarding against Old Master Xia. 6 years ago, if he hadn't come out to make trouble, Wei Wei Bai wouldn't have left him. Maybe Old Master Xia wouldn't have covered up the news when she left for a month. He wouldn't have looked in the wrong direction and lost her completely. He was still resentful about this. Xia Hanyang answered the phone and was about to say that he was busy. But Old Master Xia said in a deep voice, "Come here. I have something to tell you." Xia Hanyang said, "Grandpa, I'm very busy." Old Master Xia was silent for a while and sighed. "It's about Wei Wei Bai." Xia Hanyang immediately got up, picked up his coat with one hand, and walked out. "What happened to her?" Old Master Xia hesitated for a few seconds and said, "She has been in prison for the past 6 years." Xia Hanyang was almost unprepared. This sentence broke the expression on his face. He stood there blankly. He didn't know how much time had passed before he heard his own voice tremble from the cold. "I'll come to your place right away. Give me the information." After that, he hung up the phone and couldn't wait to throw it out. He was afraid that she would call him and ask why he didn't take her out for a run. So at the last second, he put the phone back in his pocket. Then he kicked the chair in front of him and hurried back to the old house. When Xia Hanyang arrived, Old Master Xia gave him the information. He pressed Xia Hanyang's hand and seemed to have aged a few years. In the end, Xia Sen couldn't help but sigh. "She's a good child. Treat her well." Hearing this, Xia Hanyang couldn't help but feel bitterly disappointed. What kind of treatment did Wei Wei Bai receive that even the cold-hearted Old Master Xia would sympathize with her? Xia Hanyang didn't know how much courage he had. She flipped through the files of the 6 years she had spent in prison. She turned herself in. He had clearly helped her keep the murder a secret. However, after the college entrance exam, she seemed to have fulfilled her wish. She abandoned him and turned herself in. She had returned to her hometown to turn herself in. Because of her good behavior, the local court's verdict was closed during the trial. Therefore, there was no news and no information was leaked. When they were researching, they had never thought about this. Xia Hanyang even forgot how that beast of a stepfather had died. After all, this wasn't a big deal to him. No one thought that Wei Wei Bai would give up such a good future to go to jail. No wonder he couldn't find out where she went. Xia Hanyang's fingers hurt as he flipped through the documents, as if needles were pricking his fingernails. How could his Wei Wei go to such a place? She was too obedient and too arrogant. If she went to such a place, she would have no relatives outside, and no one would help her. She would be bullied to death. Xia Hanyang's eyes were red, and his expression was extremely violent. She was too good, so she was bullied. Chapter 1967. They beat her and insulted her. He couldn't imagine how such a disgusting word as bitch and vixen could be related to Wei Wei Bai, and she had suffered countless such physical violence for so many years. Xia Hanyang's expression was very scary. He gritted his teeth so hard that blood overflowed. The old Chinese medicine doctor beside Master Xia looked at him. He was furious. He immediately came over and grabbed Xia Hanyang's jaw, forcing him to loosen his teeth for fear that he would break his gums. Xia Hanyang pushed the old Chinese medicine doctor away and loosened his teeth, saying, "I want them to die." Master Xia frowned. "Calm down, Yang Yang." Xia Hanyang roared, "How can I calm down? How can I calm down? Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I find her earlier? I'm a fucking waste. I threw her into prison for 6 years. What did 6 years mean? It was the most beautiful youth and the best years. It was all wasted." Xia Hanyang clutched the documents, his eyes bloodshot with anger and pain. "I threw her into such a place, and I resented her for 6 years. He held his sweetheart in the palm of his hand. He wished he could kneel down and put on her shoes and tie her shoelaces for her. She dug out the softest piece of flesh from the tip of his heart. He wished he could die, but he couldn't bear to hurt her. But she was pressed into the mud, abused and bullied for 6 years. No wonder she was afraid of thunder. She was the one who was bullied and held hostage. If she hadn't dealt with it calmly, she would have died. If it hadn't been for the thunderstorm, he would have only seen her grave. Xia Hanyang accumulated 6 years of anger, pain, despair, and violence in his heart. He exploded. He smashed the living room of the old house. He almost hysterically scolded himself. Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of this? He deserved it when she left him 6 years ago. If he had found out earlier that she blamed herself and was afraid. If he had found out earlier that the terrible shadow of her stepfather's death hadn't disappeared, then she wouldn't have left so easily. No wonder she had always been indifferent to him, because she had already decided to leave him after the college entrance examination. Xia Hanyang could hardly imagine how scared she was when she turned herself in alone. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of her feelings. 6 years later, he met her who had just been released from prison. She even wanted to kill him. Of course, she had nothing. She could only wear the school uniform. Because she had been cut off from the world for 6 years, how could she have anything? Xia Hanyang thought of her depression during this time, and how she kept saying that she was not worth it. All his doubts were suddenly cleared. She had been tortured for 6 years, and her arrogance was gone. There was only misery and pain all over his body. Of course, she was afraid of thunder because she had almost died in a thunderstorm. He had even seen others die from lightning strikes with his own eyes. Old Master Xia looked a little sad, but he let Xia Hanyang vent. When Xia Hanyang finally calmed down, Master Xia finally took out a book. The book had been around for a long time, and it was slightly yellowed due to lack of maintenance. Do you still remember when I gave her 10 million yuan back then? Xia Hanyang looked at the book in a daze. But when the old man flipped through the pages, he saw 3 checks. This is Old Master Xia said. Because you found her, I wondered why she didn't cash the checks back then and went to investigate. // T. Chapter 1968. Xia Hanyang looked at the book and suddenly remembered something. This was the book that Wei Wei Bai often took back then. It was for reviewing physics. She reviewed for him, afraid that he wouldn't understand. She had always been taking notes. And this book was also one of the books that she took notes on. Old Master said, "You sealed that room, but the books inside were not touched. I went to look at the surveillance video again and found that she put the check in the book. I went to look for it and found it. It wasn't that they didn't see her putting the check in the book, but no one thought that there were so many checks. Wei Wei Bai didn't take the book with her at all. Instead, she put the book on the bookshelf. So in the beginning, they all looked in the wrong direction. So they couldn't find her. Because of a freak combination of factors, the two of them missed 6 years. Xia Hanyang looked at the 3 checks and the book with her handwriting on it. Finally, he said in a hoarse voice, "So back then, she didn't leave because of money or because she didn't like me?" Old Master Xia looked at his grandson, and his eyes suddenly became a little wet. "That's why I said that she was a good child. A good child who never intended to avoid responsibility. She made a mistake. Even if it was because she encountered something unfair, she had to fight back." Wei Wei Bai also took this mistake and finished the college entrance examination. Then she turned herself in. Even under that kind of situation, she still tutored this disappointing grandson of hers to make him better. Xia Hanyang's talent in business in recent years was not because Wei Wei Bai had sorted out the learning methods for him. The reason why he went further. Old Master Xia felt that he was really old. Back then, if he had helped Wei Wei Bai instead of driving her away, maybe she wouldn't have left so quickly or showed a sign of turning herself in. In that case, she wouldn't have had to endure such a painful 6 years alone. If she didn't intend to avoid responsibility in the beginning, then even if she liked Xia Hanyang, she couldn't show it. Xia Hanyang's strength was gone. He crouched down and buried his head in his knees in the messy living room. Like a child who hadn't grown up yet, he was trembling all over. He said, "Grandfather, I hate myself." What kind of bullying did she suffer? What kind of bullying did she suffer to make her feel so inferior and pitiful? "I love her, but I hate myself." Xiao Hanyang squatted there with tears streaming down his face. Old Master Xiao looked at him for a long time and suddenly reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Then go back and accompany her. Accompany her through this most difficult time. As a man, you should also take responsibility. Just like Bai Weiwei, for the sake of her own mistakes, she paid 6 years to take responsibility. Such a girl. It was Xiao Hanyang who didn't deserve her. Xiao Hanyang wiped his tears and stood up. I'm going back. He would go back to her. Old Master Xiao said, go ahead. Bring her back when you're free and call me Grandpa. Without hesitation, Xiao Hanyang ran out. He had never run so fast before. He was desperate to return her side. His phone rang, but he ignored it. He drove to the building and ran desperately up the stairs. Even the elevator was too slow for him. When he reached the door of the house, he panted and reached out to open the door. He, who was in a sorry state, forced a smile that was unpleasant to look at. Weiwei, I'm back. But only the nanny was in the living room. The nanny was holding the phone anxiously, and the phone in his pocket kept ringing. Xiao Hanyang didn't answer the phone at all. When the nanny saw him, she immediately said, Young master, Miss is missing. Xiao Hanyang's mind went blank with a bang. Chapter 1969. The nanny was a little scared when she saw Xiao Hanyang's face. She hurriedly said, just now. She took my keys and suddenly rushed out. She even locked the door. Xiao Hanyang looked at the living room blankly and then stepped back. She ran away again. Just like 6 years ago, he opened the door with joy, but suddenly found that she was gone. That feeling of emptiness from being struck by despair destroyed his entire life. Xiao Hanyang retreated to the door and slammed it after he went out. He leaned against the door and forced himself to calm down. She couldn't have run far. He was no longer as young as he was 6 years ago. He was sure that he could find her. He wanted to find her and tell her that he knew he was wrong. It wasn't that she left him. It was that he lost her. Xiao Hanyang's mind was full of plans to find her, but he couldn't move. He leaned against the door, and his brain was still buzzing. His face had never been so pale, which made him look extremely haggard. His fingers trembled as he ran them through his hair. It seemed that only this kind of meaningless action could calm him down. But the scene of her leaving reminded him of the desperate nightmare 6 years ago. Xiao Hanyang stared at the stairs in a daze. It seemed that she would come back in the next moment. After a long time, he suddenly woke up and immediately went to get his phone. He finally had the strength to move and look for her. But his movements were too hasty. His hand trembled, and the phone slipped out and was thrown more than a meter away by him. Xiao Hanyang quickly lowered his head to get it, but he heard the sound of the elevator door opening. He didn't think much about it. He just picked up his phone and dialed his assistant's number. Get over here. Looking for her? Who are you looking for? Who else can it be? My wife. He spoke so hurriedly that his lips were cut by his teeth. Suddenly, he paused. A pair of feet without shoes came to him. The toes under the ankles were stained with dust, but the ankles were delicate and fragile like thin and brittle jade. Xiao Hanyang still lowered his head. He didn't change his posture of holding the phone. His assistant kept asking him questions, but he couldn't hear a word. Suddenly, a voice like the sound of nature sounded. Xiao Hanyang, are you looking for someone? Xiao Hanyang slowly raised his eyes. The bright lights in the corridor suddenly shone brightly in his eyes. Weiwei Bai was dressed in home clothes. She seemed to have walked a long way barefooted before finally returning to his side. Her eyes were calm and bright, and that wisp of mist was as clean as the morning dew. She seemed to think that he looked very silly. Weiwei Bai couldn't help but smile. His eyebrows were relaxed, and there was a hint of relaxed vitality. Xiao Hanyang loosened his fingers, and the phone fell to the ground, cracking the screen. He took a few steps forward and opened his arms to embrace her. Time suddenly came to a halt. It was as if the world had stopped moving at this moment. Xiao Hanyang's eyes were red as he whispered, You're back, Weiwei. This sentence passed through 6 years. He finally said it. 6 years ago, when he opened the door, he did not see her. He shouted, Weiwei, I'm back. But she left. Weiwei Bai's fingers seemed to be hesitant, but in the end, they fell on his back and hugged him. Then her voice was gentle and calm. Yes, Xiao Hanyang. The system asked, Why don't you return to reality? Weiwei Bai was bending over to put on her sneakers. Xia Hanyang wanted to take her to exercise. When she heard the system's words, she paused and tied her shoelaces wrongly. The // to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click the button the Chapter 1970. Xia Hanyang, who was holding a bag of badminton rackets, had just walked into the living room. Seeing her actions, he immediately said, "Let me do it." Then he put down the things temporarily, bent down on one knee, reached out to pick up her messy shoelaces, tidied them up, and tied a beautiful bow. Wei Weibai looked at Xia Hanyang's spinning hair and couldn't help but respond to the system. Maybe this plane is so relaxing that it's like a vacation. A vacation is never too long. What she didn't say was, at that time, standing on the roof, she thought of her body falling down. After Xia Hanyang saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't live. She didn't know why she couldn't step out. At that time, she thought that if he entered the building, he would return to reality before the time was up. But at the last moment when he ran into the building, she only hesitated for 3 seconds. The passage was closed. This was the first time that Bai Weiwei had hesitated for the sake of a plane partner. She looked at Xia Hanyang deeply. Xia Hanyang had already tied his shoelaces. He looked up and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go." Wei Weibai still didn't feel anything in her heart. She was puzzled as to why she was hesitating. It dissipated. Maybe this plane was really like a vacation, so she didn't reject it. After convincing her Wei Weibai, she happily followed Xia Hanyang to exercise. But the system silently put down the sweater, then rolled up its sleeves, pulled out the tool, and came to the shield. It checked the shield carefully with a cold face. There were no gaps. All the places that should be fixed were fixed, and a machine to destroy feelings was added. So even if a lot of Wei Weibai's feelings were hidden in the shield, it was not as excited as it was in the previous planes. There was a danger of cracks in the shield. Then why did Wei Weibai suddenly sympathize with Xia Hanyang? This was simply unreasonable. The system felt that it seemed to have overlooked something. It should have blocked all feelings. It couldn't see any fault, so it had to strengthen the shield. Then it continued to knit. Maybe the host really wanted a vacation. The host in this plane was really living a relaxed and happy life. Xia Hanyang treated her like a little princess. Wei Weibai was not in good health, so Xia Hanyang personally cooked the medicinal soup. The old Chinese doctor gave him a prescription to soak his feet. Xia Hanyang didn't miss a single day. He boiled the medicinal water and gently washed her feet. Sometimes, when Wei Weibai wanted to do something, Xia Hanyang's face darkened. In his eyes, Wei Weibai, who was in poor health, looked like she couldn't even walk 2 steps. Xiaosan even personally came to apologize to Wei Weibai. Wei Weibai did not dare to accept it. Xia Hanyang said with a cold face, "He deserves it. What kind of grandson is this? A debt collector? Or an unworthy descendant?" After that, the two of them got married. A lively wedding was held without a hitch. When Xia Hanyang proposed a toast at his wedding, he invited more than 100 people, including his childhood friend. He drank from everyone he saw. He toasted everyone he saw. In the end, if his sidekick hadn't whispered, "Brother Xia, are you going to lie flat on your wedding night?" Xia Hanyang estimated that he would have drunk with people for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, on the wedding night, the system indicated that it was blocked for a day and a night. Facing the civilized, rich, and powerful bullet screen, he knitted 2 hats and a pair of socks with no expression on his face. He also ate a bag of small biscuits. Their married life was blissful, but they didn't have children. At first, Xia Hanyang thought about going for a physical checkup or a test tube. Later, the old Chinese doctor said that Wei Weibai was in poor health and it might be dangerous for her to have children. Xia Hanyang immediately dismissed the idea. Not having children could not be an obstacle to them. For Xia Hanyang, he saw Wei Weibai beside him every day when he woke up. He wouldn't trade with the whole world. Later, he took her to travel around the world. Later, when they stopped traveling, Xia Hanyang followed Wei Weibai to learn how to play chess, read books, fish, and grow flowers. For such a hot-tempered person like him, it was incredible that he could do these things carefully. But every time she was with her, he was so happy that he could do anything. Many years later, Wei Weibai walked slowly because her shoelaces were loose. Xia Hanyang gently bent his knees and joked, "I'm old. I can't tie your shoelaces for you. Bai Weiwei lifted his chin and smiled, the light in her eyes like stars filling the sky. How are you, old? You're still as handsome as ever. Xia Hanyang couldn't help but smile, his eyes gentle and hot. Just like when they first met, he was young and unscathed. Chapter 1971. The system carried Weiwei Bai's soul, who had successfully retreated and carefully avoided the space-time storm. Then it flew to the entrance of reality. It didn't dare to continue walking. The red line on Weiwei Bai's body was frighteningly obvious. The golden light was faintly flowing with a strange and deep power. His flames couldn't break it. This power made the system feel uncomfortable. Maybe it had the meaning of evil imprisonment. So it felt that the golden power on the red line was very dangerous. The system carried Weiwei Bai's soul in circles, but it couldn't keep it from returning to reality. Although he weakened Weiwei Bai's memory of the plane, and she was tired from living in the plane for a long time, but her state would still be very tired. This kind of tiredness couldn't be changed. The system paused for a while and suddenly took out a wool doll. This wool was the magic wool produced by the wool factory. After he handed in the sweater hat, there was a little left, so he casually weaved a wool doll according to Weiwei Bai's appearance. He originally wanted to decorate it nicely as a souvenir. The magic on this wool doll could be stained with the aura of longing. When he was weaving the doll, he was thinking of Weiwei Bai. Then this doll would be stained with a lot of Weiwei Bai's aura. The system weighed the doll, and its eyes hardened. It could only try. He hugged Bai Weiwei's soul and reinforced the 2 flame chains while he was at it. He was afraid that the soul would accidentally leave his palm. The system silently gathered power and then rushed to the entrance of reality like an explosion. At the edge of the black and gold, a huge power appeared. The system threw the doll at the golden edge. The power at the sea of blood and the mountain of bones suddenly stopped. It seemed to be attracted by something. The power on the red line loosened, and this small pause. The system seized the opportunity, and he rushed into the door of reality and disappeared. The door of reality closed, isolating the power of the red line. In the endless darkness, a hand appeared, cutting through the darkness. The elegant, white, jade-like joints, the flawless back of the hand, with a kind of power that could break the sky and open the earth, pushing through the darkness. Suddenly, the strength of his fingers became lighter. The lonely doll lay on the border of darkness. He touched it with his fingertips and then gently picked it up. A doll suddenly appeared in the palm of the man sitting on the bone throne. The doll was very delicate. It was made of knitted wool and had a small flower on its head. A faint magic power surrounded the doll. There was a familiar aura around the magic power. Was it that soul? The man whose eyes were half closed and completely indifferent moved his eyelashes slightly. A ripple appeared in the golden eyes. Then he closed his eyes again and gently bent his fingers to let the doll lie in his palm. It was doll's aura. It was very comfortable. The system was cursing in its heart. At least it managed to fool him for once. But in her heart, she was cursing Yi Yuxuan. He had already told her not to tie a red string around Weiwei Bai. Was he deaf? He had caused the death of Weiwei Bai. He was going to make Yi Yuxuan pay with his life. That lunatic. He hadn't collected all the emotional fragments yet. He couldn't wait to reveal his sick, dark, and paranoid side. Although he knew that people like Yi Yuxuan were born strong and had heaven-defying luck, they were destined to be the protagonists. But their flaws were also very obvious. In this kind of person's personality, their actions were stronger than anyone else's. They were also much more possessive and paranoid than ordinary people. // T. Chapter 1972. As a result, once you want to fight for something, you will fight to the death. The system scolded Yi Yuxuan while carefully looking around and found that Yi Yuxuan was asleep. He immediately put Weiwei Bai's soul back. Then he retracted back into the trash can to hide. The last time he was forced to meet Yi Yuxuan, he had a sense of crisis. So he would not meet him if he could. Yi Yuxuan, who was sleeping, seemed to notice something. His eyelashes trembled, and his fingers could not help but bend, as if he was holding something. but there was only air in his palm. He finally opened his eyes and looked at the white ceiling of the hospital. Qin Xiu, who was next to him, threw away the medical record and finally breathed a sigh of relief. You finally passed the critical period. Yi Yuxuan gently put his finger to his thin lips, and there was a trace of displeasure in his dark and calm eyes. This action signaled Qin Xiu not to speak too loudly. Qin Xiu's mouth trembled, and he immediately glanced at Wei Wei Bai. Today was the third day, so Wei Wei Bai was likely to wake up. Yi Yuxuan was afraid of waking her up. Yi Yuxuan calmly lowered his voice and said, "Push the wheelchair. I want to take her home." He was hospitalized for the past 3 days. But even if he was hospitalized, he had to put an extra bed in the ward and personally watch over Wei Wei Bai. Qin Xiu knew what he meant. He still couldn't help but jump. "I won't tell your darling that you had food poisoning and almost died, but next time you must not eat Wei Wei's food." It was like being struck by lightning. What happened 3 days ago was still vivid in his mind. If it weren't for Qin Xiu, early the next morning, he would have gone to see Wei Wei Bai's physical condition. Yi Yuxuan could have been directly poisoned to death, although it was an exaggeration when he opened the door. Seeing Yi Yuxuan lying in front of the table, in a coma with a livid face, he was scared out of his wits. Later, he checked and found that Wei Wei Bai's pudding contained some strange things such as bleach powder. Wait, why would there be bleach powder in the pudding, something that could poison people? After dragging Yi Yuxuan to the hospital to wash his stomach, when Qin Xiu went back to get Yi Yuxuan's clothes, he checked the kitchen. The bleach powder was placed in an inconspicuous corner by the nanny when she was cleaning the stains on the kitchen floor. Because it was relatively small, it was placed in an empty bottle without a label. So, Wei Wei Bai may have added it to the pudding. At that moment, Qin Xiu felt that in the future, whoever let Wei Wei go into the kitchen alone might die. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't have detergent, stain remover, and the like in their kitchen. And by Wei Wei's eyes, these things might not be cleaned. But the seasoning, What was even more strange was how Yi Yuxuan ate so much pudding. Wei Wei Bai made a lot of pudding. Yi Yuxuan ate them one by one, just like that. After washing his stomach, Qin Xiu couldn't help but ask him, "Damn, the taste of that pudding must be terrible. You ate one, and you knew you were going to be poisoned. Why did you continue to eat?" Yi Yuxuan's face was pale, but his tone was very calm. "Wei Wei made it for me. Although the taste is a bit lacking, it's actually not bad. Not bad your head. Eating one may not be a problem. But knowing that these things can poison people, he still ate them all." Yi Yuxuan's brain was corroded by the bleach powder. Read the full text. Download the full text. Read the full text. Collection below to record the reading record. Chapter 1973. Qin Xiu pushed the wheelchair and said with an ugly expression, "Next time, you must not let Wei Wei Bai into the kitchen. You must not." Her culinary skills were so bad that it could kill. He thought it was an exaggeration. But Wei Wei Bai could turn this sentence into reality. Yi Yuxuan acted as if he didn't hear it. He tried to get out of bed and then expressionlessly changed into a hospital gown. His body was still weak. However, no one could see his wretched side. He had just taken off his shirt, revealing his beautifully muscled back. Wei Wei Bai frowned and suddenly opened her eyes. She was at a loss for a moment and saw Yi Yuxuan's back from the corner of her eyes. She was silent for a moment, but saw that Yi Yuxuan seemed to have sensed something and turned his head. Yi Yuxuan immediately grabbed his clothes and put them on. Then he walked to the bed, bowed his head, and pressed her temples. "Does your head still hurt?" Wei Wei Bai's eyes were still blank and tired. Then she slowly reacted. "Yi Yuxuan?" Yi Yuxuan smiled. "Do you still remember what you promised me last time?" "Wei Wei Bai, what did I promise him?" The last time it was for Yi Yuxuan was 3 days. For her, it was a span of decades. Wei Wei Bai thought for a while and then said uncertainly, "Are you okay?" It seemed that last time they said that when she woke up, the first thing she had to ask was if he was okay. She didn't ask her father or anyone else if they were okay. Yi Yuxuan's pale face softened. "I'm fine, Wei Wei." He had a sweet dream. He was very good. That dream made him fascinated and addicted. He had never felt so good. Qin Xiu put his hands on the wheelchair and couldn't help but roll his eyes at this adulterous couple. What good idea. Were they so good that they were going to the hospital together? Wei Wei Bai also noticed that the place was not right. This is the hospital? Has my health deteriorated again? Yi Yuxuan shook her head and said calmly, "It's nothing. I just came to the hospital to give you a routine body checkup. Everything is fine. I even pushed the wheelchair here. I plan to take you home." Wei Wei Bai stared at Yi Yuxuan's face. His expression was calm, as if he was speaking the truth. However, his complexion was even worse than hers. Wei Wei Bai's eyes moved to Qin Xiao. "Is he sick?" Yi Yuxuan maintained a perfect expression, but her face couldn't lie. She went to the hospital every day, so she knew that Yi Yuxuan was sick. Qin Xiao helplessly said, "Food poisoning." Yi Yuxuan's eyes immediately turned ruthless as he stared at Qin Xiao. His stare made Qin Xiao's back feel cold, but his medical ethics made him risk his life and say, "It was eating pudding. She had gastric lavage." This could even be reported on the news, and it was the kind of news that would last 100 years. No one would believe him, even if he went outside to complain. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a long time. Eating pudding, distant memories came back little by little. She finally remembered the strawberry pudding she made for Yi Yuxuan. Was it a joke to have gastric lavage? How could it be? Wei Wei Bai didn't believe it and said it was poisoned. It must be his opponent who could make Yi Yuxuan so serious that he had gastric lavage. Only someone who poisoned his food could make it so serious. Qin Xiao, was it poisoned by you? Yi Yuxuan nodded. Well, it's possible. Qin Xiao looked at Yi Yuxuan in disbelief. He spoiled Wei Wei Bai so much that he didn't need gastric lavage next time. Just poison her to death. Wei Wei Bai finally woke up. She got up and reached out to touch Yi Yuxuan's hand. It was cold. His blood was hot. Although his expression was cold, his body was warm. Collection, below to record the reading record. Chapter 1974. Unless the body is very weak, it is possible for the hands and feet to be so cold. Wei Wei Bai didn't look at Yi Yuxuan and looked directly at Qin Xiao. Can he be discharged? Qin Xiao shook his head. It's safer to stay a few more days. It's not like we can't afford it. Anyway, Wei Wei Bai also knows Yi Yuxuan doesn't need to be in a hurry to leave the hospital. Yi Yuxuan walked slowly to the wheelchair, squeezed Qin Xiao away, and then put the wheelchair beside the bed. There's no big problem with my body. He bent down, intending to pick up Wei Wei Bai and put her in the wheelchair. Wei Wei Bai stretched out her hand and pressed down on his fingers. Yi Yuxuan, listen to the doctor and stay in the hospital. How old is he? How can he be so willful to leave the hospital? Yi Yuxuan looked at her wrist. Then he stretched out his hand, and a red line appeared on his wrist. A faint doubt appeared in his heart. The red line didn't break. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to hold his wrist and gave Qin Xiao a look, asking him to hold Yi Yuxuan. Qin Xiao's face. Where did I come from? Where did I go? I don't know anyone. Who dares to hold Yi Yuxuan? Only Wei Wei Bai dares. Wei Wei Bai saw that her doctor was completely unreliable and could only repeat, "If you're not well, don't be in a hurry to leave the hospital." Yi Yuxuan's expression was very calm, but his eyes were always on their wrists. 3 days ago, when the red line dissipated, he saw it with his own eyes. These days, he did notice a red shadow on his wrist, but he thought it was because the red line was not completely broken last time. That blind man said that once the red line was broken, it was difficult to connect. Why did it connect automatically again? That thing said that the red line would kill Wei Wei Bai. Whether it was true or not, he couldn't let Wei Wei Bai take any risks. Yi Yuxuan stared at the red line, pursed his lips, and stretched out his other hand to touch the red line. As a result, her fingers loosened on his wrist. Then 2 soft palms cupped his face, forcibly lifting his absent-minded face. Yi Yuxuan looked up and saw her, a pair of black eyes, staring at him. Without myopia, her eyes were particularly bright and clear, more beautiful than spring. Yi Yuxuan remembered that she didn't like wearing glasses. So in the dream, even if she was always myopic, she rarely wore glasses. Instead, she often gently looked at him. Calm was Yi Yuxuan, her appearance had always been very vague in his dreams, but he remembered her eyes very clearly. Bai Weiwei looked into Yi Yuxuan's eyes. Was he in a daze? Calm. Wei Wei Bai stared at his dull eyes and whispered, "Is it okay to stay in the hospital? Don't make me worry." Yi Yuxuan's eyes became sober, and then he slowly said, "Yes." Qin Xiu was on the side, arms crossed, looking at Yi Yuxuan hopelessly. He guessed that Wei Wei Bai would say that the moon in the sky was so beautiful. Yi Yuxuan's mind would come up with a plan on how to smash the moon down. Thinking of this, he felt extremely cold. People who fall in love are all angels whose brains have been soaked in water. No one is normal. Wei Wei Bai breathed a sigh of relief, released his face, and was about to get out of bed. The door of the ward suddenly opened. A young bald man wearing small round sunglasses came in with a calm face. "Oh, you're all here." Yi Yuxuan's eyes were cold, looking at the man. It was the fortune teller Ashi. Ashi showed a flattering smile in the direction of Yi Yuxuan. "It's like this, Mr. Yi. These days I observed the sky at night and found that the Red Lawn star was abnormal. So I reopened the Red Lawn array and connected the broken marriage." Ashi didn't know that it could actually succeed. He saw that the red line was broken and worried that the quality was too bad. He was afraid that Yi Yuxuan would come to his door to argue, so he tried to connect it, and it succeeded. It was thicker, bigger, and stronger. So awesome that he quickly came to his door to show off. Without waiting for Yi Yuxuan to say anything, Ashi had accurately walked to the front of the bed. He smiled warmly at Wei Wei Bai and said, "The two of you are really a match made in heaven. At first glance, I can see that you are fated for 9 lives." Yi Yuxuan, only 9 lives? This was cursing him. He and Wei Wei Bai, more than 9 lives. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 1975. Ashi paused for a moment and corrected, "Wan Shi." The speed at which he observed people's thoughts and body language was simply incomparable. Yi Yuxuan's face was not very good. After all, he had just climbed out of bed. There were too many people in the ward. Wei Wei Bai had just woken up, and her tiredness had not yet faded. She saw the blind fortune teller and Yi Yuxuan. Her expression was strangely peaceful, which was a rare sight. Yi Yuxuan was still with the fortune teller. It seemed like the last time he took her to a fortune teller. Then did the fortune teller have after-sales service? No, maybe Yi Yuxuan was too rich. So this fortune teller was thick-skinned enough to contact him. Seemingly aware that Wei Wei Bai's eyes were not right, Yi Yuxuan looked back at her. Wei Wei Bai felt that his eyes were very deep and hesitant. Could it be that Yi Yuxuan wanted to do another fortune-telling? And what was the red string rupture? This was because several planes were equivalent to a lifetime. Her memories of reality were somewhat mixed up. There were a lot of fragmented memories that she could not remember. It seemed that when Yi Yuxuan took her to a fortune teller, he did mention the red string rupture. Maybe it was because her face was full of doubt. Yi Yuxuan moved his fingers and whispered, "Nothing, I'll go out for a while." After that, he got up and walked to Ashi, grabbed his collar with one hand, and dragged him away. That strength did not show that he was sick. Wei Wei Bai calmly watched them go out, and then, without hesitation, she put on her shoes and followed them. Sneaking around, "It's not related to me, is it?" Qin Xiu immediately said, "Xian Xian's body is not good now. He needs to rest. Please drag him back." A disobedient patient gave Qin Xiu a headache, and Wei Wei Bai's physical condition was better every time she woke up. He was happy to throw the hard work to her. Wei Wei Bai smiled and suddenly asked, "Did he really eat pudding and get gastric lavage?" Qin Xiu was about to write something on the medical record, but when he heard this, he immediately opened Yi Yuxuan's and handed it to Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai took a look. It was really food poisoning. That food was really her pudding. Wei Wei Bai silently wiped her sweat. In the future, she should go to the kitchen less. What if a family bucket accidentally appeared, and the whole family ate the food she cooked and died together? After Wei Wei Bai went out, She saw nurses, doctors, and patients. Only Yi Yuxuan and that Ashi's range. Bai Weiwei called the system. Tongzi, where did Yi Yuxuan go? System. Bai Weiwei. Wasn't Yi Yuxuan not here? Why didn't he say anything? The system was not silent. It was unable to speak. Ashi and Yi Yuxuan went to the rooftop. Yi Yuxuan went straight to the point. There was a thing that said that the red string I tied her with would kill her, so it's better to break the red string. Ashi frowned and pinched his fingers to calculate. Calculate? He couldn't calculate. Yi Yuxuan's fate couldn't be calculated. He had to barely calculate Weiwei Bai's fate. Calculate? He barely calculated a little. It was almost the same as not calculating. Such a fat sheep, he couldn't even calculate a hair. It was a disgrace to the ancestors. Ashi said, "This breaking of the red string will hurt the harmony between heaven and earth, and your fate will also be broken. In the future, if you don't get along well, you will be like strangers." Yi Yuxuan's face was pale, so pale that it had a trace of sickly fragility. He whispered, "In the past, when there was no red string, didn't we go through the same thing?" Ashi shook his head. "It's not the same. Forcefully tying the red string of fate is already connecting the two of you to each other. This stolen fate must be cherished. Once the red string of fate is not connected, then the fate between the two of you will be lost more than ever." // Chapter 1976. This was also the reason why he saw the red string break. The reason why his eyebrows jumped so many times. In less than a few days, the red string broke. Wasn't this a slap to his face as the #1 fortune teller? The second time he forcefully connected their red strings, there was a high probability of failure. But Yi Yuxuan's fate was too precious. If one was involved with his fate, everything would go smoothly. So Ashi actually used Yi Yuxuan's life to successfully connect the red string again. Too forceful gathering of fate. If it broke again, the fate would flow crazily. Yi Yuxuan and Weiwei Bai's love path would also be unusually bumpy. And the two of them were originally destined to be alone in the world. One was so precious that no one could get close to him. The other was so unlucky that he didn't have a chance at all. It was already very difficult to tie the two of them together. If it broke again, Ashi felt that the two of them would never have a chance to be together in the future. Ashi thought about it, and finally couldn't help but ask, "The person who said that he would harm Miss Bai's life, may I ask if he said it out of jealousy, because he admires you or Miss Bai?" Yi Yuxuan looked up faintly. His eyes were tinged with light. It was exceptionally stunning. His voice was steady and deep, with a strange kind of darkness. Jealousy. Then after thinking for a moment, Yi Yuxuan suddenly looked up and said with a frown, "Then drag him down and ask him." "Ashi, drag him down and ask him?" Yi Yuxuan's eyes looked through the void at the golden place. He had always been able to see the golden light above Weiwei Bai's head. And Weiwei Bai, like everyone else, couldn't see that golden thing. The golden powder was like goose feather snow, but also like golden rain. It floated down into the sky, and he saw that on the golden powder was a round machine-like thing, just a corner of it, because that golden machine was like a clock that was so huge that he couldn't see the whole picture clearly. There were all kinds of terrifyingly complex structures on it. The golden patterns emitted a radiance as bright as the sun. As long as Weiwei Bai's soul returned, this thing would appear, especially when Weiwei Bai's soul entered his body. This golden round object was even clearer than the others. Yi Yuxuan had a strong premonition when he saw the golden light. He felt that he could touch it. Therefore, he finally raised his hand for the first time, and the golden specks of light twined around his fingers. Those dots of light turned into lines, and countless lines wrapped around his fingertips. Blind sensed something and immediately closed his eyes that could no longer see the world. However, it was still unable to stop the erosion of the golden light. When Yi Yuxuan touched the light, she saw what she wanted to see. That hidden thing that was neither male nor female. Yi Yuxuan said softly, as if it was the order of an emperor, "Come down." Clang! A large trash can fell onto the rooftop. The system, who was hiding in the trash can, suddenly heard Yi Yuxuan's words. Furthermore, When the needle of the fate roulette suddenly moved, he knew that something was wrong. As expected, he couldn't control it and was pulled from the space to reality by Yi Yuxuan. Even though Yi Yuxuan's heart was incomparably calm, there was a trace of surprise. He looked at his fingertips, and his face became even paler, as if all his strength had been sucked away by those golden threads. And the roulette also began to dissipate. It seemed that because Yi Yuxuan's body was too weak, his connection with the roulette was cut off with a command. Yi Yuxuan could only see the golden feathers of light again. Chapter 1977. But he couldn't see the huge will anymore. She was also shocked and jumped back. What the hell? It was the top floor. What kind of thing was falling down? If it fell on top of his head, his reputation would be over. If the number one fortune teller was killed by a flying disaster, his reputation as a fortune teller would be gone. Yi Yuxuan looked at his fingers strangely. Just now, when he gave the order. When he gave the order, he felt like it was only natural. It was as if he knew that he could control these golden things. But this kind of feeling was extremely absurd. Because of his rational analysis, before he met Wei Bai, he didn't look at these things. Today, he dared to touch it because he observed it for a long time before he took the risk to do so. Once he reached out, the order came out of his mouth involuntarily. The system, who was hiding in the trash can, was stunned. Yi Yuxuan's ability was awakened, and he could command those powers without anyone to teach him. It thought of its useless host. Then it looked at people like Yi Yuxuan. The system was infuriated when it compared itself to others. Yi Yuxuan walked to the trash can and opened the lid expressionlessly. The system was revealed. The system curled up into a ball, staring with a pair of bright red eyes and a head of flamboyant red hair, standing up like it was about to explode. He looked to be about 10 years old. Strange, wasn't he 7 or 8 years old the last time? Yi Yuxuan's eyebrows moved slightly. You can grow up? System. He didn't grow up. He grew up long ago. It's just that his body shrank when he lost his power. He grew up because his power returned to a little. Ashi was confused and tried to calculate with his fingers. Something incredible seemed to have appeared. He calculated. He couldn't calculate his fate. What the hell was with Yi Yuxuan? It was so difficult to earn money. Yi Yuxuan reached out and grabbed the system's collar lightly. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were sharp and cold. Why would the red string hurt Wei? A gust of cold wind blew. The system was shaking, and he was crying. Even a trash can wasn't safe. Once Yi Yuxuan's power awakened, the system felt that he would be able to find him no matter where he hid. So the system told him the truth. Because the red string is like a locator, her soul can't escape from the red string. Every time her soul returns, your red string will prevent her from returning to her body. This should be clear enough, right? The system didn't mention the incomparably tyrannical power in Yi Yuxuan's body. After all, it was too troublesome. If anything was leaked, it would endanger by Wei. That wouldn't work either. Yi Yuxuan looked at the system coldly, causing it to tremble. Finally, he said, "You're not lying to me because you're jealous of my relationship with her, are you?" The system lost its voice. Jealous? Yi Yuxuan looked him up and down, a trace of disdain in his eyes. The system's voice changed. Bad thoughts? Yi Yuxuan said, "Otherwise, why do you have to stay by her side? Do you have some bad intentions?" The system was thunderstruck. Bad intentions? Yi Yuxuan's pale lips curled up slightly, and this smile was filled with ruthlessness and irritation. He was affected by dreams. The personality of the man in the last dream was filled with impulsive and ruthless emotions. Although Yi Yuxuan had always been suppressing it, once his emotions fluctuated, then a strange state of schizophrenia would appear. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 1978. You've been by her side all the time. You've never left her side. You're the one who's controlling her recovery. If you don't have any ulterior motives, why are you doing this? Traces of gloomy violence appeared in Yi Yuxuan's eyes. It was extremely terrifying. The system felt like it was going to lose its life. Yi Yuxuan questioned it word by word. Do you have feelings for her? Yi Yuxuan was not Wei Bai. He would not trust anyone so easily. This thing could not even be called a person. Hence, Yi Yuxuan became even more cautious. The system looked like it had suffered a huge blow. Feelings of love? There was nothing between him and the host. There were no unspoken rules, no bad intentions, and no dark deals. What the hell was with feelings of love? Damn, what dirty thoughts did Yi Yuxuan have in his mind? The system immediately shook its head. No. How could I have feelings of love? She's not even a woman in my eyes. How could I have any bad intentions? Yi Yuxuan also felt like his emotions were being controlled by ruthlessness. He stabilized his emotions and calmed down. Is there any way to not hurt her when the red string is not broken? The system, this. Yi Yuxuan grabbed the system's collar tightly, almost strangling it to death. The system quickly said, Do you dream every time? Yi Yuxuan did not hesitate and nodded calmly. The system roared, Don't stay at the door of the dream every time you're done dreaming. In front of the door of reality, after Yi Yuxuan finished his dream, he left his strongest soul power there, although it was because he was attracted to Wei Bai's soul. However, this attraction would take away Wei Bai's weak soul. Yi Yuxuan, door of the dream? The system was also angry. Every time you finish your dream, you'll be guarding the door of the dream. Every day, you'll follow the red string to hurt her soul. If you really like her, then control your power and return to reality completely. Don't block the road. These few planes had scared him out of his wits. Yi Yuxuan's soul power was firmly guarding the end of the reality tunnel. Without the guidance of the red string, he could still deceive them and successfully return with Wei Bai. But once there was a red line, Wei Bai became the most obvious target. He would be dragged away by Yi Yuxuan's strength. Yi Yuxuan pondered for a moment and finally said softly, I don't understand. He really didn't know. What was the intersection of dreams? The system tried its best to teach him. It means that after you finish your dream, after you die in the dream, you will think of a way to return to reality by yourself. Every time Yi Yuxuan woke up from a dream, she would definitely not have the memory of a soul fragment returning to her, because the memory fragment he returned to would be directly swallowed by the soul power. Then, that perverted soul power would automatically guard the entrance to reality. Using its paranoid instinct, it wanted to snatch away Wei Bai's soul. Yi Yuxuan's face was still calm, but the blankness in his eyes did not disappear. Ashi was speechless. It felt like he, the fortune teller, had become a background character. Yi Yuxuan lowered his eyes and pondered, as if he was collecting the system's words and understanding them again. Finally, he asked, So it was me who was hurting her, and not the red string. The system sneered. You just realized. Yi Yuxuan suddenly looked up. His cold eyes made the system's smile stiffen. You still haven't told me. What is your purpose for staying by her side? The system, what purpose could he have? He was the system, and Wei Bai was the host. Have you ever heard of the host not being with the system? Have you ever heard of it? There was no need for a reason at all. This was a fated meeting. Suddenly, the door to the rooftop opened and Wei Bai's voice sounded. Yi Yuxuan, the doctor wants you to lie down. She paused and her eyes fell on Yi Yuxuan's arm. At the end of his arm, his fingers were clutching a child. Everyone turned to look at her, and the scene was silent for a moment. Looking at this group of sneaky people, Wei Bai couldn't help but ask, This is your illegitimate child? Yi Yuxuan, the fortune teller. The address, http://www.sashu.com/crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://sashu.com//. Chapter 1979. He was caught off guard by this facade. The system was even more confused. It looked at Yi Yuxuan, then looked at the fortune teller. It even looked at its trash can. Then, almost as if its hair stood on end, it immediately swung Yi Yuxuan's hand away and jumped onto Ashi. There was only one thought in the system's mind. It couldn't let Wei Wei find out about her relationship with Yi Yuxuan. The man who couldn't expose her strategy was Yi Yuxuan's emotional fragments from the beginning to the end. He had been waiting for Wei Wei to take away Yi Yuxuan's luck and be able to live a peaceful life. He had waited for too long. If Wei Wei knew that Yi Yuxuan was an emotional fragment, then, when she returned to reality, her feelings for Yi Yuxuan would deepen day by day. Once the feelings in reality reached a critical point, the plane's shielding device wouldn't work. The accumulation of feelings from so many planes would completely explode in reality. The depth of that kind of feelings wasn't much less than Yi Yuxuan's. This kind of emotional outburst would kill her. Now, Wei Wei Bai and Yi Yuxuan's interactions were conflicted and vigilant. Because Wei Wei didn't allow herself to have too deep of a good impression of Yi Yuxuan while she was still in strategy. Not to let Wei Wei find too many suspicious points, the system never stopped her from meeting Yi Yuxuan. When watching her interact with Yi Yuxuan, he let nature take its course. He trusted Wei Wei Bai's self-control very much. She wouldn't put in bone-deep love for Yi Yuxuan while she was in strategy. But the secret was revealed, not to mention the emotional outburst. Wei Wei still had a tribulation point that he hadn't mentioned. It was when her life points reached a peaceful life. To preserve these life points, she had to stay as far away from Yi Yuxuan as possible. This was because her luck and HP were all taken from Yi Yuxuan. However, Yi Yuxuan's providence and fate were much stronger than hers. The only reason why she could take away his HP was because Yi Yuxuan was open to her. The most important thing was that the strategy of conquering the plains allowed Wei Wei to be stained with Yi Yuxuan's life force. Once she had taken away enough HP, she would stop the planar invasion. So, the final mission was to kick Yi Yuxuan out of the picture, severing the fate of the two people. Because once she gave up on the strategy, she wanted to live a stable life. Then, the aura of the plane that she had stirred up belonged to Yi Yuxuan. They would all dissipate. At that time, no matter how much Yi Yuxuan loved her, he wouldn't be able to control himself and would take away Wei Wei Bai's life points again. Just like in the beginning, before he had feelings for Wei Wei Bai. As long as he stood beside Wei Wei Bai, he would take away Wei Wei Bai's life points. Wei Wei Bai's soul was too weak compared to his. She couldn't win against Yi Yuxuan. Her current life points were all Yi Yuxuan's aura and couldn't be removed. Unless she didn't stop, and Yi Yuxuan continued to love her. Then they could be together. But it was impossible to keep conquering. That would tire Wei Wei Bai to death. So, once the strategy was over, Wei Wei Bai would be further away from Yi Yuxuan. The safer. This was an extremely cruel ending. From the beginning, the system knew that once Wei Wei Bai started to take away Yi Yuxuan's life points, in the end, the two of them couldn't be together. Wei Wei Bai's feelings weren't deep, so she wouldn't be hurt when she completely left Yi Yuxuan. The system clung to the fortune-teller's body, and a bunch of questions flashed through its mind. It couldn't let Wei Wei Bai know that Yi Yuxuan was the target of the strategy. It couldn't let her find out that it knew Yi Yuxuan. It couldn't let Wei Wei Bai and Yi Yuxuan's feelings for each other were so deep that they couldn't be separated. Is at https://www.sashu.com.t Chapter 1980. Because he was still waiting for his life points to be enough, then he would start stirring up shit. She had ruined their feelings for each other, so that Wei Wei Bai could live a peaceful life. This atmosphere was too bad. Bai Wei Wei finally glanced at the system with some uncertainty. Children nowadays were too unconventional. It was fine if he wore contact lenses. Her hair was dyed a bright red. Wouldn't his parents beat him to death? Wei Wei Bai tried to say, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll go down first. This scene was too strange and scary. It was fine if Yi Yuxuan stared at her. That child stared at her too. Even a blind man stared at her. What's wrong? Did he suddenly realize that she was so beautiful that he was deeply in love with her and planned to destroy the earth for her? Otherwise, why did they look like they had eaten a nuclear bomb, as if it was the end of the world? Yi Yuxuan looked at the system thoughtfully. Then he took 2 steps forward. His eyes turned to Wei Wei Bai and softened. I don't have an illegitimate child. Yi Yuxuan pointed at the system and said, He is blind. I have an illegitimate child. Wei Wei Bai looked at Blind strangely. Blind moved his lips and said with difficulty, This is a poor child I gave birth to when I was fooling around outside. His mother died in a car accident. I was blind and couldn't take care of him, so he ran away from home and came here. When Blind said these words, his expression was unusually ferocious, as if someone was pulling his mouth and forcing him to say it. Wei Wei Bai silently took 2 steps back, frightened by Blind. Blind suddenly burst into tears and hugged the system. Son, where are you going to abandon me? I told you not to become a homeless child. Why didn't you listen and run away? Yi Yuxuan's eyes fell on the system. He seemed to be shy and hugged Blind tightly. His face was buried in Blind's clothes, and he didn't dare to look at Wei Wei Bai. Yi Yuxuan's eyes turned cold. Wei Wei Bai didn't know that it was him in that dream, and this thing was doing its best to prevent him from telling her. Would this also endanger Wei Wei Bai? Although the appearance of the system made Yi Yuxuan feel a sense of crisis. But he observed for so long and confirmed that the system didn't cause any harm to Wei Wei Bai. Yi Yuxuan, who was just about to tell the truth, once again looked at the system with cold, interrogative eyes. But he didn't tell her the truth. Bai Weiwei was also speechless at this scene. She was not stupid. There was definitely something fishy about this situation. However, these people clearly didn't want to tell her, so she couldn't just stick her hot face to their cold buttocks and force her way in. Bai Weiwei's mind didn't turn to herself. After all, it couldn't be her illegitimate child. Her attention was finally on Yi Yuxuan. He didn't look good. His sickly pale face had a hint of gray. His handsome face had a hint of malice and cruelty. His tall and slender body was like a bamboo in the cold wind on the top floor. He gave off a murderous aura. Wei Wei Bai frowned. She took a few steps forward and held Yi Yuxuan's fingers. Sure enough, it was very cold. His body hadn't recovered yet, but he came here to enjoy the wind. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but nag. Do you know how to take care of yourself? Do you think your body is very strong? You just had a gastric lavage and you're running around. Do you really think you're a robot? Go back to the ward and lie down, Yi Yuxuan. Her tone was complaining and worried. The emotions that were inadvertently revealed dissipated the darkness in Yi Yuxuan's eyes. The calm calculations in his mind were all covered up by the warmth of her fingertips. Chapter 1981. Yi Yuxuan obediently bowed his head when she complained. He let her hit and scold him, but he didn't fight back. His soft black hair fell on his forehead. His dark eyes were covered by shadows, but with a soft light. All of a sudden, he looked fragile. In the dream, he met her when she was unhappy. He often looked like this, as if pretending to be pitiful could make her pity him. If it was the normal Yi Yuxuan, he wouldn't show this kind of emotion and even look at Wei Wei Bai with this kind of expression. But the influence of the dream will always be there today. Once Yi Yuxuan didn't suppress it, his personality and the personality in the dream would infect each other. Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, although the memory was vague. But Xia Hanyan's appearance overlapped with Yi Yuxuan's expression. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. She suddenly grasped his hand a little hard. Yi Yuxuan didn't resist at all, but the little puppy light in his eyes disappeared. Instead, he regained his calm and gentle side. His tone was neither fast nor slow. My physical condition is okay. Qin Xiu exaggerated my condition. That sense of familiarity was gone. Wei Wei Bai's doubts in her heart also disappeared, thinking that she was wrong. She shook her head. It's better to rest more. Don't make people worry. Yi Yuxuan also had such a capricious time. He was sick but didn't stay in the hospital. But it was also her fault that he was hospitalized. She had to recite it. Yi Yuxuan nodded and let go of the system for the time being. Then he was led away by Wei Wei Bai. The cold wind blew on the rooftop of the building. Blind's mouth was finally not controlled by anyone. He said with difficulty, "What's this again? Are you a peer or a visitor from another world? You're so skilled in the art of control." Blind admits defeat. Blind, was this kind of self-proclamation really okay? The system didn't say anything. Instead, It reached out and uncovered an undiscounted control charm from the supermarket on Blind's back. The one-time charm dissipated in the air. Blind finally returned to normal. Just now, when he was hugging the system and yelling that this was his son, he was dumbfounded. To think that he, the number one fortune teller, would be manipulated just like that. Moreover, he couldn't figure out what the thing on his body was. Was he human? At the very least, Yi Yuxuan still had a person's destiny. It was just that he couldn't calculate it. This thing didn't have a destiny string, so it didn't look like a human at all. The system ignored Xia and said coldly, "You blind man, don't meddle in other people's business in the future. Keep the red string and get the money from Yi Yuxuan. But don't do it again. You've already crossed the line by tying the red string of fate. The next time you dare to tie something to my people, I'll kill you even if I have to risk the punishment." The system's original line was, "How dare you tie something to my host?" But just as it was about to speak, it realized that it could not reveal the identity of the host and the system. Change it to Laozi's people. Why did it sound so awkward? When Xia heard this, he thought, "My people." He even said that he had no feelings for Wei Wei Bai. His intentions were finally exposed. If Yi Yuxuan knew, it would be strange if she didn't strangle this thing to death. Xia calculated with his fingers. Could it be that Wei Wei Bai was lucky in love this year? Indeed, although her luck and destiny were weak, her entire body was filled with a pink aura. Her body was surrounded by the ominous color of love luck. But he couldn't calculate where the peach blossoms were transported to. When Xia put down his fingers, he realized that the system was gone. Even the trash can was gone. It was as if he had a strange dream. Chapter 1982. Ashi silently wiped his sweat. It was not easy to earn money from the boss. However, if he stayed by Yi Yuxuan's side and absorbed his life chart aura, his luck would be very good in the future. And if he couldn't break through his fortune-telling skills, he would be able to break through. More importantly, Yi Yuxuan was too rich. After thinking about it, Ashi still decided to be thick-skinned and planned to always work for Yi Yuxuan. The system hurried back to Wei Wei Bai. If Yi Yuxuan could suppress his power, then the red line would not be an obstacle to returning to reality in the future. The red line had to wait until the end to break. He thought about it. Once Wei Wei Bai's strategy was completed, he would leave Yi Yuxuan. He would try his best to destroy the red line. The fate that they had gathered together would completely disappear. At that time, it would be difficult for them to meet. The system thought with a cold face. Life was much more important than love. In the beginning, he chose to let Wei Wei Bai attack Yi Yuxuan. He had already chosen to let Wei Wei Bai live. The system suddenly felt the gloomy sight of death. He looked down and saw Yi Yuxuan look up. That cold eyes fell accurately on him. The system shrank back, but found that no matter where it shrank, Yi Yuxuan could see it. "Well, I won't shrink back, let him see." Wei Wei Bai cut the fruit and asked Qin Xiu to eat together. Yi Yuxuan only ate light, liquid food. He couldn't eat things that were too cold and hard. Qin Xiu was really worried that the fruit cut by Wei Wei Bai would be poisonous. But seeing Wei Wei Bai eat with relish, he saw that she was not poisoned and sat down to eat. Wei Wei Bai ate the fruit and served Yi Yuxuan porridge. Yi Yuxuan's expression was a bit strange. The way she took care of him was not gentle, but was very natural. This kind of familiar attitude made him feel very good. Not long after soaking in the ward, Bai Changyan also came. He came with fruit, chicken soup, and the chef's dinner box. Wei Wei Bai would wake up 3 days later. He was used to this rhythm. Moreover, Yi Yuxuan was also hospitalized these days, so Bai Changyan was in charge of their meals and clothes. After Bai Changyan came, it was more lively. Yi Yuxuan was still eating the tasteless liquid food. He had no desire for food. Bai Weiwei sat next to him with a sumptuous meal box in her arms, looking at him unhurriedly and elegantly drinking porridge. Although she felt sorry, but the food was too delicious, she waited until she was full. Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu planned. The two semi-retired old men had nothing to do and had a lot of time. Therefore, they set up the chessboard and fought all night long. Bai Weiwei had nothing to do, so she stared at the chessboard and excitedly came up with a few ideas. It made the battle worse. The system ate the biscuit silently and found that Yi Yuxuan was staring at it again. It hugged the biscuit and curled up in the corner. It also had to eat dinner. What was the meaning of staring at it? It still had to eat. Then the system turned its back and tried to ignore Yi Yuxuan's murderous eyes. Like a little bamboo rat, it gnawed its dinner. It found that thing ignored it. Yi Yuxuan retracted his gaze and lay down to think carefully about what happened during this time. He thought about it deeply. Too many fragmented memories made his head hurt. After all, shuttling through more than 20 worlds, so many painful memories. It was too cruel for him to really sort them out. Suddenly, two cold fingers pressed on his temples. It was like Yi Yuxuan massaging his headache every time he woke up. Wei Weibai was also worried and bent over. There was some worry in her eyes, and her fingers pressed on his temples. She asked softly, "Is it very uncomfortable?" / collect below to record this reading record. Chapter 1983. He looked like he was having a headache. Yi Yuxuan stared at her blankly for a few seconds before shaking his head. "I'm fine." Wei Weibai smiled. "That's the bad thing about you. You're clearly in pain, but you still insist that you're fine." It was especially hard to care about this kind of person. Wei Weibai massaged his temples while softly nagging him about some small things. She told him to pay more attention to his body. Yi Yuxuan's expression gradually softened. In the ward, Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan were squatting in a corner far away playing chess. Beside the bed, Wei Weibai massaged Yi Yuxuan's head. Perhaps it was because he was really too tired during this period, plus the gastric lavage made his body very weak. Yi Yuxuan slowly closed his eyes and felt the warmth of her fingertips. Then his breathing gradually stabilized. He finally fell asleep. Wei Weibai felt that Yi Yuxuan was really a weirdo. His body was so weak, but he could still be so tense and not relax. Wei Weibai rubbed her fingers and returned to her bed. She nagged at Bai Changyan, "Dad, don't stay up too late. Sleep early." Bai Changyan was excited. "It's fine, Wei Wei. Dad has plenty of time." Nonsense. Everything was pushed to Yi Yuxuan. "Of course you have plenty of time." Wei Weibai lay down, pulled up the blanket, closed her eyes, and said to the system, "What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Or did something happen?" The system didn't say anything for the whole day. Did something happen? The system was still chewing on its biscuits. Seeing that Yi Yuxuan was asleep, it dared to speak. "It's fine. I need a rest too. I'm going to take a nap." Wei Weibai felt that it was very strange. Yi Yuxuan, that fortune teller, and that red-haired, illegitimate child. And the system. How could they be so strange that they were of the same origin? Wei Weibai couldn't help but mutter, "If I didn't know that you have nothing to do with Yi Yuxuan, I would have thought that Yi Yuxuan saw you." She had suspected for a long time. Because Yi Yuxuan was present, the system did not dare to speak. She had always suspected that Yi Yuxuan could hear the system. Otherwise, why would the system's attitude be so strange and cautious? The system stopped chewing on the biscuit. It stiffened for a moment before regaining its calm expression. His voice was very calm. Yi Yuxuan is a child of destiny with a lot of life points. Sometimes he can hear things that normal people can't. So, to prevent my presence from being exposed, I will not speak. Wei Weibai, is Yi Yuxuan that awesome? The system said, "If you weren't that powerful, you wouldn't have been able to gain so much HP. Your HP is full now, 6,500 days." Wei Weibai heard this and felt relieved. Yi Yuxuan was such a strange person, it was possible for strange things to happen. Wei Weibai sighed and said, "I have always suspected that you have some kind of relationship with Yi Yuxuan." The system said, "What kind of relationship can we have? I only have a relationship with you." Wei Weibai smiled. "You sound so intimate. As long as you didn't do anything to hurt me, it's good." The system hesitated, but still said, "If I hurt you, if I do something wrong occasionally, you won't be angry, right?" Bai Weiwei still had a smile on her face. "I also do wrong. How can I be angry with you? But if you hurt me, I will beat you to death." If the system did something wrong, it was his fault. But if the system hurt her, it was not wrong, it was betrayal. Wei Weibai said eerily, "If you ask this, did you do something to hurt me?" The system trembled, the biscuits almost fell out. He held it in for a long time before saying, "No, I didn't." Wei Weibai smiled again. "I knew you wouldn't hurt me. The system was the person she trusted the most after she came back from the dead. Wei Weibai was also joking. If he really did hurt her, what could she do? Forgive him. His life was given by the system. Wei Weibai could not bite the hand that fed her. The system silently wiped its cold sweat. It felt that the day Wei Weibai completed the mission would be the day it died. Suddenly, Wei Weibai said, "Let's go to the next world." The system said, "So soon?" Wei Weibai looked at Bai Changyan, then looked at Yi Yuxuan, who was sleeping peacefully. She could not help but smile gently. "I want to return to my normal life as soon as possible so that they won't worry." Whether it was the system, Yi Yuxuan, or her father, she was in too much debt. She wanted to live a long life and be good to them. The system was silent for a while before saying, "Okay, let's go." Chapter 1984. Beautiful music started playing. Wei Weibai opened her eyes and saw herself standing on a stage. Under the dark stage, there was a full audience. Before her memory came back, the system's voice sounded, "The side quest rewards you with the peerless dance pose. Hurry up and dance." Wei Weibai was full of question marks. But because she trusted the system, she followed the rhythm of the music and gently raised her hand, like an elegant swan. Her slender waist was soft like a willow branch. When she bent down, the skirt opened up like a spinning flower. She didn't even know what dance the original owner did. She just followed her instincts, and her body followed the music. The system said, "The peerless dance pose guarantees that your every dance will be beautiful, and no one can find fault with it. Also, the dance's soul is off the charts. Anyone who sees it will love it. Anyone who sees it will feel that it is full of spirit. There will definitely be no so-called craftiness because the dance is too perfect. At this time, you only need to..." Wei Weibai. Did the system forget to keep its mouth shut while it was reciting the advertisement? The system hurriedly coughed a few times, trying to get away with it. When she bought the dance pose, she accidentally recited the advertising message as well. Wei Weibai didn't know what the so-called peerless dance pose looked like. She only knew that when she danced, her feet were terrifyingly light. It was as if every movement of her hand or leg was exceptionally beautiful and smooth. She didn't hear the system say anything else. Wei Weibai focused on dancing. After the dance, she would look for a target. It was a beautiful jump, and the audience applauded one after another. Today was the first performance of the stage play Jade Flower. Wei Weibai was the main character. Even the teacher who rehearsed the dance had doubts about Wei Weibai's ability. After all, Wei Weibai's attitude wasn't good. She relied on the fact that her parents were investors. Even the rehearsal dance was always late and early. When she danced today, the teacher who helped with the rehearsal was in despair. For the survival of the dance troupe, they had no choice but to let Wei Weibai go on stage. But they didn't expect Wei Weibai's dance. It made everyone's eyes light up. That spirit, that waist, that step. It was perfect and smooth like water, like a flower. A light pink dress, a light white belt, a slim waist, and a palm-sized face, a pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes. It was pure and beautiful, like a fairy who walked out a dance. Wei Weibai didn't even think about how she danced. The rewards of these planes were truly of little value, but sometimes they could be of help. For example, the top student from last time, if she did not cheat with the genius's secret book, she would not have been able to complete the side mission. This time, a dance reward. Could it be that the mission was related to dancing? Just as Bai Weiwei was thinking this, a voice came to her ear. Target discovered target. This mission is to obtain Jiang Jioshi's love. Target. Jiang. Time 1 year. She had just finished her dance. She bent her waist lightly, raised her arms lightly, and then pulled them back to make a closing salute. Then she raised her face. Her almond-shaped eyes were crystal clear. She looked straight at the audience. Where? Who's Jiang Jiushi? The system said, the one sitting in the front row. There were so many people in the front row. It was hard to tell who was who. The lights in the audience lit up. Everyone came back to their senses from Wei Weibai's dance. They immediately clapped. Some people even stood up. Then, Wei Weibai saw a man in the front row. He didn't clap, but he didn't stand up either. Address of the https://www.sashu.com download of the https://www.sashu.com read of the https://m sashu.com button below to record your reading record. Chapter 1985. Under the White Lights. The man sat there quietly. His eyes were extremely dark, and his features were delicate with a bit of gloominess. He was wearing a gray suit, and his back was straight as he sat in the middle of the front row. He used a very calm but cold gaze to look at Wei Wei Bai. When she suddenly looked over, their eyes just happened to meet. Wei Wei Bai almost instinctively revealed a bright smile, those almond eyes filled with the light of the stage. Like a porcelain plate in summer with tinkling sounds. Unspeakably clear and pure. Jiang Jiushi seemed to be a bit stunned. His gaze also froze on her for a bit before he casually moved away. The lights in the audience were white and cold. It gave his perfect side profile a gloomy light. Ding, the male lead's affection is at -20. Wei Wei Bai. He definitely has a grudge against her. She gave him a friendly smile, and it became this negative? The system said his initial affection before was -30. Wei Wei Bai, it seems like the target of this world definitely has a grudge against her. Otherwise, the initial affection wouldn't be this negative. Wei Wei Bai didn't look at Jiang Jiushi again. She got off the stage, and her body was soaked in sweat. Her feet were also faintly aching in her dancing shoes. Her heartbeat was also much faster than usual. Wei Wei Bai knew that this was normal because dancing required a lot of physical strength. After a dance, it could drain all of one's strength. Luckily, the side reward was good. She only felt a bit tired. She didn't collapse. Wei Wei Bai went to the dressing room. There were still a few more performances for her, including the group dance. She sat down, and the makeup artist immediately came over to touch up her makeup. Wei Wei Bai was very natural as she directly closed her eyes. Then, while the other person was touching up her makeup, she had the system give her memories. A familiar headache appeared. Pieces of memories also appeared. The male lead of this world had a grudge against her. No, he had a grudge against the original owner's parents. In any case, their hatred was more or less the same. The original owner's parents had a good business, and the original owner was the only child. The original owner liked to dance, so she was sent to learn dance early. However, neither talent nor perseverance were enough. As a result, she couldn't dance as well as others. The main lead of this stage play was also invested in by her family, and she was forced to go through backstage means to get the role. Many people were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. He said a lot of nasty things on the internet. If Wei Wei Bai hadn't come, the host would have been scolded by others for messing up the dance. As for Jiang Jiushi's family, when Jiang Jiushi was in elementary school, he was hit by the car of the original owner's parents and got into an accident. Moreover, the original owner's parents were afraid of taking responsibility, so they refused to admit that they had hit someone. As a result, Jiang Jiushi's poor family did not have enough money to pay for the surgery, causing the best time for treatment to pass. He had crippled Jiang Jiushi's legs. Bai Weiwei looked at the memories until here, although it wasn't a deep hatred like killing one's father or family, right? But it directly caused him to be crippled. It would be strange if he didn't hate the original owner to death every day. Back then, the original owner's parents drove so fast because they wanted to pick up the original owner for a trip. And Jiang Jiushi was crippled, living a dark and miserable life. His parents also blamed themselves for not taking good care of him, and they worked hard to earn money so that they could install prosthetic legs for him. In the end, on the day of Jiang Jiushi's middle school examination, the couple came back from another province. To save money, they took an unlicensed taxi and overturned the car. Bye-bye. Bai Weiwei saw this memory. What happened to not having a family feud? / to facilitate the next reading, you can click on Chapter 1986. I'm waiting. Even if Jiang Jiushi's parents were not killed by the original owner's family, it was also indirectly related. How magnanimous would Jiang Jiushi have to be to not take revenge? After his parents died, Jiang Jiushi lived a miserable life. He started to study hard alone, not caring about anyone's mockery. After that, it was precisely during the time when Jiang Jiushi was self-studying in university. He caught the internet business opportunity and pulled in investments. After a few years of struggle, he was completely successful. Inspirational, inspirational. Amazing, amazing. What Wei Wei Bai saw just now was Jiang Jiushi after he succeeded. He was probably here to mock Wei Wei Bai. After all, Wei Wei Bai's dancing was not good, and more than one person knew that. In the end, she danced well, and his face was very ugly. The biggest problem now was Jiang Jiushi's current power, money and whatnot. They were more than one level higher than the original owner's parents. The original owner's parents were rich, and they were at most a second-tier company in the industry. It was not easy to do business these few years. They were faintly falling behind the third-tier companies. And Jiang Jiushi's company was now a first-tier hot potato. A year's worth of money, the power involved. That was simply a behemoth that could crush a bunch of companies. Wei Wei Bai sighed. If Jiang Jiushi was still poor, it would be easier for her to directly provide for him now. Now that the two of them were on different levels, she had to rack her brains to get close to him. Wei Wei Bai finished touching up her makeup and continued to dance. A stage play came to a perfect end, and Jiang Jiushi had left early. He did not watch Wei Wei Bai's dance later. Looking at the -20 favorability, Wei Wei Bai asked the system, "Can I ask, what is his favorability towards the original owner's parents?" The system said, "It's harder to measure other people's favorability. They're only rough numbers, around -50 or -60. Wei Wei Bai, if one day Jiang Jiushi suddenly couldn't think straight, it would be natural for him to kill their entire family to silence them. Such a low favorability rating. They could be slaughtered by the target at any time." Wei Wei Bai sighed. "I'm not used to coming to a plane with enemies." He had thought that in addition to the insane side quests in these planes, there was nothing else. As for the rest, there was no hatred. It was a better strategy. In the end, another person with a deep hatred appeared. Wei Wei Bai changed her shoes and clothes and went out with her bag. In the end, the dance troupe's teacher came over and happily surrounded her to greet her. He even brought her a handful of red roses. It was a flower prepared by the dance troupe for the newcomer to congratulate her for successfully taking on the leading role. Wei Wei Bai smiled adorably. Her appearance in this plane was especially delicate. She had a face the size of a palm, almond-shaped eyes, and snow-white skin. She looked exceptionally obedient and beautiful. The teachers thought that she was difficult to get along with. In the end, after some small talk, he found that this little girl was very obedient. Instantly, all his previous worries were gone. Wei Wei Bai smiled as she hugged the flowers and walked out. Such a small scene was nothing to her. After leaving the door, she stood by the roadside and waited for a car. It happened to be the rainy season in summer, and the rain pattered down. Wei Wei Bai didn't have an umbrella. Seeing that it wasn't raining, she stood in the drizzle with the roses in her arms. Her thick and slightly curly long hair hung down. Her eyelashes were stained with water vapor, making her look even more harmless. In the distance, a low-key black car was parked. Two people were sitting behind the car. One of them was Jiang Jiushi. He leaned against the window and looked coldly at Wei Wei Bai, who was not far away. He saw that she was hugging the flowers with both hands. The flowers were too big. Her slender arms and soft fingers could barely hold them. She stood there obediently. Her clear eyes could be seen through the gaps of the flowers. They were like a spring, or like leaves after the rain, stained with hazy water vapor. Chapter 1987. A child from the Bai family? A young man tapping on a laptop beside him said. Jiang Jiushi looked away and closed the car window. Then he closed his eyes and said, "Is the plan against the Bai family on the agenda?" The man, who was Jiang Jiushi's special assistant, Luan Shan, revealed a malicious smile. "It started. I guarantee that the Bai family will be bankrupt within 3 months." Jiang Jiushi's expression was still silent and calm. His thin lips opened slightly. Within a month. Luan Shan's fingers paused. So soon? Didn't they plan at a moderate pace before? Jiang Jiushi did not disregard others for the sake of revenge. Jiang Jiushi did not speak. The rain outside fell on the window. His gloomy and cold face, like a marble sculpture, had a kind of incomparable coldness. Luan Shan silently deleted the plan and made a new one to crush the Bai family. Why was he suddenly so anxious? Wei Wei Bai had just waited for the car to arrive when she heard the favorability notification. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -10. Wei Wei Bai, what did she do? How did favorability come about? There were a few planes where her favorable impression of him skyrocketed, and they almost killed her. She was very cautious about the sudden increase in favorability. The system said, the male lead was staring at you from the car, not far away. Wei Wei Bai. And then, the system, he just stared for a few seconds, then said that he was going to destroy your family, and left. Bai Weiwei hugged the flowers and made some random guesses about the target of her strategy. Could it be that he took a liking to my beautiful appearance, and that's why his favorability suddenly increased? When she looked in the mirror just now, she was also surprised by her own appearance. The appearance of this plane was beautiful. It was the kind of delicate and weak, extremely pure and cute beauty. Anyway, she did not have to do anything. She just had to stand there and smile. Looked like she could arouse other people's favorability. System. I'm used to the host's daily narcissism. Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about how to get close to Jiang Jiushi. The Bai family had a problem. The original owner's parents were busy dealing with a mess. Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about how to help. Whether it was the Bai family's stock or the various problems exposed on the internet, they completely dragged the company into the abyss. This was a clean and cruel method. It was too professional. Bai Weiwei went online and found that all kinds of negative news about her family business were endless. Even the higher-ups were investigating. The Bai family definitely had some black deals. There had even been problems with the tax collection. This was a big deal. During this time, to maintain her persona, Bai Weiwei did not expose the family's predicament. Instead, continued, because she found Jiang Jishi would come and watch. Every time, he would sit in the front row without saying a word or clapping. Every time she appeared, his deep eyes would land on her legs. Then the favorability would escalate quickly. About a month had passed. The Bai family was forced to the brink of bankruptcy, and the favorability rose to 5 points. Wei Wei Bai sorted out Jiang Jioshi's hobbies and found that this guy seemed to like girls like her. Then, just as she was about to break the situation where they did not see each other and did not speak, the original owner's parents ran over. Wei Wei, Dad is at his wit's end. After the family company goes bankrupt, I will be arrested and sent to jail. Please save Dad. Wei Wei, Mom loves you, but the situation at home is bad. I'm sorry. The two of them cried to Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai asked the system, what's wrong? Why don't you buy me a stock mystery book and I'll take them out of the sea of misery? The system said, it's okay. There's still some time before bankruptcy. Wait until it's really bankrupt. Wei Wei Bai's current persona was an innocent and cute little fairy. She did not understand this at all. So Wei Wei Bai looked at her parents blankly and said very obediently, Dad, Mom, is there anything I can help with? She did not know that after she said that. She was stuffed into a car and waited for the system to say it was here. She was already standing in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. Wei Wei Bai sat on the sofa with a confused expression, and opposite her sat Jiang Jiushi. Jiang Jiushi lowered his head expressionlessly. He used a pen to write a contract. Under his drooping eyelashes, his eyes were eerily dark and cold. So, do you understand? To repay the debt, your parents sold you to me. Wei Wei Bai, Jiang Jiushi thought that she was frightened and could not help but soften his tone. Accompany me for a few days. I'll let you go when I'm tired of it. Wei Wei Bai, so this time the target of the strategy. Was it automatically delivered to him? Download the at https://m sashu.com//. Chapter 1988. Jiang Jiushi lowered his head, but his eyes looked up slightly. The faint halo of light had an extremely cold and calm color in his deep, dark eyes. His gaze first landed on her well-behaved feet. Her feet didn't look big in the flat white shoes she was wearing. The ankles and calves exposed under the skirt were a little whiter than the color of the shoes. Her smooth skin was like a pearl in water. It was so beautiful and delicate that it looked like it was raised in a greenhouse. He held the pen, and the tip of the pen stopped somewhere on the contract paper. After looking at her legs for a long time, he quietly looked at the waist of her skirt. In the middle of the small floral skirt, there was a thin belt of the same color. Her waist looked unbelievably soft and thin. He had watched several dances. He knew how soft her waist was and how light her legs were. At first, he just wanted to see the child of his enemy. Later, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He didn't necessarily like her. He just thought that she looked good when she danced. Then one night, he had a dream. When he woke up and changed his pants, he finally had the idea of buying her. The 3-month plan was forcefully suppressed by him to 1 month. He even shelved many plans for the same period. In his eyes, the revenge of the Bai family was just a step-by-step plan. Even if the Bai family was forced into a corner, his happiness was only after drinking a glass of wine with his assistant. But now, looking at Wei Wei Bai sitting here, Jiang Jioshi's fingers trembled slightly. He took a deep breath. He knew that the decision to buy her within a month was the right one. Because if he watched her dance for 3 months, then the obsession in his heart might become bigger. It was better to get it quickly and destroy her. This way, the beast in his heart could stop tormenting. Jiang Jiushi pretended to finish writing the contract and looked up naturally. However, he saw a pair of teary eyes. She didn't make a sound. Her thin, red, diamond-shaped lips were slightly pursed, and her small and beautiful chin trembled slightly. The tears in her eyes couldn't fall. Her face was as white as pear blossom powder in March. It was indescribably delicate and pure. He was only 2 years younger than him. However, Jiang Jiushi felt that she was very young and naive, as if she was his junior. There wasn't the slightest bit of turbid calculation in his eyes. It was really well taken care of. She was too delicate. After the Bai family's company went bankrupt, if she was not bought by him, she would be tortured by the poor life in the future. This kind of delicate and pure innocence would be gone. When Jiang Jiushi thought of this, the faint sense of guilt in his heart instantly disappeared. He placed the contract in front of Wei Wei Bai and placed the pen on the table. His expression was cold, with a sense of superiority. All right, your family is in urgent need of a sum of money. This sum of money is relatively large, so I'll give it to your family in 3 installments. You'll accompany me for 3 months. Accompany me for a month, and I will give you a sum of money. Right now, the Bai family was just a sacrificial offering in his hands. You can do whatever you want with it. Even 3 months later, he would be able to destroy the Bai family, who had the funds, once again. It was just a game. He was used to doing things this way. Wei Wei Bai's lips moved slightly. There were a few traces of bites on her lips, and they turned slightly red. Jiang Jioshi's gaze landed on her lips and then moved away. Then his gaze fell elsewhere, and he no longer looked at Wei Wei Bai. The air was very quiet. It was even a little suffocating. Jiang Jiushi did not hear her reply and was a little annoyed. Sign it now, or I won't invest. Your family will go bankrupt tomorrow, and the debt you owe is probably enough to make your parents jump off a building. Chapter 1989. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head firmly. Jiang Jioshi's fingers nervously pressed on the handle. Suddenly, he put his fingers on the wheelchair and used force to move the wheelchair forward. The room was designed to allow the wheelchair to move smoothly. It had been specially arranged. There wasn't even a thick, fluffy carpet. Wei Wei Bai was still shrinking back. The system chatted with her. Why are you scared? Go on, let the bullet screen army surround me. Wei Wei Bai, go on, he's a little idiot. No, a pure and cute little white flower. A man's bad habit has to be left hanging. The two of them finished chatting. Jiang Jiushi came in front of her in a wheelchair. This guy was so disabled that he had to sit in a wheelchair, but his mind was strong. He must come over and destroy the pure and pitiful little white flower. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed from fear to doubt. She glanced at his leg, and the fear in her eyes was replaced by sympathy. Her clear eyes expressed clearly. It turned out that he couldn't stand up because he was disabled. It had been a long time since someone dared to show such a sympathetic and hateful expression in front of him. Jiang Jioshi's expression immediately turned cold. An untrained little girl really didn't know how to be polite. If those who were familiar with this industry saw him like this, they would definitely laugh and not show the slightest bit of such an expression. It was simply courting death. Jiang Joshi's eyes were terrifyingly cold. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at him helplessly, then looked at his leg. Finally, she asked, "Can't you stand up?" This sentence made Jiang Joshi want to strangle her, saying this was like sprinkling salt on other people's wounds. But she still looked innocent and cute, and her voice was even soft. Jiang Joshi's face was tense, and he didn't say anything. Wei Wei Bai came to her senses, and she wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Suddenly, she smiled. This smile was lively and pure. Her red lips and white skin were stained with tears that had not been wiped clean. It was exceptionally stunning. Jiang Joshi was stunned. He even forgot to be angry. Then, he heard her sweet voice. "Uncle, that's not what you meant when you asked me to sign the contract. I was wrong. I'm sorry." After saying that, she stood up and bowed politely to him. He had an embarrassed look on his face. "Jiang Joshi, what did he think wrong?" Wei Wei Bai nervously clasped her hands together and asked cautiously, "Uncle, are you hiring me to be your servant and take care of you?" Jiang Joshi finally understood what she meant. Uncle. The two of them were only 2 years apart. Why did she call him uncle when she was only 2 years old? And to be his servant? Did she think that he wouldn't be able to stand up? Was that why she was so relaxed? Jiang Joshi choked on a mouthful of blood. It was so stifling that his eyes revealed a murderous look. But Bai Weiwei was like an innocent little white flower, looking at him anxiously. She looked obedient and happy. In an instant, Jiang Joshi did not know how to vent his anger. He tried to bear with it, but still wanted to break her delusion. Wei Wei Bai quickly ran behind him and helped him push the wheelchair. "I know. Tell me what you want. Do you want to go out and play? Or do you want to drink water? Or do you want something else?" Jiang Joshi, looking at how she was like a little rabbit that had just escaped a calamity, that lively and innocent look of hers came out. Jiang Joshi could not bring herself to say those dirty words. Did he want her to sit on his lap? When Wei Wei Bai saw his crippled leg, she was not afraid of him anymore. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1990. She seemed to want to work. When she saw the sweat on his forehead, she thought that he was overheating. She immediately ran to the table beside the sofa and took a tissue. Jiang Joshi did not reject her at all. Wei Wei Bai was already squatting down, carefully wiping his sweat with a tissue. She said softly, "Uncle, I'm sorry to misunderstand you, but it's easy to misunderstand Uncle's fierce face. So you're a good person who's helping my family. You bought me to protect me, right?" Jiang Joshi, he really wanted to say no. He wanted her to sit on his lap. But when he saw the smile on her face, her soft and adorable eyes, and her happy and pure smile after she relaxed, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He swallowed everything he wanted to say. He felt like he was really a dirty uncle. If he said anything more, he would sully her. Wei Wei Bai's smile was unbelievably bright. The little girl who had survived the crisis still did not know the hardships of the world and thought that everyone in the world was good. How could she be so? It made him want to beat her to death. Jiang Joshi took a deep breath and suddenly reached out to hold her wrist. It was slender, soft, and warm. It was a touch with the fragrance of her skin. It made Jiang Joshi's fingers tremble. He immediately let go, his face heating up. He rarely, very rarely touched a woman's body, or even almost never. Because of this year, he finally had the time to deal with his own affairs. For many years, he was alone. Later on, when he did business, the people who were close to him were all business partners. When he worked hard to stabilize the company, he realized that he was old enough. He could do that. Then he met Wei Wei Bai. Then, it was the first time he touched a girl's hand so closely. Jiang Joshi thought that with his age, experience, and maturity, he could handle everything. But the back of his hand was frighteningly tight. Wei Wei Bai touched her wrist strangely and thought of something. "Uncle, what do you want? Do you want water?" Without waiting for Jiang Joshi to reply, she had already run to get water. That obedient and cute look. She was a good child. Jiang Joshi looked at her clear, almond-shaped eyes, holding a glass of water to his lips. It was his usual cold water. He didn't know what to do, but he lowered his head and drank a mouthful. The water had a hint of sweetness. Did she put sugar in it? Unknowingly, Jiang Jiushi drank the entire glass of water. Bai Weiwei immediately smiled. Uncle, I will take good care of you. Then please advise me in these 3 months. Jiang Jiushi finally couldn't take it anymore. Did she really think that he had hired a servant? Was she really stupid, or was pretending? The words that Jiang Jiushi was about to say suddenly stopped, because Bai Weiwei ran behind him and carefully placed her hands on his shoulders. Are you tired? Let me give you a massage with that. She massaged his shoulders with moderate strength. Jiang Jiushi was speechless. He couldn't say anything. What was going on? His body was extremely tense, and his shoulders felt sore and numb. Weiwei Bai asked, "Does it feel good?" Jiang Jiushi was speechless. Very good. But he didn't hire a masseuse. Shouldn't she sit on his lap? She should go to the bed to give him a massage. Jiang Jiushi's eyes finally hardened. He reached out to grab her wrist and pull her into his arms. But Bai Weiwei suddenly let go of his shoulder, and his fingers touched the air. Weiwei Bai then picked up her bag and said anxiously, "Uncle, I have to go home because of the curfew. I'll come back tomorrow. Goodbye." Jiang Jiushi opened his mouth and was about to call her. Weiwei Bai hesitated and stopped. She turned around timidly. "Are you angry that I called you uncle?" Jiang Jiushi frowned. He didn't think much of it and said, "I'm only 2 years older than you." Bai Weiwei's eyebrows relaxed, and the light in her eyes flickered. "Ah, I thought you were young and handsome, but you were a big boss, so I thought you were very old. It turns out you're so powerful. Then I'll call you Gid from now on." "Brother," Bai Weiwei held in her mouth, softly whispering to herself. "Brother." Jiang Jiushi felt her eardrums buzz from the teasing. Weiwei Bai waved. "Bye-bye, brother." Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but wave back. "Okay." When the door closed, the air froze. Jiang Jiushi came back to his senses. He was stunned for a long time. His cold face finally twisted. Did he let her go just now? She didn't even sit on his lap. He felt that he had lost a lot of money. Tomorrow, he must do something that won't lose money. Jiang Jiushi thought viciously. Chapter 1991. When Weiwei Bai returned home, she saw that the house was empty. There was a message on the fridge about her parents' trip. They said that they were going to travel around the world. They were too tired when they were young and wanted to see the world when they were old. It was obvious that they had sold their daughter and immediately escaped abroad after getting the money. Weiwei Bai didn't feel anything. She opened the fridge and took out some juice to drink. Then she ordered takeout and opened Weibo as she ate. Her Weibo fans had exceeded 500,000. The Yinghua dance drama exploded on the country's largest bullet screen. All kinds of bullet screen comments about the little fairy, as well as a variety of beautiful clips, brought her a lot of popularity. When she went to the theater to dance, she signed a kind of investment contract that went through the back door. That meant that she didn't get any money. Fortunately, the original owner's bank account still had some money. If she saved money, she wouldn't have starved to death on the streets like in the previous world. Moreover, the original owner's parents also doted on the original owner. They gave her a lot of pocket money. If the company didn't go bankrupt, the original owner's parents wouldn't have faced prison. Then she would still be living the life of a little princess. Weiwei Bai glanced at the comments on Weibo. There were a lot of comments about a little fairy descending to the mortal world. After a few glances, she took a selfie of herself on a whim. Then she wrote the rules. "Hello everyone, I am Weiwei Bai. I like to dance the most. Please give me advice. Thank you for liking me." The selfie was of her without makeup and hair. She was simple and lovely. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were pure and bright, as clear as a spring. One look, and one could tell that she was extremely obedient. Then she went to Jiang Jiushi's Weibo. There was a Weibo. It was just that one look, and it was taken over by the company's public relations department. All of them were standard business announcements of various kinds. There was no human touch at all. She couldn't see Jiang Jiushi's personal interests either. Even the followers were only the official accounts of a dozen or so large domestic companies. Weiwei Bai closed Weibo, finished her meal, and went to bed. Before sleeping, She continued to think about Jiang Jioshi's hobbies. No matter how she looked at it, Uncle Jiang was very pure. She felt as if it was the first time she had done such a dirty transaction between a man and a woman. Although his face was paralyzed, he didn't dare to force her or threaten her. It was obvious that he was a newbie. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her face and mumbled to the system, "I'm going to be a pitiful little white flower again." The system was knitting a sweater. "You're so happy, hee hee." Wei Wei Bai, "Yeah, I'm so happy, huh?" The host let out a burst of deranged laughter. The system silently continued to knit. This host was a little white flower fairy. She could clearly rely on her shamelessness to make a living, but she insisted on acting like a little white lotus flower. The system had a calm expression on its face, as if it had just ascended to immortality. I'm used to it." Jiang Jiushi picked up a crutch with some difficulty. His leg had been reconstructed after years of massages. One of his legs was recovering very well, but the other leg was still very serious. The doctor had already started to plan an operation for him. Even though he had undergone surgery, it was still difficult for his severely injured leg to recover completely. Even if he could stand up, he would still be limping. But for Jiang Jiushi, being able to stand up and take care of himself was enough. He was supposed to undergo surgery last year, but because the company wanted to go one step further and enter the international market last year, it was a very critical time. So he pushed away all his personal matters. To climb to the top all these years, he had put in unimaginable effort. Chapter 1992. He had even postponed his revenge on the Bai family and delayed it until this year before he started to take revenge in an orderly manner. He sat on a special chair and turned on the shower. He started to take a shower. He was thin, but his muscles could be seen. He was exposed to the cold water. Even if he couldn't stand up, he insisted on exercising. His arm strength was because he had been practicing boxing all year round and some upper body training to maintain his physical strength. One could see the unnatural bend of his leg. His muscles were also a little atrophied. It wasn't serious, but one could see the disability. Jiang Jiushi was used to it and was very calm. But today, for some reason, he was the one who had been taking cold showers all year round to calm down. His mind was a little feverish as he looked at his severely injured leg. The car accident from many years ago was a little blurry. He couldn't remember the ferocious faces of Wei Wei Bai's parents, but the resentment at that time was still there. That resentment supported him to climb to his current position. But now that he had taken revenge on the Bai family, he didn't seem to be happy. Jiang Jiushi thought of Wei Wei Bai who had left. He hadn't done anything to her yet. Was that why he was unhappy? Jiang Jiushi stared at his leg for a long time before he realized that he was actually thinking about Wei Wei Bai's leg. Her legs were light, slender, and had beautiful lines. It was said that girls who learned to dance had very soft bodies. Very soft. Jiang Jiushi silently washed his face with cold water and realized that his face was hot again. Wei Wei Bai went to the dance troupe as usual. The teacher might have heard about her experience and made a new contract for her. Because of the investment, the large-scale dance troupe that the troupe had been planning for 5 years was finally going to start rehearsing. And Wei Wei Bai could play one of the more important roles. The success of the Yinghua flower showed people Wei Wei Bai's spirit. So the teacher was willing to give her a chance and pay her. Wei Wei Bai signed the contract and tried her best to stay and rehearse. Then, he forgot about Jiang Jiushi for a moment. When it was finally time, she carried her bag, wore a pair of flats, and casually walked out with a pair of dancing shoes in her hand. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw a black car parked in the same spot. Wei Wei Bai pretended not to see it and stood at the intersection waiting for the bus. In the dark night, the street lights had just been switched on. Her long hair was tied into a bun, and a few strands of hair fell to the side of her face. Her face was still warm from the dance. There was a light pink on her fair skin. Jiang Jiushi sat in the car and looked at her for a long time. Suddenly, he instructed the driver to go over. When the car window rolled down, he saw Wei Wei Bai's surprised expression. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and revealed a brilliant smile. Her eyes were sparkling, and she was indescribably cute. "Big brother, why are you here?" After asking this question, She suddenly thought of something and lowered her slender and beautiful neck in embarrassment. I forgot to go to the hotel because I have to dance. I wanted to go home and take a shower before going to see you. Did she really think that she was going to be his maid? She was a very unqualified maid. Jiang Joshi looked at her silently for a while, seeing that her face was flushed red and she was smiling innocently. Really, she was too pure. Jiang Joshi decided that he still had to teach her a little. So he said in a hoarse voice, "After you go home and take a shower, I'll get someone to pick you up." Wei Weibai laughed. "No need, I'll just take the bus." She was really heartless. She was also a little princess who was used to riding in a car. She immediately ran to take the bus. She was not unaccustomed to it. Jiang Joshi did not know if she was stupid or heartless. Chapter 1993. He looked away and repeated, "You don't know the address." Then he ordered someone to drive. When the car started moving, he looked at the rearview mirror. He found that she was really standing there obediently with a pair of curious eyes as she watched his car leave. Jiang Joshi was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "Old Lu, that girl just now, did she look okay?" The driver, Old Lu, stuttered, "Yes, she looked pretty good." Then he said to the driver, "Take me to Xingxia." The driver was stunned. Xingxia sounded like a very pure place. But Old Lu knew that it was a high-end bar. People who said that it was high-end and played were all rich people. But the things inside were not high-end. There were all kinds of eating, drinking, gambling, all kinds of dancing, and all kinds of services. It was all dark and messy. Jiang Joshi would not go to such a place if it was not for work. Now that the company was on track, it was others' turn to curry favor with him. So he would not go. When he arrived, it was the main part of Xingxia. Lively and noisy singing and dancing were everywhere, mixed with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes. The lights flickered, and men and women danced together. It was so big that it was unbearable to look at, but it was normal for a place like this. Jiang Joshi did not enter the private room and went directly to the VIP round seat in the hall. A red sofa was moved away and his wheelchair was placed there. He drank expressionlessly. Wan Shan had a strange look on his face. "Why are you enlightened today? You didn't come in the past." Jiang Joshi's fingers paused, and he took a sip of wine before saying, "There's a small matter." Wan Shan said, "What can there be? This is a place to eat, drink, and play." "Oh, right. There are a few new people today. They're very clean. I call them over for you." It was rare to see a 10,000-year-old iceberg enlightened. Wan Shan was very happy. He knew that Jiang Joshi's leg was only disabled in the lower leg, but there was no problem with the upper part. Moreover, all these years of training, all kinds of boxing and so on, the coach was beaten away. His body was extremely sturdy. He had tried to get Jiang Joshi to hang out with him several times, but in the end, Jiang Joshi only had eyes for work. This made him, the special assistant, feel very frustrated. It was not interesting at all for a person to live like Jiang Joshi. Jiang Joshi originally wanted to reject those women, but thinking of something, he pursed his lips and didn't reject them. A few men who usually cooperated with Jiang Joshi immediately ran over with smiles on their faces and sat together with them. They talked about dirty jokes, women, money, and the like. It was vulgar, but it was refreshing. When he was almost done drinking, the women all came up, their hands going up and down, all kinds of unrestrained behavior. Jiang Joshi saw that the so-called newcomers that Wan Shan had mentioned were all wearing white dresses. He didn't know if it was intentional or not. She pretended to be innocent. However, those men who liked to dance, drink, and smoke were especially fond of it. Jiang Joshi, on the other hand, was expressionless. He felt that not a single one of them was pleasing to his eyes. But for the next plan, he still tolerated it. Finally, at the entrance of Xingxia, a timid figure that was completely opposite to the atmosphere here appeared. She also happened to be wearing a small white dress and light-colored flats. Her hair was still in a bun, and a few strands of hair were still scattered. She was like a little rabbit that had accidentally entered a wolf's den, not daring to take a step forward. When Jiang Joshi saw her, he finally sat up straight, his eyes sharp and deep. "Up here? Later, when she comes up, You guys be more unrestrained. The little white rabbit didn't know this, so he was going to teach her on the spot. Luan Shan immediately took off his clothes and hugged a woman with a smile. How is it? Unrestrained enough, right? Jiang Jiushi. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a while, then suddenly saw Jiang Jiushi. Jiang Jiushi also saw her and was about to reveal a sinister smile. However, when he saw her tense little face, he relaxed immediately. As if she had seen her savior, she rushed over. Brother. Jiang Jiushi looked at her coldly. She thought that she would be saved by seeing him. As a result, when Bai Weiwei rushed over, she tripped and her whole body flew over. She had a good foundation in dancing, so she immediately twisted her waist and didn't fall. However, she staggered a few steps and sat on Jiang Jiushi's lap. Jiang Jiushi only felt his legs sink as his body crashed into a soft body. His mind went blank for a moment, and his heart beat a few beats faster. She sat on his lap? Chapter 1994. Without waiting for him to react and savor this rare feeling, Wei Wei Bai stood up with a whoosh. She blushed and sat down on the chair beside him helplessly. She moved away from him, but next to her was Luan Shan. This guy was half naked and had a girl in a white dress in his arms, laughing and joking. Wei Wei Bai nervously sat beside the chair and almost fell on Jiang Jiushi again. She didn't seem to know where this was. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as she looked at Luan Shan in disbelief. Sitting in front of them were a few of Jiang Jiushi's business partners. When they saw Wei Wei Bai, they couldn't help but ask, "Director Jiang, who is this? Is she from your family?" Everyone's eyes were sharp. At first glance, Bai Weiwei looked out of place here. She wasn't like the people around her who pretended to be pure. Her temperament, dressing, and behavior were all a few grades higher than here. So for a moment, they didn't dare to open their mouths and flirt. Jiang Jiushi glanced at Wei Wei Bai beside him. She was nervously crossing her hands, and her fingertips were white. It seemed that she couldn't stand this place, and she was also very uncomfortable. Jiang Jiushi looked at her indifferently for a few seconds before saying unhurriedly, "You're my god sister." This didn't sound serious, and Jiang Jiushi's tone was too ambiguous. When the people present heard this, they immediately understood and looked at Wei Wei Bai. Although she was a little pure, it turned out that she had such an identity. Wei Wei Bai heard that and looked at Jiang Jiushi strangely. There was an unexpected smile in her clear eyes. "Am I your sister?" She couldn't tell that there was anything wrong with this address at all. Jiang Jiushi didn't say anything vulgar. His mind was full of plans and waiting to be implemented. Everyone knew what the words "god sister" meant. However, Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly and happily asked if she could really be his sister. The girls taught by the scums of the Bai family were really obedient, not to mention these kinds of places. She probably hadn't even been in a relationship before. Jiang Jiushi was a little annoyed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. He stared at Wei Wei Bai's pure and innocent eyes. She didn't want to say anything. She felt that she should directly show her what those girls who were giggling and lying on other people's bodies looked like. Then, learning more would seem like blasphemy to her. Jiang Jiushi's too. Why was he so soft all of a sudden? Seeing that Luan Shan was still fooling around, Jiang Jiushi could not help but give him a look. Luan Shan immediately understood. He looked at Bai Weiwei sympathetically. Then, he clapped his hands and said, "Let's play truth or dare and play a deck of cards." The waiter immediately served a new deck of poker cards. Draw the big dare of spades, draw the truth of hearts, draw the punishment of big and little ghosts, and draw the plum blossom to drink. Someone immediately started a jeer. What punishment? Luan Shan winked at him. What other punishment can there be? Kiss her or want more? Isn't there a private room upstairs? Open one. These words were so overbearing that even a pure person would be able to understand them. Jiang Jiushi's gaze fell on Wei Wei Bai's face. She was at a loss. Then, her gaze fell on Jiang Jiushi's face. Jiang Jiushi pretended not to see her helplessness. He calmly reached out and pulled out a poker card. It was a plum blossom. Then, he expressionlessly picked up the glass of wine in front of him and downed it in one gulp. //. Chapter 1995. Luan Shan immediately took the lead to clap and shouted, "Brother Jiang has made a good start. Who's going to draw next?" Next was Wei Wei Bai's turn, who was sitting next to Jiang Jiushi. Wei Wei Bai straightened her back and put her hands on her skirt. She looked at Jiang Jiushi hesitantly, but Jiang Jiushi still acted as if he couldn't see her pleading gaze. Luan Shan and a few others immediately slammed the table in dissatisfaction. "Little girl, we're still waiting. Why are you wasting time?" Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but purse her lips in fear. Then she reached out and carefully drew a card. It was a spade. A dare. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but ask, what dare? How could Luan Shan not know Jiang Jiushi's thoughts? He just wanted to teach Wei Wei Bai a lesson, so that he could swallow this tender spring bamboo shoot. Now this bamboo shoot was too tender and pure. It would be tasteless. So now he was giving Wei Wei Bai a taste. If Sister Bai was bolder, with that little pitiful face, she was so delicate and pitiful that it could make men laugh. So Luan Shan immediately decided to make Wei Wei Bai bolder. So he said, "Now choose someone and sit directly on his lap. Remember to sit with your legs apart." Wei Wei Bai had just arrived, and the only person she knew was Jiang Jiushi. With such a bold request, the person she wanted to choose would definitely be someone she knew, not them. When Jiang Jiushi heard this request, there was a hint of satisfaction on his face, but he hid it in a reserved manner. He was afraid that Wei Wei Bai would see that he was an accomplice. When Wei Wei Bai heard this request, her body trembled. She blinked helplessly. She seemed to think that this request was ridiculous. Luan Shan immediately threatened, "Can you afford to play? If you can't play, then why are you here?" Wei Wei Bai's eyes started to turn red. She lowered her head and leaned on Jiang Jiushi, as if waiting for him to save her. Jiang Jiushi coughed lightly. "Don't go overboard, but this is just a small game, Wei Wei." Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a while before slowly standing up. Jiang Jiushi immediately shifted his legs to a position that could withstand the force. He even changed the position of his arm so that he could support the waist of the person sitting on him. This little bit of training was not bad. Revenge had to be taken slowly. He had to hug her properly, too. Jiang Jiushi's thin lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. Then he saw Wei Wei Bai walk to a girl next to him. She looked at the girl in the white dress shyly, then put her hands on her shoulders and said softly, "Sorry to trouble you." After that, she gracefully sat down on the girl's lap. She said she would sit on the lap of the person sitting here. She didn't say whether it was a boy or a girl. Jiang Jiushi, he didn't know where to put his hands and legs, so for a moment, they were stiff. After sitting for a while, Wei Wei Bai turned around curiously. Her almond-shaped eyes were full of careful inquiry. "Is it okay now?" When Luan Shan saw Jiang Jiushi's expression, his face instantly darkened. He immediately said, Okay, you passed the dare." Wei Wei Bai's face was a little flushed. She looked a little excited, as if she had just done something amazing. She thanked the girl softly, then returned to sit beside Jiang Jiushi. She looked at Jiang Jiushi's awkward posture strangely, then blinked and said, "Brother, do your legs hurt?" Jiang Jiushi silently relaxed the strength in his legs, then returned to his normal sitting position. Say button below to record this reading record. Chapter 1996. "No. Is this game fun?" He sounded like he was grinding his teeth. His tone was so gloomy that it made people feel numb. Wei Wei Bai smiled. "I've never been to a place like this before, nor have I played this game. I'm worried that I won't do well." Jiang Jiushi smiled gloomily. "It's okay. We still have a long time. Let's continue playing." Luan Shan sensed his boss's cold gaze and immediately shouted, "Continue playing. Hurry up." Next was a man who drew a dare. Luan Shan didn't say anything. The man immediately said, "Sit on my lap. Do you understand?" He immediately picked a girl and sat on his lap, laughing loudly. Jiang Jiushi and Luan Shan were speechless. "Sit on my lap? Get lost." Then, it turned to Jiang Jiushi's side and drank again. Wei Wei Bai tried to draw. While others were playing truth, she was playing dare again. Luan Shan immediately said, "Dare? Choose a man and kiss him for 1 minute." Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and looked at the poker cards. If she didn't know that these cards had been tampered with, she would have lived in vain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just happened to drink with Jiang Jiushi. She had been playing dare. When Jiang Jiushi heard this request, he said hypocritically, "That's too much. How can you make such a request? It's not good for a girl." The people who came here were all having fun. When they heard Jiang Jiushi's words, they couldn't help but laugh. A few girls with open necklines also laughed exaggeratedly. Wei Wei Bai's face was pitifully pale under the light. This game seemed to have scared her. Jiang Jiushi thought to himself, because of Wei Wei Bai, the atmosphere here, which was originally very lively, was actually a little restrained. After all, Jiang Jiushi's intention to teach people was very obvious, and Wei Wei Bai obviously couldn't afford it. Therefore, everyone was measuring the degree of stimulation that was neither too big nor too small. He didn't go overboard. However, Jiang Jiushi was still afraid that if it was too exciting, she would not be able to hold back and run away. It was rare for Jiang Jiushi to be so patient with others. He said calmly, "Why don't I take my sister's place? But I'll change my gender." Jiang Jiushi thought for a moment and felt that he was taking a big risk. Then, he would kiss Wei Wei Bai and gain her understanding. He could not help but smile. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth. "No need. I'll do it." She was already so enthusiastic. Jiang Jiushi didn't stop him. He even felt a little excited. It had been a long time since he had this feeling of anticipation. He couldn't help but adjust his posture. After all, his legs were inconvenient. If she really wanted to kiss him later, his posture would have to. Wei Wei Bai turned her head and didn't even look at Jiang Jiushi. She stared deeply at Luan Shan, her eyes filled with the determination to face death. Then, just as Luan Shan sensed the danger, Wei Wei Bai had already pinched his face and was about to kiss him. Luan Shan was scared out of his wits and guts at once. If he really kissed her, he would be chopped up by Jiang Jiushi. It was not easy for Jiang Jiushi to take a fancy to a clean girl, but she fell into his hands. How could he live well? Just as Luan Shan was about to struggle and crawl away in fear, Wei Wei Bai felt a weight on her collar behind her. She was pulled back forcefully. She was still pouting, her hands stretched forward with difficulty. It seemed that she had to kiss Luan Shan. Luan Shan was so scared that he immediately hugged the girl next to him. His face turned green, and he moved back as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 1997. Jiang Jiushi's voice turned cold, and his tone was extremely cold. "Where are you kissing?" Wei Wei Bai finally realized something. She finally turned her head and saw Jiang Jiushi's tense expression. The murderous look in his eyes was extremely scary. She seemed to be frightened and trembled. She couldn't help but mutter, "Aren't we going to do a dare? He's a guy." The murderous look in Jiang Jiushi's eyes turned red. She didn't even look at him during the dare. They were the only ones who knew each other. When they first met, he was polite to her. She should have a good impression of him. But during the dare, she didn't even look at him. Did she despise him for being a cripple? Thinking of this, Jiang Jiushi's eyes became bloodshot. He curled his lips coldly. "Why did you choose him? I thought you would choose someone you know." Wei Wei Bai was confused for a moment before replying seriously. "I only know you, brother, but you have already recognized me as your sister. How can a sister kiss a brother? Also, I'm afraid you'll be angry." Jiang Jiushi didn't expect to dig a hole for himself. She didn't understand the obvious and literal meaning of God-sister at all. The murderous look in Jiang Jiushi's eyes twisted a few times. He almost suffocated himself to death. He gritted his teeth and said, "We're not even related. Why would I be angry?" She definitely wouldn't care even if he said it. After all, in the eyes of Little White Rabbit, a brother was a brother. It didn't matter if they were related or not. Jiang Jiushi snorted coldly and let go of her collar. When the theme started late at night, he would let her open her eyes. There would be pole erotic dances, XXXX demonic dances, and so on. No matter how pure a person was, they would all be baptized. Then, he would open a private room and drag her in. Once and for all, why did he have to play this innocent brother and sister game with her? Jiang Jiushi let go of her. With a cold expression, he picked up the wine and drank it expressionlessly. Luan Shan shivered. Those who knew Jiang Jiushi's character would know that someone would be in trouble if he showed such an expression. Wei Wei Bai's soft and careful voice sounded. Brother, aren't you angry? Jiang Jiushi took another sip of wine and sneered. I'm not angry. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently placed on his shoulders. He looked up in surprise, only to see her lowering her neck and closing her eyes as she leaned over. Before he could react, her kiss fell softly on his lips. They were like warm snowflakes that melted the moment they touched them. Jiang Jiushi stiffened his neck, but he saw her leaving after a kiss. His voice was a little hoarse and urgent. It's been less than a minute. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled. She looked as weak as a butterfly's wings that were hit by the wind. Her face flushed red, but she lowered her head again and kissed his lips. Jiang Jiushi tasted the taste of this kiss. It made him a little tipsy. Perhaps it was because he drank too much, but he even felt dizzy. His lowered eyes fell on her flawless skin. It was pink and delicate. It felt like a glutinous rice ball. He stiffened and didn't move. He didn't show her all kinds of mature skills as he imagined. Jiang Jiushi was more like a fool. He didn't dare to move and even held his breath. It was as if there was a butterfly on his lips. He was worried that if he breathed too heavily, it would scare her away. Wei Wei Bai closed her eyes for a long time. Then, she finally couldn't help but leave him. Her face was red, and she didn't dare to open her eyes. She asked, is it time? Jiang Jiushi said in a hoarse voice, it's not time yet. It's only about 10 seconds. The person next to him, it's already been 3 minutes. Can you be a little shameless? Wei Wei Bai frowned, seeming to be a little confused. Then she helplessly and obediently lowered her head, maintaining her previous position. Jiang Jiushi heard the sound of his heartbeat, which seemed to be very fast. He finally breathed heavily and found that it was his heart that was beating fast. Ding, the male lead's affection has increased to 10. Chapter 1998. After the dare, Jiang Jiushi brought her back, because if he stayed any longer, it would start at midnight, and there would be all kinds of crazy scenes. A kiss had made him more patient. He didn't want to scare Wei Wei Bai. Jiang Jiushi's personal assistant helped him push his wheelchair. Wei Wei Bai followed behind him cautiously. This time, they were going back to his apartment. Usually, there were almost no outsiders in the apartment, except for the housekeeper and assistant. The apartment was very clean and tidy. It was cold and masculine. After Jiang Jiushi entered the apartment, he said to his personal assistant, you can go back first. The personal assistant glanced at Wei Wei Bai and nodded. Okay. Then he left. Jiang Jiushi sat in the wheelchair. He seemed to be a little tired as he closed his eyes. He could hear Wei Wei Bai's panicked breathing. It wasn't heavy, but it was very messy. After all, the thing that happened tonight would definitely be a shock to a sheltered person like Wei Wei Bai. But there was still a long time. Jiang Jiushi also felt that his feelings for Wei Wei Bai were temporary and wouldn't last long. So, his patience was still okay. He suddenly said softly, if you want to leave, you can leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Wei Wei Bai's footsteps. He opened his eyes coldly. She escaped too quickly, but he saw Wei Wei Bai pacing around a few rooms before finally entering the kitchen. Was she hungry? Then, he saw her appear again with a cup of warm water in her hand. The housekeeper put it in the thermos. She even made a slice of dried lemon. It was something that girls liked to drink. Wei Wei Bai walked to his side and bent down to pass the cup to him. Her eyes were bright and clean. Brother, drink some water. Jiang Jiushi was stunned and suddenly said, feed me. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment before carefully placing the cup by his lips. She bowed politely, neither too far nor too close. Jiang Jiushi's eyes darkened. He lowered his head and took a sip before saying, you should drink some too. Get close to him bit by bit and train him bit by bit. He didn't know that he actually liked raising people. Wei Wei Bai smiled. You drink first. She didn't understand what he meant at all. Jiang Jiushi was not annoyed. He continued to drink a few more mouthfuls before shaking his head. Then, he looked at Wei Wei Bai expectantly, as if he was waiting for them to kiss. However, Wei Wei Bai was very calm. She took the cup back to the kitchen, poured away the water, and washed the cup. She took a new, sterilized cup and poured some water into it. Then, she walked out and drank it in front of Jiang Jiushi. He even revealed a gentle smile. Big brother is really a good person. It was a heavy blow from Little White Flower. Jiang Jiushi reached out to cover his head. He was sure that Wei Wei Bai was real. She couldn't read his hint at all. If his legs weren't so bad and he had directly pressed her down, how could she continue to be so silly? However, Jiang Jiushi forgot that his physical fitness and arm strength were amazing. As long as he tugged, she wouldn't be able to struggle free. It seemed that he was having a lot of fun with this raising game. Wei Wei Bai looked at him hesitantly and suddenly said, "Are you going to rest?" Jiang Jiushi looked at her slowly, although there was some eagerness in his heart. However, when he met her clear eyes, he felt a trace of sympathy for her. "Let's continue tomorrow." It was very late today, so he nodded. "I'm going to rest. If you want." Before he could finish, Wei Wei Bai had already walked over and put her hands in his armpits. / crossover system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1999. Jiang Jiushi's pupil shrank. Just as he was about to push her away, he heard her slightly disorderly breathing. "Brother, don't move. I'll carry you to bed." Although he had been in a wheelchair, he had no problem taking care of himself. After all, he still had one leg that could barely act as his center of gravity. If he was given a crutch, he could take a shower by himself. But Wei Wei Bai didn't know. She thought that he couldn't stand up on his own, so she came to carry him. The sudden contact wasn't because she was enlightened. It was because she wanted to help him. Jiang Jiushi didn't move for a moment. He thought that it was impossible for her to carry him. After all, his weight was still very heavy. His bones were from training. Although his body looked thin, he was much heavier than people of similar size. But unexpectedly, after Wei Wei Bai's hands grabbed his armpits, she actually dragged him out of the wheelchair. She didn't even ask where the bedroom was and just wanted to drag him forward. His legs were long and dangling on the floor. As she walked forward with difficulty, his shoes were rubbed away. Jiang Jiushi was still a little confused when he heard Wei Wei Bai say intermittently, "Brother, you're so heavy, but I can do it." Bai Wei Wei was also putting on act, but she didn't expect that this body actually had some strength. It was stronger than the average girl. She dragged him out of the wheelchair. Maybe it was because of dancing that she had this strength. Where's she dragging him to? Jiang Jiushi looked at himself speechlessly in such a sorry state, being dragged by a delicate girl. In the end, Wei Wei Bai dragged him to the sofa and stuffed him on it. Then, she reached out with some difficulty and casually tucked her scattered hair behind her ear. "Then wait for me. I'll give you a waterproof shower." Jiang Jiushi moved his lips as if hesitating. In the end, he said, "Okay, the bathroom is behind the door on your left." Wei Wei Bai immediately rolled up her sleeves, revealing her slender and beautiful arms. He couldn't believe that it was such a slender arm that had dragged him to the sofa. Wei Wei Bai actually managed to pull him up. Moreover, she did not run away, nor did she suspect his intentions. She really intended to take good care of him. Jiang Jiushi's thoughts were interrupted by Wei Wei Bai. Her hands were wet. She quickly ran over, grabbed his armpits, and dragged him into the bathroom. Jiang Jiushi was dumbfounded. After all, it was already very good that she had delayed it once. She actually dragged him down a second time. He even forgot to mention that he could walk with a cane. Also, the doors of the rooms in the house were specially designed so that wheelchairs could enter. But as soon as he saw Wei Wei Bai and the little cow, he rushed over and dragged him back and forth. He choked on his words. Wei Wei Bai struggled to drag him into the bathtub. During this process, not only did Wei Wei Bai have a hard time, but Jiang Jiushi also felt that he was very miserable. Not only did his legs hit the floor, but his head was also hit by the door. If he didn't know that Wei Wei Bai was doing this on purpose, he would have thought that she was going to murder him. Also, she directly threw him into the bathtub with his clothes on. It was full of water. This kind of bath was too rough. When Wei Wei Bai saw his clothes floating in the water, she suddenly remembered something and widened her eyes. Chapter 2000. Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. She was at a loss. She crossed her hands and hopped around like a pitiful little rabbit. I was going to put you on the edge of the bathtub, but I didn't have the strength and pushed you into the bathtub. Jiang Jiushi saw her like this. The anger in his heart disappeared. He said, "It's okay, I'll take it off myself." When Wei Wei Bai heard this, her face changed a little. She immediately covered her eyes and stepped back. I'll get it for you. After saying that, she ran away and closed the bathroom door. Jiang Jiushi, he thought that she would stay and scrub his back. All he could think of was scrubbing his back to release the heat and then pulling her into the bathtub to make some sauce. Jiang Jiushi sighed and looked at himself lying in the bathtub. He had never been in such a sorry state since he succeeded. He thought silently as he took off his clothes. But was this the fun of teaching a little lover? Although he felt all kinds of sorry and confused, the process was a little messy. But he seemed to be in a good mood. Jiang Jiushi finished showering. He had always been very fast. When he held the bathtub with both hands and was propped up, he pressed a button next to him. An invisible automatic wall cabinet slowly opened, and a crutch appeared inside. Every room in this house had this. He could move with the crutch. Just as he was about to take the crutch, the door was suddenly pushed open. Then a fair hand reached in. She hid behind the door and said, "Brother, fill the bathtub with water first, then put on a towel. Then I'll put on for you." Jiang Jiushi's eyes darkened as he looked at her hand for a few seconds. Then he stuffed the crutch back and closed the cabinet. He didn't scare her. Instead, he filled the tub with water, pulled the towel, and casually draped it over his lower body. Then he said, "I'm done. You can come in." Wei Wei Bai walked in slowly. She lowered her head and wished she hadn't seen anything. Her ears were sharp. Jiang Jiushi did not move. Instead, his deep eyes fell on her. There was a dangerous light in his eyes. Wei Wei Bai moved to the side of the bathtub. Her eyes accidentally fell on him for less than half a second. She immediately handed it over. "Can you put it on yourself?" Big brother. He was not a quadriplegic, so how could he not be able to wear them himself? Jiang Jiushi thought for a few seconds and slowly shook his head. "I need to dry myself." There were still many water stains on his body. Wei Wei Bai trembled and her face flushed, but she still firmly took a clean towel. From the beginning to the end, her eyes were floating. He looked at the sky and the earth, but not at Jiang Jiushi. Her hands carelessly brushed his back, his neck, his chest. His muscles were visible to the naked eye, and his beautiful skin was firm and powerful. Even if it was his legs, they were actually not ugly. One of his calves was a little twisted, and the muscle atrophy could not be seen. Of course, Wei Wei Bai did not look. She was so shy that her whole body was trembling. Occasionally, her eyes would fall on his body, but she would quickly look away. Jiang Jiushi's eyes had a surging impulse, especially when he saw the tip of her nose and ears. He could not help but tilt his lips. But in the end, he did not do anything. Instead, he cooperated with Wei Wei Bai, sat on the edge of the bathtub, and put on his clothes. This process was uncomfortable for both of them. Wei Wei Bai did her best to drag Jiang Jiushi into the room and stuffed him on the bed. Is at https://www.sashu.com/ Chapter 2001. She felt as if her arms were about to break. Jiang Jiushi felt that the way she threw him was similar to throwing a pig. But when he saw that she couldn't help but rub her arms, he knew that she was sore. After all, he was so heavy. She could drag him so many times without letting go of his hand to let him fall. It was already not easy. Wei Wei Bai covered Jiang Jiushi with a blanket. Then, "Brother, good night." With that, she got up and was about to leave. Her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Jiang Jiushi. The strength of his fingers made Wei Wei Bai flinch. Jiang Jiushi's gaze was a little strange. There was hesitation and gentleness in his eyes. "Tonight, you can just stay here." Wei Wei Bai, "But, Jiang Jiushi, is there another door restriction? Didn't his useless parents run away?" Of course, even if they ran overseas, they were still under his control. Wei Wei Bai shook her head hesitantly. "No, I'll sleep on the sofa then." Jiang Jiushi saw that she was looking at him obediently without any evil thoughts. Her eyes were filled with a sense of security and trust. Whatever evil thoughts he had, when he saw those eyes, he couldn't arouse them. It felt as if he was blaspheming a child. Jiang Jiushi knew that he was disabled. She thought that he couldn't stand up, so naturally, she trusted him. She didn't know how dangerous she was now. He clasped her wrist and pulled her onto the bed in an instant. Then, He took off her clothes and tied her hands. She didn't have any chance to get out of bed. Jiang Jiushi lowered his eyes to hide the evil thoughts in them. He slowly exhaled. Then he said, "There's a guest room next door. It's cleaned every day. It's very clean. You can sleep there. It's not safe for a girl to go out so late." Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up. She held his hand. He pursed his lips and tensed his jaw. Wei Wei Bai smiled until her almond-shaped eyes curved. "Thank you, big brother. I like you so much." These words were heartless and completely untrustworthy. It was just like how little girls like candy and clothes. An impulse that was not worth mentioning. But Jiang Jiushi stared at her blankly for a few seconds. Then he let go of her hand and said expressionlessly, "Okay, then go to sleep." Wei Wei Bai nodded. "By the way, do you have any clothes here? I want to take a bath." Jiang Jiushi was silent for a while before he said with some difficulty, "No, but I can lend you my clothes. You can pick from the closet." He was about to let her go. Wei Wei Bai let go of his hand and immediately ran to the closet to get a shirt and trousers. Then she smiled and said, "Then I'm going. Good night, brother." Jiang Jiushi's body stiffened. His fingers gripped the bed as he finally said, "Good night." The night was long. He resisted the urge to get up and open the door to the guest room. He definitely couldn't let go tomorrow. He had to let her know what her status was. She wasn't a maid. She should wear a shirt and walk around for him to see. Ding, the male lead's affection has increased to 15. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. 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 You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Transmigration system, Male god, come here. Chapter 2002. Jiang Jiushi didn't know if it was because he tossed and turned too late. When he woke up, Wei Wei Bai had already left. When he opened the door to his room, he saw a sticky note on his door. Beautiful and elegant handwriting. "Brother, I'm going to dance troupe to rehearse. I didn't dare to disturb you when I saw that you were asleep. By the way, the nanny came early to make breakfast. I had porridge and youtiao. It was delicious. Thank you for your hospitality." He stared at the note for a long time before taking it down. He was going to throw it away. But for some reason, he hesitated and put the note in the economics book he often read. He used his crutches and limped to the kitchen. The nanny knew his schedule. He woke up late today because he didn't like outsiders to clean up the house and cook. So after the nanny finished cooking and put it in a thermos, she would automatically leave. Jiang Jiushi took the food to the dining table. He didn't like to be too wasteful. After all, he had suffered when he was young. He felt that there was no need to cook a table full of dishes that one person couldn't finish. So, 3 meals a day were minimalistic. This morning, the nanny fried youtiao and steamed buns. A few side dishes. A big pot of thin porridge. Jiang Jiushi usually ate very quickly, but when he thought about how Wei Wei Bai also sat in his seat to eat breakfast, he couldn't help but take the youtiao and eat with the porridge. It was delicious. Jiang Jiushi, who usually couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the taste of food, couldn't help but smile. He didn't know how other people raised their little lovers. But he knew that if he raised Wei Wei Bai like this, his mood would become better and he wouldn't lose anything. Wei Wei Bai didn't seem to be like her parents at all. He wanted to hate her, but when he thought of that pair of beautiful and clean almond-shaped eyes, he couldn't hate her. After all, when her parents hit him, she wasn't there. And at that time, she was only a little girl. She must be about the size of a glutinous rice ball. No matter how much a normal person hated someone, they couldn't hate the youngest child in that family. Because a rational person knew that no matter how big the hatred was, it was impossible to ignore it. It had nothing to do with the child. And Jiang Jiushi was a man who was rational to the point of being cold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have climbed to such a high place. In the end, revenge was only one of the reasons for him to move forward. He cruelly looked at his crippled foot. He was still able to live his life in an orderly manner without letting hatred destroy him. As a result, Wei Wei Bai's family was forced to the brink of bankruptcy by him. Her parents had also fled abroad. Even at this point, he was still calm and rational. He was not at a loss because he had lost the target of his hatred. This was also the reason why he could remain calm and gentle when facing Wei Wei Bai. He even felt that if she could continue to be so obedient, he could play with her for a while longer. Jiang Jiushi ate the porridge and couldn't help but smile. He seemed to have softened his heart towards Wei Wei Bai. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 18. Wei Wei Bai, who was stretching her legs, couldn't help but tremble when she heard the notification. Here it comes again. These planes always increased favorability crazily in the beginning. Then later on, there was an inexplicable big pit that made her jump lame. She didn't feel happy at all about these easily obtained favorability points. The system was tidying up the ball of wool when it heard the notification and said, "This plane is very easy to attack. It seems that your little white flower is especially popular. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. / fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here." You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like fast crossing system, Prince Charming, come over here. Chapter 2003. Although Wei Wei Bai was in the state of a little white flower, it was especially irritating. But the system had to admit that many men did fall for this. Wei Wei Bai bent down and said calmly, "In the beginning, it is easy to increase the favorability, but men like Jiang Jiushi are only interested in novelty. In the later stages, if I keep being a little white flower, I might not be able to increase the favorability." Although she heard that the favorability was increasing rapidly, in her heart, she did feel that it was easy for a little white flower to seduce men. But when she thought about how Jiang Jiushi climbed up from the bottom step by step, she was a little unconfident in her current state. Because Jiang Jiushi was obviously very rational. He could deal with hatred and all kinds of pain rationally. He didn't need a little white flower to save his gloomy life. He wasn't even afraid of her looking at his crippled leg. He was obviously very confident in himself. He could rely on his personal charm and ability to stand in this world. So the path of redemption was not easy to walk. Jiang Jiushi obviously didn't need redemption. It was enough for him to redeem himself. Wei Wei Bai went through the process of the strategy in her heart. Then she jumped up and decided that if the little white flower didn't work in the later stages, then she would directly use the body to seduce him. The system saw Wei Wei Bai's scheming expression. Holding the ball of wool, it suddenly felt a little sympathetic for the male lead. Anyway, no matter how many planes there were, Yi Yuxuan's fragments would be firmly eaten by Wei Wei Bai. After all, whether it was the red line or the soul favorability accumulated from so many planes, it would make each fragment instinctively feel close to each other. So if there were no accidents later, Wei Wei Bai's strategy journey would become more and more smooth. Hopefully, the strategy could be completed safely. Then she would dump Yi Yuxuan. The two of them could be happy for the rest of their lives. Thinking of this, the system was even more motivated to knit sweaters. It even ate the biscuits sparingly. Jiang Jiushi listened to the content of the meeting. The focus this year would be on expanding the international market. Wan Shan's report was very rigorous and professional. However, Jiang Jiushi held a fountain pen in his hand and tapped on the folder, although his eyes were very indifferent. However, Wan Shan only realized that his boss seemed to be in a daze after reporting for a long time. In a daze? The sound of Wan Shan gradually faded away. Jiang Jiushi suddenly looked up. "Didn't you eat?" Wan Shan immediately shouted. However, Jiang Jiushi felt a sense of irritation in his heart. He suddenly flipped open a document. She pointed at the plan and said, "This is this year's advertising contract. Have you found a spokesperson?" Wan Shan immediately flipped through the piles of neatly arranged documents beside him. They had found a candidate to be the spokesperson for the advertising contract. "We've already chosen 15 celebrities. They're all available, but we still need to hold a meeting to decide who the spokesperson will be." Jiang Jiushi flipped through the information of those celebrities. He threw it away in less than 10 seconds. None of them are good enough. They aren't immortal enough. This year, his company's image advertisement needed a pure young girl. This was because to enter the international market, They needed to have local characteristics. All the final advertisements that were finalized were in an ancient style. The ancient style that was very familiar to Chinese people was very strange and new to foreign countries. They had already released a few beautiful ancient-style videos on foreign social media sites in advance. The response was very good. Wan Shan immediately asked, "Then let's continue to look." Jiang Jiushi tapped the table with his fountain pen, as if hesitating about something. His long and narrow eyelashes covered his obscure black eyes. His handsome face seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of gentleness on it. / Chapter 2004. Let's have an interview session and let those who are qualified to participate in it go through it. After he finished speaking, he said slowly, "I also have a candidate here. You can add her into the information." Wan Shan couldn't help but ask, "Who is it?" Jiang Jiushi looked up at him and said gloomily, "I'll give you the information later." Wan Shan also understood. Who else could it be? In terms of beauty, who could compare to Wei Wei Bai? Was Jiang Jiushi addicted to playing? Wan Shan silently wrote Wei Wei Bai's name on the document. Jiang Jiushi threw his pen aside and said, "I'll get off work first." Wan Shan said, Wasn't Jiang Jiushi a workaholic? Why'd he get off work early? Jiang Jiushi lazily looked up and said, "Do you have a problem with that?" Wan Shan immediately shook his head. No. You have to rest early to get better. This company depends on you. You must be healthy." Jiang Jiushi thought, why does it sound so awkward? This flattery is not up to standard. He got off work early and took the car to the dance troupe. His personal assistant pushed his wheelchair into the dance troupe. The dance troupe was still rehearsing. Wei Wei Bai was almost done with her rehearsal today. She was wearing the kind of dance costume that was specially made for dance practice. Her slender and beautiful figure was undoubtedly revealed under the tight-fitting costume. Jiang Jiushi entered the dance troupe's dance studio. He happened to see Wei Wei Bai with a red face and looking down at the teacher, listening to something seriously. Finally, she revealed a bright smile and raised her hand to shout to the teacher, "Yes, teacher." After that, she turned around and took a deep breath. Then she nimbly turned around, stretched her limbs, and stood on her tiptoes. She was as light as a snowflake falling. She jumped up and landed lightly, staying in the air for an unbelievably long time. This was the talent of dancing, a talent that could be seen with the naked eye. Jiang Jiushi saw a small part of her exposed calf. Because of the tremendous force, faint blue veins could be seen. Very beautiful. She had never seen such a beautiful child. Unbelievably clean and soft. The teacher praised her. Wei Wei Bai happily reached out to touch the back of her head and smiled shyly. The way she smiled was so cute and pure that people couldn't help but want to smile as well. Jiang Jiushi's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he had never seen anything too beautiful, so he indulged Wei Wei by a little more. This kind of indulgence was more like making up for the lack of youth. There was no desire, only a heart full of joy. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have finished rehearsing. She ran to change her clothes. Jiang Jiushi also silently asked his assistant to put the wheelchair at the door and waited quietly. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to his assistant, "Go buy a bunch of red roses." The assistant immediately nodded and ran off to buy flowers. There were several flower shops nearby. After all, the dance troupe was very famous. The flower shops here were very lively. After the flowers were bought, Jiang Jiushi received them. For the first time, he was a little nervous. After all, this was the first time he personally sent flowers. When Wei Wei Bai walked out, she was wearing a simple t-shirt and trousers. She carried a bag and a pair of dancing shoes. When she saw Jiang Jiushi, she blinked in disbelief and then rushed over happily. "Brother, are you here to pick me up?" She didn't seem to know how to feel embarrassed at all. When someone came to pick her up, she was happy and took it for granted. But this kind of initiative and enthusiasm was not annoying at all. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but smile. His breathing paused slightly, but he still handed the roses in his hand to her. Is at https://www.sashu.com/. Chapter 2005. This is for you. I hope that everything will go well with your stage play. Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she immediately held it in her hands. She leaned her head against the petals of the flower, and the soft petals touched her delicate skin. She was so beautiful that it made others look askance. Jiang Jiushi stared at her for a while before unnaturally looking away. Wei Bai smiled happily. Thank you, brother. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but smile. Her smile was really infectious. Suddenly, he said softly, It's good that you like it. Wei Bai hugged the flower, her almond-shaped eyes bright. Suddenly, she bent down and kissed him gently on the forehead. The gentleness of this touch fell into his heart. Jiang Jiushi didn't react for a moment. He held the armrest with both hands, his fingers a little tight. Wei Bai seemed to think that this was very normal. This is a thank you gift for brother. Jiang Jiushi pursed his lips, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Do you always give people gifts like this? Wei Bai hugged the flower and blinked innocently. Her tone was very pure. No, I like brother. That's why I'm so close to you. Other than my parents, you're the first person I've given a thank you gift. Parents. Jiang Jiushi thought about how he had been treated like the scum of the Bai family, although it was a little uncomfortable. But in his heart, he couldn't deny that he enjoyed this kind of closeness. He coughed lightly. I'll treat you to a meal. Unknowingly, his tone toward her was no longer that of a command, but rather a strong, questioning tone. Wei Bai hugged the flower and walked to his side. She didn't refuse at all. Okay, brother. The assistant pushed the wheelchair. Wei Bai and Jiang Jiushi walked side by side. She smiled and talked about some cute things in the dance troupe. It seemed that to her a little happy thing could be magnified 10 times. Jiang Jiushi's expression softened. Her personality and pure heart made this man, who was rolling in the darkness, feel a little relaxed and peaceful. Jiang Jiushi suppressed a trace of desire in his heart. He felt that it would be good to maintain this relationship for a while. After dinner, Wei Bai waved and left. Jiang Jiushi also waved his hand. It was another day of peace. However, Wei Bai turned her head with a cold expression. She said solemnly, I can't increase my favorability anymore. She always acted like a happy girl, which made Jiang Jiushi laugh a few times. In the end, her favorable impression of him remained at 20 and couldn't go any higher. As expected, the purity of a child could only arouse some fresh and beautiful feelings in men. And then there was nothing else. Because a man wouldn't have any extra feelings for a childlike, innocent person unless he was a pedophile. Even though it was a favorable impression of 20 points, it wasn't the type of love. So you're not acting like a little white flower anymore? Wei Bai said, No, but a little white flower is also a woman. I have to let Jiang Jiushi know this, otherwise, the favorability of love won't increase. Am I supposed to get affection points? With Jiang Jiushi's personality, even his biological parents couldn't get 100 favorability points. Wei Bai shouldn't even think about it. How about you take off your clothes and pounce on him? Wei Bai said. Am I such an impure person? The system didn't want to say anything. Sure enough, Bai Wei answered her own question. Yes, I'm that impure. The next day, Jiang Jiushi came to find her, and then the two of them had a good night together. Download the at https://m/sashu.com// to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click save to record this chapter. Chapter 2006. She made Jiang Jiushi relax again, and then there was no more and then. His impression of her didn't increase at all. Wei Bai felt that her face was about to stiffen from smiling. Indeed, not everyone could be a pure little angel. She wanted to be a little devil. She wanted to make Jiang Jiushi, this ascetic, go crazy. He rubbed her smile for nothing and didn't give her any impression of him. Scumbag. Wei Bai gritted her teeth for a few days. Finally, there was a turn for the better. Jiang Jiushi's company invited her to interview for the annual spokesperson. There was a talent show in the interview. Wei Bai immediately agreed. She also wanted to interact more with Jiang Jiushi at work. She wanted to stimulate him more and make him think better. It wasn't so polite. Jiang Jiushi was very rational. He especially suppressed himself. So as long as she was too childish, he would still maintain a little pure indulgence for her. Wei Weibai said that she didn't need him to be so considerate of her. On the day of the company's interview, more than 10 beautiful celebrities came. They were all invited internally. The celebrities were so beautiful that they almost made people blind. Except for Wei Weibai, who was a novice. Those celebrities were used to big scenes. They went in one by one. Wei Weibai was the last one. She was still dressed properly in her little white shoes, dress, and ponytail. She was especially cute and innocent. When they walked in, there were 7 or 8 interviewers. Jiang Jiushi sat in the middle and looked at the information on the document with his head lowered. He didn't seem to know that Wei Weibai was here at all. When Wei Weibai saw Jiang Jiushi, there was a hint of surprise on her face. Then she smiled brightly. Jiang Jiushi saw it from the corner of his eye, and the corner of his eye twitched. She was too careless. She didn't know that this spokesperson could change a person's life. What a child. Although Jiang Jiushi was still interested in her childishness, the stifling feeling in his heart was slowly emerging. But every time he saw Wei Weibai smiling like she didn't know anything about the world, he felt that he was throwing his hatred at her. Wasn't it too irrational to destroy her purity? Jiang Jiushi admitted that he was not a good person, but he wasn't a pervert who would rebel for no reason. It was rare for Wei Weibai to evoke a little compassion in him. He felt that he should make her parents destitute and miserable. Just let her go this time. Jiang Jiushi taps the folder with his fingers. After all, her happy smile these days really makes him relax. Wei Weibai introduced herself. The interviewer at the side described a scenario. Then, he asked her to dress up and play the part. This scene was set in a peach blossom forest. She was wearing fairy-like dresses and anklets with jingling bells. The barefoot girl stepped lightly on the petals as she approached. She was a peach blossom spirit. This was the style of one of the apps in the endorsement product. It was a little enchanting. After all, Wei Weibai's appearance was very fairy-like, so he planned to let her try out different styles. If she could control it, then all kinds of styles would be fine. Jiang Jiushi was still hesitating whether to let Wei Weibai go. The sound of the bell suddenly stopped. It tickled his eardrums. The background music of the peach blossom spirit was a gouging mixed with the faint sound of drums. The rhythm was slightly gorgeous and pleasant. Jiang Jiushi raised his head a little slowly. Suddenly, his eyes met a peach blossom red figure. The corners of her eyes were painted peach blossom red, and there was a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows. She was very pure and enchanting. Even her footsteps were not as regular as usual. Instead, her buttocks and legs swayed slightly. Her posture was like the sound of bells, and every step she took tugged at everyone's nerves. The skirt was short, and as it swayed, the color of her legs could be seen under the skirt. The white and exquisite skin under the red was soul-stirring beauty. Amidst this enchantment, her eyes were still pure. Her gaze fell on Jiang Jiushi. Suddenly, she revealed a seductive and innocent smile. She was like a newborn spirit, naturally seductive and coquettish, but she had an indulgence and charm that did not know the affairs of the world. Her spiritual aura was oppressive, and every step she took had a seductive effect. Jiang Jiushi felt his calm heartbeat quicken. The air was suddenly as hot as fire. He stared at her in a daze. This time, he could not move his eyes away at all. It was as if his eyes were tightly grabbed by her. His back went numb to the back of his head. Suddenly, she revealed a brilliant smile at him. She tiptoed and gave a light kick. Her delicate and soft body was as smooth as water. The legs under the skirt were more attractive than willow branches in the wind. The bell rang, and her dress fluttered. It was as if a peach blossom spirit had run out. Jiang Jiushi knew that she was beautiful and that she danced well. However, the dance he saw her dance the most was the jade flower. The jade flower was pure, without a demon. But today, she tiptoed and bent down. Her every move carried a hot and sweet aura. Jiang Jiushi belatedly realized that he had been seduced. Completely seduced, without a trace of leeway. His eyes were a little red, and his fingers were tightly clenched. The trace of pity in his heart. It was shattered. He could not let her go. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 25. Full text //. Download. Chapter 2007. After Wei Wei Bai was done seducing him, she put on her white shoes, a knee-length dress, and tied her hair into a ponytail. That seductive look just now was like someone else's imagination. She even purposely gave Jiang Jiushi a cute and pure smile. But Jiang Jiushi only glanced at her and looked away. Next was to wait for the notification. So Wei Wei Bai happily picked up her bag, turned around, and left. Jiang Jiushi looked at her back view as she left. His eyes were deep and hot. He lowered his eyes silently. He listened to the interviewer's praises. She's so beautiful. I think it's good to use such a newcomer. Did you see the way she walks? It's so seductive. She's so pure and seductive. Her ability to wear ancient costumes is top-notch. And her face is so beautiful that it's natural. Wan Shan saw that the comments were flying in an unpredictable direction. He couldn't help but cough a few times, interrupting the interviewers. Didn't they see how scary Jiang Jiushi's eyes were? Talk, my ass. Jiang Jiushi listened to the comments around him. The more he listened, the colder his expression became. He looked at the information on his table. Wei Wei Bai's beautiful identification photo was looking at him with a smile. Jiang Jiushi looked up. Have you decided who you want to vote for? The interviewers expressed their opinions excitedly. Number 16, the last one. It's that newcomer. She'll definitely be popular. Jiang Jiushi's fingers touched Wei Wei Bai's photo unhurriedly. You're all voting for her? The interviewers nodded. All of them felt that there was nothing wrong with their taste and sense of beauty. However, Jiang Jiushi did not say anything. Instead, she swept her gaze across all the interviewers present with an especially cold gaze that contained traces of gloominess. Wan Shan silently hid to the side. He just realized that something was wrong with Jiang Jiushi. This group of idiots kept on praising him. She couldn't wait to let Jiang Jiushi know that all of them had seen Wei Wei Bai's thighs. Jiang Jiushi curled his lips coldly. She's indeed very good. It's good that she's not blind. The interviewer was also a shrewd person. It was so cold that he wished he could put on a few more woolen jackets. Immediately, everyone trembled in fear and didn't dare to speak. Jiang Jiushi closed a folder and said coldly, "Go and choose another one. Number 16 has failed." After that, Jiang Jiushi pushed his wheelchair and left. His fingers were clenched so tightly that they hurt. He felt that when she turned into a peach blossom spirit and came out just now, she didn't just seduce him. Instead, everyone present had been seduced by her. Jiang Jiushi wished he could gouge out everyone's eyes. When he saw the group of interviewers recommending Wei Wei Bai just now, he was stunned. A paranoid and frightening thought flashed through his mind. If Wei Wei Bai succeeded in becoming the spokesperson, then her posture and talent would be amazing. All of them could make her famous. At that time, she would be in the public eye in all kinds of ways. He didn't want her to be coveted by others. This was good. It was enough for her to stay by his side silently. She didn't need to go out and show her face. So even if he knew that she was the best candidate for the spokesperson, he wouldn't let her have a chance to enter the entertainment industry. Jiang Jiushi knew that he was selfish, but he didn't feel guilty or embarrassed at all. If there was a trace of thought of letting Wei Wei Bai go before, when she walked out just now and seduced him with such an enchanting smile, it was gone. Wei Wei Bai rehearsed her dance seriously. The system looked at the male lead. The male lead seemed to be very serious in a meeting. Although his favorability had increased, he hadn't come to look for Wei Wei Bai these few days. Is at https://www.sashu. Come to make it easier for you to read next time. You can click. Chapter 2008. Looking at the host's side, the host was addicted to pretending to be a little white flower, twisting her hips and dancing like a crane. It had been a few days, but the male lead had not come. Wei Wei Bai had not come either. Host, didn't you want a seduction strategy? It had been listening to Wei Wei Bai's nagging for the past few days. The system felt that the host had no bottom line, but in this world, she had such a fairy-like shell. She was even more shameless. Wei Wei Bai easily did a split. Are my legs soft? The system, yes. Wei Wei Bai bent down. Are my ways soft? The system, soft. Wei Bai. That's right. Can't you see that I'm working on my hardware? Look, I'm soft everywhere. Uncle Zhang's heart softened. Seduction must be natural, not pretentious. The system. So are you cooking noodles? Damn it, being soft everywhere could seduce people. Humans are really weird. Wei Bai finished rehearsing and said calmly, Don't be afraid. Jiang Jiushi is not a good person. I'll let him know that I'm a woman. He won't refuse the meat in front of him. Jiang Jiushi, that man. To put it bluntly, he was black-hearted to the core. Disabled, walking alone in the dark. Humiliated to grow up. Parents dead. Death without a trace of light. Only interests and coldness intertwined to form his life. Because she was rational enough when she started being childish. He could not do it. Not because he was kind. It was because he had no feelings for girls who were pure to the point of lust. Even if he had feelings, it was the feeling of teasing a pet. Now that Jiang Jiushi had feelings, she just had to wait for him to come to her door and be the bad guy. The system was at a loss. I don't think the male lead is that bad. He was quite gentle. Wei Bai chuckled. I don't believe that I can't be the spokesperson. I don't believe that Jiang Jiushi didn't do anything to me. Previously, he had planned to let her be the spokesperson. That was why she was asked to participate in the interview. In the end, she seduced him during the interview. Without hesitation, he immediately cut off her path to the top. How could such a man not be black-hearted? And this was when the favorable impression points weren't high. In the future, once the favorability level increased, that possessive and paranoid state would be even scarier. In the end, Wei Bai sighed. After seeing so many perverts, it's not rare anymore. Jiang Jiushi was just a psychopath who hid her abilities well. After all, not everyone was a dog from the Xia country. If they said that they were black, they would be black. Her heart was quite cute. The system silently picked up the needle. It suddenly felt that it was quite good to be alone. Neither the host nor the male lead were good people. He had to stay away from them. Wei Bai carried her bag and casually walked out with her dancing shoes. A male dancer in the same group followed her out. Because it was on the way, the two laughed and chatted for a while. When they went out, they waited for the bus together. The male dancer said, You dance really well. Your foundation is very solid, and you are very talented. Dancing required talent. It was not something that could be done by just practicing. Wei Bai said, I don't have any talent. I just practice more. Speaking of talent, who doesn't have talent? You too. Your dance is very strong, and your posture is very neat. The male dancer immediately laughed. He patted his arm. Not only do I have strength in my jumping, but my arms also have strength. When I lift you up, I definitely feel very safe. Chapter 2009. You can search Transmigration System. Adonis, you can come to Sashu. Come on Baidu to find a. When they were rehearsing, one of the dance moves was a lift. Wei Bai stared at his arm curiously and opened her hands. Try lifting me. The system reminded her, the male lead is looking at you. Looking at you, Little White Flower is not a fickle woman. Wake up, host. Wei Bai smiled and swatted away the system's words like swatting a mosquito. The male dancer immediately reached out his hands excitedly, grabbed her waist, and lifted her up. Wei Bai exclaimed, then realized that his arms were really strong. They did not even tremble. She smiled. It's very safe. Please guide me in the future. The male dancer immediately put her down. It's because you're very light. The bus arrived because the two of them were on different buses. The male dancer got on first. Wei Bai continued to wait. The two of them waved goodbye happily. In the black car, not far away, Wan Shan, who was reporting to the princess, shivered and stayed away from Jiang Jiushi. He did not see anything. Jiang Jiushi's gaze fell outside and saw Wei Bai smiling happily. He silently looked away. The dark storm gathering in his eyes made people shudder. What a naughty child, he muttered softly. Then he said, let's go. He originally wanted to pick her up and play a pure game with Wei Bai, then think of a way to do it. But now there was no need. He was not looking for her. She would not think of him. She never lacked people to play this kind of game with her. He was not special at all. The game between the little princess and the little prince ended. He was going to turn back into a wizard. The system said the male lead left, very angry. The silly smile on Wei Wei Bai's face disappeared. She looked calm. It's nothing. I just wanted to stimulate him. If not, how could she speed up the pace of the game? The system looked at its host's calm face. It could not remember how scared she was at the beginning. Look at her now. She was like a big boss. Once a person gained experience, their improvement was simply too obvious. About a week later, Wei Wei Bai suddenly received a call from a classmate. It was a class reunion. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows. She had changed her phone number, but these old classmates could still find her? Moreover, ever since he had provoked Jiang Jiushi that day, he had been very careful. She was followed by 2 very professional bodyguards, who seemed to be specially hired. Like a ghost, he was silently monitoring her. This was only 25 points of favorable impression. It was just the temptation on the surface of the skin. How could he make Jiang Jiushi like this? Bai Weiwei wondered, was this too much of a provocation? She still attended the class reunion. After all, she had to find an opportunity to see if she could push the progress of the strategy. He didn't expect to succeed in defeating Jiang Jiushi. She wanted a hug or something. The class reunion was held in a 5-star hotel in the city. Wei Wei Bai went to participate in the party with a silly and sweet look on her face. Everyone seemed to be happy and harmonious. She did not see Jiang Jiushi's shadow. Wei Wei Bai thought that Jiang Jiushi would come here to meet her or something. In the end, she did not see Jiang Jiushi's shadow, even after dinner. Wei Wei Bai silently thought about what he wanted to do. After dinner, someone suggested to sing karaoke. Immediately, a bunch of people responded. The person who organized this class reunion was the richest young master in their school, Lin San. There was free food and gifts. Everyone who came to participate was especially happy. Lin San seemed to be doing well. He was also considered handsome. He was not a playboy. It was said that after graduation, he had been helping out at home. He was doing well. Chapter 2010. While they were singing karaoke, Lin San suddenly said to Wei Wei Bai, I'll buy you a drink. I wish you success. They all knew that Wei Wei Bai was preparing for a large-scale dance play. Wei Wei Bai took the wine glass. Then she heard the system's reminder, it's drugged. It's the kind that adds to the fun. It was commonly known as an aphrodisiac. Wei Wei Bai's hand paused. She was right about this person. Lin Sen looked at her with clear eyes. Although he was a little guilty, he was not the type to force himself on her. When he gave her the wine, his hand was still trembling. Bai Weiwei drank the wine without batting an eyelid. Then she smiled and said, Thank you for your kind words. Lin San saw that she drank the wine, and his expression relaxed. However, he did not dare to look at her. Weiwei Bai saw him like this, and a thought came to her mind. In the early stage of the drug, one would feel weak and sleepy. She unconsciously leaned against the sofa. Her mind was clear, but her body could not move. She said to the system, Where's Jiang Jiushi? The system said, Male lead, he's not working. Damn it, he's in the private room next to yours. And a strange thing was, most people were like Weiwei Bai's private room, a group of people bustling around. However, Jiang Jiushi sat in his wheelchair, holding a wine glass and drinking slowly. Other than the 2 bodyguards in the private room, there was no one else. Not to mention bustling, it was as cold as a ghost cave. Weiwei Bai analyzed. I think he's planning to save the damsel in distress. After a few more interactions, he'll naturally confess to me and send me flowers. Then he'll pick a good day to chop me up and eat me. The system, although the host's analysis was usually right, why did it feel that the male lead's eyes were especially dark and perverted this time? The system hugged its sweater silently. It was better not to get involved in a pervert's party. He was such a pure person, he should protect himself. Weiwei Bai started to feel dizzy. She knew that the drug was taking effect. She opened her eyes and found that there was no one in the private room. Lin Sin sent everyone away. Only Weiwei Bai was left. He walked over a little distance. Weiwei, are you okay? Weiwei Bai could not help but shiver and said, It's hot. A trace of pity appeared on Lin San's face. He clenched his fist and suddenly walked in front of her. Then he began to tear Weiwei Bai's clothes. Bai Weiwei looked up in surprise. Her eyes were misty. She knew what he was doing. She still had some strength left, so she resisted with all her might. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Be away. Lin San laughed bitterly, but he held her down and used all his strength to reveal a sinister smile. Go ahead and shout. No matter how loud you shout, no one will hear you. Is this the modern version of no one can hear you even if you scream yourself hoarse? Wei Wei Bai was so scared that she cried. Her hands hit Lin San softly. Her whole body was trembling and she almost fainted. Go away. I'm going to tell my parents. Scum, scum. If you dare to touch me, I'll castrate you. Jiang Jiushi heard this as soon as he entered the room. He felt a chill in his lower body. Then he saw that Wei Wei Bai's clothes were torn, revealing her fair and delicate collarbone. She struggled desperately and cried pitifully. Jiang Jiushi stared at her exposed skin for a while before signaling the bodyguards to go over. The bodyguards went over and threw Lin San to the ground, punching and kicking him. Lin San cooperated and screamed, I was wrong. I was possessed. Please let me go, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Jiushi's voice was as cold as a knife. Scum, people like you deserve to be castrated. Why did Lin San feel that this big shot was speaking the truth and not acting? He had a tough life. His family's small business finally had some income. Jiang Jiushi came to threaten him to be a villain. This was unreasonable. He had a pure life, and it was over just like that. But when he thought of his family's business, he could only admit defeat. And when he beat him up, there was no need to be so real. His ribs were going to break. Jiang Jiushi pushed the wheelchair and came to Wei Wei Bai's side. He was about to pretend to be a good person. Wei Wei Bai had already jumped up and jumped into Jiang Jiushi's arms. His thigh was pressed down by her delicate body. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes in satisfaction. Wei Wei Bai trembled. Brother, I feel uncomfortable. I'm hot. Jiang Jiushi touched her skin. It was burning hot. These drugs were very expensive. They didn't have any side effects on the body, but they could torture people to the point of madness. Jiang Jiushi's voice was extremely gentle. Wei Wei, what's wrong? Brother will take you to take a shower. It won't be hot anymore. Wei Wei Bai started to tear his clothes. Jiang Jiushi gestured, and the bodyguard immediately dragged the dead dog out. Once the door was closed, the atmosphere in the private room was so hot that it exploded. Jiang Jiushi even pretended to decline. Wei Wei, you're drunk. Don't be like this. He shouted as if he was being raped. If one ignored the strength of him hugging her tightly. Wei Wei Bai really thought that she had done that to him when the drug took effect. But Wei Wei Bai was very clear. Jiang Jiushi was a black-hearted pervert. In the end, she didn't take the initiative and even crawled away. He even forcefully dragged her back. It was a tragic night. A tragic night. Chapter 2011. Wei Wei Bai was lying flat on the ground. Jiang Jiushi's favorability had increased to 35 points. She could not understand why Jiang Jiushi, who had a crippled leg, was faster than her. She wanted to run, but when he stretched out his arm, his strength was frightening. In the end, the wheelchair flipped over. The drug had worn off, although her legs were a little weak. But no matter what, she had 2 more healthy legs than Jiang Jiushi. But Jiang Jiushi was like an octopus. After his fingers caught his prey, she couldn't get away no matter how hard she struggled. He was too crazy. Wei Wei Bai expressed that he wasn't human. She underestimated the extent of this beast's black-hearted. At first, she thought that there would at least be a buffer for the confession and romantic date. Hero saving the damsel in distress was fine, but she didn't expect that he would use this opportunity to take advantage of her. Wei Wei Bai said to the system with a haggard face, Tongzi, you didn't see how Jiang Jiushi treated me. He's so shameless. After being blocked for a night, Tongzi's tone was calm with a little surprise. Oh, the favorability increased by 10 points. It seems that you humans are so soft that it's easy to increase favorability. Wei Wei Bai, listen, is this something a human would say? Wei Wei Bai thought about it silently and felt that the system made sense. Her favorability increased by 10 points. For a stingy person like Jiang Jiushi, it was easy. It was indeed not easy. She smiled stiffly at him before, but it didn't increase her favorability by many points. After you fell asleep, he kept staring at you. He stared at you for a few hours before waking up. And the reason he woke up was that it was morning. He had to tidy up and bring Wei Wei Bai back. After all, it was so messy in the karaoke room. Anyone would be embarrassed to wake up and see a mess. But even in such a bad environment, Jiang Jiushi was especially happy to see. The pure system of the past seemed to be wrong. The system had never been pure from the start. Jiang Jiushi sat in his wheelchair and took some medicine from a nanny. It's for anti-inflammatory purposes. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but laugh. He never thought that he would have to resort to such means one day. He felt that he would be bored after 1 or 2 months. He couldn't find a better lover in such a short time. Jiang Jiushi was calm and cheerful. He ordered the nanny to make more breakfast. Then, he pushed the wheelchair into the room. He found that she was still asleep, her long hair scattered on the bedding. Jiang Jiushi came to the bedside and saw that her cheeks were pink and she was sleeping like a little angel. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled, but she did not wake up. Chapter 2012. Jiang Jiushi reached out and gently caressed her face a few times. You're too tired. The best time was to let go of her after removing the medicine. Otherwise, she might be suspicious. But later on, his mind did not have that concept at all. The wheelchair flipped over and she was about to run away. He grabbed her ankle and dragged her back as if he was catching a prey. Otherwise, if she ran too far away, he would not be able to catch her. At that time, the thoughts of a man were very violent and crazy. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in fear later on. She wanted to run away but could not. Jiang Jiushi applied the medicine on her and then changed the oil. Holding her ankle, there was a large bruise on it. It was scary just looking at it. Jiang Jiushi could not help but frown. Wei Wei Bai suddenly opened her eyes as if she had been stimulated. She just had to coax her a little. She hurriedly slapped his hand away and shouted, "What are you doing?" Jiang Jiushi's expression softened. He took the medicine and said softly, "I'll apply the medicine for you." Wei Wei Bai's face turned even redder. She could not breathe and almost suffocated herself to death. She gritted her teeth and said, "I want to go back." With that said, she wrapped herself in the blanket and wanted to leave with a panicked expression. Jiang Jiushi's expression turned gloomy for a moment. But soon, he reached out and pulled her blanket fiercely, pulling her whole body back up. Wei Wei. His tone was indifferent and calm. His voice was even a little cold, like a snake spitting out its tongue. Wei Wei Bai was frightened. She seemed to have thought of something and could not help but tremble. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Jiushi's eyes were suppressing a sense of darkness, but the smile on his face was very gentle and affectionate. "Do you remember everything?" Wei Wei Bai did not dare to look at his face. She was about to cry. "You?" Jiang Jiushi calmly interrupted her. "Last night, I happened to know that Lin San had bad intentions towards you, so I rushed over to save you. In the end, after I saved you, you ignored me and threw yourself at me." Wei Wei Bai hugged herself tightly, revealing a pair of almond-shaped eyes, like a little rabbit that had mistakenly entered a pack of wolves. He seemed to feel that what the big bad wolf said was wrong, but he didn't know how to refute it. Jiang Jiushi continued to speak softly for fear of scaring her. "So last night, you were the one who made the mistake first. I'm a cripple, so I couldn't run away. You were the one who wanted to pounce on me." Wei Wei Bai choked, "But you can push me away." Jiang Jiushi stared at her with a gaze so focused that it made her scalp tingle. "You're a good-looking girl. I'm a normal man. Or do you think I don't have normal needs because I can't walk?" Wei Wei Bai saw that he was angry and shook her head in fear. It seemed that his brutal behavior last night had really scared her. Jiang Jiushi immediately softened his voice, not wanting to scare her away. "So when you refuse to leave, how could I have the self-control to chase you away? You're so beautiful. No man can reject you, including me. Transmigration system, my idol, come over here. Transmigration system, my idol, come over here. / transmigration system, my idol, come over here. Transmigration system, my idol, come over here. Transmigration system, my idol, come over here." Chapter 2013. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were a little dazed. She stared blankly at Jiang Jiushi. It seemed that what he said had a particularly strong impact on the pure her. Jiang Jiushi's hand gently landed on her cheek. She immediately trembled, but she didn't avoid it. His tone was low with a hint of bewitchment. So this mistake was formed. Later on, I was a little anxious and rude and scared you. But you know that I like you very much, so I wanted to hug you. Only 35 points of favorability. He said it as if he was swearing an oath of eternal love. Wei Wei Bai gave Jiang Jiushi the middle finger in her heart. Scumbag. Jiang Jiushi didn't feel guilty or guilty at all for lying. He spoke of his love as naturally as drinking water. Then he changed the topic. It's your first time, and it's my first time too. So the two of us have to be responsible for each other, right? Wei Wei Bai looked like she was fooled. She was a little helpless. But Jiang Jiushi lowered his head sadly. Do you dislike me because I'm a cripple? This was simply standing on a moral high ground to oppress a pitiful girl who had lost her virginity. Wei Wei Bai didn't know how to answer immediately. How could I dislike you? Jiang Jiushi caught her words and looked up at her. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. You really don't dislike me? Wei Wei Bai, I don't dislike you, but this is different from last night. Jiang Jiushi hugged her happily. Wei Wei, I'm very happy. Do you know? I've been despised and insulted since I was young. My parents are also dead. I live alone in this world. The world is dark. After meeting you, you're the only one who makes me smile. Wei Wei Bai, this line was a little mushy. Jiang Jiushi said sincerely, my life is very difficult. I can't stand up and walk, but you said you don't dislike me and are willing to be friends with me. Wei Wei Bai, wait a minute. When did she say that she was with him? Jiang Jiushi's body suddenly trembled. He seemed to be very sad. It's okay if you regret it in the future. After all, I'm a cripple. I can't give you happiness. I don't deserve anyone's love. Wei Wei Bai felt goosebumps rising all over her body. The system shuddered as well. He's even more thick-skinned than you. He's even more cultured and knows how to trick people. If it wasn't for the 35 points, it wouldn't have changed at all. Wei Wei Bai really thought that Jiang Jiushi loved her to death. Jiang Jiushi finally raised his head and looked at Wei Wei Bai, who had been fooled. His face was full of joy. He gently placed his hand on her stomach. And we didn't use contraceptive measures last night. You might already have a baby in your stomach. Wei Wei Bai was really lame. She knelt down to Jiang Jiushi. Was this the legendary scumbag who shamelessly fooled around with little girls' feelings and kicked them away when they were tired of playing with them? Such a black-hearted scumbag. So shameless. What a rare sight. Wei Wei Bai was in a daze. Jiang Jiushi tested her bit by bit and kissed the corner of her eyes. The corners of her eyes were a little red. There were traces of crying from last night. He used a way of controlling the entire situation, making her unable to think. She couldn't even think about his mistakes. She was forced to agree to be with him. Actually, when they first signed the contract, he should have done this to her. Now, he was just doing what he wanted to do when they first met. But it wasn't pleasant to be together unwillingly. So, he used such a method to make Wei Wei Bai agree and not blame him. Chapter 2014. This wasn't very good. Of course, this method could only fool her for a while. After a while, Wei Wei Bai might come to her senses and not be fooled by him so easily. But so what? Anyway, it would take at least 2 or 3 months, and at most 7 or 8 months. He would get sick of it. Jiang Jiushi was so calm that he cruelly reflected on himself. Men were all greedy for novelty, and after seeing so many women, they were used to it. So, fooling her was for both parties to get through this contract period happily. Jiang Jiushi, whose heart and lungs were full of holes, showed traces of evil coldness in his eyes. Of course, it disappeared quickly and became pure sincerity. Jiang Jiushi's comforting made Wei Wei Bai dizzy. Her series of questions turned into question marks in her eyes, followed by self-reflection. She seemed to wonder if she had done something wrong. Jiang Jiushi observed her expression and found that he had succeeded in fooling her. Wei Wei Bai suddenly pushed him and said with some repulsion, "Get up." He was stunned, but he didn't object. He immediately got up and left her, not taking advantage of her at all. Then he said, "Did I press on you? Are you in a lot of pain?" As he asked, he got up and pulled the wheelchair beside the bed. Then he moved his body with difficulty to sit in the wheelchair. But because he didn't have enough strength, the process was a bit awkward. Jiang Joshi struggled to put one leg on the wheelchair, but the other leg couldn't get up. Suddenly, a fair hand stretched out from under the blanket and supported his knee with force, giving him a push. Jiang Joshi sat in the wheelchair smoothly. Wei Weibai saw that he was sitting properly and immediately retracted her hand. Then she turned her back and said to him, "You go out first, I want to change." The gentle smile on Jiang Joshi's face gradually turned into a bit of smugness. He said, "Okay, I'll leave the medicine here, you apply it yourself." After saying that, Jiang Joshi didn't want to fight at all and immediately went out. When the door closed, Jiang Joshi looked at his knees. Although he did it on purpose, Wei Weibai's help still made him feel a little happy. He asked someone to invite her to a class reunion to lower her guard to the lowest. After he arrived, he would play the hero, saving the damsel in distress, and she would throw herself into his arms. She was not resentful of his feelings. No matter what Wei Weibai's current mood was, Jiang Joshi was sure that she definitely wouldn't hate him. That was enough. She might even have a different feeling for him. It didn't matter if this feeling came from sympathy or from the first love. He had used such brutal and forceful methods to get her, and he had used all kinds of plans to keep her firmly in his grasp. All the negative effects would be minimized. Jiang Joshi slowly pushed his wheelchair away. He was very excited. Ever since the company became successful, he had indeed been dispirited for a period of time. After all, the most difficult and challenging things had passed. The fruit of victory would lose its taste after eating it for a long time. The feeling of revenge didn't seem to be very meaningful. But the process of getting Wei Weibai made him feel a rare sense of excitement. So Jiang Joshi couldn't help but use his dark methods to nibble at her step by step. He liked her a little now. Jiang Joshi was very clear about his emotional fluctuations, so he didn't mind using more methods to get her. If Wei Weibai liked him because of his methods, it would be a happy victory for everyone. If he got tired of her in the future, it would be even easier to abandon her. It was just a matter of saying a word. As for Wei Weibai's ending, Jiang Joshi felt that he definitely wouldn't care at that time. In any case, it was the same as every time he succeeded. The fruit wouldn't taste good after eating for a long time, and then he would find a new fruit. Jiang Joshi was still feeling smug. His scumbag plan had a good start. In the room, Wei Weibai was applying medicine. When it started to hurt, she said to the system, "When the affinity goes up, if I don't torture that scumbag Jiang Joshi into a dog, I'll follow your family name." The system, "Follow my family name 0? Wei Weibai, "No, if I marry you, you'll be my family." I see, sounds good, right? The system, "You scumbags can just put together a bunch of scumbags. Don't pollute this poor person who weaves sweaters for a living." Crossover system, "Prince Charming, come here." Crossover system, "Prince Charming, come here." /crossover system, "Prince Charming, come here." Crossover system, "Prince Charming, come here." Download the at https://m. Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Crossover system, "Prince Charming, come here." Chapter 2015. Jiang Joshi was rarely late. Today, he only came to work when it was almost noon. Wan Shan saw that his face was flushed, so he poured him a cup of coffee and said, "Why? Did you get the person?" He wanted such a big scene to trick a little innocent girl. Wei Weibai deserved to be unlucky. Jiang Joshi did not sleep the whole night. His throat was a little dry, and he drank the cup of bitter coffee. He said, "How's the Bai family?" Luan Shan flipped through the information. "You asked someone to go abroad to get that scumbag pair. That scumbag pair is living quite miserably now. Their money had been snatched away. They were staying in the worst hotels, and recently, they were even looking for low-level jobs. They had fallen from the sky to the ground." Jiang Joshi was silent for a while. "Let's slow down first and let them catch their breath." Wan Shan nodded and did not object. After all, he had just kidnapped someone else's daughter. Even if the parents were scumbags, he had to give them some face. Jiang Joshi poured himself another cup of coffee and said, "Oh right, contact the doctor. I'm going to have surgery soon. Wan Shan was shocked. Why are you suddenly so anxious? One of Jiang Jioshi's feet was seriously crippled. The best result of the surgery was to ensure that he could stand up and walk. Of course, it was definitely not possible for him to jump around like this or run a marathon like others. Moreover, the doctor had also said that even if the surgery was successful, Jiang Jioshi might still limp if he stood up. However, it would depend on the success of the surgery. The best situation was that the limp might not be so obvious. This was because Jiang Jioshi had been exercising for a long time and had been asking professional doctors to massage him. The muscle atrophy was not obvious. Moreover, he could sometimes walk with crutches. Therefore, after hearing that he would still limp after the surgery, Jiang Jioshi was not so interested, although he also had a surgery plan. However, the surgery needed to be placed behind the plan to expand the international market this year. He thought that the earliest he could do the surgery would be at the end of the year or next year. Jiang Jioshi's eyes were dark and his eyelashes drooped. He pondered for a few seconds before replying slowly. I used to find it inconvenient to sit in a wheelchair or hold crutches, but it was still tolerable. After all, he relied on his brain to make a living. Or he could use his mouth to fool people. There was no need to rely too much on physical strength. But I might need to exercise more now. If I only use my hands, it won't be enough. For example, what if Wei Wei Bai ran away? If he couldn't catch her, he would be blinded. If he could stand up, then she would run away in fear. In that case, when he chased after her, it could be considered to be quite interesting. Wan Shan, why does this sentence contain so much information? However, it was a good thing that Jiang Jioshi was willing to perform the surgery. Wan Shan nodded. Then I'll contact the doctor. You should check the condition of your leg. Jiang Jioshi nodded and began to flip through the documents. All right, get someone to send some feminine products to my house. Also buy some gifts and flowers. Jiang Jioshi said lightly. Wan Shan nodded casually when he heard this. There were many lovers in the industry. After all, the pressure in this line of work was too great. Who didn't have a few women around them? It was rare for Jiang Jioshi to have one, so he would pick out the better ones and send them over. He just didn't know how long this one would last. Even if he did not say it, he knew Jiang Jioshi very well. Jiang Jioshi was a boss who was only popular for a short period of time. Everything could be considered fresh for a few months. He was afraid that Wei Wei Bai wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a year. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2016. Jiang Jioshi finished his work excitedly. Then, under Luan Shan's speechless gaze, he got off work early. When he got home, his expression was relaxed and happy. However, when he entered the door, he found that the nanny was still there. But Wei Wei Bai was missing. Jiang Jioshi's heart turned cold. Where's Wei Wei? The nanny said, Are you talking about Miss Bai? She said that she was going to dance, so she left in the afternoon. Also, she said that she won't be coming back in the future. These words made the gentle smile on Jiang Jioshi's face disappear bit by bit. Then, he laughed again, and his laughter was unusually cold. It seemed that Wei Wei Bai still reacted to his words in the morning. Although the two of them had sex, Wei Wei Bai thought that she could pretend that nothing happened. Their bodies were intimate. However, Wei Wei Bai's heart still did not waver. Jiang Jioshi's voice turned cold. Call the chauffeur. The nanny trembled. She did not know who provoked Jiang Jioshi again. After Wei Wei Bai finished dancing, her face was pale. Her bones were all broken, and her lower body hurt everywhere. Every time she felt uncomfortable, Wei Wei Bai would silently tear Jiang Jioshi apart. A 10,000-year-old virgin. His skills were so bad that it was unbearable. She felt that Jiang Jioshi was a scumbag because of this. When it came to that matter, he did not care about her life at all and only cared about his own pleasure. If this kind of man was not her target, she would have kicked his lower body. Wei Wei Bai grimaced. The teacher could see that something was wrong with her and could not help but be concerned. Wei Wei, are you too tired? During Wei Wei Bai's time in the dance troupe, she had successfully won everyone's favor. Who did not like cute little fairies? And when she danced, her spirit was off the charts and her talent was amazing. For the dance troupe to have such a dancer, it meant that the dance troupe had a successor. The teacher was overjoyed. Wei Wei Bai shook her head and revealed a sweet smile. No, I drank too much at the class reunion last night and didn't get enough sleep. The teacher immediately shook her head in disapproval. Then take a day off and have a good rest. You're working so hard. It's okay to rest for a day. Don't tire yourself out. Then, the teacher asked her to go home early. Wei Wei Bai was only here to put on a show. After all, she had a fish for that scumbag Jiang Jiushi. She nodded and limped out with her things. The system reported in real time, the male lead is here. He's in the car, 10 meters away from the entrance. His face is as black as an old pot that hasn't been washed. Wei Wei Bai sneered. I'm waiting for him to come. My character's setting is that of a little white flower, not a little idiot. Of course, I have to show some resistance when I'm being taken advantage of. Does he think that by saying that I'm miserable and pitiful, he can win my sympathy? The system replied perfunctorily, yes, yes. Good luck. Wei Wei Bai. She felt that Tongzi had a new lover. He was becoming less and less attentive to her recently. Tongzi, work hard on the sweater. The sweater is about to be handed in, but it's not done yet. Wei Wei Bai corrected her angelic smile at the door. Her eyes and mouth drooped, looking like she was being bullied. Then, she walked out of the door weakly. Not far away, a black car was parked quietly. Wei Wei Bai inadvertently glanced at it and pretended not to know that Jiang Jiushi was inside. Then, her shoulders drooped, and she walked forward alone. She didn't stop at the bus stop either. She seemed absent-minded. When Wei Wei Bai walked to a pharmacy, she suddenly thought of something. She hesitated for a moment, wanting to go in, but not daring to. The TXT. Chapter 2017. But in the end, she still walked in. Jiang Jiushi sat in the car. Looking at her sad back view, he was deep in thought. If there was no accident, Wei Wei Bai should have gone to buy emergency contraceptive pills. After all, what he said in the morning might have scared her. It seemed like she really wanted to cut ties with him. Jiang Jiushi looked at the entrance of the pharmacy expressionlessly. The driver, old Liu, accidentally glanced at the rearview mirror. He was frightened by Jiang Jiushi's cold expression and immediately didn't dare to look again. Wei Wei Bai went for a while and then hurried out with a small, opaque plastic bag. She didn't even take the bus, but waved for a taxi. Jiang Jiushi watched the car drive away and was silent for a while before saying, "Follow her." Old Liu immediately followed. Jiang Jiushi called Luan Shan. "Go to my house and take out the contract. It's the contract that Wei Wei Bai sold herself to me. There are also photos of the bays overseas. Pick the worst ones." A 3-month contract. It was signed by Wei Wei Bai. This kind of contract had no legal effect. But in Jiang Jiushi's hands, even if it had no legal effect, Wei Wei Bai had to accept it. He had many ways to make sure she couldn't escape. A pampered princess was a pampered princess. After being scared once, she cried and ran away immediately. She didn't dare to have anything to do with him. Jiang Jiushi felt that he had to teach Wei Wei Bai to be more mature. At least let her know that some contracts couldn't be signed carelessly. Once she signed, she had to take responsibility. Jiang Jiushi put down his phone and accidentally saw the expression on his face in the car window. It was especially gloomy and scary. In the past few years of his success, such a bloodthirsty expression rarely appeared. Jiang Jiushi slowly closed his eyes. He didn't expect to find out that Wei Wei Bai was planning to escape and not stay by his side. He was actually so angry. Wei Wei Bai returned to her own home. The Bai family's villa was funded by Jiang Jiushi. The company had not really gone bankrupt yet, so the house had not been auctioned. It was just a little bleak. Wei Wei Bai opened the door absent-mindedly and forgot to lock the door. After all, the little princess used to have a nanny open and close the door. Therefore, her behavior was very normal. She took out the pills but found that there was no hot water, so she slowly went to boil some water. Then, Tongzi said, "He's here, he's here. Spendthrift Jiang, no, male lead Jiang is here." Wei Wei Bai immediately went to pour some water and then put the hot water on the table to cool down. When it was about time, she rubbed her face and held the pills in her hand. Then he began to cry. Without making a sound, her body trembled and she cried like a weeping beauty. But it was both beautiful and pitiful. The door, which was not closed tightly, was slowly pushed open. Jiang Jioshi's gloomy eyes were revealed. Then he saw her sitting alone on the spacious sofa. In the empty living room, the decorative pendulum clock that had lost its momentum was extremely quiet. This house was lifeless. In the darkness, only her trembling back view was so clear. For a moment, Jiang Jioshi seemed to see himself. In the dark background, there was only one person sitting alone with his back to everyone. But he did not cry. Instead, he was resentful and coldly cursing everyone to die a horrible death. He had never been a good person. He had known since he was young. There was even a person who insulted him who burned both of his hands with the experimental equipment he designed for chemistry class. This kind of cold, witty, and unknown revenge was everywhere. To those who were rotten to him, he sneered at his revenge. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2018. He was not necessarily grateful to those who were good to him. Instead, he thought about how to make use of others' good intentions to climb up the social ladder. Just like now, when he watched Bai Weiwei cry her eyes out. The thought that flashed through his mind was that she looked really good when she cried. Jiang Jioshi silently pushed the wheelchair in. Weiwei Bai seemed to have heard the sound. She turned around in shock. The corners of her eyes were full of tears as she looked at him with her almond-shaped eyes. When she saw him, she panicked and held the medicine tightly. Jiang Jioshi's expression was very cold. He stared at the medicine in her hand as if he wanted to say something. Weiwei Bai thought that he was going to stop her. She immediately stuffed the pill in her mouth and swallowed it. But the pill was too dry. She choked and coughed. Her face was immediately flushed red. Jiang Jioshi came to the table and handed her a glass of water. "Drink some water. Don't hurt your throat." Weiwei Bai looked at him a little fearfully. She seemed to be a loss. Jiang Jioshi revealed a gentle smile. "What's wrong, Weiwei? Drink some water." Weiwei Bai hesitated for a moment. Finally, she reached out and touched the cup. Jiang Jioshi let go of her fingers, and the cup slipped from their fingertips. Crack! The clear glass, along with the water, was smashed into pieces. Weiwei Bai jumped back in shock. Jiang Jioshi calmly and indifferently retracted his hand. The corner of his mouth raised. "Are you really that afraid of having a baby in your stomach? Are you afraid that you won't be able to dance when you have a child? Or are you afraid that with my crippled genes, you will give birth to a deformed child?" Weiwei Bai immediately shook her head in fear. "No, I just feel that we are not suitable. Yesterday was just an accident." Jiang Jioshi stared at her deeply and suddenly smiled. He slowly pushed the wheelchair and crushed the glass shards, making a cracking sound. Weiwei Bai could not help but step back. Jiang Jioshi was not angry, but he suddenly pushed the wheelchair faster and grabbed her hand. His wrist was very strong, so he held her hand. Weiwei Bai could not break free no matter how hard she struggled. Jiang Jioshi smiled. Although his smile was gentle, his eyes were cold. "Are you playing with me, Weiwei Bai? Back then, you signed a contract for me. The 3-month contract is not up to you. Are you going to pretend that you did not sign it?" Bai Weiwei's face was deathly pale. I didn't expect it to be so difficult." Jiang Jioshi tilted her head slightly, and the smile on her face became even more brilliant. "That difficult? Do you think that I pay your company so much money every month just because the wind blows it in? Do you know how much your company is, Bai? More than 300 million. Weiwei Bai was a little confused. More than 300 million? A little princess with no concept of money. Pitiful. She did not even know how much 300 million was. Jiang Jioshi said softly, "Yes, I've already paid 100 million. Which woman in this world do you think is worth 100 million? You're the only one, Weiwei." He suddenly exerted strength in his fingers. Weiwei Bai's face turned pale, and she trembled in pain. She wanted to break free, but she could not escape from his strength. Jiang Jioshi looked at her fiercely. "Do you think I'm easy to bully? Or do I give you the wrong impression that I'm very kind? When you walked into that hotel room, didn't you want to sell yourself? Wei Wei Bai was anxious and embarrassed to the extreme. She broke down and shouted, "Shut up, Jiang Jiushi! How can you say that?" When Jiang Jiushi saw the despair in her eyes, a trace of helplessness flashed across her heart. He seemed to have pushed her too hard. He had clearly planned to treat her gently and open her heart bit by bit. But when he heard that she had run away and even took birth control pills, she looked like she could not wait to get rid of him immediately. He could not stop the anger in his heart. This anger made him lose control completely. He only wanted to rush over and let her see the truth and shatter her delusion of wanting to leave. It seemed like he really liked her and did not see her as a plaything. Jiang Jiushi's heart trembled. Suddenly, his hand trembled and he let go of her wrist. /say button. Chapter 2019. Of course, this thought only flashed by, and Jiang Jiushi was only in a trance for a few seconds before returning to normal. He even felt that his temper had become a lot more rash. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and destroyed all his plans of being gentle. Jiang Jiushi reached out and rubbed his temples. He felt that his temples were making a popping sound, and it was very painful. He just wanted to have a decent lover. Why was Wei Wei Bai so disobedient? Why not be ruthless and train her for half a month? Then she would be obedient. There were professional trainers in the upper circle. They were clean, powerful, and confidential. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but look up at Wei Wei Bai. He realized that she looked like she had done something wrong and was looking at him fearfully. Her face was very red, as if she was angered by him. There was a layer of beautiful light red on her pink and white skin. Her slender figure was so thin that a gust of wind could blow her away. But that pair of obedient and pleasant almond eyes were filled with a sense of stubbornness. It made people feel like they were looking at a pitiful child. It was embarrassing to make things difficult for her. Jiang Jiushi started to have a headache again. He reached out and held his forehead. There was a hint of darkness in his eyes as he looked at her through the gaps between his fingers. He realized that he wanted to hand her over for training. It was something that he couldn't bear. The thought of another man or woman touching her made his blood boil. The bloodlust in his heart surged, and he even had the urge to kill. Maybe he was a clean freak and couldn't bear that his things were contaminated by others. Jiang Jiushi convinced himself. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was Luan Shan. He stood outside the door with a stack of documents. Wei Wei Bai trembled. Like a frightened rabbit, she jumped back a few steps. Jiang Jiushi said coldly, "Come in." It was obviously Wei Wei Bai's house, but it felt like Jiang Jiushi was the owner. Luan Shan came in a little trembling. The atmosphere was very tense. Boss Jiang was in a bad mood. Luan Shan handed the documents to Jiang Jiushi. "The documents you asked for, Mr. Jiang." When Jiang Jiushi was in a good mood, he had no problem calling him Brother Jiang. But now, Jiang Jiushi looked like he had ignited a barrel of dynamite. Luan Shan kept his presence very low, for fear that Jiang Jiushi would not bear to attack Wei Wei Bai. He would catch him and beat him as hard as he could. He had seen how Jiang Jiushi had punched his boxing coach's temple, causing the coach to be hospitalized for a month. He almost died on the spot. In the end, he had to spend over $1 million to settle this matter. Later on, Jiang Jiushi's personal trainer's salary was doubled before someone was willing to apply for the job. Jiang Jiushi signaled the Luan Shan. Luan Shan immediately pushed him to the side of the table. Then he saw glass shards under the table. He immediately ran to get the cleaning tools and cleaned it up. Jiang Jiushi let Luan Shan busy himself. He took out a fountain pen and pulled out Wei Wei Bai's contract. Then, he changed the time on the contract. Then, he pushed the contract in the direction of Wei Wei Bai. "Come and sign your name again." Luan Shan had already cleaned up. Then, he ran to the kitchen, intending to pour some tea or something. When he brushed past Wei Wei Bai, he saw her pitiful, tearful look and couldn't help but shake his head. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything more. Everyone could see that Boss Jiang was personally training Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai's reaction was a little slow. She didn't go forward. Instead, she hesitated and took a few steps back. Then, she repeated in a low voice, "Jiang Jiushi, I don't want to." Crossover system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 2020. Jiang Joshi's gaze was extremely deep, and a sharp and cold light appeared. This gaze was more penetrating than a sharp knife, and it could pierce through one's heart. Oh, you can't stand it? He slowly put down the fountain pen and placed his hands on his abdomen, looking indifferent. What can you stand? I'm easy to negotiate. Tell me, I might even agree. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up, but she was still very hesitant. She didn't seem to believe him, but she still said softly, "Can we negotiate?" Jiang Joshi's expression was very cold for a moment, but it was quickly replaced by a hypocritical smile. Of course, I'm not a bad person. Don't be afraid. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly and then said hesitantly, I can satisfy many of your requests, except for physical contact? Jiang Joshi smiled. What do you mean by physical contact? If I fall, can't you hold me up? Wei Wei Bai immediately shook her head. No, I mean don't do that. Jiang Joshi paused after every word. What do you want? We have to write it in the contract. You need protection too. If you don't make it clear, the contract won't be effective when the time comes. Luan Shan, who was making tea in the kitchen, heard this sentence. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. This kind of contract for the sale of human beings had no legal effect. Whoever believed, that would be an idiot. Bai Weiwei had a frightened expression on her face. Jiang Joshi looked at her with a cold smile, as if to see how far she could go. If he was angry, then she would be punished. Anyway, she didn't like his gentleness. Then he couldn't be bothered to pretend to be a good person. Wei Wei Bai looked at the contract on the table, and a look of struggle flashed across her face. In the end, she still walked step by step to the table with heavy footsteps. Then she didn't look at the contract, but gently and hesitantly bent over to Jiang Joshi. The aura on her body immediately wrapped around him. Jiang Joshi's eyes darkened, and his fingers tightened. Wei Wei Bai was afraid that someone would hear her, so she moved closer to his ear. Because her voice was too soft, it sounded more like a seductive, sweet entanglement. It made Jiang Joshi's sensitive ears redden a little. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, her face turned even redder. She hesitated and moved away from his ear. Her eyes were so bright that he couldn't bear to lie to her. Did you hear that? Jiang Joshi stared at her soft and beautiful lips. His breathing became heavy. Then he smiled. I heard you. You don't want to sleep with me. This sentence was a little loud. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled, and she looked at the kitchen fearfully. However, Jiang Joshi tilted his head and looked at the kitchen. If you're done watching the show, then get lost. Luan Shan immediately came out with tea, pretending to be calm, and then immediately said, Then I'll leave first. Goodbye. After saying that, Luan Shan fled and helped them close the door tightly. Jiang Joshi picked up a cup of tea and took a sip to suppress the anger in his chest. His attitude was still strong and indifferent. Wei Wei Bai looked a little scared, as if she was firmly in his control. Jiang Joshi, who had revealed his true colors, showed his cold temperament and strong methods. Jiang Joshi acted like he was negotiating a project and said coldly and unreasonably, You know, there's a big difference between the price of selling yourself and not selling yourself. I thought you agreed and signed your name because you were mentally prepared. I'm a kind person with a soft temperament. That's why I'm willing to pay such a high price and treat you so gently. Bai Weiwei, at the / crossover system, Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu, download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m Sashu. com//. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like. Chapter 2021. The target of this strategy was so trashy that she couldn't bear to look at it. Jiang Joshi had a calm look on his face. Go and check the price in the industry. Who would be able to offer such a high price to save your family? Also, I didn't force you to do what you did last night. Wei Wei Bai, what he said made sense. If she didn't know that he was setting a trap, she would have thought that she didn't know what was good for her. Jiang Joshi, that's why I've done my best for you. You don't have the right to ask for anything. Wei Wei Bai's face was still slightly red, but he could see the despair in her eyes. Jiang Jiushi didn't want to force her into a daze. He had dealt enough blows to her. He softened his expression. I'm not such an unreasonable person. If you don't like it, I won't force you. After all, it's only fun if both parties are willing. Wei Wei Bai's face turned red again. Jiang Jiushi sighed. She was still too inexperienced. She couldn't even stand such a little dirty talk. He really didn't know where she got this from. Jiang Jiushi controlled the pace of the negotiation. He knocked on the contract again. So I agree not to force you, but the time limit will be changed from 3 months to 3 years. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but exclaim, 3 years. For a girl, 3 years of her youth was all spent on the path of being a mistress. It was very likely that her whole life would be ruined. Jiang Jiushi looked up slightly. Then everything will be as usual. Wei Wei Bai looked at him silently. Her clear and cute eyes were no longer as optimistic and naive as before. Instead, it was the embarrassment and pain of betrayal. Jiang Jiushi looked at her and then looked away, ignoring the throbbing in his heart. Then he lowered his head and drank his tea indifferently, as if he didn't feel anything about her sadness. After taking a sip of tea, he seemed to have casually picked up a document bag. The photos in the bag slipped out. Wei Wei Bai saw something and immediately snatched it. It was a pitiful photo of the Bai couple. The two middle-aged men no longer looked glamorous. Instead, they were shabby and desolate on the streets. Wei Wei Bai's body trembled as she looked at the photos one by one in disbelief. Dad, Mom? Jiang Jiushi said calmly. It seems that your parents aren't doing well. If the Bai family's company goes bankrupt, they won't be able to return to China. Because as soon as they return to the country, they will go to jail because of tax issues. If they didn't return to their country, they would have a miserable life. Wei Wei Bai held the photo and smiled sadly. Suddenly, she picked up the pen, and her slender fingers trembled violently. When he signed his name was distorted. Jiang Jiushi was not picky. Instead, he reminded him, take a look at the terms and conditions of the contract. I've added a few more. Wei Wei Bai's face was filled with grief and indignation. There's no need. I can't resist anyway. She was angry and fierce and pitiful. For a moment, Jiang Jiushi couldn't argue with her, because it was rare to see such a rich and cute expression on her face. Jiang Jiushi took the signed contract and filled in what Wei Wei Bai said. I won't take advantage of you. I said that you won't force me, so you won't force me. After all, this was not a long-term solution. Jiang Jiushi felt that he had self-control and played the game slowly. Wei Wei Bai's expression didn't look much better. She saw Jiang Jiushi put away the contract. She couldn't help but say, my parents. Jiang Jiushi smiled. I'll send someone to take care of your parents. As long as you stay here obediently for 3 years, I promise that your parents will be able to return to China after 3 years. 3 years was such a long time. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2022. Who knew if he could keep it fresh for that long? If he stopped liking Wei Wei Bai in advance, it was not impossible for him to let her go free. Jiang Jiushi felt that he was very principled when it came to business. Wei Wei Bai seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Then, she staggered a few steps and almost sat on the floor. Jiang Jiushi did not see her stumbling footsteps. After packing up the documents and photos, he finally looked up, and the dark anger in his eyes climbed up bit by bit. Okay, now that we're done talking about business, let's talk about the punishment. Jiang Jiushi's words were calm, but cold. Wei Wei Bai looked confused. What punishment? Jiang Jiushi, in the contract just now, although there are more rules that I can't force you to touch me, there are also more rules that if you run away in the future, you will be punished for disobeying me. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have thought that she did not have to sell her body, so she was not so afraid. She even looked straight at him. How are you going to punish me? Are you going to hit me? Jiang Jiushi. Am I that low in her eyes? Hitting a woman? He was speechless for a few seconds. Finally, he shook his head and said softly, I won't hit you. Take off your clothes. Wei Wei Bai widened her eyes. What are you going to do? Jiang Jiushi. What can I do? I'm still lame. Are you afraid that you can't outrun me? Wei Wei Bai immediately took a few steps back and distanced herself from him. After all, she had suffered once and knew how strong his fingers were. If she was caught by him, she would not be able to escape. Jiang Jiushi crossed his hands and casually placed them on his exquisite chin. He stared at her with his dark eyes. I haven't seen you dance in a long time. You're not wearing pants and long clothes. Put on shorts and tights and dance for me. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but retort. I can still dance very well like this. Jiang Jiushi sneered. The punishment is that I won't accept any rebuttal. If you don't listen to me, I'll strip you naked. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth and looked at him. She seemed to want to struggle and resist, but in the end, she thought of something and went limp. Then she ran back to her room to change. Jiang Jiushi saw her running away. For a moment, he wanted to chase after her. After all, she had already run away once. He did not trust her. This was an instinctive reaction, but as soon as this thought surfaced, he laughed at himself. Was he really serious? He was so afraid that she would run away. It was just that it was rare to find someone who was pleasing to the eye. It wasn't like that person was unique. Jiang Jiushi calmed down and waited. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai dawdling as she came out in a sports suit with shorts and short sleeves. In this state, her eyes were bright and her face was flushed. Her face was full of collagen and she was wearing this sportswear. It was a perfect interpretation of what it meant to be invincible in youth. Seeing Wei Wei Bai like this, Jiang Jiushi felt that he was dead for a moment. She was like a light, the center of attention wherever she stood. She was born to be on the stage. Wei Wei Bai stood a little further away from him. She stood in the living room with her hands on her hips and frowned as she said, "What kind of dance are you going to watch me do?" Jiang Jiushi thought, erotic dance or pole dance? Of course, he couldn't say this. Being forced to this point today was already Wei Wei Bai's limit. If he let this sheltered little princess dance these dances, she probably couldn't stand it and would run away from home again. So Jiang Jiushi's voice was a little hoarse as he said softly, "I don't know much about dancing. Just do whatever you want." Wei Wei Bai stood there awkwardly for a few seconds before she gently tiptoed. Her slender and beautiful legs were raised, and her soft waist was bent back like a green willow tree. A dance move full of tension appeared. Her movements were light, clean, and elegant. There was no sloppiness in the dance moves. Every step was perfect and full of nimbleness. There was no music, but one could see the rhythm flowing from her toes. At first, Jiang Jiushi stared at Wei Wei Bai's white legs. But gradually, his eyes froze on her expression that was beginning to become serious. Dancing was her favorite career, so her unwillingness at the beginning had been replaced by a serious attitude. She seemed to have forgotten about him. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, but her eyes were focused and filled with passion. This was a kind of feeling that Jiang Jiushi had never had before. It was a kind of devout feeling for something one loved. It was full of appeal. Jiang Jiushi's eyes softened, and the rhythm of his heart also sped up with her steps. Jiang Jiushi finally realized. She was very beautiful. She was different from anyone else's beauty. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 40. T. Chapter 2023. After Wei Wei Bai finished her dance, the thin layer of sweat on her forehead had long disappeared, but her face was abnormally red. Her eyes were misty and filled with grievance, as if she had been bullied badly. Her eyebrows and eyes were weak and thin. Her voice was a little hoarse from exhaustion. "Is it okay now?" Jiang Jiushi's eyelashes lowered slightly, suppressing the shock and inexplicable emotions in his eyes. He said lightly, "It won't be so easy in the future. You have to fulfill your responsibilities after signing the contract, understand?" Wei Wei Bai curled her lips. Her smile was a little cold, but she still looked soft when she was so angry. "Got it, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang," even if it was called out in that sweet and soft voice of hers. Jiang Jiushi didn't like it either. Too polite, Jiang Jiushi realized that he had a little too many expectations of Wei Wei Bai. He actually hoped that she would act coquettishly or something like that, and not be so cold and hard. But thinking about how so many things had happened today, Wei Wei Bai might have been pushed to the limit. With her soft personality, she couldn't wait to perish together with him. When Jiang Jiushi thought of this, he couldn't help but imagine her dying with him. If he gave her a knife, she might not even be able to stab him in the chest. After all, she had a soft personality and a soft heart. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but curl his lips and suppress his amused smile. He felt that there was something wrong with him, imagining Wei Wei by killing him. He felt that that scene was quite cute. Jiang Jiushi sighed. Was his mood a little off recently? He was just about to adjust his state and return to his usual cold and indifferent state. But he found that Wei Wei Bai's footsteps were a little weak, and she staggered. Then she quickly stood still, but her ankles were very tight. It seemed that to her, standing in this position had already consumed a lot of her energy. He couldn't help but frown. His gaze fell on her feet, legs, and finally to her face. Her skin was very fair and clean. The light pink was very obvious on her skin. Her skin was actually red, a thin layer of red. Jiang Jiushi felt that something was wrong. Wei Wei Bai was already in a trance, but she still stood straight. The dancer had a good figure and didn't have the bad habit of slouching. Her almond-shaped eyes were already half closed, and she looked like she was about to collapse at any moment. Jiang Jiushi's fingers trembled, and he immediately pushed his wheelchair over. As a result, Bai Weiwei seemed to be frightened. Her whole body staggered back a few steps. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and couldn't stand. She blacked out and fell backwards. What if he fell hard? His brain was in contact with the floor. Even a concussion was possible. Jiang Jiushi's mind went blank for a moment. By the time he came back to his senses, he had already stood up from his wheelchair. Because he used too much force, the entire wheelchair was flipped over, and all the strength in his body exploded. He threw his entire body forward and grabbed her waist in midair. Then the two of them rolled into a ball. The huge impact made his mind go blank. He couldn't remember it all. They were so far away just now. How did he drag his crippled leg and use the strength of his body to fly over? Even if he worked out all year round, it was almost impossible for him to do such a move. Chapter 2024. Wei Wei Bai's head was instinctively pressed against his chest, and her hair scattered all over his body. He hugged her tightly, and his body fell heavily to the floor due to inertia. A piercing pain came from his arm, and his bones took too much of the impact. Jiang Jiushi took a deep breath, but his attention was quickly captured by Wei Wei Bai's state. He hugged her as if he was hugging a big stove. It was boiling hot. He didn't know how long it had been burning. Jiang Jiushi belatedly remembered when he entered the door just now. Her complexion had already started to look strange. Her cheeks had a light pink like natural rouge. But that light pink was very natural. It wasn't like now, so red that it made his heart tremble. Jiang Jiushi hugged her and wanted to get up, but he found that his feet had fallen to the ground, and he felt even more helpless and in pain. He reached out and hammered the ground fiercely, his eyes fierce and irritable. Then he took out his phone from his pocket and called Luan Shan. He knew that Luan Shan couldn't have gone far. The call went through quickly. Luan Shan hurriedly opened the door and rushed in as soon as he heard that. Luan Shan didn't dare to go far. He was afraid that Jiang Jiushi would torment Wei Wei Bai and cause problems, so he could deal with the aftermath. Moreover, Jiang Jiushi's leg was a problem, so he always had to have someone by his side. Luan Shan was not at ease at all. After putting the angry Jiang Jiushi and the pitiful Wei Wei Bai together, he immediately left. Luan Shan was also shocked when he saw this scene. Did he torture someone to death? Jiang Jiushi saw that he was still staring at Wei Wei Bai. He frowned and said in an irritable tone, "Come and help." Luan Shan immediately rushed over. He wanted to help Jiang Jiushi stand up and put him in the wheelchair. However, Jiang Jiushi said coldly, "Carry her first and bring me the crutches of the wheelchair." The crutch was specially made. It was relatively small and folded into several sections. It was placed in the bag behind the wheelchair. Luan Shan immediately nodded and carefully picked up Wei Wei Bai. He was also shocked by the temperature of Wei Wei Bai's body. This high fever seemed to have been burning for a long time. The girl in Jiang Jiushi's arms was taken away by another man. He couldn't help but want to reach out and snatch her back. This kind of instinctive action was like sleepwalking. Jiang Joshi was in a daze for a moment. Then he stretched out his fingers and clenched them in the air. He took it back. His eyes were incomparably dark as he propped himself up from the floor and stared fiercely at his crippled foot. With the help of Luan Shan, the group of people rushed to the hospital. Wei Wei Bai's fever had reached a maximum of 40 degrees Celsius. Physical cooling, fever reduction injections, and so on were all given to her. But this time, the high fever came too violently. It was not easy for the fever to subside, but it started again. The doctor said that the infection was not treated in time, and the patient's huge psychological stress caused the high fever. Jiang Joshi looked at her until she was confused by the fever. She kept calling out for her parents. She cried pitifully and miserably. She was still a child. When her body was hit, it couldn't take it and immediately collapsed. Jiang Joshi stayed by the bed all night to cool her down physically. He listened to her unconscious murmuring of grievances. Like a little girl, she complained about his bad habits in a mess. Then, she jumped back to the basics of dancing. In the end, she still called out for her parents. Her face was red from the fever, the corners of her eyes were red, and her fingers were soft and hot. He reached out and held her hand. It was soft and hot, but he couldn't feel the sweat. She probably had a fever before she danced. But at that time, the fever was not as fierce as it was now. But later on, after he entered the sect, a series of threats and bribes were added to the punishment. Her low fever suddenly erupted into a terrifying high fever. To read at https://www.sashu.com to read on your phone. https://m. Sashu.com to facilitate your next reading. You can click on the Chapter 2025. Infection was also an infection of the wound. He admitted that he did not apply the medicine in time. He also forced her to a dead end. That was why she fell down. If not for him, she would still be a cute little princess. Her parents would dote on her, and she would be her dancer. There would be no worries in life, no destruction. When Jiang Joshi thought about it, he realized that in Wei Wei Bai's heart, he was like a demon. His hand held her fingers and did not let go. In the morning, he finally broke out in a sweat. Her fever began to subside. Jiang Joshi did not sleep the whole night. His eyes were bloodshot, and a light green stubble appeared on his chin. He, who was neat and energetic overnight, looked haggard and a little depressed. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes in a daze. She looked at him and did not seem to recognize him. She even smiled foolishly. She was really stupid from the fever. Jiang Joshi could not help but smile helplessly. He did not want to say anything to comfort her. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Jiang Joshi's smile stiffened. After a long time, he returned to his expressionless face and sighed tiredly. He began to reflect. Was his methods too tough? In the past, he was either facing colleagues, assistants, or enemies. His attitude was not polite, and his orders were to destroy. When had he ever acted like this in front of such a soft girl? He worried every day if his methods were too cruel. He forced her to death. But if he did not force her, he did not know how to make her listen. When Wan Shan came in with breakfast and Wei Wei Bai's change of clothes, he entered the ward and saw Jiang Joshi's gloomy and haggard face. He kept looking at Wei Wei Bai, and his eyes did not move away at all. Wan Shan's mouth twitched. He felt that his boss was probably in trouble. How could this be the attitude of keeping a lover? Wei Wei Bai complained to the system. Didn't you say that the fever was just an act? I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. The system said, that's the only effect you can get when you're born with a life value. If you want to burn it, then so be it. It's already good enough that you're still conscious at this point. When Wei Wei Bai was dancing, she knew that she had a low fever. However, it was impossible for him to develop a high fever. His body was very strong. Therefore, she asked the system to buy a little cheat to increase the temperature of her fever. In the end, Wei Wei Bai really felt that she had become stupid from the fever. If he hadn't kept a clear head, he would have been calling out for his parents the entire night. It said, I, a scumbag, want you to repay my love. Give me 100 favorable impression points. My ultimate goal is to make everyone kneel and lick my beauty. If Jiang Jiushi heard this, the image of a little princess collapsed into a teddy bear that was running wildly on the prairie. No matter what, he couldn't get back on track. Wei Wei Bai had a fever the whole night, and the little cheat finally lost its effect. Her whole body was aching, in addition to the dancing and the after effects of the high fever. Her bones felt like they had been run over by a heavy truck. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes. When she wanted to get up, she couldn't help but frown when she tried to get up. She couldn't get up at all. Jiang Jiushi was opening the food box with his head down. It was white rice porridge that had been cooked for a long time. It was thick and sticky. It melted in his mouth. When he heard movement, he immediately looked up and saw Wei Wei by staring at him blankly with a pair of tired and bloodshot eyes. The redness at the corner of her eyes made her look pitiful. Seeing this, Jiang Jiushi's heart softened. / Chapter 2026. He didn't know that a cold person like himself would find a girl like Wei Wei Bai cute. When he first saw her on stage, she wasn't beautiful or elegant. She was soft. There wasn't a trace of firmness in her waist. It had all turned into water. She was wearing a gauze dress, and her legs and waist were thin. When she smiled, her eyes were filled with pure stars. She was so soft that she was cute. This dance had shattered all the coldness and viciousness in his heart towards her, as well as his malicious desire for revenge. There was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to hug her. This was a man's most primitive desire for a woman. He was used to making decisions for himself, and he didn't have any respect for her. He directly used coercion to snatch her into his hands. Wei Wei Bai looked at him, pursed her pale lips, and turned around with difficulty, not intending to look at him. Jiang Jiushi wasn't angry, and he couldn't get angry. His voice was incomparably gentle. Wei Wei, eat something. Your fever has just subsided, and you need nutrition. Her spleen and stomach were weak now, and she couldn't eat oil immediately. She could only eat some porridge to wake up her stomach. Wei Wei Bai seemed to want to be willful, but she thought of something, and her shoulders stiffened. She slowly turned around. Jiang Jiushi raised the bed and set up a small dining table for her. She still didn't look at him, but she didn't resist either. Instead, she ate the porridge very slowly. That snail speed made Jiang Jiushi want to feed her. But when he thought about how he couldn't please her here, if he fed her, she wouldn't dare to resist, even if she was unhappy, and her mood would be worse. It wouldn't be good for her condition at all. Jiang Jiushi's dark and deep eyes fell on her without moving. Wei Wei Bai drank less than half a bowl, and she couldn't drink anymore. Her face was pale, and she frowned and wanted to give up. But she heard Jiang Jiushi say lightly, "If you don't eat more, you won't be able to get better. With your body like this, I won't let you go out to dance." Wei Wei Bai looked as if she had heard something scary, and she looked at him with a pale face. The spoon in his hand also fell into the bowl with a clang. When Jiang Jiushi saw that she was frightened, he immediately knew that she had misunderstood his words. She thought that he wouldn't let her go out. What happened last night scared her so much that she shrank back into her shell. Not to mention smiling at him. She wouldn't even look at him. Jiang Jiushi pursed his lips, feeling a little bitter. It was clearly developing in the direction he wanted, but why was he so afraid when he saw her? He didn't feel happy at all. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything else. Instead, she picked up the spoon with trembling fingers and continued to drink the porridge. He looked like he was having a hard time drinking. Jiang Jiushi's eyes fell on her delicate frown. He suddenly rubbed his face as a trace of annoyance welled up in his heart. Then he reached out, grabbed her wrist, and made her put down the spoon. "If you don't want to eat, you can reject me directly. Don't be afraid of me." His voice was low, suppressing the coldness of his bad temper, but there was also a hint of gentleness that was hard to detect. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes, pursed her lips, and didn't say anything. Her fingers were still trembling slightly. Jiang Jiushi pursed his thin lips, which were a little sharp. In the end, the tense expression on his face softened. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. "I went overboard. Don't be afraid." It was almost like a surrender. After Jiang Jiushi said it, he wondered how he could say such words. He frowned and let go of her wrist. "Don't eat if you don't want to. Throw it away. He then pushed the wheelchair, intending to go out to calm down. Before he could go out, he heard Wei Wei Bai ask softly, "Were you by my side last night?" Jiang Jiushi wanted to go out directly, but his eyes lit up. He didn't want to do a good deed without leaving his name. He deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "I stayed up all night to change her ice pack and drip." He even wiped her body. He didn't say that out loud. The girl behind him was silent for a while before saying softly, "Thank you." He was the one who forced her to this point. She was still so polite. This kind of personality was destined to be at a disadvantage. Jiang Jiushi had the urge to ask her to give him a kiss as a thank you gift, but he suppressed such a shameless action. He slowly pushed the wheelchair out, but he couldn't help but smile softly. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 45. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click the button. Chapter 2027. Wei Wei Bai stayed in the hospital for a whole day. The next day, she was brought back to his house by Jiang Jiushi. "You'll live here in the future." Jiang Jiushi was like a dictator. When he said this, he was sitting in his wheelchair. The sunlight by the window fell on his eyebrows. He actually showed some gentleness. But Wei Wei Bai didn't look at him. She seemed to be very tired and fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Jiang Jiushi didn't say anything. He sat quietly at the side. After a long time, he went out to order dinner. When she was willful, he didn't feel angry. In fact, he was very patient. After such a torment, Wei Wei Bai would consider the consequences of running away in the future. Wei Wei Bai's body was more or less recovered after a few days. When she was sick, Jiang Jiushi was very gentle. There was no trace of the ferocious look he showed last time. Unfortunately, she still looked at him as if she was looking at a tiger. Sometimes, Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but laugh at himself. Which little lover was so hard to please and so cold? If it was someone else, how could they tolerate her like this? However, Jiang Jiushi felt that this was normal for her. After all, if she learned to please him immediately, he would think that she had ulterior motives. Wei Wei Bai refused to come out for dinner. Jiang Jiushi faced the dining table alone and waited for the nanny to come out. The nanny came out with a tray. The food on the table had been touched. It was Wei Wei Bai's appetite. The nanny said, "Miss ate some. I'll bring the medicine in later." Then she saw that the food on the table was untouched. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Sir?" Jiang Jiushi raised his eyes slightly. His eyes were cold. The nanny didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Jiushi said, "She's better. Go and get some fresh fruit. Cut it nicely and bring it in." The nanny immediately nodded and went to the kitchen to cut some fruits. Jiang Jiushi breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid that Wei Wei Bai would not come out, but he was afraid that she would not eat. Then, he picked up his chopsticks and slowly began to eat the cold food. He knew that something was wrong with him, and he had a bad premonition. It was as if there was a different emotion that was suppressed in the depths of his heart. He wanted to poke his head out. Jiang Jiushi suppressed it and didn't think too much about it. Or rather, he didn't dare to think too much about it. Wei Wei Bai finished her meal and took out her phone to play games. When he heard the sound, he immediately hid his phone and hugged his pillow, looking haggard and pale. The nanny came in with some fruits and placed them on the small table. She smiled and said, "Miss, sir asked me to bring some fruits in." Wei Wei Bai seemed to tremble when she heard the word sir. She was afraid of Jiang Jiushi. The nanny couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What a sin, such a young child. Then she went out. Jiang Jiushi was still eating. When he saw her come out, he asked, "Does she like fruits?" The nanny didn't dare to lie. "Miss still doesn't look well, and she's a little nervous." Jiang Jiushi's chopsticks paused. Nervous? What? She should be afraid of him. He didn't expect her to be so weak in the face of threats. If it were anyone else, they would be despised and laughed at by him. He didn't like such a weak personality at all. Jiang Jiushi's face was tense for a long time before he put down his chopsticks. He had spent too much energy on her during this period of time. Jiang Jiushi felt that something was wrong with him. His mind was filled with thoughts of what was going on with her every day. He had always been self-disciplined. How could such a strange thing happen? Just as Jiang Jiushi was feeling conflicted, the download address is at https://www.sashu.com save button. Chapter 2028. Wei Wei Bai was eating fruits and playing games, except that her face was pale. She looked relaxed. The system had just handed in the knitted sweater and received 3 days of life points. Then it took over the embroidery. It was embroidering. Then it remembered that it was still a system and had to care about its host. Now that you've pushed the male lead out of the door, the favorability is not increasing. The male lead is so angry that he doesn't even eat. Wei Wei Bai, serves him right. Starve this bastard to death. It's best if he starves until his stomach ulcers. I'll let him torment me. That beastly night still made her teeth itch when she thought about it. It hurt. Wei Wei Bai laughed eerily as she played games. I think he's just a newbie in love. Too many tricks will get in the way. Anyway, there's still a lot of time. Let's exhaust his energy first. Jiang Jiushi was inexperienced in love, but he was still smart. 45 favorability was enough to accumulate the initial favorability. He definitely had feelings for her. After 50, he would enter into deep feelings of love and then slowly move towards true love. And at 91 and 100, it was basically life and death. Wei Wei Bai had experienced so many worlds that she already had her own way of calculating favorability. This was especially true for a few lifetimes planes, which made her realize how important a favorability of 100 points was. If it was only about feelings and feelings, 45 was definitely enough. And Jiang Jiushi was a person with a heavy mind. Being too proactive would make him wary. If the traces of the strategy were too obvious, even a fool could fool him. With Jiang Jiushi's IQ, it was not easy to fool him. Sometimes it was better not to use the strategy and let Jiang Jiushi calm down. Wei Wei Bai thought about Jiang Jiushi's personality and the strategy and realized that she did not need to be too proactive. So she took a break and finished playing games before thinking about the strategy. And the system was already embroidering seriously. One person and one system, both seriously doing things that digress from the topic. He worked very seriously and was very happy. Jiang Jiushi finished an uncomfortable dinner and sat in the living room, analyzing his own problems with a cold face. She thought about her encounter with Wei Wei Bai and their interactions. Apart from realizing that he was a villain, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He hated this kind of disorderly chaos. This meant that something was out of his control and out of his control. Jiang Jiushi glanced at Wei Wei Bai's door for quite a while. When the nanny came to clean up the table, he suddenly woke up. Stupid things like staring at the door had been happening a lot lately. In the past, he could just push open the door and do whatever he wanted. Why would he hesitate? If he hesitated about everything, how could a cripple like him survive to this point? Jiang Jiushi's face showed traces of gloomy hostility. He suddenly called Luan Shan. Pick me up later. Let's go to Jinhua Villa. Brocade Garden sounded nice, but it was actually a members-only bar. Its specialty was that it was a high-class social butterfly. To get rid of Wei Wei Bai's shadow in his mind, he thought about it and finally chose to call a high-class social butterfly. When the car arrived, Jiang Jiushi went out. Luan Shan calmly pushed him into the car. Jiang Jiushi's face was cold. Those who didn't know better would think that he was going to kill someone, not do something. Luan Shan drove and saw that he looked like he was being abused. He couldn't help but remind him, Wei Wei, are you okay? Is your illness better? After all, Luan Shan also saw that Jiang Jiushi's feelings were not right. He was afraid that he would impulsively go to another woman and regret it when he woke up tomorrow. The S/the full articles, the downloads, the S for the convenience of your next reading. You can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 2029. The one tormenting was him, the assistant. Jiang Jiushi was smoking. When he heard Wei Wei Bai's name, he looked up at Luan Shan. Amidst the thin mist, his incomparably black eyes carried a translucent coldness. Why are you calling her so intimately? Luan Shan was speechless. So that's what Big Boss is talking about. Jiang Jiushi rarely smoked and didn't like smoking. But when he was extremely frustrated, smoking could distract him. He suddenly muttered to himself, I have to figure out how much I indulge her. Wan Shan was speechless. Damn it, like means like. So what if I admit it? Does he have a phobia of first love? Why would he hire a high-class social butterfly to test if he's really attracted to another woman? Isn't this a scumbag? Wan Shan didn't dare to curse out loud. He could only silently despise his boss in his heart. Jiang Jiushi came to the city's most exclusive and confidential bar. The drinks were high class, the environment was quiet, and the women were clean. Jiang Jiushi had drunk a lot of wine. He held the wine glass and gently swirled the wine. This drink was called Little Swan. It was a mixed cocktail. The drink was so clear that it was transparent. Jiang Jiushi didn't know why he ordered it when he saw it. The alcohol content was very high. He only realized after drinking a few glasses. Wasn't Wei Wei by a little swan? Long legs, thin waist, elegant and beautiful neck. Even the way she walked was like a proud little swan. Jiang Jiushi thought of Wei Wei Bai, and his face darkened. The social butterfly beside him was already smiling so hard that her face was stiff. She had used all kinds of tricks. Her mouth was dry from talking, and her lipstick was about to fall off. It was fine if Jiang Jiushi was indifferent, but his expression was too ugly. Those who didn't know better would think that Jiang Jiushi was here to cause trouble. Jiang Jiushi looked at the time and said calmly. The social butterfly was speechless. This was the first time he had met someone so direct. Then the socialite pushed Jiang Jiushi into the room. Jiang Jiushi seemed to be in a bad mood. He lit a cigarette and looked at her coldly. Can you dance? Let's dance and see. Of course, a social butterfly knew how to dance. In their line of work, they knew all sorts of ways to please people. She began at once to dance gallantly and seductively. That figure, that flirtatious expression, it was so seductive. However, Jiang Jiushi looked at him like he was looking at a piece of dead meat. Your waist is as stiff as marble, and why are your legs so thick? You're dancing like you're having epilepsy. What a disgrace. The social butterfly almost broke her waist. This was the first time she wanted to strangle a guest to death. Of course, she still smiled and said, Brother Jiang, you're really... Her words were so sweet that the man felt numb. Jiang Jiushi was indifferent. Don't call me that. It's disgusting. The social butterfly was speechless. She had better get to the point quickly, or else she would go crazy. Mr. Jiang, without waiting for her to finish speaking, without even waiting for her to land on his lap, Jiang Jiushi suddenly pulled out the simple crutches beside his wheelchair and pulled her away. Pulled away, the social butterfly was stunned by the pain. The disgust between Jiang Jiushi's brows was extremely obvious. His calm and indifferent face finally showed obvious anger. He seemed anxious and a little nervous. Get lost, he said coldly. The social butterfly did not dare to stay any longer. She rolled and crawled away. She was afraid that if she was too slow, she would be killed by Jiang Jiushi. This kind of guest was scarier than a pervert. When the Wan Shan returned, she was trembling with fear. Jiang Jiushi, who was sitting in the back seat, had an ugly expression on his face. It was worse than the company going bankrupt. Chapter 2030. The company went bankrupt. Jiang Jiushi definitely didn't look like this. You should be excited, because there was another challenge. But less than 2 minutes of socializing with him, Jiang Jiushi was like this after he came out. Wan Shan smelled the smoke and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Jiushi, on the other hand, smoked gloomily. His eyes were terrifyingly dark, his eyebrows and eyes in the smoke. There was a sharp sense of delicacy. They came to the door of Jiang Jiushi's house. Wan Shan would push his wheelchair next time. Wan Shan looked at the back seat. There were cigarette butts everywhere. How irritated was he to be like this? He opened the door. The lights were on in the clean and tidy house. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Wei Wei Bai should be asleep. Jiang Jiushi said coldly, You go back first. I'll do the rest myself. Wan Shan nodded. He knew that he could take care of himself. Moreover, Jiang Jiushi's condition was not right. He might need to deal with it by himself. As a special assistant, Wan Shan knew Jiang Jiushi's needs like the back of his hand. After Wan Shan left, the door closed. The house was empty. Jiang Jiushi sat in silence for a while. Finally, he took out his crutches and struggled to get up. He went to take a shower first. After that, he casually put on a bathrobe and struggled to come out. When he walked to Wei Wei Bai's door, he stood for a while with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, he walked away silently. These 2 days, he didn't contact the doctor and asked him to massage his feet. If he didn't have a massage for a day, his muscles wouldn't immediately shrink. But Jiang Jiushi didn't know why he was so uncomfortable. He would go for a second checkup on his legs. If everything went well, the first surgery could be performed at the end of the month. The surgery was divided into 2 parts. At the latest, he would be able to stand up in the second half of the year. Jiang Jiushi didn't know why he was so eager to stand up. In the past, the first thing that came to his mind when he was insulted the most was always revenge. Instead of feeling sorry for himself and complaining about why his leg was broken. However, recently, the thought of performing surgery kept flashing through his mind. It seemed to have been after he met her. Every time she danced, he looked at her beautiful legs. Then, a different kind of emotion would appear in his mind. Jiang Jiushi took out the medicinal powder used to soak his feet and began to make himself a foot-soaking potion. The potion smelled terrible. There was a strong bitter taste. Jiang Jiushi sat on a special chair in the bathroom and put his foot into the solution. Then he bent down and massaged his muscles bit by bit. Some of the acupuncture points, such as the ones on the soles of the feet, were very low. The strength of his massage was not suitable. He ended up in a sorry state. The massage would take about an hour, and the position of the massage had to be precise. This was a test of stamina and concentration. Jiang Jiushi massaged his stump. His fingers paused on the twisted leg for a while before he continued to massage. It was a faint feeling of uncertainty. It was like a sense of inferiority. It was a feeling of inferiority that he refused to admit after he became disabled. He even replaced it with a cruel and rational mentality of revenge. He never felt inferior. No, it should be said that even if he felt inferior, he hid it very well. It was so deep that he could even lie to himself. He never cared whether he was disabled or not. Perhaps it was because he drank too much and it was very late at night. Alone, he bent over and tried his best to perform a simple massage. Jiang Jiushi finally admitted that every time he saw her on tiptoe, that extremely beautiful lightness, it was a feeling of inferiority. Then, a sense of possessiveness surged in. The // you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like this, Chapter 2031. His possessiveness was so rampant that it covered up his almost non-existent sense of inferiority. Jiang Jiushi's lips twitched. He had not expected himself to fall to such a state. He even had feelings of inferiority. He could not help but curse himself softly. Damn it, what a piece of trash. She was just a woman, and he was actually worried about losing her. As soon as he cursed softly, the sound of someone kicking a trash can could be heard from outside the bathroom. Jiang Jiushi's eyes sharpened. He immediately looked up and saw Wei Wei Bai standing outside the bathroom door. He was too lazy to open the bathroom door, so when she passed by, she happened to see him bending over and reaching out to touch the soles of his feet. Because he was too focused, a large part of his bathrobe fell apart, revealing the faint lines of his muscular chest. The muscles on his arms were also very tense. Wei Wei Bai was wearing conservative pajamas. Her neck was too thin, and the round-collar pajamas revealed some space. She looked cute and thin. She seemed a little surprised as she looked at him with watery eyes under the light. Jiang Jiushi stiffened for a while before slowly getting up. He was a little embarrassed, but he hid it well. Can't sleep. After all, she had slept for so long with a high fever. Wei Wei Bai pursed her pink lips and shook her head. Then she hesitated before saying, "I'll get up and drink some water." Jiang Jiushi smiled. "There are some dried flowers in the kitchen fridge. You can make a cup of rose tea." He heard that girls like strawberries, flower tea, and all sorts of other things that looked exquisite but were not important. He had already gotten someone to prepare them. Wei Wei Bai was a little nervous. She pinched the corner of her pajamas and hesitantly took a few steps back. But in the end, she still slowly walked into the bathroom and asked softly, "Do you need help?" She still could not bear to. No matter how hateful he was still a disabled person. Jiang Jiushi saw the naked sympathy in her eyes. Of course, he also saw the message in her eyes. Jiang Jiushi's breathing seemed to become a little erratic. Then, he lowered his eyelids, his thick eyelashes covering his eyes. No need, you can go. The half-drunk man had forgotten all about pretending to be pitiful and scheming. The feeling of inferiority made him feel a little embarrassed. He just wanted to get through it quickly. Tomorrow, he would still be that powerful and cruel Jiang Jiushi. Wei Weibai stood there in a daze for a few seconds before she reacted and said, "Oh." Then she turned around and left. Jiang Jiushi, after she left, he was not in the mood to continue the massage and took the leg out of the bucket. Then he wiped his feet with a towel. After wiping his feet, he struggled to put on his slippers. Just as he reached for his walking stick and was about to stand up, he saw Wei Weibai turn back. She lowered her head and walked in without a word. Then, she poured out the medicine that he had used to soak his feet. Then, without saying a word, she reached out to hold his empty arm. Her hand was soft, but also tight with a reassuring strength. "I'll help you back." Jiang Jiushi's body stiffened. After a while, he allowed her to help him back to the room. Then he sat on the bed. When Wei Weibai saw that he was finally back on the bed, her pale face relaxed and relieved. Then she said, "I'm going to sleep." She turned around and was about to run away. Jiang Jiushi suddenly said behind her, "Aren't you going to say goodnight?" Wei Weibai was stunned for a moment before she said perfunctorily, "Good night." Jiang Jiushi said lightly, "Only a good night kiss is qualified." Wei Weibai pursed her lips and trembled. Suddenly, she turned around and rushed in front of him. She lowered her head and kissed his forehead. "Good night," she murmured softly. Then, like a frightened swallow, she flew out of the room, afraid that he would do something bad. Jiang Jiushi could not help but curl her lips into a smile. As he laughed, he frowned as if something was wrong. After a long time, he finally admitted it. He seemed to be a bit moved. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 50. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. 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 To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click the button. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Transmigration system, Male god, come here. Chapter 2032. What happened last night made Jiang Jiushi unable to calm down for a long time. The next day at breakfast, there were some dark shadows under his eyes. Although he was clean-shaven, his clothes were neat and handsome. The tiredness between his eyebrows was obvious. Wei Weibai didn't seem to notice his expression as she ate breakfast with a bitter face. She ate very quickly, as if someone was chasing her. Jiang Jiushi thought that his eating speed was above average. He hadn't eaten half of his breakfast yet. Wei Weibai had already put down her chopsticks. She lowered her head and said hurriedly, "Then I'll leave first. Enjoy your meal." Jiang Jiushi's chopsticks paused. His eyes were cold and oppressive. Wei Weibai had already gotten up. She didn't have the ability to observe his body language at all. Jiang Jiushi put down his chopsticks indifferently. With a hint of coercion, he said, "Wait, come back." The girl who was called stopped in her tracks. There was a hint of unwillingness on her face. She pursed her lips and looked back at him with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Jiang Jiushi took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. "Bend over." Wei Weibai looked at him blankly. She didn't know what to do and could only bend over. In the end, he suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Wei Weibai sat on his lap. Wei Weibai was shocked and wanted to get up, but his hands were firmly gripping her waist. Jiang Jiushi smelled the fresh, light fragrance on the girl's body. It was like shower gel, but it wasn't. After all, the two of them used the same brand of shampoo and shower gel. His body didn't smell like this either. Wei Weibai sat stiffly in his arms. She looked pitiful, as if she wanted to break free from his arms and escape. Jiang Jiushi quietly sniffed the hair beside her ear. His eyes softened. "Is there any problem with the dance troupe?" Wei Weibai stiffened her neck and shook her head after a long time. Jiang Jiushi asked indifferently, "Does that require investment? I'll get you the role of the female lead." There was a main character in a dance play. This time, Wei Wei Bai had applied for the job and not invested through the back door. Therefore, the role he got was a more important supporting role. But a supporting role was still a supporting role. In the future, even if the drama was successful, the attention and glory would be given to the main character. Wei Wei Bai reacted faster this time and immediately shook her head desperately. No need. I've been rehearsing for a long time. I can't be the main character even if you want me to. Jiang Jioshi's tone became a little gloomier. There's nothing that can't be done. You're so good. Who can compare to you? He had seen so many performances of the dance troupe. Even though she wasn't very interested in this kind of thing, she crammed on the basics of dance. It was about time to see who was better at dancing. Wei Wei Bai's talent was visible to the naked eye. She was born to stand in the center of the stage. Who dared to say that she couldn't jump? Could it be that someone in the dance troupe bullied her because they knew that her family was bankrupt? Jiang Jiushi himself was sinister and deep. He didn't think that anyone was a good person. With just a casual sentence from Bai Weiwei, he could fill in a bunch of things in his mind. Weiwei Bai trembled. She felt that he was a little unreasonable. The dance play is going to start next month. We've been rehearsing for so long. Everyone has their own position. If one person suddenly changes, it will cause chaos. Actually, they could still change. After all, the male and female leads had backups. They were afraid that they couldn't find a replacement if something happened to the two leads. But Weiwei Bai was lazy and didn't want to mess around with this kind of thing. Moreover, she was a little angel. Pure and kind was her nature. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 2033. Jiang Jiushi could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice. He was sure that she was not being bullied, but that she was unwilling to change. He was silent for a moment. It seemed that there was nothing that could make her happy. Weiwei Bai sat for a while and finally frowned. Mr. Jiang Jiushi raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Call me by my name." Weiwei Bai was speechless. Jiang Jiushi said, "Jiushi." Weiwei Bai said dryly, "Jiushi." Jiang Jiushi relaxed his brows. He finally let go of her soft waist and let her jump up as if she was on fire. She immediately grabbed her shoulder bag and rushed out of the door. Jiang Jiushi helplessly reached out his hand. The darkness in his eyes finally dissipated a little. There was more helplessness in his eyes. "Why did you run so fast?" Jiang Jiushi called Luan Shan and asked him to take him to the hospital for a checkup. Luan Shan soon arrived. After a series of examinations at the hospital, he waited for the results to come out. Jiang Jiushi held his phone and looked at it with a heavy expression. Luan Shan felt that something was wrong with his condition. His eyes were so excited that they were about to emit a wolfish light. This was not the time for any major challenges. Was this an expression that only Jiang Jiushi would have? Sure enough, before Luan Shan could think of any major problems recently, Jiang Jiushi's voice was low and soothing. "Luan Shan, I've decided to change my attitude toward Weiwei." Luan Shan immediately smiled. "Do you want me to prepare a gift or buy flowers?" The boss was finally enlightened. He finally realized that he had fallen in love with a girl, and he wanted to change his attitude. It couldn't be better. A man should be nicer to the girl he liked. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a scumbag? Jiang Jiushi shook his head. Sending flowers and gifts won't work on her. I have to put in some effort to change her attitude. He had overestimated Weiwei Bai's tolerance. From the very beginning, she was so scared that she shrank into her turtle shell. Now, she would not open her heart to him at all. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a pair of crippled legs, he could use them to gain sympathy. She didn't even look at him. Luan Shan immediately came up with an idea. "Why don't we order some jewelry or buy some good dancing shoes and costumes?" Jiang Jiushi tilted his head. Traces of hostility appeared on his cold and exquisite face. "You seem to care a lot about her." These words were simply murderous and heart-wrenching. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. /crossover system, Adonis, come here. / crossover system, Adonis, come here. Download crossover system, Adonis, come here. Mobile crossover system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 2034. Luan Shan's loyalty to Jiang Jiushi turned into concern for Weiwei Bai. He immediately shut up and didn't dare to make a sound. After scaring Luan Shan into silence, Jiang Jiushi finally made a call. It was for some of the underground forces that were working with him. Yes, although it's just a small matter, I still hope that you can treat it well. Jiang Jiushi's voice was calm and steady, with a hint of condescension. 2 people will be enough. You can change shifts a few times a day. She's just a girl who hasn't seen much of the world. She won't be able to tell. Jiang Jiushi instructed bit by bit. He was afraid that he would miss something. Send me her daily routine every day. Get someone to be on standby at any time. I'll have orders in the future. Don't scare her when you're following her. She's timid. If anyone dares to bully her, hand over the information. Luan Shan couldn't help but frown when he heard these instructions. Usually, unless it was something that couldn't be settled on the surface, he wouldn't trouble those underground forces. In the end, Jiang Jiushi actually used this part of the forces, and he even gave such trivial orders. For some reason, Luan Shan felt that his boss was like a control freak when he listened to his orders. It was as if he wanted to hold Wei Wei by in the palm of his hand in the dark. He didn't give her any privacy. Wasn't this perverted? After Jiang Jiushi hung up the phone, he sat quietly for a long time before muttering to himself softly. There's a problem that has to be solved. If you really like her, it's not impossible to have a relationship. It's not like you can't be more lenient about her parents' matter. Luan Shan, Big Boss Jiang, who wanted to date, found someone to watch over Wei Wei by on the first day of dating. What kind of relationship was this? It was too strange. The examination report was out. Jiang Jiushi took it and flipped through it. Everything is fine. Jiang Jiushi closed the report and closed his eyes. Let's go. All the plans went smoothly. His life was built on plans. Therefore, he really knew that he was moved and had a girl he liked. He also didn't know why he truly liked her. Wei Wei Bai held an ice cream cone and giggled with her dance troupe. A few people were talking about the latest retarded romance movie, shouting that the male lead is so handsome and that the ending is so tragic. I was so moved that I went silly. The system held the needle and felt that it was not the only one who had been slacking off recently. The host doesn't seem to be using her brain anymore. Who could tell that the host was a green tea bitch and a white lotus flower? She was a living example of a sweet and naive person. The system couldn't help but remind him, host, the level of favorability has been at 50 for a very long time, and it hasn't changed. Wei Wei Bai smiled and chatted with her colleagues. At the same time, he sneered at the system. It's good enough that it didn't drop, and you still wanted to rise? The system said, you play every day, of course it won't. Wei Wei Bai said, the character setting won't work. This character setting will act like this. If I were to rush indirectly, wouldn't I be the mature type? Jiang Jiushi likes the character setting of a little white rabbit, a little pure, and a little idiot. I'll just maintain the character setting and wait for him to make a move. There was no character setting in any plane, like this plane that was so passive. Jiang Jiushi's mind was abnormal and meticulous. His mind was filled with schemes every day. His IQ was not low either. She had to maintain the character setting, so she could only be passive and not attack. She would wait for the other party to come up with a plan before she could respond. The system said, what if he doesn't make a move? Wei Wei Bai said calmly, then he's not a man. After being the happy girl of the dance troupe, it was time to rest and go home. Quick Transmigration, Summon My Male God. Chapter 2035. Wei Wei Bai tidied herself up and walked out with her dancing shoes and bag. A male colleague rushed over from behind. Wei Wei, I'll send you back. Wei Wei Bai's expression was a little unnatural. No need, I can go back by myself. The male colleague smiled warmly. It's not safe for a girl to go alone. I'll send you back. Wei Wei Bai did not seem to know how to reject people, and since they were all familiar with dancing, it was not good to reject. Both of them were dancers, and their figures and appearances were one of the best. Standing together made them look very compatible. After leaving, she did not see a car. The system said, there are 3 men behind you. They're very good at hiding. They're experienced. Wei Wei Bai's first reaction was, kidnapped? The system said, the male lead sent them to see if you're having an affair. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment, then said, this is a good idea. I can take the initiative if I'm having an affair. Let a man who had been enduring take the initiative. It was nothing more than jealousy and being cheated on. Wei Wei Bai had been passive for a long time, and she was actually sick of it. Not everyone could be the little idiot princess. The last man did not do it well. The male colleague car with a motorcycle, he said, Wei Wei, get on. I'll take you back. Wei Wei Bai looked a little sad, suddenly said, treat me to an ice cream. We'll walk back. The male colleague's house was not far from here. The male colleague immediately nodded and dragged the motorcycle to buy 2 ice creams. Then the two of them squatted by the roadside and ate the ice cream seriously. As they ate, Wei Wei Bai suddenly sobbed. The male colleague was so shocked that he almost swallowed the spoon that was eating the ice cream. What's wrong? Is the ice cream bad? Wei Wei Bai shook her head, holding back her sobs, and said, I'm just thinking about my parents. The male colleague also knew that there was a problem with her company. After all, the problem was so big that the public opinion on the internet was one-sided and scolding her company. Some people even went to Wei Wei Bai's Weibo to scold her. Wei Wei Bai had not dared to update her Weibo recently. The male colleague sighed and comforted her. You are very good at dancing. Even if the company goes bankrupt, you can still support yourself and your parents. Everyone could see Wei Wei's talent. This kind of talent was walking the path of a dance master. When it came to dancing, there was a world of difference between those who were talented and those who were not. Wei Wei Bai ate ice cream with tears in her eyes. The male colleague saw that she was really pitiful and cute. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her hair. She shuddered and blinked, the tears falling from her eyelashes. Then, she couldn't help but reveal a sincere smile. When Jiang Jiushi came to pick her up, it was just right. He happened to be able to see her smile with tears in her eyes as she faced someone else. Wei Wei Bai adjusted her position so that the sun shone on her face, making her fair and tender skin look pure and beautiful under the sun. The male colleague was also affected by her and couldn't help but smile. When Jiang Jiushi's car drove in, he saw this beautiful scene. Under the warm orange sun, his girl was smiling like a little angel. She was holding ice cream in her hand and looking gently at another man. The two of them were smiling especially pure and cute. Wasn't that man the male dancer who had lifted Wei Wei Bai at the door last time? Jiang Jiushi asked the assistant sitting in the front seat, Who is that man? Wan Shan immediately replied, I think it's Miss Bai's partner in the dance troupe. His name is Li Wu. Jiang Jiushi's tone was terrifyingly calm. It looks like they are a good match. Wan Shan, Jiang Jiushi didn't hold it in for long. He opened the door and revealed a gloomy face. Wei Wei Bai trembled and looked up in panic. She saw Jiang Jiushi looking at her indifferently. The man's strong aura made people not dare to speak. Get in, it's time to go home. Wei Wei Bai was a little hesitant, but she didn't dare to disobey. She could only apologize to the male colleague. Then she took the ice cream in her bag and got into the car. The door was closed. Jiang Jiushi saw that Li Wu was still at the roadside with a worried look. The displeasure in his heart finally crawled out from his eyes. He couldn't suppress his breathing, and it was a little heavy. Wei Wei Bai seemed to see that he was angry and immediately said, It's not that I didn't want to wait for you at the door. It's just that the weather is hot, so I want to buy ice cream. Jiang Jiushi sneered. Is the ice cream delicious? Wei Wei Bai seemed to know that he was angry and was afraid that he would punish her. She immediately stuffed a spoonful of ice cream that was about to melt into his mouth. The sweet coldness spread from the corner of his mouth to his taste buds. Jiang Jiushi's anger was immediately cooled down. He was stunned, but he saw that she was staring at him fearfully, her eyes red and fragile. Is it sweet? She asked pitifully. Jiang Jiushi was silent for a long time before replying slowly. It's sweet. / Chapter 2036. On the way back, Jiang Jiushi couldn't say whether he was happy or not. His expression was indifferent. When his slightly cold gaze swept past Wei Wei Bai, there would occasionally be a hint of gentleness. But when he looked away, he regained his calm appearance. If one didn't observe carefully, no one would know that his attitude toward Wei Wei Bai was starting to change. Wei Wei Bai obviously knew that Jiang Jiushi wasn't observing her. Her little white flower appearance was very intimidating. Anyway, Jiang Jiushi still had a good impression of her so far. This was probably a happy year for the two-faced big bad wolf and the little idiot angel. Wei Wei Bai calmly thought about how to seduce Jiang Jiushi without batting an eyelid. Jiang Jiushi also calmly thought about how to make Wei Wei Bai look at him differently. At least not now, when she looked at him as if he was a scary pervert. He was full of vigilance. He thought about how she was smiling so happily with that Li Wu guy just now. Even if he knew that there were no other feelings, she still looked so relaxed. If she wasn't like this in front of him, he would panic. Jiang Jiushi's fingers gently landed on his leg. He couldn't help but rub them. If his leg wasn't so cumbersome, he wouldn't have to restrain her like this. Instead, he could take her around. Thinking of this, Jiang Jiushi suddenly said to Luan Shan, "Is there a charity party tonight?" Luan Shan immediately nodded. "Yes, there's an auction." "Didn't you cancel, Jiang Jiushi?" "Let's go." Luan Shan immediately reacted and nodded. "Okay." Then Jiang Jiushi glanced at Wei Wei Bai lightly. "There's an auction tonight. It's a charity party. I need a female companion. Come with me." He actually said this very gently, but he didn't know why it sounded like an order. After all, he was used to being a high and mighty leader. As a result, no matter how gentle the words were, they could be said in an aggressive manner. As expected, Wei Wei Bai's face paled a little. Her lips trembled for a moment before she nodded reluctantly. Yes. When Jiang Jiushi saw that there was no trace of joy on her face, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Other women liked this kind of auction, although it was said to be a charity. But in fact, it was a gathering for business games. The items in the auction were all very expensive. They were all sent by various large companies. It was all for the sake of building a reputation. It could also be considered as advertising fees for the company to promote a positive image. Therefore, once they went to such a place and obtained a few auction items, it was a very happy thing for their female companions. Not to mention gaining some connections. This thought only flashed through his mind. Jiang Jiushi didn't show it. He first brought Wei Wei Bai to put on makeup and change her clothes. It was specially made for private resale. When Wei Wei Bai came out, Jiang Jiushi was reading a magazine. Very few men could accompany their female companions here to put on makeup and choose clothes, because it was too long and very boring. However, Jiang Jiushi casually flipped through the magazine and didn't find it too difficult. When he heard the curtain door open, he casually looked up, but his eyes froze. Wei Wei Bai was extremely good-looking. Her long hair was tied up and pinned up with a row of pearl hairpins. She was wearing a gown that was as sparkling as the moon. The elegant shape of the gown didn't have too many decorations. The dress was waist-length and was tied with a thin, light golden gem chain. On her fair and beautiful face, her cheeks were light pink. The young girl's budding years stunned everyone. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com//. To read on. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2037. She didn't need to dress up too much or put on too much makeup. She was so beautiful that she was like a scenery. Jiang Jiushi held his breath for a while before his expression returned to normal. He nodded to the designer, who came over. This outfit was conservative, yet it fully displayed her beauty. At her age, this outfit was just right. Jiang Jiushi pushed his wheelchair and came to her side. He stretched out his hand and said softly, "When we enter later, remember to stay by my side and don't run around. You will attract the attention of bees and butterflies." Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and lowered her head, pressing her hands heavily on his shoulders. When she was angry, the redness on her face deepened and her eyes became watery. Just now, she was elegant and girlish. Now, she was cute like an explosion. "Jiang Jiushi, are you insulting me? When did I attract the attention of bees and butterflies?" Jiang Jiushi was close to her. The tip of his nose was filled with her scent. The faint feminine fragrance made him lose himself for a moment. So beautiful. This skin was so close, but he couldn't see a single flaw. A teenage girl's skin was so good that water could be squeezed out of it. Jiang Joshi stared at her for a while before lowering his thick eyelashes and saying calmly, "I was rash." Wei Wei by then let go of him and turned around. She seemed to be relieved. It was as though she had used up all her courage to burst out bravely just now. Jiang Joshi looked deeply at her beautiful back. Under her fair neck, the lines of her body were softer and more beautiful than a flower bud. After looking for a long time, he finally looked away. "I'll go change, and then we'll go to the auction." Jiang Joshi changed his clothes very quickly. He didn't need to put on makeup and was dressed in a black suit. It was old-fashioned and cold. However, when he wore a well-fitting suit, the best adjective to describe him was handsome. When Jiang Joshi came out, Wei Wei Bai's eyes stayed on him for a few seconds. She quickly averted her gaze. However, Jiang Joshi caught the hint of amazement in his eyes. Jiang Joshi couldn't help but curl his lips as a faint sense of pleasure appeared. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 55. Auctions were not held according to the rules. Instead, they were held while dancing, drinking, socializing, and auctioning. Everyone was accompanied by a waiter. As long as someone made a bid, the waiter was responsible for calling out the price. When Jiang Joshi arrived, he was already half an hour late. The auction had just begun. It was a painting from the Qing dynasty. The price had been raised to 1 million. Wanshan pushed Jiang Joshi while Wei Wei Bai stood beside him. As soon as they entered, many people looked at Jiang Joshi. Then came Wei Wei Bai. After all, Jiang Joshi had never had a woman by his side, not even a female secretary. She also attended the banquet with a male assistant. So when Wei Wei Bai suddenly appeared, many people were ready to make a move. Regardless of whether Jiang Joshi's legs were crippled or not, he had money. Many women saw that Jiang Joshi's female companions began to appear. They originally thought that Jiang Joshi was a gay woman, so their hearts immediately became active. Wei Wei Bai was not excited about the banquet. In fact, she was at ease. Jiang Joshi was not surprised. After all, she grew up in a good environment. That was why he brought her here. She would be more natural if she dated in a place she was familiar with. The second item was the best jewelry work by a British designer. Jiang Joshi took a look and found that it looked quite good. Chapter 2038. Many women's eyes immediately lit up, and they could also beg the men beside them to bid for it. Jiang Joshi narrowed his eyes and looked at Wei Wei Bai beside him. If she was willing to beg him, he would buy everything. Unfortunately, his eyes were thrown to a blind person. Wei Wei Bai was at a loss, calm, and indifferent. It was as if attending the auction with him was a chore, and she couldn't wait to finish it quickly so that she could go back to sleep. Jiang Joshi was a little disappointed, but he still asked the waiter to bid, even if Wei Wei Bai didn't like it. He also wanted to buy it for her. Jiang Joshi bid a few times and successfully won the jewelry. The third item was still a piece of jewelry, but it was a bracelet, an ice-type imperial green jade bracelet. Jiang Joshi asked about the wrist size and reached out to pinch Wei Wei Bai's slender wrist. After confirming that it was Wei Wei Bai's wrist size, he nodded to Luan Shan. Luan Shan immediately ordered the waiter to bid. It was rare to see this piece of jade. Whether it was the width or the size, it was very delicate. The green was also very young. It was very suitable for fair skin, and it was also very suitable for young women. The bracelet was not cheap, and there were many people bidding. Jiang Joshi had been very calm the whole time. He decided to buy her some jewelry or something. How could a girl not have some expensive jewelry? His way of thinking was similar to raising a daughter. Wei Wei Bai was too bored. After drinking a few glasses of wine, her face began to turn red. She hesitated for a moment and finally said to Jiang Joshi, "I'm going to the bathroom." Jiang Joshi's fingers rubbed his leg unnaturally before nodding. "Let Luan Shan go with you." He actually wanted to take her there himself, but his leg was not convenient. These few days, he felt uncomfortable because of his leg. It was very strong. Wei Wei Bai's face turned even redder, and she immediately said angrily, "No, I know where the bathroom is." Jiang Joshi glanced at her gorgeous face and knew that she was shy. He curled his lips and nodded. "Go." Wei Wei Bai immediately fled. Seeing her leave, Jiang Jiushi immediately said to a waiter next to him, "Follow her." The waiter immediately nodded respectfully and followed her very professionally. Jiang Jiushi saw Wei Wei Bai leave. He closed his eyes. The bracelet was also successfully. Jiang Jiushi didn't feel much joy. He suddenly muttered to himself, "What should I do to make her happier?" Wan Shan. He didn't dare. Jiang Jiushi sighed. "I'm not that fierce. Why is she so afraid of me?" Wan Shan. Imprison, force, threaten. Who ISN? Of course, no matter how much a jerk the big boss was, he was still a breadwinner. Jiang Jiushi finally reached out to support his chin. "It seems that we need a further plan to make her treat me better." Wan Shan. Shouldn't a suitor be nicer to her? Why did Jiang Jiushi want Wei Wei Bai to treat him better? No wonder he couldn't get the girl. Wei Wei Bai played games in the bathroom for a while. She was really bored. She came out to play. When it was about time, she washed her hands and went out. However, when she went out, she saw Jiang Jiushi going over. A woman stopped her. "Do you know who I am?" The woman's gorgeous makeup was very threatening. Wei Wei Bai, cannon fodder, and a vicious female, supporting lead. Wei Wei Bai, who was so bored that she had to play games, was excited and had something to do. She adjusted her attitude and said calmly, "Get out of the way." To make herself more detestable, Wei Wei Bai's eyes were full of disdain. The woman immediately said, "I'm the only daughter of the XX group's boss. I'm going on a blind date with Jiang Jiushi recently. Who do you think you are?" Wei Wei Bai was touched. It had been a long time since she saw such a straightforward and cute evil cannon fodder. How nostalgic. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but silently wipe her tears of gratitude. Then, she looked at her helplessly. "Sorry, I didn't know you were going on a blind date with him." She was as obedient and soft as she could be. The woman thought that she was scared. However, Wei Wei Bai said lightly that only the woman could hear. "But he won't let go of me. I'm also very troubled. It's too embarrassing to be so charming." The woman was angry. She went forward and was about to slap Wei Wei Bai's face. Wei Wei Bai took a step back. She nimbly took a wine glass from the table beside her and splashed the wine on the woman's face. This farce quickly attracted the attention of others. Jiang Jiushi turned his wheelchair around and saw Wei Wei Bai standing by the wine table. She seemed to be very angry. Her whole body was trembling and her eyes were red. She looked very pitiful. His girl had only been gone for a few minutes, and now she was being bullied. Jiang Jiushi immediately came over. The woman's face was full of wine. She had never been treated so shamefully before. Just as she was about to flare up, she saw the person she wanted to curry favor with. She immediately put away her anger and looked pitiful. "Mr. Jiang, you have to give me an explanation. This woman suddenly stopped me, insulted me, and even splashed wine on me." Jiang Jiushi didn't look at the victim at all. Instead, he looked at Wei Wei Bai and saw that tears of grievance were welling up in her eyes. Jiang Jiushi's eyes turned cold. His voice was extremely calm. "Did you say that my people bullied you?" The woman's mouth twitched, and she nodded angrily. Jiang Jiushi gestured to the waiter. The waiter immediately came over. He took a glass of wine and suddenly splashed it on the woman's face. Then, his voice was so cold that it made people shudder. "Unfortunately, I have the same hobby as her. I also like to bully people." Chapter 2039. Once this farce was over, the woman was taken care of and asked to leave. She was dealt with very quickly and did not attract much attention. Jiang Jiushi glanced at the people around him coldly and realized that everyone pretended not to see anything. They did not embarrass Wei Wei Bai too much. Jiang Jiushi reached out to Wei Wei Bai, and his attitude became gentle. "Let's go. It's not fun here. Let's go back." He wanted to bring her here to have fun. He did not want to make her feel bad. Jiang Jiushi's heart raced. He even had thoughts about that woman just now. Everyone knew that he was not fond of women. It was not easy for him to bring someone to a public place. Anyone with a little bit of insight would know that Wei Wei Bai's status was different. Those women with the IQ of sows did not think about their own status. They even dared to make things difficult for the girl he brought out. Jiang Jiushi was actually a little narrow-minded and was extremely self-disciplined and cold. If anyone made him unhappy, he would follow the prescribed order and plan to make them disappear. Wei Wei Bai looked at his outstretched hand with a wronged look in her eyes. She was very cute and obedient. She hesitated for a while before saying softly, "I didn't cause you any trouble, right?" A faint smile finally appeared in Jiang Jioshi's indifferent and emotionless eyes. How could she be so obedient? Jiang Jioshi pushed the wheelchair in front of her and reached out to grab her fair fingers. He pulled her and said in a calm and domineering voice, "In the future, if anyone gets in your way, you can bully them. I will deal with all the trouble you cause and all the mess you make. Tell me what you like. I'll give you whatever I can." He wanted to make her smile. Don't be afraid of him. But he could not do anything about it. That woman who blocked the way and bullied her today was also good. At least his little princess would know that she was different from others in his heart. Jiang Jioshi's calm heart was filled with rotten and dark emotions. It was rare for Wei Wei Bai, who was like sunshine, to come in. It was inevitable that he would start to pamper her. Even if his feelings for her were not deep enough to give her his life, he could still give her the glory, splendor, and wealth that a woman wanted, or the life of a superior. Jiang Jioshi rationally analyzed his own feelings and found that he had not lost control too much, so he allowed his thoughts of doting on Wei Wei Bai to flow out. When he said this, Jiang Jioshi didn't feel very happy. These were the words that came out of his mouth instinctively. But as soon as he finished speaking, he keenly noticed the absent-minded change in her eyes. She stared at him blankly for a few seconds. Her eyes were a little uneasy, and her face was slightly red. It seemed that her shyness had made her skin burn. Jiang Jioshi looked at her strangely. For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Bai Weiwei's fingers trembled as he held them. She quickly bowed her head and lowered her beautiful neck. Her voice was soft. "Then let's go." She spoke uneasily and shyly. Jiang Jioshi's heart was suddenly illuminated by a flash of lightning. Was she happy? After being stunned for a few seconds, Jiang Jioshi calmly turned his head and said to Luan Shan, "Let's go." Luan Shan immediately pushed the wheelchair. But Jiang Jioshi's hand was tightly holding Wei Wei Bai's. Ding, the male lead's affection has increased to 60. When Jiang Jioshi returned home, the massage doctor came. Wei Wei Bai had seen this doctor several times, so she didn't find it strange. Jiang Jioshi glanced at him and finally let go of his hand. As they had held each other for too long, their fingers were warm and moist. Once he let go, his fingers became empty and cold again. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. /transmigration system. Male God, come here. /transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. To make it easier for you to read next time, you can click the button. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Transmigration system, Male God, come here. Chapter 2040. Jiang Jioshi's eyes flashed with a strange emotion. Then he said, "Go change first. I'll ask the nanny to help you." That banquet made her uncomfortable, and she couldn't eat much. She would be hungry. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a while, then nodded and turned to go back to the room. Jiang Jioshi looked up at her back until the door was closed. Then he said to the doctor, "Today's massage will be suspended. I'll get someone to pick you up tomorrow morning, then you can come to the company to massage me." After all, he was a big employer, so the doctor was very understanding and obedient, saying that he would wait for the call. Then, the doctor quickly went home. Jiang Jioshi saw that the doctor had left, and there was a hint of decadence in his eyes. He actually couldn't bear it. The massage continued after he came in. Once he felt a little moved, he would actually feel a sense of inferiority because of this almost non-existent feeling. And this feeling was trembling with fear. Jiang Jioshi tugged at his collar and couldn't help but complain, so troublesome. He originally wanted to raise a little lover that was pleasing to the eye. In the end, he raised a grudge. Now, he was no longer raising a little lover. He was raising a little ancestor. What was more frightening was that he actually thought it was good. Jiang Jioshi calmly calculated his emotional fluctuations. It was okay. He wouldn't forget himself because of Wei Wei Bai. It was okay to fall in love, and it was okay to pamper her. He wouldn't give anything else. Jiang Jioshi was very clear about himself. for a person like him, if he really fell in love with someone, it would be a situation where he wouldn't rest until he was dead. So, he suppressed his feelings for Wei Wei Bai and never really crossed the line. Wei Wei Bai finished showering and putting on her clothes. Then she heard the system counting. What's wrong? Recently, the system was cold and perfunctory. It felt like it was in love and abandoned its poor host. System, count how many flowers he embroidered, how many life points he could sell. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. If the host found out that he was doing embroidery for a living, then he wouldn't have any dignity left. He immediately put on the airs of a system. Have you been slacking off recently? It's one thing for your favorability to rise so slowly, but you don't have a plan and you're not active in your strategy. There's no future for you to just eat and wait for death. You should be as hardworking and cute as me. Wei Wei Bai was speechless at the system for a while, then explained reluctantly, the favorability has increased too, right? I've already established the character of a little white flower, so I can't immediately change my character and slap myself in the face. The system said, you're slacking off, you're slacking off, you're slacking off. Important things had to be emphasized thrice. Wei Wei Bai was shocked. How did you know? I forgot that the host's face is so thick. Wei Wei Bai smiled. All right, I'm not slacking off. I'm just resting. Have you forgotten that the side quest hasn't come out yet? Every single side mission would definitely make him feel like dying. It was even harder to deal with than the main storyline. When she first arrived, she had been on guard against the side quest. In the end, after a few months, her favorability had already reached 65. Unexpectedly, there was no movement at all from the branch. This made Wei Wei Bai even more afraid to do anything bad. The system was so embroidered that it lost its mind. Oh, that's right. Why hasn't the side quest come out yet? Didn't the old Demon King of the Black Mountain appear very early in the branch missions? There wasn't even the slightest trace of this plane. Seeing that it was about time, Wei Wei Bai opened the door and was about to leave. Ding! I heard that the host is missing me. I, with great compassion, respond to your humble secret love. The side mission has been activated in advance. Wei Wei Bai, Transmigration System, Adonis, come here, /Transmigration System, Adonis, come here, // Transmigration System, Adonis, come here, download Transmigration System, Adonis, come here, mobile Transmigration System, Adonis, come here. Chapter 2041. She wanted to smash her own mouth. Why did she mention the mission? Why did she mention the mission? Please wait for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Okay, your parents are dead. They were hit by a car and died on the spot. Wei Wei Bai felt a little strange. Wait, why did you ask me to wait for 10 seconds? Oh, your parents didn't die just now. They just died now. Wei Wei Bai, this was too casual. How could they die so easily? Was it because of the mission? The mission was so crazy that it didn't have a mission. It was just killing people and arson to create missions. Wei Wei Bai had a fuck you mission expression on her face as she listened to the mission continue to be announced. Your parents are dead. Your company is bankrupt. Your life is miserable. Please complete the small mission of tormenting your enemy, Jiang Jiushi. Wei Wei Bai, her enemy, even emphasized his name in parentheses. Was he afraid that she would find the wrong person? What kind of mission was this? Forced revenge, forced tragedy, forced something to do because he couldn't stand her slacking off? She just wanted to eat a sweet cookie. Couldn't she be lazy for a while? This stupid mission. Beep. It felt the strong love of the mission. The mission is very touched. It detected the preference of the host for the little white flower character. Host, please maintain the image of a delicate little angel and complete this revenge. The mission punishment is real-time monitoring. If you destroy the image, you will vomit blood. If you fail the mission, face-to-face with the system, back-to-back, and dance hand-in-hand to the dance of the bumblebee. At first, Bai Weiwei was still thinking about how to perform the little angel's revenge. Vomiting blood was okay. After all, Lin Daiyu's sister was a classic image. As for the mission punishment, she also felt that it was a dance with the system. It was not difficult. Wait face-to-face, back-to-back. What kind of position was this? She felt like she was watching a horror movie. Was this a position that a human could do? Wei Bai and the system. Then the system said, "Let me be clear. I'm also a human image. Although I don't want to be a human image, I really am a human image. That's why this dance pose. It wasn't something that a single person could do." Wei Bai indicated that she understood. The branch was still the B*TCH. She was used to it. Wei Bai stood in place for 3 seconds to calm down. Then, she looked up again with a gentler expression and purer eyes. She was a little angel, who hadn't been an angel for 3 to 5 years. Children are all angels, understand? Wasn't it easy to act cute and natural? Well, it wasn't easy at all. The little angel only knew how to forgive and not take revenge. Coming to take revenge with an angelic face was a matter of not allowing her persona to crumble, but she had to do something that crumbled her persona. Wasn't this making things difficult for her? Wei Bai expressed that this trashy side quest was just giving her trouble. When she walked out of the door, she saw that Jiang Jiushi had already taken a shower and was wearing home clothes. He sat on the sofa in the living room with the TV on. There were freshly cut fruits and some desserts on the table. The nanny was busy preparing supper in the kitchen. Jiang Jiushi was reading a book instead of staring at the TV. Wei Bai glanced at the TV. It was an idol drama or something. Jiang Jiushi heard footsteps and looked up at Wei Bai. Because she had just washed her hair, it was hanging out to dry. Her eyes were wet, and her eyelashes seemed to contain moisture from the shower. She seemed to look even cuter and softer. Chapter 2042. Jiang Jiushi's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't allow his emotions to overflow immediately. Instead, he said calmly, "Come and sit down. We'll sleep after supper." Wei Bai nodded and walked over. The sofa was very long. He sat on the left while she sat on the right. There was a distance of 2 people between her and him. Wei Bai placed her hands on her thighs obediently. Her fingers were bent softly and her legs were closed obediently. Then, she watched the television quietly. Jiang Jiushi saw that her posture was so obedient and that she was so far away from him. He couldn't help but rub his fingers as though he was reminiscing about the moment when they held hands. Then, his posture was very calm and his voice was very gentle. Wei, do you want some fruit?" Wei Bai shook her head. "No need," Jiang Jiushi said, "but I want to eat." Wei Bai looked at him blankly for a moment. Then, her mind seemed to have a little inspiration. She moved the fruit on the table clumsily in front of Jiang Jiushi. Jiang Jiushi supported his chin with his hand and leaned against the sofa. Because he had just washed his black hair, it hung over his forehead and added a few strands of casual gentleness to it. There was a hint of his usual dominance in his voice. "I can't reach it. Feed me." Wei Bai paused for a few seconds before saying, "Oh." She seemed to feel that this request was a little unexpected. Jiang Jiushi didn't say anything. Instead, he looked up at her with a deep gaze. This gaze was extremely oppressive. Wei frowned in distress. Then, she reluctantly moved to Jiang Jiushi's side. She reached out to hold a small fork with fruit, forked a piece of apple, and brought it to his mouth. It was a distance that was neither too far nor too close. That piece of apple didn't even touch his lips. Jiang Jiushi wasn't picky. Instead, he moved his body and lowered his head to eat the apple. Jiang Jiushi stretched out his hand unhurriedly and said, "Delicious." Wei Bai's face turned even redder. She held the fork in her hand and was at a loss. Jiang Jiushi's voice was calm and steady. "Don't you like to feed me?" Wei Bai hesitated for a moment before reluctantly shaking her head. "No." There seemed to be a smile in Jiang Jiushi's eyes. "So you like to feed me? It seems that I'm not that annoying." Wei Bai pursed her lips, and the shyness in her eyes was particularly obvious. If it weren't for the fact that it was inappropriate, she would have covered her face and run away. Jiang Jiushi, on the other hand, enjoyed the teasing that eroded her habits little by little. He wanted her to get closer to him little by little. As long as they were together for a long time, he had the ability to make her like him. Even if he didn't like it, he had to like it. Jiang Jiushi's smiling eyes contained a kind of paranoid darkness. Jiang Jiushi stretched out his slender fingers and gently tapped his lips. "Since you like it, continue to feed me." This was simply the behavior of a bandit. Relying on the fact that she didn't dare to resist, he wanted to make things difficult for her that he would never do normally. As expected, Wei Wei Bai's cheeks puffed up a little. It was a very childish expression, but her face was small, her eyes were round, and her skin was too white and tender. Her appearance was too cute and harmless. This kind of childish expression was indescribably cute and didn't feel out of place. The smile in Jiang Jioshi's eyes deepened. By the time the nanny came out with 2 bowls of fragrant noodles, Wei Wei Bai had already fed Jiang Jioshi more than 10 pieces of fruit. Button Chapter 2043. Most of the fruits on the plate were destroyed by him. In the end, the blush on Wei Wei Bai's face was not as strong as before. She slowly got used to it. And this was what Jiang Jioshi wanted to see. The noodles were sprinkled with crispy chopped green onions, rich broth, thin slices of meat, and green vegetables. It was extremely delicious. It was so delicious that it aroused one's appetite. In the plot of the TV, the male and female leads were eating. The male lead invited the female lead to eat snacks at a roadside shop. The setting of this idol drama was a little different. The male lead was relatively poor. Although he would make a comeback in the future, he was not a typical Cinderella. Bai Weiwei's attention was all on the noodles. Her stomach had long been hungry. If it weren't for the fact that she had to take into account the setting, she would have ordered takeout. She could only complete the mission when she was full, so her attention was all on eating the noodles. Wei Wei Bai held the bowl and was eating the noodles in small bites. But she noticed that Jiang Jioshi was staring at the TV. This man's personality did not seem to like illogical TV shows like idol dramas. Sure enough, she heard him say, "There was a time when I was very poor." Wei Wei Bai's eating speed slowed down. When one was hungry, what was the point of thinking about the good when eating? It was fine to think about the past after eating. Although Wei Wei Bai complained, she still showed a trace of curiosity on her face. Jiang Jioshi saw that her interest was aroused and said with a smile, "At that time, I only ate 2 meals a day. Sometimes, I only had 2 steam buns in the morning. So the best meal at that time was a rare meal of noodles. There was no meat, but there was an egg." Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment and looked at her bowl. In the end, she reluctantly picked up 2 pieces of meat and put them in his bowl. Jiang Jioshi had a purpose for chatting with her. He wanted her to understand him, understand a better version of him. That way, she would not be so guarded against him. That way, the two of them could be closer. The man with a motive lowered his eyelashes to hide the dark conspiracy in his eyes. However, Wei Wei Bai suddenly gave him 2 pieces of meat as if he was a beggar. The smile on his face froze. He heard Wei Wei Bai say, "I've never been hungry, so I'm still very grateful that my parents love me so much." When Jiang Jioshi heard her mention Father Bai and Mother Bai, his face darkened. Of course, he quickly suppressed his gloomy expression. He was afraid that he would scare away Wei Wei Bai, who had finally gotten close to him. Her parents didn't love her at all. Once the company went bankrupt, he would only show that he wanted her. He immediately sent his daughter over. This kind of love was very cheap. Usually, he would treat her well, but once he ran out of money, he would abandon her. In Jiang Jioshi's eyes, they were scumbags. Although Jiang Jioshi didn't reveal a cold expression, he couldn't help but speak. "Did they abandon you and run away?" Wei Wei Bai immediately felt a little sad. She held the bowl and looked at the meat in it. After a few seconds, she blinked her red eyes and started to eat the noodles without saying anything. It seemed that she had been provoked by Jiang Jioshi. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. She could only hide her sadness by eating the noodles. Jiang Jioshi saw that she was eating the noodles at a much faster speed than before. He knew that she must be embarrassed. That was why she was eating the noodles, to hide her embarrassment. He couldn't help but frown. After a few seconds of silence, he moved his body. Chapter 2044. He leaned towards her and gently placed his hand on her thin shoulder. Wei Wei Bai trembled. Jiang Jioshi suddenly said softly, "Don't be sad. I'm not like them. Even if there's an egg left in the bowl, I'll give you a third. I won't run away just like that." Bai Weiwei stared blankly for a moment. Then she took a sip of the broth before she reacted and looked at him. Then, she looked at the meat in his bowl. Jiang Jioshi took the opportunity to pick up 2 pieces of meat and put them in her bowl. It was as if this could show that he would not abandon her even if he was poor. Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. Then, when Jiang Jiushi wasn't paying attention, she couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth at the 2 pieces of meat in the bowl. These 2 pieces of meat were still in her bowl. Jiang Jiushi was really stingy. He would give her 1/3 of an egg. He even took the 2 pieces of meat that she gave him. Could it be that he disliked the fact that she took them with her chopsticks and pretended to be affectionate and took them back? Wei Wei Bai finished twitching the corners of her mouth and waited for Jiang Jiushi to notice her. She immediately looked touched. Then, she ate the 2 pieces of meat and drank 2 more mouthfuls of soup. Don't waste it on stingy Jiang. You're stingy, I'm stingy too. After eating the noodles, Jiang Jiushi asked the nanny to clean up. Then, he said to Wei Wei Bai, "Go to sleep. Don't you have dance rehearsals tomorrow?" When he said this, he reached out to the wheelchair beside him. The man's expression seemed to be a little more difficult, but he still forced himself up and tried to put himself in the wheelchair. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but take a few steps forward and reach out to help him. The smile in Jiang Jiushi's eyes deepened, as if some trick had succeeded. He followed her strength and let himself sit in the wheelchair. However, his hand seemed to have accidentally tugged at her. She stumbled and sat down on his lap. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment and immediately wanted to get up. But she heard him say in a low voice, "Slow down, your hair is hooking on my button." Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw that her hair was caught in Jiang Jiushi's hands, and a few strands of her hair were wrapped around his buttons. It looked like Jiang Jiushi had deliberately twisted it. The order of the entanglement was the same. If it weren't for Wei Wei Bai's powerful ability to control her expression, the corners of her eyes would have twitched. She immediately sat down obediently, not daring to move. Jiang Jiushi smiled and unhurriedly untied her hair, feeling the softness of her body against his. His voice was incomparably soft. "I just bought a few pieces of jewelry at the auction. Send them over tomorrow, and I'll have them placed on your table." Wei Wei Bai immediately wanted to refuse with a frown. Jiang Jiushi interrupted her. "After all, you're already mine, so you have to wear nice clothes. Otherwise, people will think that I'm going bankrupt." Wei Wei Bai immediately didn't dare to say anything, but she hesitated for a while before saying softly, "Then I'll return it to you in the future." Jiang Jiushi looked up lazily and said in a light tone, "Oh, I'll wait for you to return it to me." After untying her hair, Jiang Jiushi reluctantly let her get up. Wei Wei Bai reached out and smoothed her hair. Her dragonfly-like eyelashes trembled a few times. Under the light, her delicate appearance was exceptionally beautiful. The conspiracy, calculation, and caution in Jiang Jiushi's eyes were all gone. It was pure appreciation for his girl's beauty and a deep possessiveness. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have thought of something. Pursing her cute lips, her fingertips fell from her hair. She suddenly turned and lowered her head, kissing his forehead gently. It was a soft touch, and she even kissed the hair on his forehead. Her voice was a little stuttering. "Good night, Jiushi." Then, as if she had done something terrible, she covered her face with her hands and immediately fled into the room in front. The door closed. Jiang Jiushi was still in the same place. There was a rare look of confusion in his deep eyes. When he finally reacted, he realized that he had received a goodnight kiss. It was a very, very beautiful goodnight kiss. The corners of Jiang Jiushi's mouth began to curve up, and his smile brightened. He suddenly felt that if he only had 1 egg, he could give her half of it. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 65. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. is at https://m.sashu.com//. Chapter 2045. He thought about the egg problem. Jiang Jiushi knocked his forehead helplessly. He had been led astray by Wei Wei Bai. He could open many egg factories now. He slowly wanted to return to his room when his phone suddenly rang. Jiang Jiushi glanced at the phone number. It was to monitor the Bai couple. His gaze became dangerous. He had forgotten about this matter during this period of time. He only asked the people on the other side to monitor them. He picked up the phone and listened for a while. His gaze was extremely cold. Jiang Jiushi was silent for a few seconds before looking at Wei Wei Bai's door. Then, he moved his wheelchair unhurriedly and returned to his room. After ensuring that it was soundproof, Jiang Jiushi's cold expression was unusually gloomy. "Are they dead?" The person on the other side said. After 3 hours of rescue, one of them had ruptured internal organs and lost a lot of blood, and the other had a bone pierced into his heart. They couldn't be saved. Jiang Jiushi said, "Cremate their bodies and bring them back to the country. Don't leak the news of their deaths." The person on the other side immediately responded respectfully. Jiang Jiushi put down the phone, and his expression suddenly became ugly. He said viciously, "Why did you have to die now? What can you two pieces of trash do other than being a hindrance?" When they were young, they ran away after bumping into him. They were clearly rich, but they allowed him to lie in the hospital and watch his legs be crippled. They definitely didn't give him any medical fees. Now, he had finally opened up Wei Wei Bai's heart a little, and he had also instructed the people monitoring them to make their lives better. In the end, they actually ran over and crashed into a car. Jiang Jiushi felt extremely irritable. It wasn't the feeling of revenge or dissatisfaction. Instead, it was a kind of inexplicable panic. He firmly suppressed this useless emotion. Many plans flashed through his mind, but every one of them would make Wei Wei Bai very sad. Should he tell her or not? Jiang Jiushi's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he gripped his phone tightly. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiushi gritted his teeth and called Luan Shan, asking him to pick up the ashes of that scum. He also instructed them not to leak any information. Not all. After all the matters had been dealt with, Jiang Jiushi slowly exhaled and then closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he finally recovered. His thoughts gradually became clear. He no longer had any obsession with revenge. He didn't feel very happy either. It could even be said that things like revenge could not arouse his emotions at all. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind when he heard the news. What if Wei Wei Bai found out? Would she be heartbroken? So heartbroken that if she found out that her parents were under him, she would start spying on them and indirectly cause their deaths. Would she blame him? This kind of lowly thought was actually able to take root in his mind. It was simply inconceivable. Jiang Jiushi reached out and rubbed his temples, frowning as he fell into deep thought. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his feelings for Wei Wei Bai were starting to get out of control. The night passed. Wei Wei Bai ate her fill and slept well. She woke up refreshed and washed up for breakfast. Jiang Jiushi was not there. He went to work early. The system squinted its eyes as it embroidered and said, "The male lead knows that your parents are dead. He is now hiding the news and getting someone to pick up your parents' ashes." Wei Wei Bai said calmly as she ate, "I want to take revenge on him. The more difficult part is how do I know that my cheap parents are dead?" After all, with Jiang Jiushi's identity, it was very easy for him to hide the death of two people. To read the ad, https://www.sashu.com/to read ad, https://www.sashu.com.txt to read ad, https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 2046. In addition to the mess in the Bai family, her pitiful parents did not dare to return to the country. Once the Bai family settled the score, the two of them would be directly sent to prison for paying taxes. So even if Jiang Jiushi said that her parents had to stay abroad, she had no reason to doubt it. The system said, "Why don't you go to the company immediately and send the ashes to the male lead this afternoon?" Wei Wei Bai wiped her mouth and nodded. Good idea." Luan Shan carefully held 2 small wooden boxes. Jiang Jiushi did not even look up. He signed the document and said calmly, "Put them on the table. Later, contact the funeral industry and get them 2 connected graves. They'll be buried tomorrow." When he said this, Jiang Jiushi's cold eyes did not have a trace of emotion. Luan Shan could not help but ask, "Aren't you going to inform Miss Bai? After all, they were her parents, and they were not the ones who killed them, right? This was an accident." Even the bus driver who killed the Bai couple had been arrested and sent to the police station. According to Jiang Joshi, they had to be sentenced. It could not be done privately, and it could not be done without responsibility. Wan Shan did not know Jiang Joshi's thoughts. He wanted to find a scapegoat to deal with Wei Wei Bai's grief and anger in the future. In fact, when the Bai couple died, if he immediately informed Wei Wei Bai, Wan Shan felt that Wei Wei Bai would be sad for a period of time. However, it was better that Jiang Joshi kept it a secret now. In the future, if Wei Wei Bai accidentally found out, wouldn't it be obvious that there was something wrong with Jiang Joshi? If there was no problem, why would he hide the fact that her parents died? This did not seem like something Jiang Joshi would do. That was too stupid. Jiang Joshi paused slightly as he signed his name. His well-defined fingers even curled up a little nervously. Then, when Wan Shan did not notice, he raised his cold black eyes, and his voice was cold and cruel. There's no need to inform her. She has nothing to do with the Bai family now. She naively thought that signing a 3-year contract really meant 3 years. It was not clear at all if he did not want to let go. Not just 3 years, but 30 years. He had the ability to control her for the rest of her life. When Jiang Joshi had those thoughts about Wei Wei Bai, he did not let go, so she had nothing to do with anyone else, including her parents, friends, and relatives. Jiang Joshi's roots had rotted away, even though there was a trace of sunshine called Wei Wei Bai in his dark heart. He was still the bad guy who rotted in the mud and would never get better. Sometimes he even had the urge to pull the ignorant girl and push her into his dark and cruel heart, so that she could no longer look at him so naively. Otherwise, he felt that sometimes he was not worthy of her. Wan Shan looked at Jiang Joshi's eyes that were as dark as the abyss and felt a chill in his heart. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door. Jiang Joshi and Wan Shan sensed that something was wrong and immediately frowned. The knock on the door was too soft. The people here were all in a hurry, and the knocking was especially crisp. Before the two of them could react, the door had already opened, and then Wei Wei Bai poked her head in. She had a flower bun in her hair, and under her long eyelashes, a pair of clear almond eyes, warm and soft. Wei Wei Bai revealed a shy smile, her cheeks as red as peach blossoms. You're all here. // Chapter 2047. Wan Shan and Jiang Joshi both looked at the wooden box on the table at the same time. Wan Shan immediately blocked the wooden box and said with a smile, Miss Bai, why are you here? You can call me if you want to come. I'll send a driver to pick you up immediately. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were dazed, and she shook her head cutely. Did I disturb your work? But that sister said I could come up. Which sister? How did she come up? She had to go through the reception on the first floor and then the secretariat outside the office. Only then could she knock on the door here. Jiang Joshi's fingers that were holding the fountain pen were a little white, but his expression had become calm. He didn't even show a trace of panic. Wei Wei Bai's eyes inadvertently fell on the table. The two wooden boxes were too eye-catching. When no one was looking, the two men revealed a hint of suppressed nervousness. But Wei Wei Bai only glanced at them indifferently and didn't seem to notice anything wrong. She smiled a little shyly. When I passed by a dessert shop just now, I saw mango sago and accidentally bought too much, so I brought some for you to eat. Wan Shan, they don't like desserts. Jiang Joshi smiled gently. This is my favorite dessert. Wan Shan, I like it too. Jiang Joshi looked at him darkly. Wan Shan, as if I don't like it at all. After saying that he didn't like it, Wan Shan immediately pretended to be busy and cleaned up the table. He carried the two big boxes and walked out calmly. We passed by Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, Tongzi. The system looked calm and then snapped its fingers. Wan Shan's originally steady footsteps suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle. It seemed that because he walked too fast, his whole body suddenly fell forward. The box fell off in his hand. The lid of the wooden box was not locked, and the urn inside fell out. The ashes inside were scattered all over the floor, and there was no distinction between them. Bai Wei Wei, carrying Zimalu, jumped back in fright. For a moment, she didn't seem to recognize what was on the ground. Jiang Jioshi's indifferent expression finally showed a hint of emotion. He immediately said, "Wei Wei, come here." Bai Weiwei's almond eyes widened. She glanced at the things on the ground and finally reacted. Ashes. Wan Shan reacted quickly and immediately burst into tears. My parents. They just passed away. As their son, I didn't see them for the last time. That's why I brought the urn with me. I wanted to see it and think of them. Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly. Holy shit, vicious, werewolf, wave annihilation. The urn was still in good condition. Wan Shan immediately bent down to pick up the ashes that had fallen out and put them back in. Then he put it back into the box and ran away with it. Wei Wei Bai carried the sago and hesitated. She didn't dare to go in. The ground was full of ashes. Although it was hard to see, it was impossible that there was nothing left. Wan Shan took it away. There must be more on the ground. Jiang Jiushi seemed to see that she was frightened. He slowly came over in his wheelchair. It was as if he could hear the screams of the remaining ashes on the ground under his wheels. Wei Wei Bai's somewhat dazed eyes had a hint of confusion and cuteness. Jiang Jiushi reached out and took the sago from her. Then, he couldn't help but smile sincerely. He was really happy, because she started to let down her guard against him. She even knew how to take the initiative to get close to him. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time, if you like. Chapter 2048. Jiang Jiushi had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had been suppressing his dark desires and not letting himself show his ferocious face, just so that she would not be frightened. After that night, she was especially afraid of him. He had overestimated her courage. So during this period of time, he had been tolerating her like a saint. And all this was because she took the initiative to kiss him goodnight last night and a simple dessert this afternoon. And it made him feel that everything was worth it. Jiang Jiushi opened the dessert box and took out a disposable spoon, saying, "Why did you suddenly think of bringing me desserts?" Wei Wei Bai's expression was still a little unfocused, as if she felt that the urn was very scary. Her red eyes were a little hesitant. But when she heard his words, the strange feeling just now changed its target. Her face was a little red. "I just bought too much." What a poor excuse. Jiang Jiushi did not expose her shyness. She had always been so timid, childish, and naive. He did not know that her family raised her like this. Were they not afraid that she would be kidnapped by bad people? Look at now. The Bai couple had become ashes, raising a cute and naive girl. It was a good thing for a heinous person like him. Jiang Jiushi sighed insincerely in his heart, slowly eating the dessert that he did not like. It was rare that he felt that this thing was quite delicious. Wei Wei Bai and the system looked at him with a face of... They thought that the assistant was ruthless enough. They did not expect the boss to be even more awesome. Sitting on the ashes and eating with relish, this scene stunned the dumbass for at least 3 seconds. Wei Wei Bai said, "Tongzi, I think that if I really wanted to take revenge, Jiang Jiushi would burn me into ashes and eat it with rice." The system said, "Think about it, face to face, back to back." Wei Wei Bai said, "Can we face from side to side?" This position was very difficult, but it could be done. The system did not wait for a reply. All of a sudden, a notification rang out. "Face. Yes. Face. Face." Wei Wei Bai and the system were speechless. After Jiang Jiushi finished eating, the nervousness in his heart disappeared. Wan Shan did not understand why he told Wei Wei Bai that her parents were dead. If she hadn't approached him last night, she did not give him a kiss. She didn't let him see that she liked his hope. He would not make such a stupid decision. Instead, he would follow Luan Shan's plan. She pushed all the blame for her parents' deaths to others, but he was very clear. Most of the time, she was so well-behaved because her parents were still around. She was a good child. She wanted her parents to live a better life. That was why she had been so obedient during this period of time. If her parents were not around, the good feeling she had for him would disappear again. Jiang Jiushi felt that he needed more time. Her fondness for him was completely fixed in her heart. It would be safer to talk about her parents' deaths when the time came. A girl like Wei Wei Bai would definitely be very loyal when it came to her first love. When the time came, he would coax her, and this matter would be over. But now, he could not take the risk of her liking him back. Anyway, it was enough as long as he kept it a secret. After Jiang Jiushi finished his dessert, he brought her out and said, "I'll show you around the company." It was rare for her to come, so he wanted to show her his kingdom. Wei Wei Bai was a little embarrassed. She took the initiative to push his wheelchair. Jiang Jiushi frowned. "Let someone else do it. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time, if you like." Chapter 2049. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but laugh. She was like a little son to begin with. Her laughter was infectious and could make any depressed person feel happy. Jiang Jiushi was also in a daze for a moment, and his heart suddenly felt warm. Wei Wei Bai said, "I'll push it for you." Jiang Jiushi nodded. "Tell me when you're tired." They walked slowly in the company's corridor. The outer layer was a lot of glass walls, and the inside was a beautiful marble floor. The company's design was very good and fashionable. The employees were also very fast-paced, lively. Jiang Jiushi had built the company especially well. One look, and you could tell that it was the kind that had a bright future. After all, his company focused on the internet. It was said that this year, the sales of a game was the #1 in the world. And to him, this game was just a small product in the sales miracle that he had created. Jiang Jiushi saw that she was smiling happily and felt happy too. They strolled in the glass corridor at dusk. This rare peace made Jiang Jiushi's tense mood slowly relax. Wei Wei Bai saw the staff lounge with all kinds of self-service drinks. She suddenly bent over and said to him, "Are you thirsty? I'll get you some coffee." Jiang Jiushi stared at her quietly. She smiled so brightly that her eyes were filled with little stars. Without waiting for him to say anything, Wei Wei Bai said to herself, "You like to add 2 pieces of sugar without milk, right?" He didn't like black coffee. It was a small habit to add 2 pieces of sugar when he occasionally made a cup of coffee at home. She actually noticed it. Wei Wei Bai entered the staff lounge. Rather than a lounge, it was more like a coffee shop for the staff to rest. It was fully equipped, and there were even waiters. It was all free and didn't cost money. Wei Wei Bai shyly took a cup of coffee with sugar and a cup of strawberry juice. Jiang Jiushi sat in his wheelchair and looked at her with deep eyes as she smiled and took the drinks. The reflection of the glass in the restaurant fell on her face. Her eyelashes drooped like the shadow of a butterfly, and the smile on her face became even more brilliant. Wherever she went, she was like a little angel. As if she had sensed his burning gaze, she suddenly turned around and saw that it was him. Her small and cute face immediately showed traces of soft gentleness. Jiang Jiushi's heart skipped a beat as he sped up. The gentleness in her eyes. He simply couldn't resist. Jiang Jiushi had never thought that he would be so moved by her. Wei Wei Bai did not seem to notice his absent-mindedness. She came over and placed the coffee in his hand. "It's not hot. I blew on it for a while. The temperature is just right." Meticulous tolerance and considerate care. She only liked him a little, but the beauty she showed was enough to make him, a person who is always cold, feel the warmth of the sun. If she really fell in love with him, would he become the happiest person in the world? Jiang Jiushi was silent for a long time before he slowly picked up the cup of coffee and took a sip. Not only did it have the taste of sugar, it also had some milk. Wei Wei Bai held the strawberry juice and seemed to be a little embarrassed. "I think milk is quite nutritious. It's not good to drink too much coffee, so add some milk to neutralize it." What kind of twisted logic was this? Even if milk was added, the side effects of coffee would still be the same. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but laugh softly. Then he continued to drink the coffee. "The milk is not bad. It tastes very good." When Wei Wei Bai heard this, her eyes curved into a smile. She seemed to be a little proud of herself for acting on her own accord. /read on. Calm quick. Chapter 2050. Jiang Jiushi drank while admiring her cute little appearance. His heart was slowly being aroused, and he couldn't control himself. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 70. After drinking coffee, it was time to get off work. Wei Wei Bai drank too much juice and whispered to Jiang Jiushi, "I'm going to the bathroom." Jiang Jiushi nodded. "I'll wait for you. Then we can go home together." Going home together, it sounded so natural when she said it. Even Jiang Jiushi was stunned, but he quickly felt relieved and didn't pay much attention to the fluctuations in his thoughts. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly followed the secretary, who came to lead the way. After she left, Jiang Jiushi leisurely recalled her initiative to approach him and her beautiful thoughtfulness. Then he couldn't help but laugh like a fool. After he was done reminiscing, his face turned cold, and he gestured to the manager beside him. The manager immediately came over. Their incomparably cold big boss was actually gently taking a girl for a stroll. It was simply shocking to everyone in the company. Just now, Wei Wei Bai was leisurely with him. It was hard for such a busy group of people. They were afraid of scaring the boss's little heart, so they immediately emptied the corridor. Everyone had to take a detour. They also had to have a few people following them at all times, afraid that the boss would not be able to find them if he had any requests. It was even more tiring than going to work and fighting with colleagues. The gentleness on Jiang Jiushi's face disappeared and could even be said to be stern. How did Wei Wei come up just now? How else could she come up? She took the elevator up. The manager wasn't an idiot. He reacted quickly and immediately knew what he was asking. Wei Wei Bai didn't make an appointment and went directly to the office on the top floor. Jiang Jiushi didn't expect her to come to the company, nor did he give the order to let her come up directly. So this was the staff's failure. The manager immediately made a phone call, then hung up and said, "Director Jiang, did you bring Miss Bai to the auction charity party last time?" Jiang Jiushi nodded calmly. The manager immediately turned on his phone, added a friend, and opened his moments. Then, she took out a message with a lot of likes and said to him, "Because your relationship with Miss Bai has spread throughout the entire work group." Jiang Jiushi glanced at his WeChat moments. He discovered that the photo of him holding Wei Wei Bai's hand at the auction had been posted online. The photo was very beautiful. Her figure was slender like jade. Her face was tilted to the side, and her eyelashes were slightly lowered. She looked at him with a blush in her eyes. The charm captured at this moment, her admiration for him, and her pure affection for him were all in this photo. Jiang Jiushi originally wanted to deal with the receptionist who let Wei Wei Bai upstairs without permission. However, when he saw the photo, he simply said, "Develop it and send it to my desk tomorrow." The manager broke out in cold sweat and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately smiled and said, "Yes, Director Jiang. Wei Wei Bai just happened to come over." When she saw Jiang Jiushi talking to someone else, she asked softly, "Do you still need to work overtime?" Jiang Jiushi's cold expression immediately melted. He smiled and said, "I rarely work overtime." Manager, he was clearly an overtime maniac. No matter how the manager complained, Wei Wei Bai and Jiang Jiushi still went home happily. The nanny could also see that Jiang Jiushi was in a good mood, so she specially made 2 more dishes. Wei Wei Bai saw that he was in a good mood and finally tried to ask, "Can I make a request?" Her cautious look made Jiang Jiushi look up and stare at her. There was a hint of doting in his indifferent eyes. "No wonder you came to see me with desserts today. Was it just to make a request?" Wei Wei Bai immediately reached out and shook her hand. "No, I really bought too much. I thought if you wanted to eat it, so I went to your company." Jiang Jiushi saw that her face was about to turn red again. He held back his laughter and said, "What request? I'll listen." Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief and immediately put her hands together as if she was asking for help. "I haven't seen my parents in a long time. Can I call them and ask them to come back and visit me?" Jiang Jiushi's smile froze. Chapter 2051. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Jiang Jiushi's cold expression only lasted for a moment. His expression softened. Then he nodded calmly. "Let's talk after dinner." Wei Wei Bai curled her lips and smiled happily. She picked up a piece of meat for Jiang Jiushi and said with a smile, "Thank you, President Jiang." Jiang Jiushi was stunned for half a second when he saw her smile so cutely. Then, he returned to normal. If he hadn't scared her that night, their relationship probably wouldn't have been tense for so long. But she was actually even cuter that night. She cried so pitifully. She looked so weak that she couldn't escape. Jiang Jiushi suppressed his crazy memories. He knew that it would destroy her and wouldn't last long. So even if she was cute, He couldn't treat her so easily. After Jiang Jiushi finished his meal, he saw Wei Wei by enthusiastically helping the nanny clean up the table and enter the kitchen. He immediately took out his phone and sent an order. After he finished giving the order, he saw Wei Wei by walk out. He actually found himself a little nervous. He had hosted so many big events. He had long practiced a poker face and a calm mask. So even if he was nervous, Jiang Jiushi was still calm and gentle. He even dragged the time until she came out of the shower to watch TV and eat fruit. Only then did he deliberately mention it. Your parents' phone numbers have been changed. You know that this is a special period. Although I gave them the money, the company's management is still in a mess, so they don't want anyone to disturb them. Jiang Jiushi handed his phone to Wei Wei Bai. I've already dialed for you. Wait a moment. Wei Wei Bai took it and saw that the number had been dialed. She carefully held the phone and waited for the call to connect. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her eyes were moist and bright. Her face was filled with excitement and anticipation. Jiang Jiushi's eyes darkened. His fingers tapped the sofa unhurriedly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold sneer. A pair of scumbags. What was there to look forward to? It was just as well that they were dead, so that he would not have to worry about how to get rid of them. The phone in by Wei Wei's hand finally connected. Hey! Wei Wei Bai's eyes narrowed. It was Mother Bai's voice. The system immediately reminded her, it's not a ghost. Someone is imitating her voice. The male lead asked someone to find a voice actor in advance to match your parents' voices. Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief. She was most afraid of ghosts. If a ghost called, she would go blind. She immediately revealed an excited smile, and her voice choked with emotion. Mom! There was silence on the other side, and then Mother Bai's crying voice could be heard. Wei Wei, have you been well? I'm sorry. Wei Wei Bai immediately said, I'm doing very well. Mom, where's Dad? Father Bai's voice immediately came from the other side. Wei Wei, it's Father. We're doing very well outside now. Director Jiang is a very good person. He sent people to take care of us. When we handed you over to him, we knew that he was a good person and wouldn't mistreat you. Wei Wei Bai, this line, Jiang Jiushi was really shameless. Father Bai cried as he spoke. Dad knows that I'm sorry for you. The company is going bankrupt. Your mom and I can't go back. If we go back, we'll be imprisoned. So, you have to live well with Director Jiang in the future. Wei Wei Bai glanced at Jiang Jiushi hesitantly. Jiang Jiushi seemed to sense something and looked up at her. Wei Wei Bai blushed and immediately lowered her head nervously. What are you saying, Dad? We didn't do anything. Father Bai tried to persuade her. We can't take care of you now. Actually, Director Jiang is the person we chose to protect you. If it weren't for him, you would definitely be harassed by creditors. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2052. Wei Wei Bai didn't hear the favorability prompt. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 75. The system that looked at the bullet screen all night, then he silently embroidered. Now he was living a fulfilling life. It wasn't boring at all. The bullet screen couldn't beat him anymore. Wei Wei Bai woke up in a daze once. Jiang Jiushi just finished putting on his clothes. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead with satisfaction. Good morning, sleep more. I just asked for leave for your dance troupe. You don't have to go today. She was so tired that she doubted life. Her eyes were completely unfocused as she looked at him. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but laugh, then touched her face and said softly, Wait for me to go home. Wei Wei Bai nodded in a daze and fell asleep again. The first thing Jiang Jiushi did when he went to the company was to hold a meeting to save the Bai family's company. The Bai family had no benefits at all now. Investing was a loss to begin with. If it was accepted and integrated, then the energy and financial resources spent would be different. But the big boss wanted to save it. Everyone could only happily start to make plans. Wan Shan was still bitter. Director Jiang, the urn is still with me. The grave has been found. I'll bury it later. Jiang Jiushi shook his head. I'll leave it with you first. I can still fool Wei Wei for a while. Then after my surgery, I'll arrange a time to tell her about the car accident. Then you can give the urn to her. Saying this, he didn't care about Luan Shan's mournful face. He also emphasized, remember to change the urn to a different color. Wei Wei Bai had seen these two urns. She couldn't be exposed on such a small thing. Luan Shan was scared. Every time I come home and see two urns, I don't dare to watch ghost movies anymore. Jiang Jiushi, your salary will be doubled this year. Luan Shan immediately said, yes, Director Jiang. This person was so realistic that even ghosts would be afraid of him. Wei Wei Bai ate with a dispirited and haggard expression. The system was still nagging, so young people don't love themselves. What should we do if they have kidney deficiency at such a young age? I was just flirting. Who knew that Jiang Jiushi would be so easily flirted with? Wei Wei Bai really didn't think of doing that. After all, she knew Jiang Jiushi's rationality very well. It was so rare for her to flirt with him. He would definitely pretend not to accept it so that she would trust him more. That was why she kept flirting with that bastard. In the end, that beast, he was indeed a man. Wei Wei Bai chuckled and said to the system, there are no hard and fast rules for the side quest. When do we start? The system replied, no, it's fine as long as it's done before the main mission strategy is completed. The side mission only required her to take revenge, but there was no time limit. This gave Wei Wei Bai a lot of room to operate. She finished her meal and went to rest. The following days would not be peaceful. She had to take advantage of these few days before the truth of the death of her convenient parents was exposed. Rest well. After all, in the following days, she would have to do all kinds of things from heaven to earth. There was a reason why everyone loved the cookies. The cookies were delicious, pretty, and sweet. She had been having a good time recently. Once she started tormenting, the workload was like moving bricks at a construction site. It was super physical work. Wei Wei Bai sighed. How should I torment it to make it look like a little angel? The system replied, if it has wings, it won't be a little angel, right? Break its wings and roast it? How about it? Go ahead. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. She couldn't keep up with the system's recent train of thought. / Chapter 2053. After Jiang Jiushi finished work, she called back. The nanny reported Wei Wei Bai's daily life in detail. Every little thing in her life was under his control. She slept until noon before waking up. After eating, she read a book and stretched to maintain her body's softness. Actually, she was already very soft. Not much. For someone who danced, this was probably a daily activity. After listening to most of it, he told the nanny to pay attention to her requests at all times. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jiushi was silent for a moment before he reflected on his behavior. The more he cared about someone, the more he wanted to control and monitor them. Jiang Jiushi knew that something was wrong. Perhaps he should see a psychiatrist in case Wei Wei Bai felt too restrained and exploded in the future. It would be very troublesome. No one liked their life to be monitored. After Jiang Jiushi calmly reflected for a while, his feelings for her cooled down. His cell phone rang. Jiang Jiushi raised his eyebrows. This ringtone was specially made. It was only for Wei Wei Bai, but she had never called before. Jiang Jiushi moved his hand and quickly answered the call. On the other end of the line, the girl seemed a little hesitant. It seemed like it was her first time calling him. It made her a little nervous. It was good to be nervous. Nervousness was a kind of emotion. If she wasn't nervous, wouldn't she be a passerby? Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but soften his voice. Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai's voice was soft and sweet. Yes, Jiushi. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but purse his lips. He felt his throat heat up. He would rather her voice be colder. This was really Wei Wei Bai asked softly. Are you tired from working all day? Jiang Jiushi knew that she was willing to call him and ask him these questions. In his eyes, it was very childish. It was very rare. He had finally opened her heart and made her like him. Jiang Jiushi tugged at his bow tie. His eyes were dark and deep, and his words were tender. When I think of you, I'm not tired anymore. Sure enough, she couldn't say anything. He used the thick skin of his adult world to say shameless words of love. Sure enough, she had no way to defend herself. Jiang Jiushi's smile became more and more obvious. After a while, she heard Wei Wei Bai stutter. I asked the auntie to make some soup in advance. I was thinking that you could drink it when you came back. His lovely caged bird finally thought of him. Last night, he had gone overboard. He was afraid that she would think that it was a deal. Now that he thought about it, it was more like she was testing him. In the beginning, she didn't like him. No matter how much money he used, she wanted to run away. She wasn't so righteous as to sacrifice herself. Even if she really wanted to give herself to him, it was just empty talk. Once she really met him and he was serious about it, she would definitely not give up. She was scared to death. After the first time he forced himself on her, she was afraid of him and only recovered after a long time. Last night, she was willing to do that because she was moved. Although Jiang Joshi was calmly analyzing Wei Bai's mentality, every time he thought of her liking him, she secretly loved him. His heart couldn't help but soar. He hadn't felt so good in a long time. Jiang Joshi's smile slowly condensed in his deep eyes, dissolving his cold ruthlessness. It gave him a few more traces of youthful recklessness that was unique to his age. Jiang Joshi said unhurriedly, Wei Bai, the estimated loss of your company will be out tomorrow. I have already taken over the Bai Group's plan and will be able to save your company soon. After all, after saving her, Wei Bai would be the first successor of the Bai Group. Fast is at https://www.sashu.com//fast the fast. Chapter 2054. To him, it was also a small gift for her. Wei Bai suddenly lost all sound on the other end, but the more she didn't say anything, the more Jiang Joshi's smile was, the more obvious it was. After a long silence, Wei Bai's voice stammered, I got it. Thank you. Jiang Joshi's deep eyes had a hint of evil greed. His voice was no different from the devil who tempted angels to fall. His magnetic and hoarse voice fell in her ears bit by bit. How are you going to thank me? Wei Bai seemed to tremble. She couldn't hold her phone and dropped it. Of course, there was soon another burst of noise. Wei Bai picked up again and said anxiously, I have something to do. I'm hanging up. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Jiang Joshi's face showed a trace of regret. He was still too thin-skinned. Then, he looked up at the ceiling and suddenly laughed out loud. How cute. It turned out that she would be so shy and helpless when she liked someone. The feeling of teasing her was much more interesting than going to work. Jiang Joshi had never been so clear about his bad taste and preferences. For the first time, he clearly saw the image of the girl he liked. It was by Wei's type. In the past, when he was self-understanding, he thought that the person he liked had to be strong and on par with him. Because people like him were selfish to the extreme. It was impossible to give. He would only take. But it turned out that he liked girls with soft waists, delicate personalities, and innocent minds. Was it because they were easy to control? Could it satisfy his sick possessiveness? After Jiang Joshi analyzed himself for a while, he smiled helplessly. It didn't seem like it. It was purely because of Wei Bai that his heart was moved. Jiang Joshi, who realized that he was moved, quickly carried out the examination and postponed a lot of meetings and work. Instead, he directly set the date for the surgery. When he returned home that night, he saw Wei Bai dancing in an empty spot in the living room. She was wearing a pair of shorts and a long-sleeve shirt. She was wearing a pair of soft dancing shoes. When she stood on her tiptoes, her ankles and calves were all beautiful. Under the light, they were as round as pearls. It was clearly a very conservative outfit, but Jiang Joshi could hear the sound of his throat moving up and down. He slowly pulled open his collar to make himself look more relaxed. Her dance was as light as a dream, and her fingertips were like flowers. Her lowered head and drooping neck was elegant and beautiful. It was as if the moment he turned and flew, his entire body would scatter along with the hazy light. The large-scale dance drama was set in ancient times. She had rehearsed for a long time, and her every move was soul-stirring. Jiang Joshi sat quietly at the door. His eyes were slowly filled with amazement, but behind the amazement was an unsettling heat. She would become the brightest star on the stage. He was not good at art, but he had an eye for beauty and knew what kind of people could succeed. Wei Bai just lacked an opportunity. Once she appeared on a large-scale stage, her light, even his power, could not hide her. A beautiful person with an unforgettable figure would be coveted by many people. But she would also succeed and become a little bird soaring on a colorful stage. She would become the most beautiful dancer and be sought after by everyone. Jiang Joshi only felt that the rotten and dark emotions in his heart were about to spread out again. It was like returning to his poor little house, where he sat quietly and rotted in a dark place. Chapter 2055. He was like the most terrifying dark creature, calculating all the people he wanted to take revenge on. He was doing a bunch of chilling revenge plans. And now, his mentality had spread to her. He didn't let her dance for others to see. She was so quiet and pure, only doting on him. He didn't give her a chance to be famous, didn't let her go on the stage, and blocked all her chances to appear. He could do it. It was a piece of cake. Just like last time, she had clearly succeeded in the interview. But he killed her chance to become famous, so that she couldn't be that free peach blossom spirit. Jiang Joshi's fingers quietly and twisted on the wheelchair. He was a cripple, and she barely had a good impression of him when she was still naive. In the future, when more outstanding men noticed her, would she still have feelings for him? Jiang Joshi, who had never felt inferior, was cruel and irritable when he felt inferior. The way he looked at her became more and more dark and fanatical. The greed in his heart became crazier and crazier. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 80. Wei Wei Bai had long known that Jiang Joshi was here. She wasn't a little angel, and her dance was incomparably pure. Dancing was just to comply with the mission set by this character. She felt that if she danced so conservatively, Jiang Joshi's favorability wouldn't increase. The only thing that could increase his favorability should be a striptease or something. It wasn't that she was bad-mouthing Jiang Joshi, but damn, this man was an out-and-out beast. He was dressed neatly, and when the clothes were pulled off, they grew fur. It was all wolfskin. Hearing the prompt of the favorability, a trace of doubt flashed through Wei Wei Bai's heart. Such a pure and conservative dance. Jiang Joshi liked it all, and his favorability increased. Could it be that this man actually had a beautiful side to him? Seeing her dance, did he feel purified? So Wei Wei Bai looked back with a little angel smile and saw Jiang Joshi looking at her with a very paranoid and terrifying gaze. Of course, this gaze was only for a moment. It became gentle and affectionate. If it wasn't for Wei Wei Bai's good eyes, she would have been fooled by him. What was with Jiang Joshi's murderous expression just now? Wei Wei Bai's little angel smile twitched and immediately turned into surprise. Then, she immediately stood up straight. "You're back, Jiao." Jiang smiled. "Yes, I just went for a checkup, so I came back late." His smile was like a little sheep. If she hadn't seen his perverted eyes, Bai Weiwei would have thought he had turned over a new leaf. Bai Weiwei looked up at him, her eyes soft. "Did you check it out?" Jiang Joshi nodded. "I'm in good condition, so I'll pack my clothes tonight. I'm going for surgery tomorrow." Bai Weiwei looked at him nervously. "Is there a risk?" Jiang Chiu Jiu Push Wei Lu Jiu Yu Jiang Lu Jiu Lu Jiu Lu Jiu Lu. She was like a lively little bird. Jiang Joshi smiled. "There's no risk. It's just a small surgery. I just need to correct the bone and insert a few steel nails." Wei Wei Bai had already pushed him to the sofa. She reached out to help him sit on the sofa. Hearing these words, a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. Then, she didn't say anything. She carefully helped him out of the wheelchair and sat on the sofa. Then, she whispered, "It seems to hurt a lot." Jiang Joshi's eyes fell on her face. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her long hair. "It doesn't hurt." Physical pain was nothing to him. Chapter 2056. As soon as Jiang Joshi finished speaking, he felt her soft fingers gently placed on his leg. The worry in her eyes became even stronger, and there was even a hint of heartache. Heartache. Jiang Joshi was a little unfamiliar with this expression. Ever since he couldn't walk, his life had been a dark and thorny road. She rarely felt other people's pity and heartache. The coldness in Jiang Joshi's eyes was gradually melted by her worry. Wei Wei Bai was embarrassed by his gaze and suddenly said, "I'll take leave tomorrow to accompany you." Jiang Joshi wanted to be generous and say that there was no need. After all, it was just an operation, not a life and death separation. But when the words came to his mouth, he gently moved his thin lips and finally said, "Okay." Wei Wei Bai's eyes curved and her smile was bright. Jiang Joshi's gaze fell on her face and was silent for a long time before he moved away, but his dark eyes were much gentler. The first operation was very smooth. The corrected bone and the steel nails were all inserted. Basically, after a month of rest, the second operation could be performed. During the operation, Bai Weiwei almost never left to take care of him. The people around Jiang Jioshi were all hired by him, and Weiwei Bai was the first girl he was willing to believe that she didn't do it for his money, but because she liked him and took care of him. His first love. Even though he was past puberty, Jiang Jioshi sometimes looked at her gentle smile. He also wanted to impulsively gamble, not to be a mistress, but to fall in love. A few days after the operation, he could finally feel the strength in his legs slowly returning. He stood up for the first time, slowly stood up and began to walk again. Although it was very dangerous, it was only a few steps. But Jiang Jioshi couldn't help but smile. In his mind, he wanted to stand beside Weiwei Bai, the wish to hold her hand and take a walk. About a week after the surgery, Weiwei Bai's drama was finally released. None of Jiang Jioshi's dark thoughts were carried out, because he wanted to be gentler with her. Therefore, he suppressed his terrifying thoughts. Due to the lack of advertising, the first premiere was not as sensational. Dance dramas relied on reputation to make a comeback in the later stages. Therefore, the attendance rate for the first time was only 80%. However, the commander was already very satisfied. Jiang Jioshi also went to the hospital in a wheelchair. He would undergo a second surgery in a month, and after a few months of rehabilitation, he would be able to walk normally. After so many years, he finally saw the hope of getting up. Jiang Jioshi calmly and quietly waited for Weiwei Bai's solo dance. Soon, the lights were focused on the stage. Under the soft light, Weiwei Bai jumped out in a long-sleeved dress. It was like a soaring bird, and the fluttering skirt was like a cloud. She smiled as she played with the flowers. Her every move was beautiful and light. She waded through the water and carefully lifted her skirt. She performed the posture of a beautiful girl. Her eyes were pure and pretty. She was as beautiful as if she had walked out of an ancient painting. She was everyone's dream lover. She seemed to have seen him. She opened her mouth and sucked on the corner of a petal. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, revealing a seductive and pure smile. Jiang Jioshi only felt that his heart was hit. His heartbeat was so loud that it almost scared him. In the end, his eyes could not leave her. He only felt that his heartbeat was connected to her dance steps. The whole world was silent. Only she danced wantonly in his heart. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 85. After the dance, Bai Weiwei exited the stage with an excited smile. Jiang Jioshi couldn't wait to take the roses and push his wheelchair backstage to give her flowers. But Weiwei Bai was gone. At first, Jiang Jioshi just thought that there were too many people, so he couldn't find her. But when he ordered his men to search through the dance troupe, he was stunned. He found that Weiwei Bai was really missing, and the bodyguards even found Weiwei Bai's bag. The wallet was gone, but the card and phone were left behind, and there was a note in it. Jiang Jioshi took it out and looked at it. His cold and tight lips slowly curved up. It was like he was mocking himself, but more than that, it was anger. He tightly pinched the note, and the gloominess in his eyes was unrestrained. It was incomparably ferocious. There was only one sentence on the note. "My parents are dead. You killed them. I hate you." Chapter 2057. When Luan Shan received the notice, he put aside all the meetings and rushed over immediately. Recently, Jiang Jioshi's thoughts were all on Weiwei Bai. As a result, his workload increased. However, it was obvious that the big boss was in a good mood. When the boss was in a good mood, it was not a big deal to have more work. If the boss like Jiang Jioshi was in a bad mood, even if you did not have a job, you could still live a life worse than death. When Jiang Jioshi rushed over, he saw that the entire dance troupe was detained in the room. No one could leave, and Jiang Jioshi sat in front of the dance troupe. His eyes were extremely cold, and his expression was extremely frightening. Continue. The leader was trembling in fear. Wei Wei said that she had to leave the dance troupe because her parents were dead, so she told us in advance. I also gave her the salary in advance. Jiang Jiushi looked at the leader coldly. When did she say that? The leader tried to count the time and finally said uncertainly, at least a week ago. Jiang Jiushi seemed to be a little surprised when he heard this time. A week ago? A week ago, wasn't that the time when he asked someone to pretend to be her parents and call her? Later, Bai Weiwei called twice, and then she didn't call again. He thought that she was obedient and did not have the heart to add more burden to him. Or maybe she was afraid that he would have bad thoughts about her and did not want to continue to beg him and let him do whatever he wanted. That was why she did not dare to call him. He did not expect that it was because she knew it from the beginning. Wasn't it Mr. and Mrs. Bai on the other end of the phone? How did she find out? Jiang Jioshi's expressionless face had a cold and gloomy feeling. He enunciated each word clearly. Oh, my little girl has grown up. She had learned to lie. She had been good to him during this period of time, but it was actually to numb him. Then she would use the loophole in the dance troupe to find a chance to escape today. She was very thoughtful. She threw away the phone and the card he gave her. There was a GPS system in the phone. The card was where she could find the money if she dared to withdraw it. Although she was cute and naive, she was not stupid at all. Jiang Jiushi lowered his eyes and stared at his hands. These hands, they had touched her last night. But today, she was like a happy bird and left him alone and ran away. Jiang Jiushi did not know how he was feeling. He should have calmly told himself that she was just a girl. He did not feel anything at all. Even if he did feel it, it was just a little. He had been suppressing his feelings to prevent himself from being moved by her. But it seemed to be of no use. Why didn't she? Was who was why? Why? Why didn't you tell me about her resignation? Don't you know I'm her man? He shouldn't have vented his anger. He didn't interfere with the dance troupe. Sha not tang dance. There seemed to be a vague thought in his heart. It would be best if the dance troupe went bankrupt, and Bai Weiwei had no place to dance. Jiushi? Shan was she? More than that. He wanted to leave a place for her to be free. He did not want to hurt her because of his terrible possessiveness. Jiang Jioshi's expression was too ugly. The leader was scared out of his wits. Wan Shan looked at Jiang Jioshi and felt that something was wrong. He immediately came over and pushed the wheelchair for him. President Jiang, we're looking for her. Miss Bai is not fast. She can't have gone far. If a person wanted to leave, it would depend on that person's personality. Chapter 2058. A girl with Weiwei Bai's personality wouldn't be able to run far even if she wanted to. After all, she was naive and thought that as long as she left, no one would be able to find her. Therefore, she wouldn't go to the trouble of running particularly far away or even overseas. Jiang Jioshi stared at the people in the dance troupe with a murderous look in his eyes. In the end, he returned to normal and closed his eyes coldly. Go back. When Luan Shan pushed him out, the murderous look in Jiang Jioshi's eyes was replaced by a feeling of loneliness and decadence. He heard his big boss mumble to himself. So the love these past few days was actually a deliberate lie to please her. Wan Shan felt a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to look into Jiang Jioshi's eyes. Jiang Jioshi glanced at the glass wall in front of him. His eyes were empty and cold, burning with a terrible flame. His chest was cold. This week, her care was deliberately close to him. His proud calmness and rational cunning were all smashed to pieces. He suddenly reached out to support his aching forehead and couldn't help but laugh softly. This laugh made Luan Shan feel unwell all over. Then he heard Jiang Jioshi's voice as if it was floating from the abyss. Find a person for me. His voice was bone-chilling with a trace of hatred. Luan Shan suddenly felt sorry for Weiwei Bai who ran away. Jiang Jioshi was really mad. Weiwei Bai carried the food and went to the old people's home. She had been a free volunteer at the old people's home this month. The old people's home was kind enough to provide her with 2 free meals. There was nothing else they could do. After all, the revenge of the little angel in the side mission was too fucked up. How could little angels take revenge? Little angels were all good at persuading people. Therefore, She could only pack up and run away when she found out that her parents were dead. She even left a note saying something like, "I hate you." This was heart-wrenching revenge. The system actually approved of it. He felt that her revenge was very much in line with Little White Flower's character, so he didn't punish her. However, there was an additional progress bar for the side quest. Her week of deceit and the revenge note had only advanced the sliver by less than a tenth. If before the main quest was completed, the bar wasn't full yet, so she could only do an epileptic dance with the system, back to back. Moreover, even if there was no strategy, Little White Flower's character could not be broken. She had originally planned to live a good life after leaving Jiangjiaoshi. She wanted to have a good life with a little wolf dog to relieve her boredom. In the end, a long strip pressed down on his head. He could only obediently follow his character settings and become a street sweeper. Because the little angel is kind and beautiful, she likes to help others the most. Hee. Wei Wei Bai carried her things into the nursing home. When the old people saw that it was her, they immediately smiled happily. "Wei Wei is here, my dear granddaughter." "Xiao Wei, I told you not to bring anything. It's too expensive. Be good and come here. Grandma will give you some pocket money." Wei Wei Bai had become a mascot. She was well-behaved and soft. She spoke sweetly and was hardworking. She was beautiful. She was simply the most popular person among the grandma generation. In this day and age, where could one find a girl with a personality like Wei Wei Bai? Therefore, in less than a month after she came, everyone treated her like their own granddaughter and doted on her. Wei Wei Bai smiled sweetly. She immediately took out the hot mung bean pastries from the bag. "This doesn't cost money. I helped Master Gao carry the dishes. He gave it to me." Chapter 2059. Master Gao was the son of one of the old men. He was a pastry chef who specialized in making pastries for people in the hotel. Wei Wei Bai distributed boxes of delicious, sweet, and soft pastries to the old man. "This isn't very sweet, and it doesn't stick to the teeth, but it's very healthy." It was very suitable for the old man's taste. Bai Wei Wei coaxed everyone to be very happy. The old people in the nursing home were all lonely, and their children rarely came to visit. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai was like a little angel to the old people. After delivering the pastries, Wei Wei Bai started to tidy up the bedding, move the chairs, and clean for a living. When she was doing this, she was very focused and diligent. She didn't care that her fair and tender fingers were red and scratched from doing housework. The old people also told her to rest from time to time. Then they would pass her water and wipe her sweat. Wei Wei Bai felt that this life was better than hooking up with a little puppy, although it was a little worse. But it wasn't by much. Didn't they see that the grandma and grandpa doted on her all the way? She was everyone's favorite in this courtyard. After finishing the work, Wei Wei Bai was about to leave. One of the old ladies who was close to her grabbed her hand and smiled so widely that her golden teeth were exposed. "Wei Wei, Grandma's grandson. He's only 2 years older than you." Wei Wei Bai's expression was calm. She was already used to it. This was the 18th time that she had introduced her grandson to her. Sure enough, the old lady took out a photo. The boy in the photo was really fair and tender. He looked like a little puppy. He's working in a very powerful company not long after he graduated this year. That company is very famous. It seems that the big boss's income is in the top 10 in the world this year. It's a lot. Wei Wei Bai, top 10. Oh, it seemed that Jiang Jiaoshi had indeed entered the top 10 in the world this year. This was a coincidence. No, 9 of the top 10 billionaires were in other places. The remaining one was in the local area. It was Jiang Jiaoshi's company. Wei Wei Bai frowned and said to the system, "What is Jiang Jiaoshi doing? Have you found me?" The system replied, "It's locked. I can't see it." The little angel's side quest suddenly locked onto Jiang Jiaoshi's long-range surveillance. She didn't know what Jiang Jiaoshi was doing this month. Even if he wanted to find a way to meet that guy, it would be difficult. More than half a year had passed since they had started the raid. If he left for too many months, even if the favorability didn't drop, he wouldn't be able to do anything. If he wanted to raid them in the future, time would be too tight. However, it wasn't appropriate for her to suddenly run into Jiang Jiaoshi's territory. If Jiang Jiaoshi suddenly hardened his heart and wanted to kill her, did she hit her head and go blind? After all, that guy, Jiang Jiushi, was really sick. Wei Wei Bai had met many perverts, so she was very wary of men with such personalities. Therefore, she had to check if Jiang Jiushi's recent behavior was abnormal. Only then could she make the next step of the plan. Wei Wei Bai thought for a moment and felt that it was worth the risk, so she asked the old lady's grandson to check. What had Jiang Jiushi been doing recently? Therefore, the old lady nagged a bunch of good word about her grandson being obedient, filial, and responsible. Wei Wei Bai blushed shyly, then nodded and said, "Then, let's meet." These words were out of her mouth. The old lady was pleasantly surprised. After all, so many people had been rejected by Wei Wei Bai, but she was the only one who succeeded. It must be because her grandson was too handsome. The old lady was very active, and she immediately arranged a time for the blind date. The university student who had just graduated seemed to have secretly come to the nursing home to see Wei Wei Bai. He was immediately shocked. Chapter 2060. He had met his goddess. He even set Wei Wei Bai's photo on the desktop of his work computer. When he was tired from work, he would take a look and look forward to the day of the blind date. Wan Shan held a stack of documents and hesitated for a long time. Only then did he dare to push open the office door and sneak in. In the extremely cold and empty office, Jiang Jiushi sat in front of the table with a glass of water beside him. His hair was a little long, and his face was a little thinner, making his already handsome face look even sharper and gloomier. Wan Shan carefully placed some documents that needed to be signed beside him. It had been 7 or 8 days since the second surgery. Jiang Jiushi's leg had recovered very well. Next, as long as he had a good rest, he would undergo almost a year of rehabilitation. Other than a little limp, there were basically no problems with his leg. Even the doctor said that the surgery could be so successful. It was simply a miracle. In fact, if one understood Jiang Jiushi's life, no one doubted it. The miracle was actually that the man in front of him was not just his leg. The search for Wei Wei Bai was still going on. But Jiang Jiushi was surprisingly calm. On the day Wei Wei Bai left, he looked cold and desperate. Wan Shan did not see him again, but this month's work made them tremble in fear. It was especially depressing, whether it was eating or performing surgeries. Jiang Jiushi still arranged everything clearly. He didn't give up on himself because he didn't see Bai Wei Wei. But Wan Shan had some strange behavior towards Jiang Jiushi. He was still afraid. For example, he would occasionally ask him, "What do you think of breaking a person's leg?" It was not very good. It was very scary. Or, "What material is the chain made of?" It won't hurt people. There was too much information in this question, and he could not answer it. What was even more terrifying was that he would occasionally hear his big boss muttering to himself gloomily, "Run far away and don't come back. No one who dares to lie to me has a good ending." Except for these weird little problems. The boss was actually quite normal. After Jiang Jiushi finished signing, he said, "Let's start the meeting." The workaholic boss was back. The meeting proceeded smoothly. Wan Shan sorted out the information. A new employee turned on the computer and was recording the meeting materials. Wan Shan pushed Jiang Jiushi, who was still resting and was about to go out. But he heard Jiang Jiushi say, "Wait a minute." Wan Shan stopped in his tracks. However, he found that Jiang Jiushi was looking at the employee who had finished recording the information and was about to leave. That employee looked young and delicate. Jiang Jiushi stared coldly at the employee for a while before saying, "Who allowed you to put the photo on the table?" The employee was at a loss. He suddenly realized that the big boss was talking to him. He was a little excited and nervous. He immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I didn't know that I couldn't change the desktop photo. I'll change it right away." He was not thinking of anything else at all. The employee opened the desktop and was about to modify it. Suddenly, a hand pressed on the keyboard, stopping his actions. The employee was stunned, but he saw Jiang Jiushi's gaze fall on the photo. Jiang Jiushi looked at it for a while before asking, "Where did you get this photo?" At first, he thought that it was a photo on Wei Wei Bai's Weibo, because she had a popular Weibo account, although she had not posted on Weibo recently. There were still many fans who cared about looks. But this photo was obviously taken recently in an unfamiliar place. The employee was a little shy. "This is the girl I like." Luan Shan's eyes twitched. Sure enough, he saw Jiang Jioshi's cold gaze fall on the employee. The employee looked excited. He did not have the ability to read people at all. She's very good. She volunteers at the nursing home every day. Jiang Jioshi, volunteer. Yes, my grandma said that a kind girl like her is the most suitable to marry. Jiang Jioshi. Marry? The employee's voice became shy. I took a peek at her. The photo was given to me by my grandma. She took it outside the nursing home. Jiang Jioshi. Is that so? She sounds like a very good girl. You like her quite a lot. Luan Shan felt that the atmosphere had become even more oppressive. The employee immediately nodded. She agreed to go on a blind date with me. I was happy for a long time. Suddenly, the atmosphere was stagnant. Jiang Jioshi was silent for a while. Then he opened his mouth slightly and asked in a neutral tone, "Blind date?" Then he curved his lips. Seems like she's been living well after leaving me. These words were so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. The full article is at https://www.sashu.com/. The Chapter 2061. Wei Wei Bai opened the menu. The restaurant was not expensive and the environment was good. It seemed that the grandson of the old lady had good taste. The little boy was not here yet, so Wei Wei Bai chatted with the system. Stir-fried bamboo shoots are good, and stewed pork trotters, fried prawns. She chose 5 or 6 dishes in a row. The system quickly stopped her. 2 people can't eat that much. Don't scare the man away on your first blind date. Recently, Wei Wei Bai had been eating the food from the nursing home. The elderly had a lighter taste and were softer. Wei Wei Bai was not used to it, but she could not stop the side mission from forcing her to do good deeds. She also had to maintain the little angel and not despise others. It was so light in her mouth that there was no taste. However, she found that the side mission gave her a progress reward. When she maintained the little angel to do good deeds, she did not break down because of the character setting. The side mission thought that she was very serious about completing the mission. Although she did not torture Jiang Jioshi, but she had the attitude, so she added a little bit to the progress bar. It was better than nothing. Bai Weiwei also chose a light cucumber and clam chowder. Don't stop me. I'm here to eat, not to go on a blind date. The system said, no, you're here to trick the male lead's staff and to ask for information about the male lead, not to eat. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Yeah, I almost forgot about Jiang Jioshi. Actually, she had been living quite well recently. She did not need a guide. It was more like she was resting. She was living a very comfortable life. After all, Jiang Jioshi was very difficult to get along with, and she had to pretend to be a little angel and act coquettishly with him every day. It was not a job that humans could do. Wei Wei Bai felt that it was really hard for her. Wei Wei Bai silently shed a tear of sympathy for herself. She had to think about the mission even when she was eating. So, she would think about other things after eating. Wei Wei Bai asked the waiter to take the dishes, then said to the system, "Why did the side mission lock the remote monitoring for no reason?" The system said, "The reason given in the note is to maintain your persona and increase the difficulty for you. And it's also my fault." Wei Wei Bai paused in the middle of wiping her hands with a napkin. "Your fault?" The system was a little dejected. "I don't have enough power, so the fact that I gave you too many cheats has been discovered." Wei Wei Bai fell silent. "System, are you touched by a sacrifice?" Wei Wei Bai finally spoke. "When did you cheat on me?" Then the system felt wronged and exploded. "Fuck, I didn't give you a cheat? Spying on the male lead every day and reporting his whereabouts to you. This is a treatment that other hosts would never get. Hey. This required the system's energy. Which system was so hard-working, spending its own money, eating its own food, and even finding work for itself. The system would not exploit the host. He didn't threaten the host every day that he would die if he didn't complete the mission. It was not a normal system. Also, I bought discounted items for you in the supermarket every day. Other systems would not be so kind. Discounted items are hard to buy. I guarded the supermarket door with a bunch of system Annies every day, snatching discounted items from them. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Thinking about it, it used to be a famous system. In the end, It became a member of the supermarket aunties, all for the sake of the host. The host actually complained that it did not have enough cheats. The system looked as if the heavens had no eyes. Your soul is weak. Every time I protect an ingrate like you through the soul channel, I can't bear to see you get hurt, even if I get hurt myself. The more it said, the more wronged it felt. Wei Bai felt like she could see the system emitting dark resentment. To read the https://www.sashu.com/ to read the full text. https://www.sashu.com to download the full text. https://www.sashu.com to read the full text. https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 2062. She immediately comforted it. Tongzi, don't be angry. Of course I know you gave me a cheat. No. Wei Bai paused and slowly revealed a touched and beautiful smile. You're my biggest cheat. The system was speechless. Suddenly, it was touched by an arrow. The system was satisfied. Then it continued to embroider. The virtuous wife and loving mother system was in the process of being completed. Wei Bai, Tongzi has been too gullible recently. I'm not used to it. After ordering the dishes, Wei Bai turned on her phone and played a game. She did not know what Jiang Jiushi was doing now. It was normal that the favorability did not increase. But it was not normal that it did not drop. Could it be that the note did not torture him? Wei Bai reached out and swiped twice on her phone, her mind blank. She had too many plans in her mind, so at least she could relax her mind when playing games. Not far behind her, a slender figure slowly walked over. His cold eyes reflected her thin back view. He stood at the door with his hands in his pockets. His long black hair almost covered his eyes under his forehead. The faint yellow light shone under his nose, drawing a lonely outline. He looked at her for a while and realized that her long hair was not tied up, but simply draped over her shoulders. Her ink-black hair fell to her waist, sparkling under the light. He finally approached her slowly. His walking posture was a little crooked when his legs were not obvious. Wei Bai was playing the game when the system suddenly whispered, "Hey, he's here." Wei Bai did not think much of it. "The little puppy is here." The system said, "No, your big wolf dog is here." Wei Bai paused. Before she could turn around, a hand landed lightly on her shoulder. This hand did not use much strength, but made Wei Bai stiffen. She lowered her head, still holding her phone in her hand. The Tetris game on her phone died quickly because there was no operation. Wei likes to play games. The voice of the man behind her was cold, but there was a hint of suppressed laughter in his tone. It was like a poisonous snake hissing in his ears. Wei Bai's ears were sensitive, and she quickly blushed. However, her face turned pale in an instant. Jiang Jiushi's hand gently traced the contours of her beautiful shoulders to her neck. Her fragile neck was controlled by his fingers. Jiang Jiushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. This month of coldness and twisted pain, he was finally appeased. Just as Jiang Jiushi was about to reach out and hug the girl that he had lost and found again, a voice rang out. The waiter carrying the dishes suddenly walked over. "Sir, please make way. The dishes are here." These words were like a clap of thunder. Wei Bai, who was stunned with fear, suddenly woke up. She reached out and pushed Jiang Jiushi away. Then she ran out without a care in the world. This action was so fast, forceful, and decisive. Jiang Jiushi didn't expect her to have such a strong burst of strength. She ran away in an instant. He slowly turned around and felt a piercing pain in his leg. But when he saw the figure running to the door without a care in the world, for some reason, he forgot the doctor's words for a moment. Only the matter of her running away, the suppressed emotions during this period of time, completely exploded. Jiang Jiushi suddenly chased after her. The pain in his leg was getting more and more obvious, but the violent anger in Jiang Jiushi's eyes made him want to chase after her even if he had to cripple his leg that had just undergone surgery. Wei Bai might have been too flustered. Her leg tripped over the decorative ribbon at the door, and she fell heavily to the ground. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com the is at https://m sashu.com/. Chapter 2063. Jiang Jiushi caught up with her. When he saw her fall, his pupils constricted, but he didn't show any pity. Instead, he pursed his thin, pale lips and looked at her gloomily. Then, he reached out and pulled at the decorative ribbons. He squatted down with great effort and reached out to pull at her hands. Then, he wrapped the ribbons around her wrists and body. He tied her up viciously and skillfully. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment. She stared blankly at Jiang Jiushi. Finally, she said with trembling lips, "Jiang Jiushi, what are you doing? Let go of me." She finally knew fear. "Run. I'll let you run." Jiang Jiushi's eyes were fierce and irritable. The pain in his leg made his expression not much better than Wei Wei Bai's. The waiter and a few customers rushed up. "What are you doing? Call the police." Others thought that Jiang Jiushi was a kidnapper. However, Jiang Jiushi didn't care. He reached out to carry Wei Wei Bai and left. Wan Shan and a few bodyguards guarding the door outside. When they saw their big boss at the door, they were courting death. They were so scared that they immediately ran in. For a moment, the scene was very chaotic. But these things were quickly controlled. Wan Shan came forward to settle the people in the restaurant and didn't cause a big commotion. Jiang Jiushi was halfway through carrying Wei Wei Bai, but he couldn't hold on to the struggling Wei Wei Bai. His leg couldn't take such a strong force. He breathed heavily. "Continue if you want me to die." Wei Wei Bai also felt that something was wrong. She looked up and saw that Jiang Jiushi's face was frighteningly pale. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Even his lips were pale. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled, and her hands and feet turned cold. She seemed to be frightened by his appearance. Wan Shan immediately came over and supported Jiang Jiushi. However, Jiang Jiushi didn't care. He reluctantly carried Wei Wei Bai and stuffed her into the car at the entrance. He sat in the car. Wan Shan immediately ran to the driver's seat to start the car. "Director Jiang, let's go to the hospital first." Jiang Jiushi's face was pale, but he stared at Wei Wei Bai expressionlessly. "Go home." His voice was cold and indifferent. Wan Shan moved his lips and finally advised, "You can't hurt your leg a second time. If you want to stand up and walk normally in the future, you have to go to the hospital now." Wei Wei Bai was tied into a ball by a flower ribbon. She stared at him blankly, her eyes empty and vacant. But when she heard Wan Shan's words, she couldn't help but look down at his legs. However, Jiang Jiushi reached out and pinched Wei Wei Bai's cheek, forcing her to look up. "Anyway, I've been disabled for so many years. I don't lack time. I have more important things to do." Wan Shan was really speechless. He could only call the doctor in advance and ask the doctor to wait at home. The car soon started to move. There was silence in the car. Jiang Jiushi stared at Wei Wei Bai's face that was forced to look up. She didn't lose weight, and her complexion was very good. Jiang Jiushi smiled coldly and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her lips. This kiss was too rough and scary. Wei Wei Bai was so scared that her whole body stiffened. Suddenly, she lifted her free leg and kicked fiercely. Jiang Jiushi reached out and firmly pinched her leg that kicked over. It was so painful that Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with tears. Jiang Jiushi slowly moved away from her, reached out his finger, and wiped the corner of her eye. Looking at her red and unwilling eyes, he couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. "You're here for a blind date?" The soft love in Wei Wei Bai's eyes was gone. There was only panic and awkwardness. Jiang Jiushi acted as if he didn't see it. Instead, he stubbornly held her face in his hands. "You've only been away from me for a month, and you've already hooked a man?" Chapter 2064. Bai Weiwei finally got angry. Her almond eyes were bright and clear, with a kind of limpid purity. "Jiang Jiushi, I hate you. My parents are dead." Jiang Jiushi held her face. His expression was playful, and there was even a scary smile. "How did you know? The voice actors that I've hired are all the most expensive in their respective fields." Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth, bared her fangs, and brandished her claws, and glared at him childishly. Jiang Jioshi's fingers slowly touched her face. Aren't you going to say it? Let me think about who your blind date is. Wei Wei Bai immediately panicked. Don't implicate others. Why are you so bad? Jiang Jioshi's pale lips curled up slightly. His voice was cold and gentle. I'm so bad. Did you just find out? No. You were too stupid at the beginning. You thought I was a good person. But why couldn't she always think of him as a good person? Why did she expose him? If she always thought of him as a good person and liked him, then he wouldn't be unable to suppress the dark thoughts of dragging her into hell. But the little angel found out the devil's true colors. She didn't like him. She wanted to run away. How could that be? Jiang Jiushi laughed coldly. Who gave her such stupid courage to leave after provoking him? Wei Wei Bai's almond-shaped eyes were round and watery. She finally couldn't help but choke and say, because they are not my parents. They are very similar, but I can hear it. No matter how similar they were not her parents. Wei Wei Bai sobbed. Is it those two urns? Is it? She still made the connection. Jiang Jiushi looked at her silently. His face was pale, but there was a kind of arrogance and madness. He spoke softly, saying words that made people despair. Yes, it's them. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't take it anymore. The pain she had suppressed for a month exploded. I hate you. You must have killed them. Otherwise, why would you hide it? Why would you lie to me? You said you would let them have a good life, you big liar. Tears fell from her eyes. She cried pitifully and forcefully. Wan Shan, who was driving in the front and had turned himself into the background, thought to himself, Boss has gone overboard. He said that he can't hide it, but he still did. Karma, karma. Jiang Jiushi coldly wiped away her tears with his fingers. But soon, new tears gushed out from her beautiful eyes. Jiang Jiushi was extremely calm. You knew that I was lying to you, so you were so gentle to me. Was it because you were preparing to run away? Wei Wei Bai was quick to speak, and her voice was weak from crying. Yes, who would like a murderer like you? Jiang Jioshi's fingers paused. His eyes were fixed on her face. Then, he laughed at himself. Is that so? This expression was a little creepy. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but take a look at the progress of the abuse points bar. She was crying and throwing a tantrum without any vicious means of revenge. The bar actually moved forward a little. Wei Wei Bai's hand had already struggled out of the flower ribbon. She was about to push him away. But this action undoubtedly woke up Jiang Jiushi, who was stiff all over. He suddenly reached out and pressed her shoulder. Then, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket. The handkerchief gave off a pungent smell. It was anesthetic. Jiang Jioshi's face showed a cruel expression. He firmly and coldly pressed the handkerchief to her mouth and nose. At first, Wei Wei Bai could still struggle a few times, trying to break free. But soon, her eyes lost focus and her fingers lost strength. Jiang Jiushi let go of the handkerchief and stretched out his hand. Finally, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sleep. Be good. Wan Shan, who was sitting in front of him, Jiang Jiushi picked up Wei Wei Bai. Then, a trace of fragile pain finally appeared on his face. The sharp pain in his foot made his face unusually pale. He said softly, I don't want to hurt her. I can only do this. This month, he had been suppressing himself for too long. When he saw Wei Wei Bai just now, he couldn't even suppress his violent desire to hurt her. So, he couldn't let her hate him anymore. Otherwise, he might not be able to control his strength and hurt her. Wan Shan, it wasn't a question of whether he would hurt her or not. But why did the boss hide an anesthetic handkerchief in his pocket? This question was very scary. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2065. Wan Shan felt that his outlook on life had been terribly impacted. After returning, Jiang Jiushi very obediently accepted the doctor's treatment. He even asked the doctor to leave a box of anesthetic injections. He said that sometimes when he was in pain, it could be used. Wait, you can't be anesthetized even if you take painkillers in pain. The doctor actually gave it. Wan Shan felt that he had come to a large-scale crime scene. Unfortunately, the salary was high. Otherwise, he would have found his conscience long ago. Then, Wan Shan and the doctor were chased out. Jiang Jiushi was having a hard time after being tormented like this. He had 2 bone-setting surgeries in a row this month. In addition, he had been suffering from insomnia all night. He was so tired that his face was blue. He couldn't find Wei Wei Bai. It completely shattered the calmness he was so proud of. It turned out that she had gone to become a volunteer and was hiding in such a remote nursing home. No wonder he couldn't find her. During this period of time, Jiang Jiushi had searched all the immigration records and various surveillance cameras in the surrounding cities. He had paid a lot of manpower and financial resources. Even if he thought that she couldn't have gone far, he would have run to a hotel. He even used the power of the subordinates to help in the rented apartment on the ground floor. However, he found nothing. He had never been so tired. His mind and body had reached their limits. Jiang Jiushi slowly walked to the bed with his crutches. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai was still sleeping quietly, he reached out and touched her face. He looked at her for a long time. The deep darkness in his eyes lit up little by little. Then he got on the bed and hugged her in his arms. He buried his head in her clean and fragrant hair and gently closed his eyes to sleep. Wei Wei Bai struggled to open her eyes. What she saw was the scumbag Jiang Jiushi's haggard sleeping face. She knew that he was sick. She didn't know that he was holding anesthetic in his pocket. The system had finished embroidering the flower and was breaking melon seeds. Seeing Wei Wei Bai wake up, she said, "The male lead didn't do anything. He just hugged you to sleep." Wei Wei Bai felt a little dizzy. She nodded to show that she understood. Then he discussed with the system, "Is there a boundary for the little angel's revenge? It's hard for me to figure it out alone." She said that she had to maintain the image of a little angel and take revenge. But the character setting of this plane was the epitome of a little white flower. She was just short of growing wings. No matter how she retaliated, she felt that she would vomit blood. The system flipped through the information and finally found some details. If we can take revenge on him verbally, we can scold him however we want. Wei Wei Bai nodded. You can also write to scold him. It doesn't matter how you scold him. Wei Wei Bai, is there any better way to take revenge than a curse? Jiang Jiushi was like a dead pig. Even if he scolded himself until he became mute, he wouldn't be moved at all. The system replied, "That's it. The side quest requires you to curse Jiang Jiushi to death with your mouth. Also, little angels don't hurt people, don't kill people, and don't attack physically. This quest requires you to attack spiritually. You can't just pick up a knife and kill the male lead." Wei Wei Bai, what the hell was this quest? Wasn't it making things difficult for her? The system concluded, you just have to make the male lead sad. It doesn't matter how sad he is. You're not picky. Being sad will increase your abuse value. Violent, simple, and direct. Wei Wei Bai, can I make him cuckold? The system pondered for a moment. This breaks the character setting. Of course, if you can take it, you can cheat while vomiting blood. Wei Wei Bai, she thought of herself grabbing a handsome guy and vomiting blood while saying, "I love you." Wei Wei Bai couldn't take it anymore and trembled. To the save button. Chapter 2066. Jiang Jiushi seemed to have sensed something. His eyelids fluttered and his eyes were clear and sharp. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked unusually scary. He stared unwaveringly at Bai Wei Wei. His eyes, as sharp as a knife, swept over her face and finally landed on her almond eyes. Wei Wei Bai stared at him without moving. There was clear disgust in her eyes without a trace of emotion. Jiang Jiushi looked at her for a long time. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't say anything. Instead, he reached out and touched her hair. "Do you feel uncomfortable?" The anesthetic made her feel a little dizzy and thirsty. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth and looked at him warily. She didn't say anything. Jiang Jiushi got up slowly. His clothes were a little messy, and his collar was wide open. Half of his shoulders were exposed. Wei Wei Bai looked away and didn't want to look at him. Her face couldn't help but turn red. Jiang Jiushi's gaze fell on her face, and he said calmly, "Is it fun outside? You don't even want to dance and want to go out." Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched as if she wanted to imitate his cold smile. In the end, she failed, but she still knew how to scold him. Her voice was cold. "Of course it's fun without you." Her heart didn't hurt. This proved that these words didn't hurt Jiang Jiushi at all. As expected, Jiang Jiushi didn't get angry. Instead, He held her hand and kissed her fingers, as if he was feeling something. Then he sighed comfortably. It's okay. It's good that you're back. He didn't care or get angry. He treated it as if she was throwing a tantrum and fed her a glass of water. Knowing that her hands and feet were still numb, he didn't move her. Wei Weibai felt that Jiang Jiushi was really too stable. He was indeed a man who had climbed from the bottom to his current position. Scolding really didn't hurt Jiang Jiushi. During the month when she ran away, he was so angry when he saw her, but he suppressed it immediately. This kind of temperament was too resolute. After Jiang Jiushi brought her back, life returned to normal. He touched her face as if he was trying to feel something. Then, with his walking stick in hand, he slowly walked out to give instructions to the nanny. Meanwhile, Wei Weibai's limbs had more or less recovered their strength. She got up stealthily and peeked through the door. The male lead is looking at you. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the house. It was scary. Wei Weibai said, so what? What hasn't he seen before? System. There was too much information in this sentence. He suspected that the host was driving, but he also felt that he was overthinking things. Wei Weibai's face was pale. She glanced around the living room, but there was no one there. It seems that someone is in the kitchen. She heaved a sigh of relief, then immediately ran to the door and opened it. It actually opened? This was not the little white flowers method of imprisonment. Wei Weibai was very experienced. Shouldn't the door be locked or two burly men standing outside? Wei Weibai was just about to take a step out of the door. Jiang Jiushi's indifferent voice came from behind her. Do you want to know how your parents died? Wei Weibai was silent for a moment. She finally confirmed that she had met a man who could keep his composure better than her. She retracted her foot and slammed the door shut. She gripped the doorknob tightly with both hands. She lowered her head and did not make a sound. Jiang Jiushi held her walking stick and stood straight. He looked at her neck, which was hanging like a fragile reed, for a while. Then he said, "Eat first." Wei Weibai unwillingly let go of the doorknob and followed Jiang Jiushi to the dining table. The food was all Wei Weibai's favorite, but it tasted like wax to her. Jiang Jiushi still maintained his usual pace. After the meal, the nanny washed the dishes and immediately left as if she was escaping the plague. // Chapter 2067. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Jiushi deliberately ignored Wei Weibai's soft gaze, which was pretending to be fierce. He slowly walked to the sofa and picked up the folder on the table. This is your parents' death report and some surveillance videos when they died. When Jiang Jiushi said this, his legs couldn't support him. His face turned pale, but he didn't show any signs of pain. Wei Weibai couldn't wait to get the documents in his hands. However, Jiang Jiushi raised his hand unhurriedly. When he stood up, she came to a point on his shoulder. If he really stretched out his hand, how could she reach it? Wei Weibai jumped up unwillingly, but he seemed to have a premonition and raised his hand back, not letting her touch him. The muscles on Jiang Jiushi's arm were actually trembling. The pain in his leg made him feel especially uncomfortable. The doctor was afraid that he would act recklessly again, so he wrapped him with a thick bandage to prevent him from running again. Even if he was standing, he could feel the pain of his leg being squeezed like needles. However, when he saw that Wei Weibai couldn't reach his fingers with all her might, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The abyss-like darkness was replaced by traces of joy. This was the first time he felt so clearly how wonderful it was to stand in front of a woman. So it wasn't that he didn't care about this. It was that he didn't dare to care. Wei Weibai really couldn't reach the documents that he kept waving around. She couldn't take it anymore and said, "Jiang Jiushi, what exactly are you doing?" The grievance in her tone was almost like she was gritting her teeth. Jiang Jiushi looked down at the top of her head, his expression still calm. "If I said that your parents' deaths had nothing to do with me, would you believe me?" Wei Weibai lowered her head because she had been looking up for too long. However, when she heard this, she immediately looked up, her eyes clear and sharp. "Then why did you hide the news of their deaths? My parents' urns, you casually placed them on the table and even threw them on the ground later." At this point, her eyes were red. "You didn't care at all. You were so cold that it made people feel that you weren't human." Jiang Jiushi's eyes darkened. This was indeed a loophole. She bore a grudge against him for his behavior at that time. His coldness was one of the reasons why she was angry. Jiang Jiushi silently planned it, but he didn't panic. He quietly and calmly controlled the rhythm. At that time, I was afraid that you would be sad. Bai Weiwei's voice was a little sharp. Now you're not afraid of making me sad. Jiang Jiushi saw that the tears in her eyes had started to well up again. Why was she so crying? In the end, Jiang Jiushi seemed to have accepted her fate and said softly, yes. He was indeed. But more than that, he was afraid that she didn't like him anymore. The adult world was a dark and cold world of killing. But his world started from a moment his leg was broken. The whole world was his enemy. His parents didn't leave him because they wanted to earn money to treat his leg. Rather, it was because they didn't want to see their hopeless son sitting in a dark room, living like a maggot. How could they not resent him? It was better to die on the spot than to become a burden to them forever, wasn't it? Human nature was really selfish. He had lived a cold life for so many years. The only person who could make him more human and soft was Weiwei Bai. Chapter 2068. It was really too rare. He did not intend to take back such a precious feeling of liking. If she did not want it, he would not force her, but he would not let her have a good ending. It was not so easy to get a bad person's liking or to be abandoned. Jiang Jiushi hid his dark and rotten heart well. He took the document down and put it in her hand. He did not tease her anymore. Jiang Jiushi said, "Their death has nothing to do with me, Weiwei." Weiwei Bai opened the document bag and said fiercely, "If you say it has nothing to do with you, then it has nothing to do with you. Jiang Jiushi, you are simply a bad person." Jiang Jiushi nodded lightly. She had grown up a little. Her evaluation of him was finally a little bit correct. Weiwei Bai looked at the information first. The information was not complicated. Jiang Jiushi had deliberately made it simple, worried that she would not understand. After looking at it for a long time, Weiwei Bai was sure that it was indeed a car accident. But she held the information and was about to say something. Jiang Jiushi had already handed over his phone. "There are the numbers of all the people involved in your parents' autopsy. If you have any doubts, you can call them to verify." Weiwei Bai's eyes trembled, as if she did not know that her intentions were so obvious. Jiang Jiushi had some difficulty breathing, but he still supported his body and did not fall. "I'm not really a wolf, tiger, or leopard, and I'm not a homicidal maniac. Killing your parents has no benefits for me, Weiwei. Actually, there was, but she did not need to know. After all, after her parents died, the pleasure of revenge was not mentioned. She was the only one left, and he could completely control her dark thoughts, her pleasure. She did not need to know." Weiwei Bai held the information and did not take his phone in the end. Her fingers trembled as she held her parents' death report in her hand. It was indeed uncomfortable. When his parents died, a trace of disappointment flashed through his mind. She would also remember how good they were. But very soon, that soft heart disappeared in the cold and hard time. Now that he thought of his parents, he didn't have much of a reaction. This was also the reason why he wasn't too obsessed with taking revenge on the Bai couple. After Weiwei Bai finished reading the information, she took the CD with the surveillance data and put it into the computer. The blurry image on the computer was indeed the scene of her parents crossing the road. She glared at him and clenched her fists so hard that the weak veins on the back of her hand popped out. In the end, she had to admit that Jiang Jiushi was really ruthless. He didn't give her any reason to take revenge. How was she going to torture him now? He couldn't do anything about it. Weiwei Bai sighed with emotion at the sight of so much information. Even she couldn't do better than that. This was because Jiang Jiushi had cleared himself of any involvement in all the information. Moreover, the death of her cheap parents was not actually Jiang Jiushi's fault. Instead, it was forcefully created by the side quests. And facing a big shot like Jiang Jiushi, let alone saying that he wasn't the one who killed them. Even if he was the one who killed them, he could still pretend to be innocent. If he wasn't the one who killed them, it was even more impossible to frame him. Weiwei Bai looked at the computer and finally turned it off. Her face was pale, and she couldn't control her hands and feet. She could barely stand. Why did they suddenly cross the road? Jiang Joshi stared at her pale face and frowned slightly. The person who checked said that they seemed to have dropped their wallet, so they turned back to get it and were hit by the car. This scene was in the video, but it was actually a distorted explanation. The correct explanation was that the person who he sent to spy on them was discovered. The bi couple thought that it was a debt collector, so they ran to the road as if they were running for their lives. And Wei Wei Bai's father accidentally dropped his wallet, so he couldn't help but pick it up. This delay caused the two of them to be killed. At https://www.sashu.com/crossover system. Adonis, come over here to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com/crossover system. Adonis, come over here to TXT download at https://www.sashu.com crossover system. Adonis, come over here to read on com to record this reading record. Crossover system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 2069. But Wei Wei Bai would never know this fact. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't help but look up and whisper, "Really?" Jiang Joshi paused for a moment before nodding seriously. "Really, Wei Wei?" The last glimmer of light in her eyes disappeared. It was just an accident. Jiang Joshi also heaved a sigh of relief. It was an accident. She asked blankly, "You didn't kill him?" Jiang Joshi's mouth stiffened, but he continued to calmly bear it and said, "No." Wei Wei Bai helplessly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Tears rolled in her eyes, but she really couldn't fall. She really wanted to give the side quest a disdainful finger. Even the reason for torturing people was settled by Jiang Joshi. The side quest was simply useless. Now, it didn't even make sense to accuse Jiang Joshi of killing people to torment him. After all, with her character, it was impossible for her to know that Jiang Joshi had sent people to monitor this matter. Jiang Joshi suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and then fell back. She heard the sound of the table being touched. Wei Wei Bai turned around in shock, only to see the man who was standing upright, just now curled up on the floor with a face full of sweat. Jiang Joshi? She immediately rushed over, wanted to hug him. Jiang Joshi pushed her away, the calmness on his face completely collapsing. The calmness that he had endured for so long was replaced by a mocking sneer. "Do you believe that it was an accident? But why didn't you listen to my explanation at that time and just ran away? In your eyes, am I a heinous person who kills people and sets fires?" Wei Wei Bai, yes. Of course, she couldn't say that. She just helplessly wanted to reach out and pull him, an ashamed expression on her face. Jiang Joshi saw her like this, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. "Am I that bad to you? Even if you gave me a day to investigate, I wouldn't be so angry." After he finished speaking, his muscles twitched severely, and the tendons on his neck were so painful that they were exposed. Wei Wei Bai was frightened. "What's wrong with you? I'll call the doctor." Jiang Joshi pursed his pale lips tightly, a sharp mocking look in his eyes. "Why? Isn't it better for a rotten person like me, who only knows how to force you, lock you up, and not let you see your parents to die?" Bai Wei Wei clenched her fists, barely managing to calm her chaotic breathing after a few breaths. Then she apologized. "I was wrong, Jiang Joshi, please don't be like this." The girl's eyes were red, and the tears that had not fallen just now had already flowed down her pale cheeks. It was as if she had never encountered such a situation before. Her eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. I was wrong." Her voice was soft, but when she cried, it could hurt people's hearts. Jiang Joshi had already taken control of the situation. He wanted her to regret, be sad, and feel guilty. So he had been holding it in, pretending to be calm, waiting for this moment to torment her. But when he saw her crying so miserably, for a moment, his cold heart was throbbing with pain from her crying. It hurt more than his feet. Jiang Joshi's expression was worse than hers. He was tormenting himself with all his might, and he wasn't lying at all. So he was really upset. Wei Wei Bai didn't dare to touch him. She just covered her eyes with her sleeves. Tears fell from her fingertips to the ground. She squatted, almost curling into a ball. Her sobs were broken and tragic. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm upset, Jiang Jiushi, I'm upset. Jiang Jiushi pursed his lips, and his eyes started to redden. He squeezed his fingers but finally let go. Then he hugged her. Actually, his revenge could be even more ruthless. He would not let her go even if he trampled her into the dust and made her cry to death. Who asked her to run away? How could she kick him away just like that? He sat in the dark room for a month, his mind full of ways to make her regret. He had come up with all kinds of vicious plans. In the end, he couldn't bear to do it, so he decided on the mildest revenge method. But if he really made her regret it, he would feel bad with her. He didn't feel any sense of accomplishment from revenge at all. Jiang Jiushi touched her trembling shoulders, his fingers brushing the tears on her fingers. In the end, he sighed. Don't cry. It's good that you're back. This was the first sincere words he said to her since she came back. Next time, you'll see it when you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 2070. The Bai couple's funeral was very simple. Very few people came. They did not do anything good when they were alive, so it was good that they were not despised after death. The Bai family's company was officially taken over by Jiang Jiushi. This was the last thing the Bai family had. The funeral started and ended smoothly. After everyone left, Jiang Jiushi looked at Wei Bai from afar, who was squatting in front of the tombstone. He did not know what she was thinking. He did not go over. A few assistants beside him were moving things. Jiang Jiushi sat under the pine tree, quietly waiting for Wei Bai to come back. It was similar to how he felt when he found out that his parents had died. For a period of time, his mind was blank. But maybe it was because he was born with weak feelings, or maybe it was because he had a bad relationship with his parents. That uncomfortable feeling did not really affect his life. She might be uncomfortable for a long time. Wei Bai was going through the information in her head. She felt that she could not rely on side quests. She had to rely on herself. She knew that Jiang Jiushi was staring at her from behind, so she deliberately left her back for him to watch. The system said, heartbreak points have increased. Wei Bai frowned and looked at the long bar. 2 tenths. When she came back a few days ago, Jiang Jiushi took revenge on her and made her feel uncomfortable. She was sobbing like a broken dam. Heartbreak points had also increased by 1/10. And this time, it increased by 1/10 as well. Bai Wei's temper cooled, and she went through all the scenes that caused the heart value to swell. Then she said to the system, "Does the main system have a grudge against me?" The system was silent for a while, then said guiltily, "I don't think so. You're just a small guide. You don't even have a name in the main system." Indeed, it did not have a name. So Wei Bai was an anomaly in the eyes of the main system, although she was not found out yet, but it would automatically reject her. If one day Wei Bai's strategy failed and the main system discovered her, it would immediately kill her. Wei Bai nodded in understanding. This mission isn't to torture Jiang Jiushi. It's to torture me. She couldn't do any actual harm to Jiang Jiushi. Scolding Jiang Jiushi was of no use. And every time she was upset, Jiang Jiushi would feel tormented. The purpose of this thread was to torture the host. Wei Bai slowly got up, and Jiang Jiushi quietly stood behind her. He was still holding the crutch, but he could stand for a longer period of time. His leg was slowly improving. However, Wei Bai's life seemed to have started to decline after meeting him. Jiang Jiushi stared at her pale face. She had been suffering from insomnia for the past few days, and her eyes were red. Under the black, high-collared clothes, her face was small and weak, losing its liveliness. But in his eyes, she was still cute. Jiang Jiushi reached out and held her fingertips. They were too cold. He couldn't help but hold them tighter, wanting to warm them up. He didn't feel guilty. He was partly responsible for the death of her parents. But so what Jiang Jiushi said, softly, as if he was afraid of scaring her. "Let's go back, Wei." Wei Bai looked up and saw that it was him. Her eyes lit up a little. She nodded. Jiang Jiushi smiled without batting an eyelid. Anyway, she would never know. When they got in the car, Wan Shan started the engine. Wei Bai stared blankly out of the window, and for a moment, she didn't come back to her senses. Then she suddenly said softly, "I remember when I was young, my father would always carry me to school. When we passed by small puddles, he would always say that my life was smooth sailing. Even if there were small puddles, he would carry me there. Forward slash forward slash. Forward slash forward slash. Chapter 2071. Jiang Jiushi controlled his temper. I'll carry you there in the future. Wei Wei just smiled and didn't answer. My mom likes to make dresses for me. She said that she would personally choose my wedding dress in the future. Jiang Jiushi's eyes darkened. It seems that your family dotes on you a lot. But he didn't continue the topic of marriage. He liked her. He liked her a lot. His heart ached for her. But marriage, his brain's rationality, stopped him from making an impulsive promise. A lifetime was too long, and the speed at which one got tired of the old and the new was too fast. Could he like her for a lifetime? Wei Wei looked up. Her eyes were a little gloomy, and the clear light was covered by a layer of gloominess. They're all lying to me. Jiang Jiushi's fingers were holding her fingertips, and he was sweating. But he was still elegant and said slowly, "They're not lying to you. Don't you have me?" Wei Wei just stared at him blankly for 3 seconds before she suddenly looked away. Her voice was low, but it was a little cold. "That contract, can I cancel it if I want to?" Jiang Jiushi's fingers tightened, and her delicate eyebrows immediately furrowed in pain. He had just loosened his grip, but his voice was cold. "Why are you suddenly talking about the contract?" Wei Wei smiled helplessly. "Because I don't want my parents to be humiliated. I do blame them for giving me to you. But they're dead, so I forgive them." Jiang Jiushi felt his heart tighten a little, but he still didn't show too much emotion. Instead, he said lightly, "The contract is not important." Wei Wei plucked up her courage and looked at him directly. "Jiang Jiushi, I don't want to be your mistress forever." These words were too hurtful. Even someone as rational as Jiang Jiushi was stunned for a moment. Her eyes lit up again, as if there was a ball of fire burning in them. "My parents are dead, and I don't want the company anymore. Just take it as repayment for my debt. I know you have many ways to force me to follow the contract." Jiang Jiushi looked at her, his eyes burning with life. The sophistry that was at the tip of his tongue all disappeared. A beautiful smile appeared on Wei Wei's pale face. "But I really don't want to have a contract between us anymore." I think, when she said this, she seemed to have noticed the presence of the driver and paused. In the end, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his ear gently. The sweet and soft words gently fell into his ears. It also fell into his heart. "I want to like you without any impurities. I want to get to know you again. I also want to let you meet the best of me again." Jiang Jiushi was stunned for a long time. He felt as if something in his chest had cracked open. He suddenly recalled the first time they had met. It was different. The first time he saw her, she was on the stage. But she wasn't. It was on the night they signed a contract. So in her eyes, their meeting wasn't pure from the beginning. Jiang Jiushi's pupils trembled. He felt that compared to Wei Wei's pure expectation, there was too much despicable selfishness hidden in his heart. The dark childhood and youth had set his twisted and vicious character. Even the existence of Wei couldn't shake his selfish character. Wei let go of him, and her expression became better. She looked at him expectantly. Her round eyes were filled with his shadow. Jiang Jiushi was stunned for a few seconds before his thin lips finally moved slightly. "Okay, ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 87. Wei seemed to be relieved, although she was too tired to smile. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2072. But her eyes were much more spirited than before. The dark uneasiness in Jiang Jiushi's heart dissipated. His hand was still clasped around her 10 fingers. The contract was not important. In this world, feelings were the strongest chains. If he was sure that he could like her for a long time in the future, then he could consider marriage. The system was dumbfounded. It was holding the doll and installing eyes for the doll. Didn't you want to torture the male lead? This was the sweet male lead. Fortunately, the side quest did not cause any problems. He was always worried that Wei would vomit blood. Wei, yes, but the favorability is not enough. It's not fun to torture. The system's action of installing eyes paused. It thought that the host had a conscience. It was starting to take the sweet route. But after listening to the host's vicious and scary words, it felt that this was the normal style. Forget it. Vicious against vicious, selfish against selfish. That was a battle between a tortoise and a tortoise. It was the same. He continued to install eyes for the doll and installed 100 dolls. One day's worth of life points was worth it. After returning, Jiang Joshi searched for the contract. He looked at the contract for a while before walking out of the room with the contract. This was the first time that he had invalidated a contract that he had signed. Sometimes he found it unbelievable that she would back down. When he walked out, he saw Wei Wei by coming out of the kitchen, helping the nanny with the dishes. When she saw him, she said, "Come and eat, Joshi." After saying that, she put down the soup and blew on her scalded hand. Her face was a little red. Jiang Joshi paused in his footsteps and was lost in thought for a moment. Then he pretended as if nothing had happened and walked over with his crutches. He put the contract on the table and saw Wei Wei by busily setting the table. He could not help but knock on the table. Wei Wei looked up at him, puzzled. "Jiang Joshi, the contract is here. You can take it and crush it." This was a single copy. There was no copy. If it was gone, it was gone. Wei Wei stared blankly for a moment before a glimmer of joy slowly appeared in her eyes. Then she picked up the contract. She was a little happy, but she couldn't say anything. Seeing that Wei was like a little sparrow, Jiang Joshi calmly sat down. But in the next moment, she lowered her head and kissed his forehead. A heavy kiss on her forehead. She smiled happily and said, "Thank you." Jiang Joshi's expression softened. "Let's eat." This meal was the most heartwarming one that Jiang Joshi had ever had. Wei Bai's eyes were filled with trust and even affection. He had guessed correctly. The person whom she truly liked was truly blessed. Jiang Joshi had even thought about it. In the future, when she completely fell in love with him, she would never be able to leave him. If she loved someone, she would love him to the point of disregarding everything else. Therefore, she was definitely at a disadvantage when it came to love. Even if he liked her, he was definitely the one who was loved more by her. When Jiang Joshi thought of this, he felt relieved. Even if he liked someone, he wanted that person to love him more. That way, he wouldn't lose out. Wei returned to the dance troupe. After a few large-scale dance performances, her reputation was completely resounding. Her Weibo was also reopened, and her fans skyrocketed. Jiang Joshi watched as she displayed her talent on the stage. She won the love of many people. It was impossible not to be jealous, but every time jealousy appeared, Wei ran down the stage and hugged him without any scruples. "This is my boyfriend." When she introduced him for the first time, Jiang Joshi was slightly stunned. But he quickly reacted. "This is my first time in this position. I will do my best to do it well." The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2073. Sure enough, he saw Wei Bai with a bright smile and a sweet kiss. He fell in love with a little girl without any scruples, without any conflicts of interest. He was the only one in her pure eyes. Because she was raised well, she had no concept of money and did not know how to spend too much. She also did not know how much wealth he had. He had never seen her covet these things. This was good. Going out was not a matter of interests, but she liked him as a person, not other things. The favorability level was raised to 90. This favorability level was obtained when Wei Bai expressed that she loved him 100%. The system looked at the mission that was not moving. It was already preparing. Recently, it had been practicing twisting its neck and dancing with the bees. Put aside the doll's eyes first. The host seemed to have forgotten about the mission. In the end, just as it twisted its neck and showed signs of cervical spondylosis, Wei Bai suddenly said, "It's about time." The system's neck was crooked and could not twist back. Wei Bai said calmly, "Tongzi, help me create a WeChat account and send a message to someone." The system said, "Who?" Wei Bai said, "Chun Wanshi, Jiang Joshi's rumored girlfriend." The system looked confused and flipped through the information. There was indeed such a person. Chun Wanchi was completely inconspicuous in the information and only took up a small space. It did not know how the host noticed it. The system said, "What message?" Wei Wei Bai was deep in thought and said after a long time, "Just say that Jiang Joshi is getting married." Chun Wanchi was Jiang Joshi's fanatic admirer. Jiang Joshi was in his 4th year when he showed his talent. The network project that he was working on was targeted by a large American financial group. Therefore, Jiang Joshi at that time was arranged by that financial group. He went on an exchange for half a year and negotiated a deal. Jiang Joshi in his 4th year was like a poisonous snake that had been released from its cage, hiding in the darkness under the modeled pattern. To make himself successful, he packaged himself as a strong and sunny young man. He was not loved by everyone, but he could become the leader of a group anywhere. This was the kind of person who was born successful. Chun Wanchi happened to be in the same school and was madly infatuated with him. When she was studying in America, she spread the news of them dating like crazy. Jiang Joshi knew that the Chun family was a big company in the country. He watched coldly from the sidelines and then used this scandal as an excuse. He had received a huge project collaboration opportunity from the Chun family. After the success, he calmly said that scum was clear as day. No one could say that he was wrong. This was because it was indeed Chun Wanchi's wishful thinking. Jiang Joshi had not touched that woman at all. He didn't even say much. However, he would wait until the cooperation was successful before he would clear himself of the scandal. He was indeed selfish to the extreme. But Chun Wanchi was completely entangled with Jiang Joshi. For a period of time, she even investigated Jiang Joshi's past thoroughly. This touched Jiang Joshi's reverse scale. He was cold and calculating. Chun Wanchi's reputation was ruined. The Chun family had no choice but to lock up this willful daughter in the sanatorium. It had been a few years. Jiang Joshi definitely did not even know who Chun Wanchi was. If she had not flipped through the information, she would have been able to copy every word in the information. She would not have found the name Chun Wanchi. Wei Wei Bai pretended to be one of her former classmates and accidentally sent this message to the group. The system nodded. Read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Read the full article at https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 2074. If a paranoid person like Chun Wanchi knew that the man she liked was going to get married, and the person he was going to marry was actually Wei Wei Bai, her parents are the ones who caused Jiang Joshi to be crippled. It would be strange if she didn't overturn everything. Wei Wei Bai sighed. Jiang Joshi is really difficult to win over, and he's also really hard to abuse. This man was too smart. She was exhausted. Jiang Joshi's leg was no longer in pain, and he could keep up with the recovery. Every time he recovered, Wei Wei Bai would always follow him. She couldn't do much, but she would always hold hot water or a towel, and she often cheered him on. Jiang Joshi felt that it was very fresh, especially when she was wearing a short skirt and doing that cute dance of encouragement, even if he didn't know what a cute person was. For a moment, he was so cute that his heart trembled. She was really like a plant in spring. She was full of energy and could make people happy wherever she went. Jiang Joshi had always had a cold expression, but many times he couldn't help but smile sincerely. This was a kind of carefree smile that he lacked when he was young. He thought that he would never have this kind of expression in his life. After Jiang Joshi finished the meeting, he returned to the office and saw Wei Wei Bai lying on the sofa. He frowned and quickly brought a blanket over to cover her. Recently, she had been rehearsing a new dance play, so she was very tired. He heard that this dance play could be performed overseas. It was very important. When she talked about this dance play, her eyes lit up with hope. Jiang Joshi stroked her hair and looked at her sleeping posture. In the past, when she was vigilant, she would always curl up into a ball. Now that she had revealed her true colors, she could do whatever she wanted. She was so presumptuous. Or even, he was signing a document, but hello, she casually sat on his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss. This kind of thing was not uncommon. It was said to be cheering for love. Jiang Joshi blushed slightly and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Yes, go for it, love. If she likes to dance, then she can continue to dance. She looks especially good when she dances. Jiang Joshi was willing to suppress the jealousy in his heart. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 92. It was difficult for the favorability points to increase, but it steadily increased. Just as Wei Wei Bai was following Jiang Joshi around, thinking that Chen Wanqi had forgotten about Jiang Joshi. Chen Wanqi was finally here. The system could not monitor Jiang Joshi, but he could monitor Chen Wanqi. Therefore, when Wei Wei Bai heard the system notification, Chen Wanqi rushed to find Jiang Joshi. She immediately took the nourishing soup and rushed to Jiang Joshi's company. He was so happy and excited that all the opportunities he had been waiting for finally came together. How long have I been waiting? She went to Jiang Joshi's company every day just for this moment. After all, it was too rare for her to suddenly go to his company and sit on his lap. After that, Jiang Joshi would wonder why she was in the company. Now, there was no need to doubt. Because she went every day, Wei Wei Bai had the privilege of using the elevator, so she did not need to report. Chen Wanqi also came suddenly. Even a sly old fox like Jiang Joshi would not have thought of this. The system couldn't help but remind him, stop smiling. You're going to catch adulterers, not get married. The host was going crazy from waiting for this. In Jiang Joshi's office, he heard the door suddenly open. He thought it was Wei Wei Bai. Just as the smile on his face appeared, he heard an unfamiliar voice. Joshi. Jiang Joshi raised her eyebrows without batting an eyelid. She looked up and looked over coldly. It was who was it? Chapter 2075. Behind her was the secretary who was waiting outside. The secretary was sweating profusely. She couldn't pull this woman away. Although Chen Wanqi didn't have an appointment, she had Director Chen's identification card, so she successfully passed the front desk. Jiang Joshi tried his best to remember. He had always had a good memory. Even if it was something unimportant, he could remember it if he tried hard. Then he smiled politely. Miss Chen, what brings you here? He forgot her name, but he remembered that the Chun family was quite wealthy. In his memory, Chen Wanqi was really too insignificant. The Chun family had some influence. When the secretary saw that Jiang Joshi had allowed her to enter, she heaved a sigh of relief and retreated. Chen Wanqi immediately came in. Jiang Joshi casually ordered the secretary, leave the door half open. He had a girlfriend now. He couldn't be alone with a woman in a secret room. He had to avoid suspicion. The secretary immediately left the door half open and left. Chen Wanqi couldn't wait to say, long time no see, Joshi. I can't forget you after so many years. I still love you so much. Jiang Joshi was speechless. He didn't even want to laugh. Did he look like the kind of person who had the time to accept a baffling confession? Chen Wanqi saw his calm expression. She was mentally unstable to begin with, and because of the cooperation between the two families, she was pressured by her family not to look for Jiang Joshi and ruin the cooperation. She had accepted her fate, but when she saw that he was going to get married, and the person he was going to marry was the person who had caused him to become disabled, she couldn't bear it anymore. Jiang Joshi saw her twisted face and said indifferently, Are you done? Sorry, I'm busy. If it's not about business, you can leave first. He was still so cold, looking at her as if she was looking at a bug. Chen Wanqi trembled all over. Her eyes were red. She had been secretly in love with him for many years. He had ruined her reputation. She had spent her entire life's passion on him, but he still had no feelings for her. Jealousy surged. She suppressed her intense emotions and said coldly, Joshi, do you know who you're marrying? The person he was going to marry was Wei Wei Bai. As soon as she mentioned marriage partner, the person that immediately popped into his mind was her. Jiang Joshi sighed helplessly. It seemed that he would really like her for life. He didn't even reject marriage. Chen Wanqi saw that he was still indifferent and finally couldn't take it anymore. She's called Wei Wei Bai, isn't she? Her parents made you crippled and made you suffer so much. How can you marry her? Jiang Joshi frowned. This topic was a little dangerous. He glanced at the time. Fortunately, it was still early. Wei Wei Bai should still be on her way. He pressed a button on the phone. Get the security to come up and see the guest out. Cold, direct, and without a trace of humanity. Chen Wanqi was provoked by him and roared loudly. I knew you were with her. I knew it from the beginning. You were humiliating her, weren't you? I asked my brother to investigate. You took her as your mistress. Wasn't it to take revenge on her parents? You were the one who ordered people to destroy the Bai family. Jiang Joshi finally stood up with a cold face. Miss Chen, I advise you to be careful with your words. What else did Chen Wanqi have to lose? Her long-term mental support had collapsed. And didn't you kill her parents? You got people to watch them and made them afraid to cross the road and die. This was pure nonsense. There was no evidence. The surveillance could be found, but no one except Jiang Joshi knew whether or not they died because of the surveillance. This was just Chen Wanqi's guess. https://www.sashu.com/full text. https://www.sashu.com download text. https://www.sashu.com read on. com//. Chapter 2076. But she had stepped on the truth. Jiang Joshi held her walking stick and walked out from behind the table step by step. He came to Chen Wanqi and suddenly revealed a cold smile. Miss Chen, do you still remember the feeling of lying on the same bed with more than 10 men? Chen Wanqi's pupil shrank. That was her nightmare, a lifetime nightmare. Jiang Joshi's voice was neither soft nor heavy, calm and indifferent. I don't mind letting you experience it a few more times. Chen Wanqi trembled all over. The incident of being framed rushed into her mind. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. It's you. Jiang Joshi's smile was even gentle. It's me. What can you do? With his current status, he could even crush her to death. Did she still think that he was the cripple who stood at the bottom of society? Chen Wanqi broke down and shouted, Jiang Joshi, I hate you. Then she covered her face and rushed out of the office in despair, disappearing down the stairs. Jiang Joshi was expressionless. His good mood was disturbed by an inexplicable, crazy woman. He walked out of the door slowly with his walking stick. He planned to instruct the secretary to not tell Wei Wei that a woman had been here when she came up later. But just as he walked out of the door, he stopped. His eyelids trembled, and he turned around. But he saw Wei Wei standing by the side with a thermos flask in her arms, looking at him blankly. The door was half open. She was standing by the door. She could hear everything. Jiang Joshi even rationally analyzed why she came early. Was it because the dance troupe's rehearsal was not tight enough? Then, a wave of panic suddenly attacked him. Wei Wei Bai's face was pale. Her fingers holding the thermos flask were shaking violently. She looked at him as if he was a stranger. Her voice was broken. Is what she said true? Jiang Joshi forced out a comforting smile, but found that he couldn't smile. Wei Wei Bai's sluggish eyes finally regained some vitality. He was even stiffer than Jiang Joshi. She seemed to be at a loss, but more than that, she was at a loss. It was as if she couldn't understand what she had just heard. She revealed an ugly smile that looked like she was about to cry. Did my parents hit your leg? Jiang Joshi didn't want her to know about this at all. Once it involved the grudges of the previous life. There was a barrier between them, and there was a heavy burden on their relationship. He wanted to go up and tell her that she wasn't. But Wei Wei Bai retreated in horror, her eyes wide open. But it wasn't the usual cuteness. It was fear. Jiang Joshi's nimble tongue actually couldn't utter a single word. Wei Wei Bai's words were blank and sharp. So you're here to take revenge on me. You ruined my family's company, you forced me to be your mistress, and you kill my parents. Jiang Joshi's mind suddenly became clear. He suppressed the huge sense of fear in his body. He immediately stumbled over and reached out to grab her arm. Wei Wei, don't listen to that woman just now. She's here to frame me. He had to comfort her first. Even if it was a lie, he couldn't let her believe it. Even if it was true, he couldn't let her know. Wei Wei Bai threw the thermos flask at him and shouted hysterically. Enough! I heard everything. You're a scumbag. Jiang Joshi's face turned pale. His usually smart brain couldn't think of anything at this moment. Wei Wei Bai pointed at his nose and scolded. That girl just now was also your fault. How could you do such a thing? What can a person like you do? Jiang Jioshi's heart was empty. He looked at her angry and hateful eyes. The hand that he stretched out trembled and lost its strength. Wei Wei Bai clenched her fists in anger. She wanted to stab him to death with every word. I was blind to like you. You're a bastard, a piece of trash. You're vicious and inhumane. You're simply a lunatic. Jiang Jioshi looked at her in a daze. His brain seemed to have lost all feeling. His chest was even pressed by these words, and he couldn't breathe. Wei Wei Bai's last sentence was almost vicious. Falling in love with you is my humiliation. After saying that, Wei Wei Bai turned around and rushed out. Jiang Jioshi stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Every word pierced in her body. She had not felt so uncomfortable in a long time. He felt like dying. It was even more painful than the car accident back then. Jiang Jioshi's walking stick suddenly fell from his hand. He immediately chased after her. Wei Wei, she definitely wouldn't come back after leaving. So he couldn't let her leave. Jiang Jioshi went downstairs and looked around blankly. He saw that Wei Wei Bai had already walked out of the door. His lips were pale and his feet were starting to hurt. But he didn't care and ran after her. Rushing out of the door, he saw her waving for a taxi. Jiang Jioshi limped over and reached out to grab the corner of her shirt. Wei Wei, give me a few minutes. Calm down. Give him a few minutes, and he would definitely be able to cover up his lie. But Wei Wei Bai looked at him coldly and flung his hand away. Get lost. Jiang Jioshi's eyes hardened. He clenched his fists and was about to knock her out. But she had already turned around. He reached out to pull her. Wei Wei Bai made up her mind and pushed him hard. She couldn't stop herself and stepped back. Jiang Jioshi was about to grab her when he suddenly felt a glaring light in front of him. The sudden headlights made him close his eyes. A loud crashing sound was heard. Jiang Jioshi was stunned. He opened his eyes and saw that Wei Wei Bai had been hit by a car. She was lying by the road, covered in blood. Like snow, it covered his eyes. It was blank. Chapter 2077. Another car accident. Why did he say again, Wei Wei Bai was not in pain? The life support system had not come out for a long time. It was time to bring it out to save her life. In fact, Wei Wei Bai did not want to be hit by a car at first. But Jiang Jioshi was too slow to catch up. She was too embarrassed to stay at the stairs and wait for him to come and pull her. And she took the opportunity to be pushed down the stairs. Chen Wanqi's arrival was just the beginning. For a person like Jiang Jioshi, if it was not for a sudden attack, he would be caught off guard. It was impossible to gain any advantage from him. But Chen Wanqi's problem could still be easily solved. Her little white flower persona was too limited. She could not suddenly become Sherlock Holmes and fight with him evenly. Even if she could change her persona, Jiang Jioshi did not care about personas other than the little angel. He lacked love so much so that he would be calculative about everything. Only when he felt that she was silly and sweet enough to love him would he give her some favorability points. So if something irreparable did not happen, something that even he could not solve, with his unscrupulous and eloquent speech, even ghosts could come to life. Her persona would not be able to torture him to death. Wei Wei Bai calmly looked at the 60% torture value. Her eyes were terrifyingly clear. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in her ear. Can you bear it? The car accident came too quickly. Even if the system had warned in advance, it did not expect Wei Wei Bai to be so ruthless and retreat. When she was hit by the car, the system did not immediately react. It caused Wei Wei Bai to experience terrible pain. Wei Wei Bai smiled. It's okay. She was used to it. The system carried a dozen painkillers in its hand. After a day, the life support system would lose its effect. It had spare money on hand. If it could make the host feel better, it would not be stingy. The system said, fortunately, the car braked in time. You're not badly hurt, but your leg was crushed. You probably can't dance. Wei Wei Bai, just wait for your leg to break. If he didn't break his leg, how would he have the chance to make Jiang Jioshi cry for his parents? She had tolerated him for a long time. In the past, her targets were all trash. But Jiang Jioshi was such a fresh and refined person. Everything was the fault of others. Only he was such a big and vicious white lotus. If she had a fly swatter, she would have swatted him onto the electric fence. A man whose favorability was over 90 was still so unlikable. He was on a kind. Wei Bai confirmed with the system. Can I still stand up? The system took a look at her physical condition. It will take a long time for you to recover, but the time limit is almost up. 2 to 3 months won't be enough for you to stand up again. Wei Bai nodded and closed her eyes to continue resting. Jiang Jiushi didn't really listen to what the doctor said. He was looking at the results of the tests himself. He was also the one who signed the surgeries. He was very clear about the entire treatment process from beginning to end. In the end, the doctor said, it's impossible for you to dance. If your leg bone doesn't recover well, the chances of you standing up again will only be 50%. Jiang Jiushi didn't vent his anger. He was unusually calm, but his heart felt empty. It was as if, after a storm, only a silent mess was left. Wan Shan and a few assistants were guarding the corridor. The caregiver was also hired. The best doctor in the field was also hired. The nanny was also prepared to take care of her for a long time. Everything was. There were no problems. After everything was arranged, Jiang Jiushi slowly walked to the door of the ward with his crutches. Chapter 2078. He glanced at the white bed in the ward. Wei Bai lay quietly. Her petite body was terrifyingly pale. There was a medical pad on her cheek. When she fell to the ground, her face rubbed against the ground and broke the skin. If she recuperated well in the future, it would not leave a scar. Her leg was in a cast, and her bones were badly broken. It took a few hours just to pick out the broken bones in her flesh and tendons. Behind him, Wan Shan called out to him in a low voice. Jiang Jiushi regained his senses slowly. It turned out that he had been standing there for a while. After regaining his senses, he slowly walked in. He sat by the bed and quietly watched her sleep. He did not know how long it would take for her to wake up. At that time, he felt like he had been unconscious for a day and a night before he could barely open his eyes. At that time, it should have been very painful. Jiang Jiushi thought about it silently, but he did not dare to think deeper. If he thought too carefully, he would empathize too much. Once he empathized, he would start to feel sad, and wallowing in sadness was what he despised the most. His life did not allow for self-pity. Without legs, he could live better than anyone else with just his brain. He was cold to others. He was even more ruthless to himself. He thought that he could continue to be so ruthless. But when he saw the cotton pad on her face, the bruise at the corner of her mouth, and her almost transparent skin, Jiang Jiushi realized that his heart was surrounded by a dense pain, so suffocating that he could not breathe. Shen Wanqi was provoked by him, but retribution came to her. For the first time, Jiang Jiushi knew what regret was. After keeping Wei Bai for 2 days, she woke up a few times, but her eyes were empty. Jiang Jiushi was prepared to explain to her what that woman said. Revenge did not exist. The contract was not to humiliate her. Threatening that woman was not true, and the death of her parents was even more ridiculous. There were many excuses. He knew that he could use his mouth to force them back. If her leg was not broken, he felt that he could get through this. But when Wei Bai woke up, she glanced at her leg and only asked softly, "Can I still dance?" All of Jiang Jiushi's excuses disappeared. A sharp pain rushed out from his back. He stared at her face that still had some hope, and his whole body was cold. No, Wei. He couldn't lie to her because her leg was too serious. He had to bribe everyone to tell her she could still dance. But how could she believe it? The last light on Wei Bai's face gradually disappeared. She said faintly, "Oh, you can't." These words made Jiang Jiushi feel terrible. Cold sweat drenched the clothes on her back. He also realized very clearly that no matter how powerful he was, he would never be able to make her believe him. Because she lost, she was because he knew, because her talent, her legs, everything that shines in her life. Any comfort was more like mockery. But Jiang Jiushi still opened his mouth and said, "It can be treated, Wei. Don't be afraid." Wei Bai did not look at him. Instead, she closed her eyes quietly. She blamed him. Jiang Jiushi guarded her until she fell asleep from exhaustion again. He walked out slowly with his crutches. He could not even straighten his shoulders. When Luan Shan saw him come out, He could not help but persuade him. President Jiang, go and rest. You've been up for 3 days. He had not eaten or slept for 3 days. If he continued like this, he would drive himself crazy. Jiang Jiushi was stunned. Then he raised his bloodshot eyes. Have I been too heartless to many people? Chapter 2079. Then he nodded rationally and said in a hoarse voice, I'll go to the ward next door and lie down. Call me if Wei Wei wakes up. Jiang Jiushi lay on the bed for a long time, but he still couldn't sleep. It was already late at night, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Jiang Jiushi got up weakly from the bed and limped to Wei Wei Bai's bed with his crutches. Wan Shan was waiting outside and was dozing off. Jiang Jiushi opened the door. There was only a slight sound when the door opened, but suddenly the sound of broken sobbing could be heard. She was crying. Under the dim yellow light, her thin shadow was projected on the white wall. There was a sense of despair and loneliness. Jiang Jiushi stared at her in a daze. Then he walked in. The sound of his crutches hitting the ground shocked the person on the bed. Her eyes were full of tears, and there was a fragile despair in them. For a moment, Jiang Jiushi didn't know what to say. This was the first time that he had done something so stupid. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were red. She blinked, but the tears couldn't be wiped clean. She forced herself to reach out and wipe her tears. Jiang Jiushi was worried that she would wipe the cotton cloth on her face, so he immediately walked over and held her restless fingers. Let me do it, he said softly, then reached out and wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes. Wei Wei Bai looked at the gentleness on his face, and then she whispered, Jiang Jiushi, I don't want to see you. How could Jiang Jiushi not know? But he had been avoiding her for 3 days and didn't dare to disturb her. Now that he saw her like this, how could he bear to leave? Jiang Jiushi wiped away her tears and looked at her empty eyes. He felt sad. Wei Wei, I'll help you get through this difficult time. The pain of a broken leg. It wasn't just the pain of a physical disability. What followed was a long and insanely long psychological torture. What should have been an easy task became extremely difficult because he couldn't stand up. What should have been a normal life had all turned into pity or disdain. That kind of feeling was not something a person with a strong heart could bear. Even his nature had been twisted to the point of being incomparably vicious. How could she survive such a terrible disaster by herself? Wei Wei Bai's fair and delicate face was filled with confusion, but there was no resentment, but there was no vitality. Her eyelashes trembled, and she looked away. But I don't want you to accompany me. Jiang Jiushi's expression had been gentle all this time, but when he heard this, that gentleness stiffened for a long time and did not really disappear. Her words were as sharp as knives. He was in pain for a while before he finally suppressed the bitterness at the tip of his tongue and gently coaxed her. Wei Wei, don't listen to that woman. Do you really believe the attack of someone who has designs on me? Wei Wei Bai looked at him strangely. She blinked in confusion and finally said with a sigh, Jiang Jiushi, I wanted to believe you at first. Jiang Jiushi's dark eyes lit up, but he heard her continue. But when you said that you caused that girl to be... She couldn't say these words, and her face turned even paler. Jiang Jiushi moved his lips and smiled. How can you really believe this? A woman was really ruined by more than 10 men. Even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. Didn't you see that woman jumping around lively? What happened back then was not something that could be explained in a few words. He wanted to deal with Chen Wanqi because her actions had already threatened his interests. To TXD. Save button. Chapter 2080. The Chen family's accumulated wealth was not clean. The daughters and sons they raised were also rotten to the core. Chen Wanqi and her brother had drugged many women and forced them to shoot those kinds of movies for fun. Wasn't that a lot? If it wasn't for that crazy woman drugging him, he couldn't be bothered with her. After all, the Chen family had a foundation. Jiang Jiushi was very rational. There was still cooperation between them. Giving her face and laughing it off was the mature way to do it. Chen Wanqi herself couldn't understand. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with letting her suffer. But he didn't know how to say these words, because the mud below was too disgusting. He had climbed all the way and was used to the darkness. Even he felt dirty. Why did he break these for her to hear? He couldn't protect her. It wasn't enough to cripple her. Did he want to pollute her heart? Jiang Jiushi could be so ruthless to others. He could also push himself to the limit. He couldn't bear to part with her. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 95. The sadism value also rose to 80%. Wei Wei Bai heard his words and only frowned, but the trust in her eyes was completely shattered. In the end, she finally mustered up her courage. Did my parents hit your leg? Jiang Jiushi really wanted to say no. Lying was a common thing for him anyway. What could she do if he didn't admit it? But Wei Wei Bai's clear and lifeless eyes stared at him motionlessly. Jiang Jiushi's breath stopped. It was as if there was a foreign object in his throat. He kept lying to her. Even his love for a person was so impure. There was no trace of sincerity. Wei Wei Bai stared at him for a long time and finally laughed at herself. So it's true. Jiang Jiushi didn't even have a chance to refute. Wei Wei Bai's voice was cold and light. I was still thinking about why I was chosen by you. Just as my family's company was in trouble, you appear at the same time. It's not a series. How can everything be a coincidence? It was indeed a coincidence, because it was all planned out. There was no such thing as a series of just right in this world. Some were just conspiracies. Jiang Jiushi looked like he was being judged. His usual quick-wittedness was nowhere to be seen. However, he sat up straight and couldn't bear to say a single word of quibble. It wasn't that he couldn't say it. Lying was as normal for him as drinking water. He would speak the human language when he saw the ghost. Once they became rich, they would start to look down on others and would be too lazy to even smile at them. They were truly vile characters who had gained power overnight. If there really was a novel or a TV series, his personality would be that of a vicious villain. He would never be able to get close to a decent protagonist. But when it came to her, he started to want to be serious and didn't want to lie to her every word. Wei Wei Bai's lips were a little pale. So you came looking for me to take revenge on me. It's also true that you wanted to humiliate me. Jiang Jiushi finally managed to squeeze out a smile. Have you ever seen a humiliated mistress living as freely as you? Wei Wei Bai, don't erase my good intentions with just one sentence. Wei Wei Bai didn't listen and continued to press on. My parents' death was also because of you. Jiang Jiushi finally raised his voice. Wei Wei Bai, if I wanted to kill your parents, I wouldn't have waited until now, and I definitely wouldn't use such a stupid method. Wei Wei Bai was stunned and flinched at his shout. Jiang Jiushi immediately shut up. He knew that his anger had scared her. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a long time before her voice softened. You can go out. I want to be alone for a while. / save button. Chapter 2081. Jiang Jiushi knew that this was a good start. She was innocent, but not stupid, even if he didn't kill the Bai couple. But he was abroad, and he couldn't get rid of the blame for the accident. He didn't lie to her, so she guessed that he was behind her company's bankruptcy. Jiang Jiushi got up slowly and looked at her deeply for a while. Good night. Call me if you need anything. Wei Wei Bai just said coldly. Get lost. She didn't want to see him, so he immediately got lost. Jiang Jiushi felt that he had ruined his retribution for so many years. So the girl he liked was hurt by him. He swallowed this bitter fruit painfully. His throat was bleeding, and his heart was crushed into pieces. But he couldn't fall. Wei Wei Bai's most difficult part was not over yet. She hadn't gotten used to the pain of not being able to walk. He had to be her support. Jiang Jiushi struggled to get out of the door. When he saw that Luan Shan was awake, his expression wasn't much better. Luan Shan was an assistant that he had brought up single-handedly. They had a tacit understanding of each other for many years. The two of them didn't need to speak for a while to feel the desperate atmosphere. Jiang Jiushi was silent for a while. Look after Wei Wei. I'm going to rest. I'll resume rehabilitation tomorrow. The rehabilitation for the past few days had all fallen behind. He couldn't fall. Luan Shan immediately nodded seriously, but he still couldn't help but persuade him. It's better to stop for a while first. Don't force yourself to the point where you don't have time to rest. Jiang Jiushi shook his head calmly. His voice was light but firm. I have to recover the ability to walk quickly. Otherwise, he paused for a while but still said it. Who's going to carry her? Her leg was very likely to not be able to stand up. She stayed in the hospital for more than a week. After confirming that there were no sequelae from the surgery, she was discharged. A broken leg required a long time to recover, so as long as she was careful at home, it would be much better than in the hospital. Wei Weibai refused to talk to Jiang Jiushi. Jiang Jiushi didn't care and kept talking to himself. For example, whether the food tasted good, whether the wounds still hurt, and so on. A grown man was walking around her with a walking stick every day. Even the nurses felt that Jiang Jiushi was simply a peerless good man. They looked at Wei Weibai with envy. However, Wei Weibai remained calm. He thought about how she had been circling around him all this while. Now, she really wanted to kick him away, but Jiang Jiushi surrounded her. Every dog has its day. Man, The nurse put Wei Weibai in a wheelchair and pushed her out of the hospital. Wei Weibai frowned. She looked at Jiang Jiushi and suddenly said, "I don't want to go back with you, Jiang Jiushi." Jiang Jiushi was very patient. "Let your leg heal first, then we'll consider moving." If it was when she was fine, no matter how hard she tried, he would be patient and have the ability to accompany her. Even if she really hated him so much so that she ran abroad. Could it be that he didn't have the money to chase after her? But now he couldn't. Her leg was broken, and the cast had not been removed. If he continued to torment her, she would be the one suffering in the future. Wei Weibai was brought back. Now, she really couldn't run away even if she wanted to. The furnishings in the house had been changed. Everything was mainly for the convenience of pushing a wheelchair. The nanny also brought 2 little nannies, knowing that the house needed more care. After all the arrangements, it was already night. Wei Weibai had a cold expression on her face. Her eyes were lowered, and her thick eyelashes were like butterfly wings, casting a gloomy shadow under her eyelids. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2082. When she looked at him angrily, even resentfully, her brows were furrowed, and her pink lips were pursed tightly. Her face was pale, but made people feel weak and obedient. Jiang Jiushi did not know that when she hated someone, she could actually hate so softly. Why was she so easy to hurt? Back then, he was like her, sitting in a wheelchair and looking at others coldly. He was so scared that he would cry. Unlike her, who was so soft and powerless. She really couldn't hate someone well. Jiang Jiushi walked over and couldn't help but reach out to touch her hair. Actually, he wanted to pinch her angry face, but he couldn't bear to do it. Wei Weibai glared at him fiercely and slapped his hand away. "I don't want to be here. Are you deaf?" Jiang Jiushi saw that she was finally angry and her face was full of vitality. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that she wouldn't say anything and would hold it in. What if something went wrong in the end? Jiang Jiushi asked patiently. "Then where are you going?" Wei Weibai's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, but she still stubbornly raised her head with a cold and determined gaze. "I want to leave you." Jiang Jiushi was silent for a while before saying, "How are you going to leave me?" Wei Weibai paused for a moment, stumped by this question. Jiang Jiushi asked kindly, "Do you want me to book a car or a hotel for you?" Wei Weibai was speechless. Her lips trembled before she said, "It's none of your business." Jiang Jiushi whispered gently, "But I can't do it." How could he not care about her? Her request was too difficult. Wei Weibai couldn't bear with the stubborn Jiang Jiushi. "Jiang Jiushi, what else do you want? You brought me back without my wishes. It's illegal to detain me." Jiang Jiushi nodded. "I know. So what? I think that's what they always do on TV." He recalled for a moment and suddenly leaned over. His warm breath touched her cheek and dyed her pale complexion a little red. "Right now, you can't even call for help. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will hear you." Wei Weibai, why couldn't he just let her go? Jiang Jiushi was only joking. It was just that his expression was cold and not very funny. Wei Weibai was so angry that she wanted to raise her hand. She would vomit blood, so she couldn't hit her. What a scam. Jiang Jiushi seemed to know what she was going to do, but he didn't avoid it. He even stuck his face close to hers, waiting for her to vent her anger. Now was the time when she was the most confused and uncomfortable. If he didn't vent his anger, he might not be able to think straight in the future. From the moment he knew that she couldn't stand up, he had been thinking about it for more than 10 hours. He finally confirmed that he couldn't let go of her and liked her. If he could like her for a lifetime, it should be love. He calmly accepted that he had fallen in love with a girl. Then, he mentally prepared himself to be good to her and give her everything that she wanted. No matter how she hit or scolded him, no matter how she vented, he couldn't show any negative emotions. He wanted to be her man. So, he had to think of ways to get through all these difficulties. But after waiting for a long time, Jiang Jiushi still couldn't get her hand. He didn't expect that at this stage, she would still be so silly. Wei Wei retracted her hand and looked at him with reddened eyes. Jiang Jiushi, we're even now. Jiang Jiushi seemed to know what she was going to say. He retorted lightly, we're not even now. How could there be such a thing between them? And read the at https://www.sashu.com/ and read at https://www.sashu.com and read at https://www.sashu.com and read at https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 2083. Wei Wei clenched her fists and tried to suppress her impatience. Her expression turned cold. If it was really my parents who caused your legs to be disabled back then, I'll admit that you're here for revenge. I also believe you that my parents weren't killed by them. The calmer she was, the less gentle Jiang Jiushi's expression became. Wei Wei pointed at her legs. I admit that you're good to me, so let's not talk about the contract shaming or anything. Just treat it as a failed relationship. I'll return these legs to you, and we won't owe each other anything in the future. Jiang Jiushi really wished that she had hit him. He wouldn't have said such hurtful words. He endured the tearing pain in his chest and softened his voice. Wei Wei, what happened back then was different from what happened now. At that time, after your parents hit me, they panicked and reversed the car to escape. In the end, I didn't have to be disabled, but I could only sit in a wheelchair after being run over. So, he wasn't wrong to say that they were scum. Back then, even if those two people had the slightest intention of getting out of the car to check on him, he would still be injured. He was only injured to the extent of a bone fracture, not to the extent of being disabled for so many years. Wei Wei Bai's face was pitifully pale. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, but more than that, there was despair. They aren't that kind of person. Jiang Jiushi wanted to sneer and say even more cruel words to her. For example, how his parents knelt down and begged them to save his legs as soon as possible, even if they only paid for the surgery. But everything was in vain. He had seen with his own eyes how her parents had left him patiently without feeling guilty at all. So, when he found out that they died in a car accident, he really wasn't sad at all. What good could a person without compassion and conscience do? Doing business was all about squeezing the blood and sweat of others. The only good thing they did was to raise their daughter so well. But Jiang Jiushi didn't continue saying these words, because even if he told the truth, it would only hurt her. Therefore, Jiang Jiushi changed his tone and said gently, "All right, let's not talk about that. Even if we don't owe each other anything, I won't let you go." He used the most gentle voice to say the most domineering words. Wei Wei was really at a loss. She didn't know what to do. In the end, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly put her arm around his neck and forced him to lower his head. Jiang Jiushi was stunned. Her teeth had already bitten his shoulder. It was as if it was being gnawed by a small beast. It was filled with desperation. Jiang Jiushi knew what she was thinking. Her current messy life was all because of him. Her company went bankrupt and her parents died. She had completely lost the leg that she was most proud of. She could neither dance nor walk. To be able to say that they were even, she was already considered a saint. Therefore, he did not move and allowed her to vent her anger. He heard her muffled voice filled with grief. "You're bad. You're a big bad guy." Jiang Jiushi's hand slowly stroked her hair. He moved his shoulder closer, and there wasn't even a trace of pain on his face. He softly replied, "Congratulations. You've finally seen my true colors." Of course he was bad. He was very bad. He was so bad that he had pus flowing out of his feet. But it wouldn't be in the future. He would be good to her for the rest of her life. Wei Wei Bai bit even harder. The smell of blood spread. Jiang Jiushi was also in so much pain that his muscles were tense. However, he only pursed his lips and didn't move back, even to the extent that his voice was gentle and calm. Wei Wei, if your teeth are sore, relax a bit before biting. Don't break your teeth. Even Jiang Jiushi didn't believe it. It turned out that when he started to know how to love a girl, it was so painful that it penetrated his bones and made him bleed. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 96. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the button. Chapter 2084. Wei Wei Bai endured for a while and finally let go of her teeth. Her mouth was full of blood. Jiang Jiushi did not have any abnormalities. Blood seeped out of the wound on his neck and soaked his collar. The nanny was so scared that she immediately went to get the first aid kit. Jiang Jiushi calmly wiped her mouth, not caring at all about her madness. Jiang Jiushi went to treat the wound. The system asked strangely, "Is there no punishment?" She could not touch him, but she could use her mouth. Wei Wei Bai calmly wiped the corner of her mouth. There was still the smell of blood on it. I was punished. I also vomited blood. Then I swallowed it back. Of course, some of the blood was not swallowed in time and still spat on Jiang Jiushi's neck. She had to bite deeper, or else there was no way to explain where the blood came from. The system silently gave a thumbs up. The host was ruthless. Jiang Jiushi coaxed Wei Wei Bai to eat. She ate spoon by spoon at a very slow speed. It was obvious that she was eating in pain. The bruise on the corner of her mouth had faded, and the wound on her face did not need to be covered with a cotton cloth. The faint red marks on her pale face made people feel hopeless and weak. Jiang Jiushi did not like her pitiful appearance, but he also felt that it was understandable. After all, other people would feel terrible when they had a small illness. She did not have a leg. It was good enough that she did not go crazy. It was not like Jiang Jiushi had not experienced the process of wanting to go crazy, but suppressing it into a morbid state. After eating, Jiang Jiushi carefully counted the medicine for Wei Wei Bai, a pile of pills that looked disgusting. Wei Wei Bai looked at the medicine listlessly. She did not need Jiang Jiushi to say anything. She took the water that she had poured and swallowed it one drop at a time. She was like a little hamster, eating one pill at a time. She did not know that the medicine had to be swallowed to not torture people. After taking the medicine, Wei Wei Bai felt a bitter taste on the tip of her tongue. Jiang Jiushi suddenly reached out, lifted her chin, and gently stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth. The sweetness immediately spread on the tip of her tongue. A hint of surprise flashed across Wei Wei Bai's face. Jiang Jiushi immediately released her and smiled. "What movie do you like? I'll play it for you." Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. White-Hair Girl. Jiang Jiushi. The story of a bully kidnapping a girl. He touched the tip of his nose in amusement. Did he look like a landlord who was oppressing her? Jiang Jiushi had no choice but to look for resources. After all, it was a very old film, and the images were all in black and white. Jiang Jiushi connected the TV to the computer and turned on the movie. As expected, the quality of the picture was not very good. Wei Wei Bai didn't look down on them either. Instead, she looked at them calmly. Jiang Jiushi's leg had recovered quite well. He secretly put his crutches aside, got up, and walked to the kitchen. It was obvious that his leg was still twisted, but it was much better than before when he couldn't stand up at all. He picked up the fruit that the nanny had cut and slowly walked to the sofa. Putting the fruit on the table, he picked up a piece of apple and said with a smile, "Wei Wei, eat the fruit. I'll feed you." Wei Wei Bai looked at him as if she had seen a ghost. When Jiang Jiushi saw the shock in her eyes, she knew that her cold and aloof persona had collapsed. Thinking back to the past, he was like a landlord bully on TV, sneering and asking her to feed him. Those images were sweet to think about, but it was a sin to think about it too deeply. Thinking back to the first time he met her, she was like a cute little swan wearing a diamond crown, sparkling on the stage. Now, she was exhausted and sitting alone in a wheelchair. The last trace of life in her eyes was gone because of him. Chapter 2085. If there really was retribution in this world, his retribution had fallen on her. What was even more frightening was that this was right, because her pain would be multiplied tenfold, 100-fold, on his head. Why didn't he think of running away before? Running away before falling in love with her. It wouldn't have ended up in a situation where both sides suffered. Jiang Jiushi suppressed his unnecessary self-pity and maintained the same posture. In the end, his hands were sore. Wei Wei Bai's mouth was tight, her round eyes were straightened, and her face was indescribably cold. She was in a cold war with him. Jiang Jiushi could only give up in the end and throw the fruit into his mouth. Bitter. He forced a smile. It was also bitter. Actually, her current attitude was already very good. Even if she went crazy, she would still bite him. He was prepared to be stabbed by her with a knife. The system watched the story of the white-haired girl on TV with great interest. However, the host was suppressing her unhappiness. The system felt that the host's leg was broken. Although it didn't hurt after using painkillers, it was definitely unhappy. So it comforted her. The time for the strategy is almost up. We can go back. Don't worry about your leg. The torture points were at 90%. After another round of torture, Jiang Jiushi would be at 10%, and the favorability points would be left with a few points. The host's business ability was strong, so the strategy would definitely be completed in these 2 months. Wei Wei Bai, it's not the leg. 10 best warming system of the year. Then where does your body hurt? Wei Wei Bai's face darkened. Remember to remind me not to drink milk later. System? ? Was she worried that Jiang Jiushi would poison her? Wei Wei Bai, my leg is broken. If I want to go to the toilet at night, it's too difficult for my hand to crawl. When she was dancing, most of her strength was trained on her leg. Actually, it wasn't that she couldn't walk upside down, but the cast on her leg was too heavy. She was worried that the cast on her leg would hit her face. She told the system about her worries. The system remained silent for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. You should ask the male lead to carry you. Halfway through his speech, everyone fell silent. Your leg is broken. So is mine. No one was able to take advantage of the other. It was truly a miserable situation of being evenly matched. Wei Wei Bai had trouble going to the toilet. She was so depressed that she finally fell asleep under the hypnosis of the black and white film. Jiang Jiushi had been paying attention to her. She leaned against the sofa with her head tilted. Her petite body sank into the soft backrest, and her braided hair fell to the side of her arms. His pale face had a faint, unhealthy, grayish-green hue to it. Jiang Jiushi was afraid that she would catch a cold if she slept like this. He got up and came to her side. She called softly, Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai didn't respond. Her tightly pursed lips and furrowed brows relaxed a lot. Her soft face still looked fragile, but she was not as nervous as when she was awake. Jiang Jiushi felt like he was torturing her like an eagle. Of course, he knew that she didn't want to see him. Seeing him reminded her of her broken leg. He was practically the culprit who caused her to be hit by a car. She wanted to see how he would react. Even the kindest person couldn't forgive in an instant. Jiang Jiushi was silent for a while before he quietly lowered his head and kissed the wound at the corner of her mouth that had already healed. He also kissed the red scar on her cheek that was starting to heal. Then he gathered his strength and reached across her knees and under her armpits. He wanted to hug her. This hug really used up all of his strength. Chapter 2086. Jiang Jiushi didn't even frown when he felt a familiar pain in his leg. He held his breath as he slowly limped towards her and held her in his arms. The nanny came out of the kitchen after cleaning up and saw Jiang Jiushi carrying Wei Wei Bai as he walked towards the room at a tortoise's pace with great difficulty. She opened her mouth. Jiang Jiushi shook his head and finally let him enter the room successfully. This position was very embarrassing for this man, and his limp was even more obvious. But he seemed to be unaware of it. Tormenting himself like this was a little painful, but at least it could divert his attention. It wasn't so uncomfortable. He put her on the bed and adjusted a comfortable position for her. Then he got on the bed and reached out to carefully hold her in his arms, trying his best to make her feel less uncomfortable. The lights were on. Jiang Jiushi looked at her face for a long time. The more he looked, the more he liked her. In the end, he couldn't help but kiss her face many times. Then he smelled her familiar scent and slowly closed his eyes to sleep. In the middle of the night, he heard a faint sound. Jiang Joshi suddenly opened his eyes. The fatigue in his eyes was replaced by sober vigilance. The person in his arms was frowning and muttering something. Jiang Joshi knew that she was having a nightmare, so he didn't dare to disturb her. Instead, he gently reached out and patted her back. Wei Wei Bai's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. Then she said softly, thirsty, Jiang Joshi, then remembered that she used to like to drink something before sleeping. Sometimes it was milk, sometimes it was water or fruit juice. Jiang Joshi immediately got up. There was a thermos on the table, and he poured a cup of warm ginseng tea. Then he came to the bedside and found that she had fallen asleep again. Listening to her quiet and even breathing, Jiang Joshi thought for a moment and took a big sip of the ginseng tea in his hand. Then he reached across her neck and carefully held her face. He lowered his head and kissed her dry lips gently. Even though Wei Wei Bai was asleep, she still instinctively swallowed. He was especially careful and slow, so by the time he finished feeding her, she was lying softly in his arms. She had no idea what he was doing. Jiang Joshi's movements were very slow. After he stuffed her back into the blanket, he realized that his back was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. It was the most dangerous, most embarrassing, and most nervous time when he was creating the project. There was no need to go that far. His love for her was a mixture of all kinds of feelings. The most obvious emotion in it was pity. Now that she was like this, she couldn't leave him. She would probably die if she left him. Jiang Joshi looked at her soft face. As a man, he was almost beaten down by his disability. How could she get through this crisis alone? She was right to be angry, but it was stupid to push him away. What she should do now was to hug his golden thigh and live a good life. In the end, she refused to hug him. He could only sigh and force her to hug him. Although the car accident was an accident, how could people be so open-minded? So when she looked at him coldly, Jiang Joshi could still deal with these negative emotions calmly. Jiang Joshi thought about it for a long time, and his mood improved a lot. He had always been rational. After being sad for a while, he would not continue to immerse himself in sadness. Instead of being in a bad mood and feeling sad when he looked at her, it was better to think of something good and help her solve all her problems. That was the right thing to do. So when Wei Wei Bai woke up the next day because of the urge to go to the toilet, she saw that her sadomasochism points had decreased and her favorability had increased to 97. Chapter 2087. Wait a minute. Why would this thing regress? Wasn't this a scam? She stared at Jiang Joshi's face and finally calmed down. For a man like Jiang Joshi, once he regained his rationality, he would be able to think through everything. No sadness would bother him for long. His favorable impression of her had rushed up to more than 90 points. He was just sure of a life and death commitment. He could still suppress his emotions with rationality and continue to deal with everything calmly. At the same time, his favorable impression of her would increase as well. If it wasn't for the fact that her emotions were blocked, Wei Wei Bai would have held his hand and said, "Brother, we can definitely be friends." Such a cold temperament and a brain that was about to explode from rationality. He was someone who could do great things. Wei Wei Bai estimated that even if she broke her own hand, she wouldn't be able to torture him anymore. It was really difficult to get favorable impression of her. It was even more difficult to torture him. She was already in such a state, yet he was still so calm. Wei Wei Bai sighed. She had met her match. The system also stared at him for a long time and retreated a little. But the host was already in such a state, yet the favorable impression of her was still so high. Jiang Joshi could still adjust his mood. He first increased the favorable impression of her and then decreased it. As expected, she still had to continue practicing the neck twisting dance. The host and the system were both in a bad mood at the same time, because they both thought of a problem. Her legs were already broken. What should she do when the side punishment came? Doing a handstand and twisting her neck like a bee dancing, Jiang Joshi finished some work and came out of the study. He saw Wei Wei Bai, who was drinking medicine. She was staring at the wall in a daze. Her face was blank, and her eyes were lifeless. He stood there for a while before his expression relaxed. He then revealed a gentle smile and walked over. Wei Wei Bai held the bowl. Her mind was filled with the tragic scene of the handstand dance. It was too tragic. She wanted to die on the spot. Finished drinking? Jiang Jiushi took her bowl away and stuffed a candy from her pocket into her mouth. His pockets were filled with snacks to coax little girls. Sweetness was the most popular taste among girls. Wei Wei Bai subconsciously took a sip of the candy. It tasted sweet. She looked at him expressionlessly, but she didn't reject his candy. Jiang Jiushi knew that this was a good sign. He knew that she wouldn't hate him for long. Revenge was definitely not the most important thing in her life for someone who didn't forget to volunteer at the nursing home even when she was running away. Jiang Jiushi took some books. What do you like to read? I'll read it to you, okay? Wei Wei Bai looked up at him. Her eyes were cold, but they contained complicated emotions. Finally, she said, 2 or 3 things about the blackening of the school hunk and the tyrannical underachiever. Jiang Jiushi said calmly, I'll look for it for you, even though the name made it seem like a third-rate novel. But he didn't expect the writing to be so bad. Most importantly, it was written in the language of men and men. Even though Jiang Jiushi had been through a lot, he had never seen something like this before. Wei Wei Bai said, Read it. Jiang Jiushi smiled bitterly. He really knew how to torment people. Then, he coughed softly and couldn't help but lower his voice. That guy pinned him against the wall of the rooftop. He gave him a devilish smile. Man, you're mine, you know. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but facepalm. What the hell was this? Bai Weiwei's face also reddened, but seeing him in such a sorry state, she couldn't help but pull up the corners of her mouth and hold back a smile. Jiang Jiushi observed carefully and noticed that she had softened in that instant. That bit of awkwardness was completely gone. He continued to read. He tied his hands together and picked up the candle. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here, and TXT download at https://www.sashu.com. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read it on your phone. https://m. sashu.com//. Chapter 2088. Wei Wei Bai's eyes widened. She did not expect the scale to be so big. Jiang Jiushi's cold face did not have a trace of awkwardness. Even his voice was slightly magnetic, with a contrasting sense of asceticism. The leather whip hits the beautiful back, like a red flower blooming in the snow. So beautiful that it makes people tremble. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said, Stop reading. Jiang Jiushi looked up and saw the rare color on her cheeks. He did not continue reading, but searched. What else do you want to hear? I'll find it for you. Oh, the overbearing CEO's late-night date with the male secretary. The beast doctor's special examination with a beautiful male patient. Damn, he had seen thick-skinned people. He had never seen someone so thick-skinned. Wei Wei Bai held her forehead. She had goosebumps as she listened. Jiang Jiushi could actually use his beautiful, decent lips to read such a shameless book. This could not defeat him. Wei Wei Bai felt that even if he became the main character in the book, he would still be able to solve all the problems with a calm face. It was impossible to make him sad for a long time. He was stubborn, unmoved by force or persuasion. In the beginning, Wei Wei Bai was still confident in this side quest. She was not invincible when it came to torturing people, but she still had experience. In the end, she encountered the biggest iron plate in history. He did not fall for it. He could handle self-harm. He even found the resources to read a little pornographic novel. Jiang Jiushi's eyes were actually burned, but if it could make Wei Wei Bai a little angry, he would not be able to read it. He could go to a good person and ask for a peaceful life. Jiang Jiushi smiled. I'm in a bad mood. Don't look at this. You don't like it. If you want to vent, do it to me. As long as you don't hurt yourself, you can hit me. The 24 filial piety was really touching. The system who was gluing Dolly's eyes said, Why don't you try doing a handstand to practice your dance? When the host is about to break up with the other targets, the host is about to break up with the host. It was estimated that the torture points would be filled to the brim. In the end, he encountered that old fox, Jiang Jiushi. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kill him. The host was probably in despair. Wei Wei Bai was indeed desperate. Don't talk to me. My hand hurts now. Just imagining a face-to-face dance. Not only did his hands hurt, but his neck also hurt. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai was depressed again, Jiang Jiushi held her hand. Don't hold it in when you're in a bad mood. You can torture me if you're angry. It was Wei Wei Bai's first time seeing a target so eager to be abused. If she really whipped him, he would probably agree. Jiang Jiushi knew that she could not let go. She did not know how to torture people. She would only torture herself. Therefore, he walked over and took out a large stack of documents. These are all enterprise project documents for the second half of the year. Tear them up. After saying that, he even demonstrated and tore a document into pieces. If I tear up a document, it will cost me more money and energy to redo it. It's especially torturous. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Jiang Jiushi saw that she was still unhappy, so he went to get a laptop. Come, smash it. There are a lot of secrets in there. If you smash it, it will take me more than half a year to reorganize it. Wei Wei Bai's expression gradually became desperate. Jiang Jiushi racked his brains. Do you like to whip people? I'll whip them for you. Wei Wei Bai, I'm kneeling to Big Boss Jiang. This man's heart must be made of diamond. He was like a titanium alloy cockroach that couldn't be beaten to death. Wei Wei Bai sized him up and saw that he was exuding a masochistic aura. Chapter 2089. The more he tortured her, the happier he felt. She weakly reached out to cover her face and finally said, "Dance for me. I really can't torture you, you little bastard." Jiang Jiushi frowned. He didn't know how to dance. Wei Wei Bai also didn't expect to torture him with dancing. He was so thick-skinned. So she said coldly, "If you don't know, then go away." Jiang Jiushi immediately pulled his clothes. "What kind of dance do you like? Ballet or modern dance?" Bai Weiwei was almost startled by the bold and unrestrained posture. "If you want to dance, dance. Why are you taking off your clothes?" Weiwei Bai sulked for a long time and deliberately wanted to embarrass him. "Kelp dance." Jiang Jiushi searched for kelp dance. He was speechless. This feeling was as low as square dancing. It was a little hard to explain. However, it was rare for Wei Wei Bai to ask for anything. Jiang Jiushi didn't stand on ceremony and stood up. His legs were a little limp. Then he looked at the video on his phone and tried to reach out and shake it. Like this? Wei Wei Bai's expression had gone from despair to hopelessness. How to torture this kind of man? Her ability to get high was top-notch. Jiang Jiushi twisted his waist with difficulty. His handsome face was still serious. Is the posture correct? Wei Wei Bai refused to talk to him. She slowly pushed the wheelchair, wanted to get away from this big pig trotter who couldn't be tortured to death. Jiang Jiushi reached out and trapped her wheelchair. He chuckled softly. "Don't you like it? How about the three little bears dance for you to see?" Wei Wei Bai reached out and slapped his shameless face. "Go away." Jiang Jiushi let go of her as she wished and let her escape. The teasing smile on his face slowly disappeared. He looked at her calmly and with some relief. If only she could be happier. Not to mention a kelp dance, even a striptease would be fine. The system, however, was desperately trying to save its host. Wake up isn't just a wasp dance. It doesn't matter if I can't abuse the male lead. Wei Wei Bai said, "I've never seen such a thick-skinned person." The system asked, "Don't you look in the mirror every day?" Wei Wei Bai, the system replied, "Don't worry. There's no such thing as failure in life. Stand up after failure." Wei Wei Bai said, "My leg is broken." "Oh, that's right. I can't stand up." Wei Wei Bai knew that Jiang Jiushi was fully prepared. Right now, she was making a big fuss and turning the world upside down. He could also handle everything calmly. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a big shot who had risen from the bottom to the top to crush his heart. She had already used up all her tricks, but Jiang Jiushi still had a bunch of tricks waiting for her. Jiang Jiushi tore up a pile of original documents, and Luan Shan came knocking on his door. It was very troublesome to remake this thing. However, Director Jiang was calm. Wei Wei likes it. Luan Shan was speechless. In the end, he said, "Is Miss Bai feeling better?" Her leg was broken, and it was a dance. Wasn't that equivalent to losing a life? Jiang Joshi thought for a while and smiled. She's much more energetic recently. During the half a month when her leg was broken, her mental state was extremely bad. Even Jiang Joshi's heart skipped a beat. During this time, he spared no effort to coax her. She finally started to get impatient, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes. If Wan Shan knew about Jiang Joshi's so-called energy, it would be Wei Wei Bai's disdainful gaze. She would definitely doubt her life. Wan Shan thought for a while and took out 2 tickets. These are tickets to Miss Bai's dance troupe's dance show. The last show will be held tonight. Chapter 2090. Jiang Joshi was silent. He hesitated for a while, but he still took the 2 light but heavy tickets. He knew what Wan Shan meant. Wei Wei Bai didn't dare to go out now. She had been avoiding the dance troupe. She didn't even dare to watch her favorite dance show. This wasn't a good sign. If she didn't untie the knot in her heart, she would never get better. When Jiang Joshi finished eating at night, he suddenly said, "Wei Wei, let's go out and play." Wei Wei Bai's expression changed. She dropped the chopsticks in her hand and said with a trembling voice, "I don't want to go out." Jiang Joshi didn't listen to her. Instead, he pushed her wheelchair and walked out. "It's just a walk," he said calmly. But when they arrived at that familiar place, Wei Wei Bai's face was already pale and desperate. "I want to go back, Jiang Joshi." The lights on the stage were already turned on. The audience was very lively, but Wei Wei Bai seemed to have come to a terrible hell. She looked at Jiang Joshi with a pleading look. Jiang Joshi's eyes flashed with suppressed sadness. He reached out and hugged her, pressing her face into his chest. "It's okay, I'll be with you." He forced her to return to reality instead of avoiding staying at home all the time. She would fall sick. He didn't want her to never see the sun and feel that there were better things in this world. The dance show was very successful. Without Wei Wei Bai, there were a lot of highlights, but it was still gorgeous and beautiful. The audience applauded thunderously at the end, but Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. Jiang Joshi pushed her and limped out of the performance venue. She sat in the wheelchair. The little bit of vitality she had with difficulty was replaced by a defeated aura. Under the cold moonlight, the shadows of the 2 of them seemed very lonely. He suddenly said, "Wei Wei, can I carry you?" Wei Wei Bai forced a smile. "Jiang Joshi, is it that fun? Do you like to laugh at me that much?" Jiang Joshi didn't seem to hear the sharpness in her voice. Instead, he slowly walked in front of her and calmly looked at the embarrassment in her eyes. He continued, repeating in a low voice, "I'll carry you." Wei Wei Bai exploded. She clasped his arm with both hands. "You know how much pain I'm in. Why did you let me see this?" The sympathetic, mocking, and regretful gazes of others. There was also the stage play that was successful despite losing her. It was as if she was being hanged on the spot. Jiang Joshi knew what was going on, but he turned around and said, "Come, I'll carry you." Wei Wei Bai said, "You're crippled. You can't carry me." Jiang Joshi was silent for a moment before saying indifferently, "I pay attention to my image because I climbed up from the bottom. In the eyes of others, I'm a disabled upstart. In recent years, I've been practicing to be a perfect upper-class person. I'm very successful." Now, in the eyes of others, he didn't have the aura of an upstart at all. Jiang Joshi said, "Wei Wei, I'm also a man. I have dignity. I pay attention to my image." Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, as if she didn't understand what he was going to say. Jiang Joshi smiled. "Now that I'm limping out with you, I'm exposing my scars." This walking posture was embarrassing and ridiculous. Under the moonlight, his voice was clear and cold, but it was filled with strength. "Now, I'm being publicly executed like you." She couldn't dance and appeared in front of the dance troupe. He walked awkwardly and appeared in high society. He had no image at all. Jiang Joshi said, "I know you're angry, so I'll make you happier, okay? If I carry you, people will laugh at me when they see my clown-like posture. No one will remember your embarrassing state." He really didn't know what romance was. He wouldn't condone Wei Wei by being dispirited, but he would be a qualified man and protect her. Jiang Joshi squatted a little strenuously, but he still maintained his posture. Just when he thought that Wei Wei Bai would ignore him, a hand pressed on his shoulder. Then, there was the familiar softness of her body. Jiang Joshi smiled and carried her on his back with all his strength. There was still a sharp pain in his leg, but when he went for rehabilitation, the doctor said that he was recovering well. Carrying her on his back, as long as he could endure the pain, it wouldn't cause irreversible damage to his leg bones. He walked very slowly. Wei Wei Bai's face was pressed against his neck, and after a while, it was wet with tears. She said softly, "Jiang Joshi, why are you so annoying?" Jiang Joshi curled his lips. "Yes, but in my eyes, you're very likable." Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 98. The system silently bounced a sad wasp. The host was crying, being tortured by Jiang Joshi. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like. Chapter 2091. The days were peaceful, quiet, and hard to describe. Wei Wei Bai looked at Jiang Joshi's unchanging gentle face. She felt that she was really tired from all the work she had to do. In the past month, she had been trying her best to torture herself. However, Jiang Joshi was always able to turn her spirit of turning the world upside down and turning it into a warm spring breeze. In his eyes, she was probably just a proposal. It was filled with a bunch of words. "Oh, Wei Wei is going to be angry again today. You should be gentle." "Oh, Wei Wei is even angrier today. You should be gentle." "Oh, Wei Wei is not angry or depressed today. You should do a striptease to lift her spirits." Wei Wei Bai. Complete failure. My torture points are stuck at 90%. I can't move at all. The system said that if Jiang Joshi did a few more stripteases, it would probably drop from 90 to 80. However, her affinity level had risen to 99. This was the first time she felt that a 99 affinity level was very scary. The system and the host looked at Jiang Joshi deeply. He was counting the amount of medicine for her every day. No matter what, she had to take it. His eyelashes were drooping and his eyes were deep. One look and one could tell that he was a sly old fox. The system said, "Why don't we practice?" Wei Wei Bai said, "Even if he is an impenetrable wall, I will dig a hole in it." The system said, "You've said this 20 times. Wei Wei Bai said, "I don't believe that he's an egg without any cracks." The system said, "You've said this 3 or 4 times. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. "Don't talk to me. I'm in despair." The system said, "You said this yesterday." Wei Wei Bai, Jiang Joshi looked up. The darkness in his eyes was gone, replaced by gentleness. "Wei Wei, it's time to take your medicine." Wei Wei Bai. If she didn't eat, he would disgust her into eating. For example, he would stuff the pill into his mouth and then force it into her mouth. It was so bitter and disgusting that she felt uncomfortable no matter how many candies she ate. Only Jiang Joshi could still smile and ask her if she wanted to continue. He liked this game very much. Jiang Joshi watched her take the medicine and instructed the nanny to pay attention to some things. Then he lowered his head and kissed her hair, saying softly, "I'm going to the office. I'll be back soon." His working hours were now reduced to the minimum. If it wasn't the most important thing, he never went to the company. Even if he went to the company, he would come back as soon as he finished his work. Jiang Joshi flirted with Wei Wei Bai for a while before he took his suit jacket and crutches and turned to leave. When he opened the door and went out, he deliberately looked back. Sure enough, he saw Wei Wei Bai looking at him with infatuation. He couldn't help but smile before walking out. When he went out and saw the car, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Wan Shan was in the back seat, holding a notebook. After Jiang Joshi got in, he heard him say, "Recently, the Chun family's pace has been a little wrong. More than half of the cooperation projects have been canceled. It's okay. It will be settled soon." Jiang Joshi calmly put on his jacket and buttoned it up expressionlessly. His expression was calm and cold. Drive. Then he closed his eyes to rest. When he was at home, his attention was highly focused on Wei Wei Bai. Even when he slept, he was alert. So now he was going to the company to rest and solve his work. Although this kind of day was very tiring, every time he saw the gloominess in her eyes, it was replaced by the light of anger. Is at https://www.sashu.com/. Chapter 2092. He felt that everything was worth it. The Chun family's sudden backstabbing made Jiang Jiushi spend some time to figure out how much he had lost. He also found out why the Chun family did this. The head of the Chun family changed to Chun Wanchi's brother. Even if Chun Wanchi's character was rotten to the core, his brother couldn't wait to make her into a fairy. There was no need to talk about the plastic sibling relationship they had since they were young. A legitimate daughter was the best marriage tool for the family. The better Chun Wanchi's reputation was, the more likely it was for her to get a super rich husband. No wonder the Chun family suddenly stopped cooperating with them. Chun Wanchi knew that he was the one who planned to ruin her reputation back then. It was impossible for him not to cause a ruckus when he returned. Perhaps he weighed Chun Wanchi's interests and gave up on cooperating with them. Jiang Jiushi opened his laptop and pulled up all the information on the Chun family, including the recent stock market data. Meeting? Wanshan immediately nodded. What's the topic of the meeting? Jiang Jiushi crossed his hands and looked at the computer screen indifferently. His cold face was hidden in the shadows. Acquisition of the Chun family. Wanshan was stunned and then got up. Okay, I'll inform the higher-ups. Jiang Jiushi looked at the information on the screen expressionlessly. He knew that people like Chun Wanchi were very disgusting and paranoid. A woman who could help her brother gain the trust of girls for a long time and then drug them. Not to mention that she was sick, she was definitely vicious. If he didn't deal with this kind of person quickly, did he have to wait for her to come and harm Wei Wei? Jiang Jiushi rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. He had encountered many perverts in his life, both men and women. If he could use them, he would use them. If he couldn't, he would kick them away. It wasn't until he met Wei Wei that he realized why his circle was so sick. It was because he was a pervert himself. So birds of a feather flocked together. And Wei Wei was the most normal, cutest, and softest ray of light he had ever met in his life. Compared to her, even perverts were light. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but think if Wei Wei suddenly became incomparably ruthless and insisted on kicking him away. He was probably even more stubborn than Chun Wanchi. Imprisonment was considered a light punishment. He was capable of doing anything. Fortunately, she was not good at hating people. Jiang Jiushi rejoiced from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he might not be so normal right now. Because of the Chun family's matter, Jiang Jiushi was busy and didn't go back until the evening. During this period, he made several calls home to make sure that everything was fine with Wei Wei Bai. Only then did he continue to immerse himself in the fierce business battle. In the past, these things could excite him. Now, he felt that this was a boring job. He couldn't wait to finish the acquisition case and go home. When he got home, Wei Wei was already asleep. Some of the pills were calming, so she would always go to bed early after taking them. The nanny came forward to take Jiang Jiushi's coat, and he also passed a crutch to her. Then he went to the kitchen to eat some supper, washed himself, and quietly went to bed. She slept soundly. Recently, she had also gained back some weight. There was a trace of blood on her soft cheeks. Her clean fingers were also resting on the pillow, curling a few strands of her long hair. Jiang Jiushi carefully hugged her. She was white and soft, with a light fragrance. It was really the best reward after returning home from a day's work. Jiang Jiushi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The gloominess and coldness in his eyes melted. It was just pure nostalgia and joy. It was like a teenager looking at the girl of his first love. In that instant, his heart softened like molasses. It was so good to be able to hug her to sleep like this. And Wei Wei Bai. I feel like I'm having a nightmare of being strangled by the tentacle monster again. I can't turn over. Huff suck sleepya. To facilitate the next reading, you can click on at the bottom to record this reading record. Chapter 2093. The Chun family had a lot of crises. Many of the heartless things they did in the past were also exposed. There was a lot of discussion on the internet. Wei Wei Bai went online to look at Weibo when she was bored. Her little angel Weibo was not updated much. After all, her legs were crippled. It was hard for the fans who watch her dance to watch her disco in a wheelchair, so she would occasionally post pictures of flowers, plants, cats, and dogs. She also gained a bunch of fans for no reason. Perhaps she had accidentally placed all kinds of low-key, luxurious pots and jars in her house on the table when she was taking out the flowers and plants. There were benefits to going on Weibo. The system cut off the remote monitoring of Jiang Jiushi. She did not know what Jiang Jiushi was doing recently. His favorability was frozen at 99. She did not dare to fill it up. Her heartbreak value was also stuck at 90%. She did not move much. She only had less than a day left to complete her strategy. During this period of time, the two of them did not talk about side missions. Even she would occasionally listen to the music of flying bumblebees. The rhythm of the explosion. Were they like wild bees when they danced? They were probably having epilepsy. Wei Wei Bai also saw the news of the Chen family on the internet. She searched deeper for other information. It was probably Jiang Jiushi who was destroying the Chen family, because he did not hide his intention to buy the Chen family at all. Wei Wei Bai held the juice and looked at the computer in a daze. Her brain was not working. Jiang Jiushi did not increase her heartbreak value during this period of time. Chen family buying. Chen Wanqi. Wei Wei Bai's eyes sharpened. Jiang Jiushi was so anxious to suppress the Chen family. Did Chen Wanqi do something? Wei Wei Bai asked the system about Chen Wanqi's recent activities. The system looked. She did not do anything. Every night, she hugged the male lead's photo in the financial magazine and then quarreled with her brother every day. She said that she did not want to go on blind dates. Even if she wanted to go on blind dates, she would go on blind dates with the male lead. Wei Wei Bai. Licking Jiang Jiushi would leave him with nothing. Was that man someone an ordinary person could lick? She had broken both her legs and her parents. Yet Jiang Jiushi still had a rational look on her face. And this was only because his favorability was above 90, that he had a good expression. If she could choose her target, she wouldn't have come to attack Jiang Jiushi. She would be exhausted to death. Originally, Wei Wei Bai was still wondering if she could make use of the Chen family. However, seeing Chen Wanqi like this, Wei Wei Bai could only give up. She had already become a pitiful bootlicker. Out of her sense of responsibility to protect animals, she did not disturb her. Wei Wei Bai's expression was as calm as the wind. Come, Tongzi, where are you? Let's practice dancing. Host, you have to pull yourself together. Forget it. He had been practicing his dance skills for 2 months, so it was time for him to make a dazzling entrance. Let the host worship his perfect and cool dance moves. That was why the system said, we can only meet when the side quest fails and the punishment descends. Wei Wei Bai said, then I'll practice handstand first. The system said, pull yourself together, don't practice handstand now. You should at least wear pants first. What handstand with a skirt? Jiang Jiushi looked at the time and calmly wiped his mouth with a tissue. Mr. Chen, have you signed? In a high-class restaurant, the Chen family and his people had gathered 3 tables of people. Jiang Jiushi purposely booked the entire restaurant to give the Chen family one last beautiful dinner. In the future, there would probably be no more money coming in. The head of the Chen family was sweating profusely and his face was pale. He hesitated for a while, but still signed. The Chen family was officially bought by Jiang Jiushi's company. /the is at https://m. Sashu. Com. Chapter 2094. He had no choice but to sign it. The Chen family had done so many terrible things in the past that they could spend the rest of their lives in prison. Without this money, they would be done for. Wan Shan took over a few contracts, and a few of Jiang Jiushi's executives also rushed forward. Those who confirmed, and those who checked. There were no more problems. They would use the fastest speed to notarize the transfer of ownership and take over the Chen family's company. This takeover war lasted for more than 2 months. It finally came to an end today. As the victor, Jiang Jiushi did not have a trace of pride. Instead, he stood up calmly and walked out elegantly with his walking stick. However, Master Chen suddenly said coldly, Jiang Jiushi, the winner takes all. You can stand in such a high position, but you are not a good person. How can you be so content? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Jiang Jiushi stopped in his tracks and turned his eyes indifferently. His gaze was incomparably cold. However, he was too lazy to talk to this prodigal dog. Instead, he walked out of the restaurant and said to Luan Shan, who followed him, hand over all the evidence of the Chun family's past crimes to the police. Didn't the Chun family want retribution? Jiang Jiushi thought indifferently. He would give it to them. How could a bunch of trash talk to him about retribution? Jiang Jiushi called home. Because of the contract signing, it was already past 10 p.m., and he was not home yet. He wondered if Wei Wei was asleep. The phone beeped and was picked up. Jiushi, a sweet voice came through. Jiang Jiushi frowned, and his heart sank. Do you miss me? Since the day I met you, I've been thinking about you every day. I think about you until I go crazy. Jiang Jiushi suppressed the trembling in his throat. His voice was suppressed and cold. Chen Wanshi. Chen Wanshi immediately smiled. That's great. I called you thousands of times a year, but you blocked all my phone numbers. Now, you're finally willing to listen to my calls. Jiang Jiushi. I can't remember anything like that. Those calls were probably handled by his secretary. Jiang Jiushi said calmly as he walked forward. What do you want? Wan Shan frowned, but when he saw Jiang Jiushi's eyes, he immediately reacted. He hurriedly called the bodyguard and drove the car over as fast as he could. Jiang Jiushi got into the car. His fingers, which were holding his phone, were a little pale. Chen Wanshi suddenly laughed hysterically. I've been waiting for you to say that for many years. Jiushi, what do I want? She suddenly said fiercely, I want to marry you. When Chen Wanshi roared out this sentence, Wei Wei Bai was almost deaf. She was tied to the wheelchair and was speechless. This was the first time he had seen someone so anxious and fierce when asking for her hand in marriage. Was this an evil female bandit planning to rob Jiang Jiushi, a good man from a good family? Ha! He was lucky that this day would come. Wei Wei Bai suppressed her gloating smile and tried to reduce her presence as much as possible. When Chen Wanshi came, she and the system were listening to the sound of bees flying. After tonight, a year was almost up. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. She was wearing thick cotton clothes. Wei Wei Bai was still thinking that Jiang Jiushi would come back tonight, so she might as well seduce him or something. At most, she could put some candles on him or tie his hands. With this stimulation, it would be impossible for him to succeed. Then, the main mission would be full. She had to give up the side mission. In the end, she was too engrossed in the music. Chen Wanshi came in and held a knife to her neck. A few fierce-looking men stopped the bodyguards and the nanny. Just like that, all of them were controlled. Wei Wei Bai asked the system, didn't you say that she was licking the photos? Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m Sashu.com. Chapter 2095. The system said, I didn't know that she would suddenly want to lick a real person. It was indeed an oversight, because Chen Wanshi had nothing to do with the mission and monitoring required energy. So the system did not monitor her. So when someone came to kill them, he and the host were still in a daze. Wei Wei Bai said calmly, there's still more than an hour before the mission is accepted. If we don't grasp the time well, the side mission and the main mission may fail. The system was silent for a moment, suppressing the fear of the terrible consequences if she failed. Then it said softly, even if you fail, you'll be fine. Wei Wei Bai nodded, not noticing the seriousness in the system's tone. She had so much life points, if she failed to return to a plane, she would just not be able to get life points from Yi Xuan. It would not cause too terrible of consequence. Jiang Jiushi was speechless when he heard the words, I want to marry you. He held back his chaotic breathing and said softly, I know how you feel about me, but I feel that our personalities are not very compatible, so I don't want to hold you back. Chen Wanshi said, I can change. Do you like Wei Wei Bai's personality? I can learn to dance. I can even go for plastic surgery. I can become her. Wei Wei Bai and the system were speechless. To have such a sick admirer. It was very scary. Jiang Jiushi was not moved at all, but when he heard Wei Wei Bai's name, his face paled a little. He had to calm down, Wei Wei was definitely in her hands. He could not let Chen Wanqi vent her anger on Wei Wei Bai. Jiang Jiushi tried to suppress the huge panic in his heart. The calmness in his eyes was about to shatter. Only his voice maintained a gentle rhythm. Wanqi, I actually have a good impression of you. When I first met you, I thought you were a good person. Chen Wanqi seemed to be shocked for a while. Then she said with joy, Really? Jiushi? Her voice even became sweet, like a little girl's. Jiang Jiushi suppressed the feeling of disgust and continued to try to comfort her. But your brother threatened me and told me not to get close to you because I was just a poor boy at that time. Fortunately, he had been accompanying Wei Wei to read all kinds of deceptive CEO novels recently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come up with such ridiculous lies. Wanshan drove the car very fast. He was about to see the house. After the ecstasy, Chen Wanqi finally calmed down. She went crazy again. You lied to me. If you buy my family, I will no longer be the eldest daughter of the Chen family. I will never be able to get close to you again. Jiang Jiushi's expression was very ugly. The car had already stopped. Behind his car, several other cars stopped as well. A group of bodyguards got off the car and immediately followed behind him in silence. Jiang Jiushi tried his best to laugh gently. How could that be? It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Wanqi's voice was also incomparably gentle. Even in my dreams, I want to talk to you like this. It's so beautiful, even if it's fake. Jiang Jiushi's pupils shrank. He hurriedly sped up and rushed forward. Don't hurt her. Sure enough, Chen Wanqi's voice became sweet. Then I'll kill your little darling, okay? Jiang Jiushi finally couldn't suppress his anger and fear. Chen Wanqi, if you dare to touch her, I'll let you die without a burial place. He had already rushed to the door. Seeing that the door was unlocked, he immediately pushed it open. As soon as he entered, he saw the cold blade, which shone with a terrifying luster under the light. // Chapter 2096. The gleam of the knife had already sunk into the weak body in the wheelchair that couldn't resist. Wei Wei Bai. She had never seen such a neat villain. He killed as he pleased, without a single word of nonsense. The system's hand trembled and threw out all the painkillers. Jiang Jiushi rushed over recklessly. Chen Wanqi pulled out the knife that had sunk in her body, and bright red blood splattered out. Everything seemed to be in slow motion in Jiang Jiushi's eyes. He could see Wei Wei's blank gaze. She didn't even look like she was in pain. She just had a strange look on her face, like a child who didn't understand what was wrong with her. Jiang Jiushi swung his crutch and hit Chen Wanqi's face. The knife in Chen Wanqi's hand fell to the ground. She covered her face and howled. As for the people she brought with her, they were entangled with Luan Shan's people. In the chaotic scene, Jiang Jiushi had already taken off his clothes and wrapped them around Wei Wei Bai's abdomen. Blood gushed out of the wound. The blood on his fingertips was warm, but it quickly cooled down. It was as if her life was draining away. Wei Wei Bai slowly blinked. Her pale face had an illusory beauty under the light. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Jiushi, I'm in pain. Tears gushed out of Jiang Jiushi's eyes. His lips trembled. He didn't look like his usual steady self at all. I'll take you to the hospital. It's okay. It's not a fatal injury. More blood gushed out. He picked up the knife on the ground. It was covered in her blood. He cut the rope around her body. Then, he carried her with all his might and limped out. Wan Shan and a few assistants followed. The car arrived quickly. In the back seat, Jiang Jiushi and an assistant who knew a little about first aid. They quickly bandaged her wound. If the bleeding didn't stop, he probably wouldn't make it to the hospital. Wei Wei Bai was curled up in Jiang Jiushi's arms. Blood was still dripping from her abdomen. Jiang Jiushi kept patting her face. Wei Wei, don't sleep. We're almost there. His eyes revealed a mournful despair, all of the crazy emotions hidden under the calm. They all poured out. He hugged her almost hysterically and kept shouting in her ear, Don't sleep. Please don't sleep. Her body was too cold. He looked at the knife. It was the kind with a reverse hook groove that was used for bleeding. When Jiang Jiushi saw the knife, he almost went crazy. Wei Wei Bai quietly leaned against his chest and struggled to open her eyes. Her lips trembled. He seemed to want to say something, but he was too weak. He was so weak that he didn't have any strength left. Jiang Jiushi didn't let go of any chance to wake her up. He leaned over. "What do you want to say? Tell me, I'm listening." Wei Wei Bai suddenly smiled, and her eyes lit up. Even her complexion looked better, with a hint of ominous color. "I saw my mother." Jiang Jiushi's body stiffened, and he forced a smile. "Really?" Wei Wei Bai smiled innocently. Her voice was very weak, but it was soaked in honey. "She chose a wedding dress for me. It's very beautiful. There's a beautiful bow behind the belt." She still had the heart of a little girl, still dreaming of a bow. Wei Wei Bai smiled and leaned close to his ear. "Silly, I actually really want to marry you. I really want to." Her voice gradually disappeared. The temperature also gradually turned cold. Blood fell to the ground and dyed the two of them red. Torture points are full. Side mission completed. Attack target's favorability is 100. Main mission completed. The host's body has been severely injured. No signs of life. Detached from body. The quick red at https://www. Sashu. com/quick the quick red at https://m. Sashu. Com the quick. Chapter 2097. Luanshan's car quickly stopped at the entrance of the hospital. He wanted to turn around and say that they had arrived so that they could quickly enter the hospital. But when he calmed down and took a look, he didn't have anything to say. Jiang Jiushi held Wei Wei Bai's body in a daze. His expression was almost frozen. He was so pale that he looked like he was about to die. There was a pool of blood on the back seat. Jiang Jiushi's fingers pressed on the wound. They were terrifyingly red. Blood was still dripping down from the top. "Luanshan, are there any wedding dress shops recently?" Jiang Jiushi suddenly said, his voice extremely hoarse. Luanshan cried. Was Jiang Jiushi crazy? "She can still be saved, Jiang Jiushi. She can still be saved." Jiang Jiushi looked at him blankly. He was not a fool. He knew what a person's state of death was. Her heartbeat had stopped. Luanshan had never been so embarrassed. He cried and pulled Jiang Jiushi, who was in a daze, and carried Wei Wei Bai to the hospital. But there was no saving her. She was. Just as they entered the operating room, the doctor came out. The rescue was ineffective. Before reaching the hospital, the patient bled to death. Jiang Jiushi did not react at all. He knew that she was dead. The moment she stopped breathing, he knew. The body was covered by a white cloth. There was nothing special about it, just like any other corpse. Jiang Jiushi wanted to put him in the morgue, but she got someone to open a single ward. His voice was a little hoarse, but he was unusually calm. "I'll take a look at her. I'll contact the funeral home tomorrow." The more Jiang Jiushi behaved like this, the more Luanshan was afraid. Wei Wei Bai was placed on the bed. The wound had been cleaned and stitched up, but there was no sign of life. Death came suddenly, without warning. Jiang Jiushi was even confused. What happened to her? Why was he lying down? Was he asleep? Of course, this sweet self-deception couldn't even fool him for 3 seconds. Wei Wei Bai lay there quietly. Her small face was the size of a palm, and her thick eyelashes were drooping. It was like a deep sleep. Jiang Jiushi reached out his hand and tried to hold her fingers, but her fingers were a little stiff. He tried a few times, but couldn't hold it. Finally, he shook his body and reached out his hands to grab her fingers. It was as if he could get some comfort from this. Luanshan sat blankly outside the ward all night. He thought that Jiang Jiushi would cry, vent, be hysterical, or even walk out because she could not take it anymore. But there was none. There was not even a sound coming from the ward. In the wee hours of the morning, the Luanshan finally couldn't take it anymore. He was also afraid that Jiang Jiushi would suddenly take things too hard. Although he knew that with Jiang Jiushi's character, love might not be the only one. But Wei Wei Bai's existence was very special and important to him. Who knew if Jiang Jiushi would suddenly lose his mind and kill himself to accompany Wei Wei Bai? He opened the door and was about to walk in, but he found Jiang Jiushi sitting by the bed. His back was still straight, and his hands seemed to be holding Wei Wei Bai's fingers. He didn't know how long this position was maintained. Luanshan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly saw his face clearly. Shock and sadness flooded into his heart. He couldn't help but whisper, "Director Jiang?" Jiang Jiushi seemed to be awakened. He slowly turned around, his eyes bloodshot. He seemed to be a little slow. After looking at Wan Shan for a while, he said calmly, "Contact the funeral parlor and order a wedding dress and suit." She wanted to marry him. He also wanted to marry her. Wan Shan looked at his face and hair. His body was trembling. Finally, he couldn't help but turn around and leave. Chapter 2098. Jiang Jiushi slowly turned his head and continued to look at Wei Wei Bai. His expression was even calm, whether he asked someone to contact the funeral home or something else. When he did things, he was still as orderly as usual. There was no trace of sadness, nor were there any emotional fluctuations that disturbed his life. Jiang Jiushi forced himself to let go of her hand. He was at a loss for a while. Wei Wei was dead. He still needed to deal with her funeral. It couldn't be too shabby. He had to give her a beautiful funeral. He also had to invite the dance troupe. They were all her colleagues. As he thought about the funeral, he limped into the bathroom, intending to wash his face. His brain was too slow. How could he do things? But when he walked into the bathroom, he saw himself in a mirror. It was so unfamiliar that it was terrifying. Jiang Jiushi's hair had a lot of white hair overnight. The black and white hair mixed together, turning into an old and miserable gray. He stared blankly at the heavy blow in the mirror and reached out to touch the corners of his eyes. There were even a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His hair turned white overnight. He aged a few years overnight. He actually encountered it. Jiang Jiushi seemed to want to pull the corners of his mouth and laugh at himself. But the corners of his mouth were extremely stiff. In the end, it almost turned into a crying expression. Jiang Jiushi didn't dare to look at the mirror. He lowered his head and tried to wash his face. As he washed, he suddenly couldn't take it anymore. Tears flowed out desperately. He reached out to wipe them, but he couldn't wipe them clean. In the end, he finally squatted down. His legs couldn't support him anymore. He sat on the ground in a sorry state. The sound of crying became shrill. He reached out and hugged his head tightly. The desperate and miserable cries seemed to come from every bone in his body. He was like a lone wolf who had lost everything. He screamed with all his might and cried in pain. He no longer had the strength to pretend to be superior, to pretend to be elegant, to pretend to be calm, to pretend that he could endure everything. He couldn't endure this. He couldn't endure this. Wei Wei Bai stood at the bathroom door and looked at Jiang Jiushi, who had shrunk into a ball, looking pathetic and weak. The most tragic cry came out of his throat. Others who heard this felt their blood run cold, but also felt pity for them. This was a man who she had pursued until she wanted to die, a man who was terrifyingly strong. He had become a complete loser. The system was still nagging. I'll undo the red line immediately. If I can undo it, I'll do my best. It won't be a problem for the soul to stay here for a while. After his soul left his body, he would gain 100 favorable impression points. His torture points were all full. She was very calm. She had already gotten used to winning so many times. She would only feel emotional when she failed. Last night, after her soul left her body, she watched him arrange everything in an orderly manner. She thought that Jiang Jiushi was still very strong and would be able to handle the matters after her death. But before he could catch his breath, he saw that Jiang Jiushi's hair was turning white. It was a mixture of gray and white, and traces of wrinkles also appeared. In one night, he seemed to have experienced 10 years of devastation. And during this process, he just sat by the bed and looked at her corpse. He didn't say a word, and his expression didn't change. But the scene last night was a silent collapse of despair. Compared to any other intense emotion, it was more moving. Wei Wei Bai stood quietly beside Jiang Jiushi. She never knew that such a handsome man didn't look good when he cried. She didn't know what happened, but her hand suddenly landed gently on his head. Her hair swirled into the gray strands and passed through her palm. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time, if you like. Chapter 2099. Wei Wei Bai bent down and gently stroked his hair. She did not say anything. She maintained this position as if to comfort him, but she knew that he would not feel anything. She suddenly asked the system softly. Every time I leave, are all the men like this? Jiang Jiushi could be considered one of the few with an especially strong temperament among so many planes. He was in such a terrible state. What about the others? The system was untying the red string. When it heard the question, it looked up. It saw Jiang Jiushi curled up into a ball and sitting on the ground awkwardly. He buried his head in his palms and cried hoarsely. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless, but when she bent down and reached out to touch him, there was undeniable sadness in her eyes. After the strategy was successful, the soul left the body. The shield's effect began to weaken. She could feel emotions. The system suppressed the uneasiness in its heart. He can't take it in the beginning. It's always a little too intense. He'll be fine after a few days. Wei Wei Bai did not say anything. She only gently stroked Jiang Jiushi's head. He was like a child, hurt to the point that he could not face the tragic reality of this world. Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment. For the first time, there was confusion in her eyes. Was it that painful? There was a faint but undeniable fluctuation of emotions in her heart. Was it pity or sadness? The day the funeral parlor took care of the body and was about to send it for cremation, Jiang Jiushi invited many people. There were colleagues and friends that Wei Wei Bai knew. There were also business partners, businessmen, and colleagues that he knew. This was a special cremation ceremony. When everyone came, their faces were blank and shocked. At the cremation site, Wei Wei Bai's body lay pale. She was wearing a beautiful and gorgeous wedding dress with a large bow at the back of her waist. Her hands were crossed on her stomach, holding a small flower ball of lily. She was beautiful as a little angel. Even if she was still cute, so pure that it was surprising. Jiang Jiushi was dressed in a black suit with a bouquet on his chest. He had gray hair and faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His handsome face was as pale as Wei Wei Bai's. It was so much so that it was visible to the naked eye. Even the flesh on his face was gone. It made him seem even colder, especially desperate and fierce. Jiang Jiushi reached out and slowly touched her fingers. Her fingers were already stiff. I've invited everyone here today to give us your blessings. We're getting married today. All the guests who came to attend the cremation and funeral were dumbfounded. But at the same time, they admired Jiang Jiushi's feelings. Everyone reacted quickly and applauded. It didn't matter if he was sincere or not. The scene was still very lively. Jiang Jiushi forced a smile and pretended to be happy. But there was a hint of sadness in his smile. He lowered his head and whispered in Wei Wei Bai's ear, Wei Wei, you're going to marry me today. Are you happy? Wei Wei Bai crossed her arms and stood beside her corpse with a speechless expression. This wedding was really unique and full of creativity. Jiang Jiushi's gentleness was considered gentle and warm in other situations. But in this context, it was very scary. Jiang Jiushi knew that she couldn't hear him. He could barely maintain the smile on his face. Then, he used some effort to straighten her finger and put the ring on her finger. The beautiful diamond ring shone brightly on her gloved finger. It was like how she looked on stage. It was so stunning that people couldn't take their eyes off her. /to-txt. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. com// for the convenience of your next reading. You can click on the Chapter 2100. He didn't expect that he would fall in love at first sight. For her, it was the beginning of a broken life. The wedding was very simple. After exchanging rings, he gently kissed her forehead. Tears still fell on her lips. Wei Wei Bai had been squatting beside her corpse. The system was still repairing the machine. The system was also pitiful. It couldn't bear to buy the old machine, but it was really reluctant to spend millions of life points to repair it. After the corpse was successfully cremated, after Jiang Jiushi returned, he locked himself in his room. He seemed to have suddenly lost his purpose in life. He didn't know what to do. He forced himself to handle Wei Wei Bai's funeral, give her a warm wedding, and let her leave in peace. This was the only goal in his mind during this period of time. Wan Shan and a few high-level groups had obtained his authorization during this period of time. The entire company was managed by them. If Luan Shan was ruthless enough during this period of time, he could have relied on his authorization. He could have gotten the entire company under his name. After all, he was the one who promoted him. His ability was outstanding. After about 2 weeks of locking himself in, Luan Shan finally led people to pry open the door. Although Jiang Jiushi didn't seek his own death, but it wasn't far off. He vomited whatever he ate. His body was so thin that it was below the health value. He didn't go out, nor did he go through rehabilitation. He lived in a complete daze. When Luan Shan carried him to the hospital, both his physical and mental health were on the verge of collapse. Depression. This thing was actually caused by Jiang Jiushi. Although Luan Shan knew that anyone could suffer from this illness. But what kind of person was Jiang Jiushi? He could crawl out of the mud pit even when he was disabled and created the company with the highest profits in recent years. And as long as this company didn't seek death, it could continue to be prosperous. This kind of person, what could defeat him? Luan Shan worshipped Jiang Jiushi. He worshipped Jiang Jiushi to the point of being a teacher and a father. Opening the door of the ward, Luan Shan saw Jiang Jiushi vomiting what he ate. This was anorexia, severe food rejection caused by depression. It should be said that his body seemed to want to die. However, even though he was so thin that he didn't look human anymore, Jiang Jiushi's back was still straight, but his eyes were covered with a layer of death aura. Luan Shan really didn't know how to comfort him or how to open his mouth to cheer him up. He had no choice but to take out his laptop and a pile of documents. Director Jiang, we don't dare to make decisions on some big projects recently. We need your signature. Jiang Jiushi lazily lifted his eyelids. There was no expression on his face. He seemed to have lost his soul and did not react to anything. Luan Shan refused to give up. Recently, there are still a few companies eyeing us covetously. We can't handle them. If we don't take action now, we might be acquired. He had built the company single-handedly. If the company was bought over, Jiang Jiushi would at least have some reaction. However, to Luan Shan's disappointment, Jiang Jiushi only glanced at him and then took the document. He didn't even look at them before he signed all of them. If someone in the company wants it, just give it to them. After Jiang Jiushi said this, he closed his eyes. His face was ashen. He was like a corpse without any signs of life. Luan Shan could see clearly that he was planning to exhaust himself to death. He had no choice but to mention the Chun family. Jiang Jiushi finally looked up with interest. He had finally turned on his phone, and it had taken him 3 hours to do so. Let everyone in the Chun family get the retribution they deserved, including Chen Wanqi.